My name is Guushio. I was standing in the main hall of the Azure Heaven Sanctuary when the world shifted. My sisters and master were accusing me of poisoning spirit cranes, but my mind was elsewhere. I had just experienced a vision, an illusion that showed me 10,000 years of my future. In that dream, I saw that I was being framed by my own family to make room for my junior brother, Jang's son. Worst of all, my master already knew the truth. She was the one who ordered it. Looking at their cold, disgusted faces, I realized the vision was real. I spent 500 years suffering in a forbidden land to save this sect, losing my power and my health in the process. Instead of gratitude, they now saw me as useless trash. I decided right then that I would not play my part in their tragic story anymore. When Master sentenced me to the water prison and ordered me to leave my home on Emo Peak, I didn't fight it. I simply walked away. I rushed back to my house to reclaim 2 treasures I brought from the Forbidden Land, a green bamboo stick and an ancient book. The sect thought they were junk, but my vision revealed they were divine artifacts. When I arrived, Jiang's son was already there, holding my bamboo stick. He tried to act kind, pretending he just wanted to look at it, while our sister Lu Qingyao insulted me. In the past, I would have stayed silent, but not today. I felt the old killing intent from my centuries of battle rise up within me. I stared Jiang's son down and snatched my property back. I told them clearly, if I don't give it to you, you cannot take it. Lu Qingyao was furious and tried to pressure me with her power, but her threats meant nothing to me now. I am done being a martyr for people who want me dead. From this moment on, I am leaving this sect behind to live for myself. I stood my ground against Lu Qingyao, holding my green bamboo stick tightly. Even without my cultivation, the pressure from a golden core cultivator like her couldn't break my spirit. She accused me of harming the sect's prodigy, Jiang's son, simply because I refused to hand over my own property. It was laughable. Jiang's son played the part of the humble victim perfectly, acting as if he didn't want to cause trouble while secretly enjoying the chaos. Once they left to find Master, I hurried into my house to secure an ancient book, my second great treasure from the Forbidden Land. I sat down and calmly wrote a spirit contract of withdrawal. When Master, Xuelan, arrived, she was cold and full of disappointment. She didn't see a hero who sacrificed 500 years for the sect. She saw a jealous, useless man. I didn't argue. Instead, I spoke the truth that they were all too afraid to admit. They wanted me gone so Jiang's son could take my place. I handed her the contract. The room went silent. This wasn't just leaving. It was cutting every tie of gratitude and destiny. Master, in her arrogance, believed I was using this as a trick to threaten her. She thought I was retreating to advance, to make the sect look bad. She tried to crush me with her supreme pressure to force me into submission. My bones creaked, and I coughed up blood, but I refused to kneel. I stood straight as a spear and repeated my request to leave. I saw the flash of killing intent in her eyes, but I didn't flinch. Finally, she signed it. As the contract turned into golden light, I felt the sect's fortune leave my body. The jade token that promised me the leadership flew back to her hand. To them, I had lost everything. To me, I had finally shed my chains. I walked away from the grand gates of the Azure Heaven Sanctuary without a single regret. The dragon was finally back in the sea, and the tiger was back in the mountains. I was free to live for myself. I stood at the mountain gate, the wind carrying my master's cold order to banish me from the Azure Heaven Sanctuary forever. She truly believed I was an ordinary mortal who would crawl back once I tasted the harshness of the world. I simply smiled. The moment the contract was signed, the sect's 500-year blessing, which I had secured with my own blood, vanished. My senior sister, Nian Chaoxi, felt it immediately. Her divination tools shattered as she tried to glimpse my fate, leaving her coughing up blood in shock. While she frantically tried to find me, I ignored the path to the city and headed straight into the dangerous Tianqi Mountains. I knew Jiang's son wouldn't let me live, so I sought safety in a hidden cave I had built 5 centuries ago. There, I sat by a campfire with my 2 treasures, the green bamboo staff and the wordless ancient book. In my vision, I had seen how these items worked. I knew I had to be bold. I took a dagger and struck my own chest, using my life's blood to write on the cover of the nameless book. In the illusion of my past life, I had written, "No regret, a foolish lie." This time, I wrote, no shame. As my strength faded, the book burst into golden light and shattered into thousands of butterfly-like fragments. They swarmed into my body, flowing through my withered meridians and broken bones. The pain was immense, but the results were miraculous. My meridians didn't just heal, they widened and were etched with innate sacred resonance, patterns far superior to anything my junior brother possessed. Even my battle-scarred bones transformed. Every became a glowing mark of power, turning all 206 of my bones into supreme Dao bones. I was no longer a broken man clinging to the past. I had become a being destined for supreme power, rebuilding myself from the inside out, while my former sect remained blind to what they had truly lost. After my bones transformed into supreme Dao bones, the mysterious golden butterflies moved to my ruined Dantian. I watched in shock as my inner energy core did not just heal, it expanded into a boundless, endless sea. While a massive Dantian allows for incredible power, it usually makes cultivation agonizingly slow. However, the ancient book reformed in the center of this ocean, waiting for me to unlock its secrets. I discovered that the book was blank and responsive to my will. I began writing down common, basic cultivation scriptures like the Tongxian scripture. To my amazement, as I wrote, the book didn't just record the words, it improved them. It transformed a simple text into the Dao scripture of profound mysteries, a much higher-level technique that allowed me to absorb spiritual energy at incredible speeds. The true power of this wordless manual appeared when I added a second technique. Once I mastered both, the book merged them into a single, brand-new method. By combining 3 common scriptures, I created the mysterious court void scripture. This was a profound-level technique, matching the secret methods used by the elite disciples of the Holy Land I had just left. I realized I now possessed a tool that could upgrade and fuse any technique I learned. Even though I started again from the very beginning, I felt a joy I hadn't known in years. I am no longer a broken man. I am a cultivator again. My first goal is to reach the 3rd level of Qi refining so I can finally unlock the power of my green bamboo staff. The path ahead is clear, and for the first time, it belongs entirely to me. While Guushio was focused on his cultivation, in the main hall of the sacred land of Qing, Sect Master Xuelan sat in the main seat, her expression dark and uneasy. Still no news of Guushio? She asked. None yet, Sect Master. What about Qingxian City? They've already investigated thoroughly. In the past 5 days, Guushio hasn't entered the city. And the nearby cities? Both Suashir City and Dayton City have confirmed that there's no trace of him. He's just an ordinary man now, with his cultivation gone. Where could he possibly go after leaving the sect? Xuelan said angrily. Her words made the elders in the hall fall silent. Xuelan frowned. What about Chaoxi? How is she now? Peak Master Su just sent word. Pavilion Master Nian suffered backlash from fate, but thanks to timely treatment, although she hasn't woken up yet, she's out of danger. The reporting elder hesitated. It's just what? Peak Master Su said that even in her coma, Pavilion Master Nian keeps calling for junior brother Guushio. Xuelan's face darkened with anger. It had been 5 days since Guushio signed the contract to leave the sect. At first, Xuelan didn't take it seriously. Not only did she ignore the matter herself, but she also ordered her disciples not to help Guushio. In her eyes, Guushio's decision to leave the sect was just a way to pressure her. She believed he would never truly want to leave. Once he suffered outside, he would naturally return. But 2 days after Guushio left, Nian Chaoxi suddenly met with an accident and almost lost his life. After asking around, Xuelan learned that her eldest disciple, Nian Chaoxi, had been searching for Guushio and had overused his powers to foresee fate, which caused a severe backlash. If not for the timely help and healing from the 3rd disciple, Su Wanqing, he might not have survived. Only then did Xuelan remember her disciple who had left the sect. By her calculation, she had already punished him enough. It was time to bring him back, cancel the contract, and confine him to the reflection cliff for 3 years as a lesson. However, Xuelan hadn't expected that someone who should have been easy to find would completely disappear. The sect had searched for 3 days without any news. For the first time in 500 years, Xuelan felt something slipping beyond her control. That feeling was not good. After thinking for a while, Xuelan said, "Where is Emo Ran? I remember she's still in the sect. Call her here." Qin Moran, Xuelan's fifth disciple, was not very powerful, but she was the sect's top talisman master, highly skilled in creating charms. Soon, Qin Moran arrived, dressed in a simple gray-white gown. She moved gracefully, like a painting come to life. After bowing respectfully, she spoke softly. "Master, you asked for me? Do you have any news about Guushio?" "Guushio?" Qin Moran looked puzzled. "I have no news of him." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. Besides, I've had little contact with him, as you know, Master." Xuelan didn't quite believe her and stared intently. "I remember that years ago, you admired Guushio's writing and calligraphy, and you spent quite some time with him. That was 500 years ago, Master. I was simply young and naive then." Qin Moran was straightforward. She shook her head and said honestly, "After Guushio returned from the Forbidden Land, he was filled with a dark and violent aura. He no longer had the talent he once did. I've been avoiding him. So how could I still be in contact with him? When he left the sect, did you give him any talismans, such as one to hide his presence or change his appearance?" Xuelan asked with a frown. He suspected that someone must have helped Guushio escape the disciples' search. Qin Moran shook her head. "After Guushio returned to the sect 3 years ago, he once ruined my talisman making. I've disliked him ever since. How could I possibly give him any talismans?" Xuelan frowned even more deeply. If Qin Moran hadn't helped him, then who had? Qin Moran asked, "Master, are you worried about Guushio's safety?" "How could I worry about someone who abandoned the sect?" Xuelan shook his head. "But he was once a genius of our sect. 500 years ago, he even entered the Forbidden Land for our sake. If we ignore him now, what will the world say about the Qingshan Sanctuary?" Qin Moran said nothing, only shook her head slightly. "You have a different opinion?" Xuelan asked curiously. "My thoughts are indeed different from yours, Master." "Oh, tell me." "Guushio was once a genius, yes, but now he's lost his strength. The sect has supported him for 3 years already. That's more than enough kindness. As for him entering the Forbidden Land 500 years ago," Qin Moran shook her head. "With all due respect, no one truly knows what kind of blessing that place holds. To be honest, the sect's prosperity over the past 500 years has come from your leadership, Master, and from the hard work of our senior and junior sisters. As for that so-called blessing, I've never seen any proof of it. Calling Guushio a hero of the sect seems too hasty." Xuelan hesitated. Indeed, this question had been raised more than once since Guushio's return. "So what do you mean?" he asked. "I mean only one thing," Qin Moran replied. "What is it?" Xuelan asked curiously. After a moment of silence, Qin Moran said slowly, "Let us draw a line and part ways. Cut all ties and never meet again." "Wouldn't that be too heartless?" Xuelan asked hesitantly. Qin Moran shook her head. "Guushio's talent is gone. He will never be able to cultivate again. That means he and we now belong to different worlds. Leaving the sect and living as an ordinary person is the fate he must accept. Besides, Master, you also said that Guushio threatened the sect by abandoning his spiritual oath. That is a serious offense. Since that's the case, let him go. The sect owes him nothing and need not trouble itself over him. In fact," she continued, "I believe it won't be long before Guushio begs to return." "Oh," Xuelan raised an eyebrow. "Guushio grew up in the Azure Heaven Sanctuary. He has no family or friends outside. Now that his life force is fading and he has lost his abilities, the sect has already shown great kindness by supporting him. Going out on his own is reckless. He will soon experience the hardships of the world, and when he can no longer bear it, he will surely seek the sect's forgiveness." Qin Moran spoke calmly. She was well-read and had long served as the sect's strategist. Her reasoning made Xuelan nod in agreement. Guushio brought this upon himself. If he truly cannot survive outside and comes begging to return, I will make sure he learns his lesson. Xuelan said angrily. "Send word. Recall all those searching for him. The sect will waste no more effort on this matter." Her cold words made the elder beside her hesitate. Xuelan frowned. "Elder Qin, do you have something to say?" "This." Elder Qin hesitated, then shook his head. "I obey." Though he was an elder in charge of internal affairs, his position was minor. Even if he disagreed, he had no right to speak further. As he left the main hall, Elder Chen looked toward Zhua Peak, where Guushio had departed, and sighed softly. Uncle Gu, I fear you won't be coming back this time. Guushio. At the alchemy peak of the Azure Heaven Sanctuary, a startled cry rang out. After many days of unconsciousness, Nian Chaoxi sat up suddenly, drenched in cold sweat. Senior sister, you're finally awake. Senior sister third, Su Wanqing, hurriedly approached and quickly checked the pulse of Nian Chaoxi's wrist. After a moment, her brow eased slightly. Fortunately, it's okay. Although you're still weak, your injuries have healed and there's no lingering illness. Senior sister, you should rest well in the next few days. Remember, do not perform any divination or similar activities. Nian Chaoxi ignored her advice and asked eagerly, where is Guushio? Has he returned? Ah, Su Wanqing sighed helplessly. Senior sister, why are you still worried about Guushio? He has been gone from the sect for half a month, and the sect leader has already ordered no more searches. Why are you still thinking about him? What? How long have I been unconscious? Nian Chaoxi was shocked. About 13 days. That long? Nian Chaoxi was startled. Then her face turned cold. Why isn't Guushio looking for me? Didn't I say before that he must be found and brought back to the sect? Well, forget it. I will go find the master. Seeing Su Wanqing hesitate, Nian Chaoxi left a quick remark and hurriedly got up, heading toward the main peak. Today, Xuelan was handling sect affairs. When she saw her top disciple wake up, she immediately showed a gentle smile. Chaoxi, you're awake. How do you feel now? Thank you, Master, for your concern. I am fine now, Nian Chaoxi replied, then asked eagerly, Master, I want to know why the sect isn't searching for Guushio anymore. Hearing the name Guushio, Xuelan frowned slightly. The time has come. He's had enough suffering. He will come back when he's ready. There's no need to look for him. But what if he doesn't come back? Nian Chaoxi asked. If he doesn't come back, isn't that for the best? Xuelan answered coldly. Anyway, he's just a burden in the sect, wasting resources for no reason. This cold response stunned Nian Chaoxi, who looked at her master in disbelief. She was skilled in divination and astrology. Practicing the way of fate, she was destined to live a lonely life because of the karma that could harm others and herself. So, in recent years, she rarely went out, and even her master and fellow disciples seldom interacted with her. She had heard about it. Her master and the other disciples didn't think highly of Guushio, but only that they didn't think highly of him. She never expected her master to speak so coldly, make her feel amazed and even more convinced. Master, he's Guushio, Nian Chaoxi couldn't help but say. 500 years ago we... But just as he spoke, Xuelan coldly interrupted. Don't bring up the past. The path of cultivation depends on the present and the future. Dwelling on the past will only trap you, and it's useless for your progress. Nian Chaoxi was struck like lightning, staring at his master, who seemed unchanged from 500 years ago. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. Useless for cultivation. What a statement. Useless for cultivation. Chaoxi, 500 years ago, you and Guushio weren't very close, and there wasn't much karma between you. I don't understand why you're suddenly so worried about Guushio, but people must move forward. If someone stops, they will eventually be abandoned. I'm not being cruel. It's just how the world is. Xuelan spoke calmly, still cold and indifferent. Seeing Nian Chaoxi still couldn't understand, she sighed. I, as the leader of the Qingxian Holy Land, must consider more than just personal feelings. I have to think about the entire sect. Guushio's cultivation is ruined. Every month, the sect spends a lot of resources to heal his wounds and keep him alive. Many disciples have expressed their dissatisfaction. Now that he's gone, from the sect's point of view, it's actually a good thing. This is the truth. Since Guushio returned from the forbidden area, he was badly injured and also had spiritual wounds. He suffered greatly and needed a lot of sect resources to heal and sustain his life. Because of this, many junior sisters had opinions. Nian Chaoxi had heard about it before, but didn't think much of it. But he never expected Xuelan would bring this up now. Nian Chaoxi was a little angry and gathered his courage to ask, but he is a disciple of our sect, your direct disciple. He entered the forbidden area for the sect's benefit, fighting for the sect's resources. The Qingxian Holy Land is such a large sect, yet they're unwilling to give even a little resource to someone who almost lost his life for the sect. Isn't that discouraging for the disciples? Just a little resource. Xuelan was displeased. Do you know how much Guushio earns monthly? Elder Chen, tell him. Master Guushio is your direct disciple too. This. Faced with Nian Chaoxi's questioning, Elder Chen looked at the sect leader, Xuelan, sitting at the top, then lowered his head to the ground, hesitating and unable to speak. What's going on? Why are you questioning me? Although Guushio is a useless person, he is still a direct disciple. Is this small salary being deducted by you all? Xuelan frowned and asked sternly, feeling a bit surprised. Elder Chen immediately knelt down in fear and said loudly, I absolutely did not deduct anything. Even if I had the intention, I wouldn't dare. Please, sect leader, see for yourself. Then tell me, why is Guushio's monthly salary so low? Xuelan pressed. Speak. It's because you, sect leader, said it that way. Elder Chen stammered. This statement made Xuelan tremble all over, and Nian Chaoxi's brow furrowed instantly. Nonsense. When did I? Xuelan suddenly became furious, wanting to refute, but as he tried, he found himself at a loss for words. She is a cultivator at the Mahayana stage, with a memory that is almost perfect. She couldn't recall something earlier, but now, thanks to Elder Chen's reminder, she begins to remember. She vaguely recalls something, but can't say it clearly. However, the stubborn Elder Chen, trying to clear his name, now says, 2 years ago, Uncle Gu was punished by the sect master for damaging a spiritual stone, and his salary was halved. Even if his salary was halved, how could it be only 10 spiritual stones? Nian Chaoxi frowned. Elder Chen looked at Xuelan again, hesitating before speaking. 3 years ago, Uncle Gu just returned to the sect. Because the elders didn't recognize him, they saw him cleaning the main hall every day and he had no cultivation. So at that time, he was listed as a miscellaneous disciple who normally received 20 spiritual stones a month. Having that would be exactly 10 stones. This is a big matter. Wouldn't you ask about it? Nian Chaoxi gritted his teeth. We did ask. Elder Chen glanced at Xuelan and whispered, I inquired about this with the sect master at the time. 7th Uncle Lu Qingyao was also there. She said Uncle Gu was just a miscellaneous disciple. At that time, the sect master was nearby and didn't object, so what? Nian Chaoxi suddenly became furious. After glancing at Xuelan, he turned to Elder Chen with a stern look, and after that, 3 years have passed. Don't you know Uncle Gu's true identity? Of course we do, but once the sect salary system was set, changing it required the sect master's order. The sect master at that time. The sect master. Keep going, Nian Chaoxi urged. At that time, the sect master said that Brother Gu was just a useless person and didn't need to waste too many spiritual stones. It was enough, no need to change anything specifically. What? Nian Chaoxi finally couldn't hold back anymore. His gaze toward his master had turned cold. Master, I thought at the time he was paid according to the standard for ordinary inner disciples. How? How could I have known they considered him just a miscellaneous disciple? Xuelan's eyes flickered with hesitation, and after a moment, she defended herself. Moreover, Uncle Gu is just a useless person without cultivation. He has everything he needs for daily expenses in the sect, and he doesn't need spiritual stones. This explanation seemed reasonable. But he is your direct disciple. Although he is a respected disciple, he has lost all his cultivation skills, and his monthly salary is even less than that of a servant. While it's true that daily expenses at the Xian Holy Land don't require spiritual stones, that only covers everyday needs. If he needs anything else, like medicine when he's sick, he has to spend spiritual stones or trade with other disciples. Master wouldn't argue about this, right? Nian Chaoxi asked sharply, word by word. Her heart was already cold, and she felt very sad. She knew this all along. She actually always knew. Guushio is not well liked in the Holy Land, and her master and sisters don't think highly of him. But she really didn't expect this. Guushio's life in the sect is like this. He is a respected disciple, yet he is treated worse than a servant. Why does he only have 10 spiritual stones each month, and can he still get more? Nian Chaoxi suddenly remembered what Elder Lu just said. Guushio's spiritual stones could even be lower. Elder Lu hesitated again. No need to ask. I did it, Xuelan admitted now. Guushio acts recklessly and makes mistakes often, so I often reduce his monthly salary by half. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi felt a bone-chilling cold. He is your respected disciple, the disciple you personally raised. I am usually busy. How could I pay attention to such small matters? Xuelan looked a bit uncomfortable, then said, moreover, he's just a mortal. If he doesn't seek enjoyment, spiritual stones are useless. Why would he need them? Besides, when he first returned to the sect, he spent a lot of resources to treat and heal him. He used up quite a few spiritual stones. That. Elder Chen hesitated, lowering his head. Actually, Uncle Gu only used about 1,000 spiritual stones for his healing. What? Nian Chaoxi froze. Xuelan frowned even more. Nonsense. How is that possible? I was there at the time. The sect leader personally treated Uncle Gu, and after seeing that he had no more cultivation potential, he gave up on him. But he did instruct medicinal treatments to nurture him. But, at that time, Junior Uncle Jiang Sun was at a critical breakthrough stage, and many resources overlapped with those used for Uncle Gu. For this matter, third Uncle Su Wanqing specifically approached Uncle Gu to speak about it. I don't know what was said, but since then, Uncle Gu has stopped asking for any medicine or remedies. Actually, perhaps the 1,000 spiritual stones were an exaggeration told by my subordinate. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi still stands in the main hall of the sect, but she feels a sudden icy coldness sweep over her. It makes her back feel completely chilled. Then, she feels angry. Master, Guushio. He is your direct disciple and a hero of the sect. Are you really not afraid that this will hurt the sect's disciples' feelings? Being questioned so directly by her own disciple, Xuelan naturally feels displeased. She coldly replies, are we talking about this again? Guushio is just a useless person without cultivation, and his injuries are irreversible. Not wasting sect resources. Doesn't that show he has some self-awareness? The sect protecting him and giving him a place to stay is already something others can only dream of. Nian Chaoxi is stunned. She clenches her teeth and asks, then what about him being a hero of the sect? 500 years ago, Junior Brother Gu risked entering the forbidden area, but it was for the sect's prosperity. Prosperity? Do you really believe that prosperity exists? Can you clearly explain it yourself? Xuelan frowns. Of course it exists. Ever since Guushio entered the forbidden area, the sect's blessings have continuously gathered. The sect's prosperity since then is the best proof. Don't you admit it yet, Master? I actually think this has nothing to do with so-called blessings. Master, Nian Chaoxi is completely stunned. Do you not even trust your own disciple? Chaoxi, I believe your words naturally. You have predicted the sect's future more than once with your divinations. But the matter of blessings is too vague. To this day, no one can prove it. The so-called blessings have always been something extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Even for great cultivators, they cannot be certain what blessings truly are, nor can they explain how they come or go. Seeing that Xuelan still doubts the existence of blessings, Nian Chaoxi feels speechless. After hesitating for a moment, she finally says, Master, I cannot convince you about whether blessings exist or not, but the disciple wants to remind you of something. Just as Master Gu was leaving the holy land of Xian, the blessing source that had sustained Xian for 500 years was already beginning to fade. She didn't dare say this before because it was a secret of the heavens, something that must not be revealed. But now, to wake up the master, she couldn't hold back anymore. However, clearly, Xuelan didn't take it seriously and instead said, if you say the blessing source is already fading, then let's see what happens to Xian after it disappears. I want to see what this so-called blessing source really is. Master, the blessing source lasts forever, accumulating good fortune for the sect over time. But if it dissipates, the sect will face many disasters. Such a joke is not to be played with. Nian Chaoxi warned. In the past, I shouldn't have let you practice the heavenly secret path, Xuelan said, not paying attention to Nian Chaoxi's earnest advice, and shook her head. You need to understand. Practitioners are inherently defying the heavens. Relying solely on the so-called blessing source is like a flower in the mirror or the moon reflected in the water. You must believe that people can beat the heavens. Xuelan spoke confidently. Nian Chaoxi hesitated but ultimately shook her head. Disciple will take her leave. She understood that her master was now completely unwilling to listen to her words. Continuing to argue would be useless. She left the sect hall in a daze. Looking up at the sky above, the blessing source was still rapidly dissipating. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the blessing source accumulated over 500 years would be completely gone. But what should she do next? Senior sister, how are you? Senior sister, I heard you argued with the master. Are you okay? Guushio is really hateful. Even after leaving, he still causes trouble inside Xian. Why isn't he punished by heaven? Yeah, that Guushio. At this moment, a few junior sisters gathered around. Originally, Nian Chaoxi felt a warm feeling in her heart, but after hearing these curses against Guushio, she only felt a cold chill. Junior sisters, when did you develop such hostility towards Guushio? This statement caused everyone to pause briefly, then they dismissed it. Guushio was already hateful. Is it wrong to dislike him? 500 years ago, we were just too naive. That's right, senior sister, you haven't seen through Guushio's evil nature. The younger sisters chattered excitedly, and in their words, Guushio had become a very wicked villain. Nian Chaoxi listened for a moment, feeling a bit dazed. He understood now. Their master and sisters had too much prejudice against Guushio. If he wanted to convince the master, he first needed to find a way to convince these sisters, at least to make them see the truth. Guushio was not as bad as they said. But how could he prove it? While Nian Chaoxi was thinking about how to defend Guushio, a tiny fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly flickered in the no-man's land of the Qingtian mountain range, then disappeared in an instant. Inside the cave, Guushio opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. He had broken through. After a whole month, he finally succeeded in advancing to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Honestly, if you only looked at the speed of breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refining, Guushio's progress wasn't very fast. But in reality, it was because his Dantian and spiritual Qi were too vast, which made his progress seem slow. In fact, the spiritual energy stored in his Dantian and Qi was now comparable to that of a late-stage Qi refining cultivator at the 7th level. From this perspective, Guushio's cultivation speed was already extremely fast. However, Guushio wasn't overly excited. After all, he had easily reached the 3rd level of Qi refining before, so this small improvement wasn't worth celebrating. What truly mattered to him was one thing. His green bamboo pole could finally be used. All rely on internal spiritual energy to passively nurture the body. But at the 3rd level of Qi refining, things change. Because at this stage, it means the Dantian energy Qi is fully formed, and spiritual energy in the body has begun to accumulate. At the same time, one can also activate internal spiritual energy to perform simple minor spells. And what Guushio needs are these small spells. Right now, Guushio sits cross-legged, with a green bamboo stick placed in front of him. He manipulates a magic gesture with his hands, causing spiritual power inside his body to flow along his meridians. After a moment, Guushio opens his eyes, and a brown light flashes in them. Drive the vine. With a low whisper, Guushio continues to make gestures with his left hand, while his right hand pinches together and rests on the bamboo stick. An unusual scene happens instantly. The originally still and quiet bamboo stick begins to shake violently as soon as Guushio's touch it. Rules of power flow continuously, fiercely resisting Guushio's spell. This is called the Drive and Rise technique, a wood-type spell. After using it, you can control ordinary plants simply, but the speed is slow and the control is very limited. It's a common and not very practical spell, and usually no one uses it. At this moment, after Guushio uses the Drive and Rise technique with his right hand, he quickly makes another gesture with his left hand. Spiritual thread. Suddenly, a thread of spiritual energy appears slowly in Guushio's left hand. He doesn't hesitate. With both hands working, his right hand keeps controlling the bamboo stick with the Drive and Rise technique, while his left hand wraps the spiritual thread around the bamboo. Each wrap is in a fixed position, but the bamboo stick doesn't just sit there waiting for Guushio to control it. In fact, the rules on it flicker constantly and struggle. The spiritual thread keeps breaking apart again and again. Guushio is not in a hurry. Every time the thread breaks, he starts over immediately, tugging back and forth with the bamboo stick in a tug of war. Finally, When Guushio's spiritual energy is nearly exhausted, the thread of spiritual energy finally reaches the end of the bamboo stick. Now, Guushio no longer hesitates. He suddenly flicks his fingers to activate the Drive the Vine technique, just as the bamboo stick is about to break free. A drop of essence blood is dropped onto the 7-inch part of the bamboo stick. In an instant, the struggle of the bamboo stick begins to weaken, and after a moment, it starts to become obedient again. It was successful. Blood recognition of the master, drawing a bamboo pole. The spiritual silk, which normally needs Guushio's continuous spiritual power to support, now seems to have become part of the green bamboo pole. Even when Guushio puts down his magic spell, the silk still wraps around it, turning into fishing line. The green bamboo stick has now become a bamboo fishing rod. Guushio carefully examined the bamboo rod. It still looked simple and plain, but when held in his hand, it gave off a mysterious, hard-to-explain feeling. Is this for fishing across the heavens? Let me try? Guushio muttered to himself, then swung the bamboo rod. The fishing line immediately lowered, and the end of it disappeared into thin air. At first glance, it looked like Guushio was sitting in a cave, fishing out of nowhere. While waiting, Guushio continued to murmur, I don't know if this method is right, and whether the bamboo rod needs bait or not. Guushio saw how to use the bamboo rod in a dreamlike illusion, where he was just an observer. In the illusion, it was 1,000 years after Zhang Sun took the bamboo rod from him. He accidentally discovered the correct way to use the bamboo rod. Guushio wasn't entirely sure if he was doing it right. Fortunately, just as he was feeling anxious in his heart, the bamboo rod suddenly sank. The feeling was similar to when a fish bites and pulls on the fishing rod. Guushio's eyes lit up. He lifted the fishing rod. Hey, he didn't expect this. But he couldn't pull it up. The other end of the fishing rod suddenly exerted a huge force, as if a big fish was struggling. Guushio pulled a few times, but made little progress. Patience is key in fishing. It's a game of wits with the big fish. Guushio silently thought. He was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he tugged gently, matching the strength of the fish. When the fish struggled fiercely, he loosened his grip. When the fish relaxed, he pulled harder. In this way, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. After such a long struggle, the fish on the other end was clearly exhausted. Just as the fish was flailing, Guushio seized the perfect moment. Now's the time. Guushio suddenly pulled the rod with all his strength. In a faint sense, he even thought he heard a roar like that of an ancient divine being. However, as the fishing rod was completely lifted, the roar was instantly cut off. Guushio looked at the fishing line. There. It was a mysterious ancient book with a black cover. Martial arts technique? Guushio's eyes lit up. The ancient book in his Dantian energy was exactly what he needed. Various secret manuals. Without hesitation, Guushio immediately took the manual into his hands, but after a careful look, he suddenly froze. Because on the black cover, only 4 large characters were written. Heavenly Book of Talismans. Is this real or fake? Could it really be this heavenly book? Wasn't it lost and disappeared over 10,000 years ago? Guushio was a bit surprised. The talisman technique is one of the 6 paths in the cultivation world. Talisman masters can draw symbols to create talismans, each with special uses. In the cultivation world, talisman masters are highly respected because their talismans can be used not only for themselves, but also to help ordinary cultivators protect their lives. They are incredibly useful. A powerful talisman master is called a talisman sage. It is said that top-tier talisman sages can inscribe supreme power within a tiny space. One talisman can destroy a city or even a whole country. Guushio's former 5th senior sister, Qin, was a powerful talisman sage. 500 years ago, Qin and Guushio had a very good relationship. She once told him many things about the way of talismans. Among them was a rumor about the way of talismans. Whoever obtains the heavenly book of talismans can become the supreme of the talisman path. According to the rumor, the heavenly book of talismans is a method of evolving the great Tao. It records the true essence of the talisman way and contains all the symbols and formations in the world. Historically, there have been many conflicts and battles over the heavenly book of talismans. Unfortunately, since 10,000 years ago, after the Taoist master Su Mozi, who was a talisman sage, ascended to immortality. The heavenly book disappeared completely. Some say he took it into the immortal realm. Others say he set up a seal to hide it. But regardless of the story, the heavenly book of talismans truly vanished, and the way of the talisman sage has not seen a supreme in 10,000 years. When this was mentioned back then, Qin Maxuan even felt a bit sad for herself. Guushio had promised then that he would do his best to help Qin Maxuan find the heavenly book of talismans in this life. Who would have thought? Now that I have left my sect and signed the abandonment oath, I have completely severed all ties with the sect, including all vows related to it from the past. However, I have gained this divine book. Qin Moran, it seems you are destined to have no connection with this book in this life, Guushio said, shaking his head as he opened the divine book and looked at the talismans inside. As he looked, Guushio couldn't help but be amazed. This divine book and its talismans are very powerful, but they are also very complicated. Because the content of this divine book not only teaches how to draw talismans, but also explores the fundamental principles behind them from the very source. It starts from the origins of heaven, earth, and all things. The language is very obscure and difficult to understand, to the point that it makes people gasp in surprise. To fully understand and use it, one would need to spend a lot of time studying. No wonder, in history, those who obtained this divine book and talismans spent at least hundreds of years to achieve some progress. Just the content in this book alone probably requires a lot of time to comprehend. Guushio sighed, feeling a bit regretful. Right now, he needs to cultivate quickly because his lifespan is running out. Only by advancing and breaking through can he extend his life. He doesn't have much time to study the way of talismans. Just as he was feeling regretful, Guushio suddenly remembered. Can my ancient scriptures record this divine book and its talismans? He had seen how powerful the ancient scriptures in his Dantian energy sea were. As long as he wrote cultivation techniques on them, not only could he improve his skills, but he could also accelerate his understanding. If he could write down the divine book and its talismans in his ancient scriptures, it might not only make the divine book simpler and more advanced, but also shorten the time needed for comprehension, which would be very good. Thinking of this, he decided to do it. Guushio immediately began to act. He looked into his Dantian energy sea, flipped open a page of the fearless ancient scriptures, and then started to control his mind to write. His idea was very simple. No matter if it worked or not, he just wanted to try. But what Guushio didn't know was that as he copied the divine book and its talismans onto the fearless ancient scriptures, a huge, earth-shaking change was happening outside. Qingxian Holy Land, Emo Peak. As the chief talisman master of the Qingxian Holy Land, Qin Moran was wearing a long black and white dress. She was explaining to her disciples below, the way of talisman making is to use the soul as a guide, connect with the natural rules of the world, and inscribe them onto small pieces of paper using special techniques. The rules of the world are the natural laws that exist everywhere. As a talisman master, you need to understand these laws, imprint them, and use methods to make them work in many ways. To become a talisman master, you first need to be good at calligraphy. Then, you need strong spiritual power, and finally, you must understand and feel the laws of the world. The Qingxian Holy Land values the training of its disciples very much. As the chief talisman master, Qin Moran not only creates powerful talismans for the sect, but also occasionally teaches disciples about talisman making. While speaking, she looked at the writings the disciples had made on paper. After a while, she couldn't help but shake her head. These disciples are really poor. Their handwriting gets worse with each one. They are far from being calligraphy masters, and they don't even have basic brush skills. Thinking carefully, she realized that the most beautiful handwriting she had seen over the years was only from Guushio. Strange, why do I suddenly remember this person? Such a useless person leaving the sect should have been forgotten long ago. It must be because my senior sister has been talking about him lately. I should find a chance to help her let go of her attachment. Qin Moran calmed her mind and continued to guide her disciples, starting to teach them how to write their first talisman. But the more she taught, the uglier her face became. Out of all her disciples, not a single one could make a complete talisman. Even Guushio, who first learned talisman making over 500 years ago, was not this poor. Shaking her head, she forced herself to stop thinking about Guushio. She took out her colorful glass pen. Watch carefully. The most important part of making a talisman is understanding the laws of the world. With each, you need to use your spiritual power to draw in the natural rules and blend them into your writing. While speaking, Qin Moran began to write. She was naturally talented, especially in the way of talisman making, possessing extraordinary talent. At this moment, as she finished her writing, the harmony of heaven and earth immediately began to stir, slowly emerging and being drawn into the talisman by the symbols. This scene caused a group of disciples to exclaim in surprise, "Is it so smooth? Senior Brother Qin truly is a rare talent in talisman making. This is amazing. So that's how talismans are made." Their exclamations made Qin Moran shake her head inwardly. Making a talisman requires focus and a calm mind. If the mind is distracted, success is unlikely. As her thoughts arose, Qin Moran finished her last. The talisman was complete. Suddenly, the rules of heaven and earth surged, and the originally attracted harmony of heaven and earth immediately descended onto the talisman. When they merged together, it marked the moment the talisman was perfected. Qin Moran was very familiar with this process, waiting patiently for the moment when the talisman was fully formed. But, just as the talisman was about to be completed, an unexpected change occurred. That piece of heaven and earth harmony, which was about to fall into the talisman, suddenly trembled violently. Then, under Qin Moran's surprised gaze, it broke free from the talisman and soared into the sky. Instead of leaving, it turned toward a certain direction. What's going on? Qin Moran was puzzled. What puzzled her even more was that, not only this piece of heaven and earth harmony. In fact, more and more new harmonies appeared one after another in her perception. Heaven and earth harmony is simply the power of the rules of nature. As long as the world remains unchanged, the rules do not change. In theory, these harmonies have always been inexhaustible and unlimited. But these harmonies are usually invisible to ordinary people. Even skilled talisman makers need special methods to summon and connect with them. But now, what is happening? These harmonies are appearing on their own. What is going on? Why are these harmonies suddenly so abnormal? Qin Moran felt a bit panicked, her eyes showing some fear. Because this scene before her had already exceeded her understanding. What made her even more frightened was that, along with the large number of harmonies appearing, they suddenly all turned in the same direction. Next, surprisingly, she slightly bowed. It was as if the natural energy of the world was welcoming a respected old friend. So lively and vivid. This is the worship of 10,000 energies. Qin Moshwan's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but tremble a little. This is the natural energy of the world, hoping to be written about, automatically appearing and showing kindness, naturally attracting people to worship. But how could this happen? Could it be that the supreme master of talisman art has appeared? This is impossible. Could it be that a peerless genius has been born? A natural master of talisman art? Countless thoughts flooded her mind, making Qin Moshwan feel completely confused. She felt a strange fear. Many people think that talisman masters control the natural energy of the world, but in fact, only those who truly become talisman masters understand. Talisman masters do not control the natural energy. More often, they cooperate with the natural energy of the world. They attract the natural energy to appear, and the natural energy recognizes the talisman master, willingly helping them create talismans. So, to test a talisman master's potential, the most important thing is to see how well they get along with the natural energy. Qin Moshwan has strong talent. She also has a very good affinity with the natural energy. Years of hard practice have made her progress quickly in talisman crafting. But even she doesn't have the ability to make so much natural energy feel so friendly. It's even less likely to reach the level of 10,000 energies worshipping. Or rather, since the way of talisman crafting was established as one of the 6 paths by those before, and up to now in any records, such a situation has never appeared. Even if there was talk of 10,000 energies worshipping, it was just a guess by some talisman masters. An unprecedented event. And now, it has appeared. What does this mean? It means that the world has changed, the natural energy has changed, or perhaps someone has changed. Who is that? Where is he? Why is this happening? Qin Moshwan knew nothing about all this. But her heart was extremely complicated at this moment. A third of her was afraid, 3 parts admiration, and 4 parts worship. Many others share the same thoughts as Qin Mashuan. Respectful bowing to Wan Yun, bowing to Wan Yun. Find out immediately, find out exactly what caused this. Is a terrifying being born into the world? This scene actually makes me feel fear. If the one who caused all this is a person, then is that person capable of making me unable to even write talismans in the future? Incredible. If it really is a person, how strong is their charm? That day, countless talisman masters put aside their important tasks. They stepped out of their rooms and looked eastward. Everyone understood. Something huge had happened. As for ordinary talisman masters, they were just shocked and guessing what caused all this. Meanwhile, in Central State, next to the forbidden zone of the burial Immortal Valley, in an ancient hall that had existed for many years, an old man who seemed to have already entered nirvana suddenly opened his eyes. He looked eastward, as if trying to see through everything. After a moment, the old man suddenly burst into wild laughter. He's here. He has arrived. After 3,000 years of waiting, I finally caught him. The chosen one of the Mashuan Tower has appeared. At this moment, Guushio was unaware of the outside changes. He was still immersed in copying the heavenly book talismans. It's called copying, but actually, it was more about understanding. The power of the nameless ancient book was not just about advancing in secret techniques or merging skills. It also had another function. That was the ability to quickly gain insights. Guushio had already discovered this when copying the 3 scriptures before. As long as he wrote down the techniques in this ancient book, he could gain deeper understanding. However, since he had carefully studied the 3 scriptures before, the effect was not obvious. But this time, with the heavenly book talismans, it was especially clear. If he wanted to understand this heavenly book talismans normally, it would take at least a year. To fully master it, it would take even longer. But now, with the help of the ancient book, every character Guushio wrote deepened his understanding of the heavenly book talismans before him. Just one day and one night passed. Guushio finished the last word. Suddenly, the ancient book in his Dantian energy burst into a bright glow. Immediately, the pages floated up and transformed into a complete book, hovering nearby. However, the cover only had 2 characters. Symbol book. Guushio opened it, feeling a bit surprised, because this symbol book was even more powerful than the already strong heavenly book talismans. After a quick look, Guushio seemed to understand something. Ordinary talisman methods awaken the harmony of heaven and earth, working with it to gain help. But heavenly book talismans not only awaken this harmony, but also make it willingly cooperate and even become a helper for the talisman master. They also include some understanding of the harmony itself. As for the symbol book, although Guushio only looked at it briefly, he could tell. It didn't just contain the current harmony of heaven and earth. It also explained how to build this harmony. This shocked Guushio greatly. The harmony of heaven and earth is the power of the rules of nature. Even a powerful expert at the Great Ascension stage wouldn't be able to create this power out of thin air. What was written in this book was almost like divine magic. But soon, Guushio shook his head and closed the book. Not because the book wasn't strong enough, but because understanding it was much harder than the heavenly book talismans. Guushio had also reached the peak before. He knew very well that for cultivators, the most important thing was themselves. Right now, he was too weak. He was only a beginner at the 3rd level of Qi refining, a small cultivator. It was impossible for him to understand such a high-level book. The more he looked, the more it was against his current situation. He withdrew his inner sight and looked at the green bamboo pole beside him. A hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. This bamboo pole is just too strong. From his observations in the illusion, Zhang Sun had used this bamboo pole many times, fishing for various rare treasures, spiritual stones, and immortal herbs. But most of the time, he caught useless junk. This time, Guushio didn't have high hopes. As long as he could catch some cultivation resources, it would be enough. But unexpectedly, this was only my first time trying, yet I managed to catch such a rare treasure. I want to try fishing again, but I have already tried. Continuing to fish, the green bamboo rod didn't activate any new effects. Just like in the dream, the bamboo rod can only be used once every 10 days. Using it more won't trigger anything. Guushio isn't disappointed. For a cultivator who might spend months in seclusion, 10 days is just a short moment. He begins to pack his things. He is leaving. During this month, he focused on practicing hard to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Now that he succeeded, he can't stay in this cave anymore. Not to mention, this place is close to the Qingxian Holy Land, and he might be discovered at any time. Also, the spiritual energy here is too thin, making it unsuitable for long-term living. In cultivation, spiritual energy is key. A place rich in spiritual energy makes practicing easier. This cave's spiritual energy is very sparse. For the past month, Guushio used leftover spirit stones to help with his training. Now, the spirit stones are gone. He can't stay any longer. After restoring the cave to its original state, Guushio carefully walks out. As soon as he steps out of the cave, he can't help but frown. Above the sky, a rainbow light flashes. Though it was just a quick glimpse, Guushio recognizes that person as his former senior sister. Nian Chaoxi. Why is she here? Guushio frowns. He doesn't think Nian Chaoxi is looking for him. He hasn't had a strong impression of this senior sister. Nian Chaoxi has been quite aloof for the past 500 years. They haven't been close. 500 years later, after returning from the sect, their interactions are even fewer. But, although Guushio doesn't understand why Nian Chaoxi is here, he thinks for a moment and then rearranges his cave carefully before leaving into the forest. He wants to avoid meeting Nian Chaoxi to prevent trouble. This time, he has his own goal. Yinsha City. This city is far from the Qingxian Holy Land and is a city of scattered cultivators not controlled by any power. Guushio left the Qingxian Holy Land and decided to become a wandering cultivator. He wanted to live simply, without carrying too much burden, just for himself. This place is a good spot. More importantly, if the illusion he saw, which lasts for thousands of years, is correct, then Yinsha City will soon have a great opportunity. An opportunity in the illusion that will help Jiangsu. But now, as a wandering cultivator, Guushio wants to fight for it. Half a day after Guushio left his cave, at the door of the cave that only he had entered for 500 years, today, a second person has arrived after 500 years. It's not someone else, but Nian Chaoxi. A month. Since Guushio left the sect, it has been a full month, and Nian Chaoxi has searched for him all this time. Most of the time, she was unconscious because of backlash from her divination techniques. Even now, her injuries haven't fully healed. But luckily, after so much effort, she finally succeeded. Now, looking at the cave in front of her, Nian Chaoxi's eyes are full of excitement. There are traces of formations here. My divination was right. Guushio didn't go to Qingxian City after leaving the sect, but came here. Confident in her guess, Nian Chaoxi takes a deep breath, not rushing to enter the cave. Instead, she softly calls out, "Little junior brother?" There is silence inside the cave, no response. Nian Chaoxi can't help but speak again. "Little junior brother, it's me. I'm your senior sister, Nian Chaoxi." Still, no reply. "Senior sister has something to tell you. Can I come in?" Her voice trembles slightly as she speaks, but the quiet cave makes her feel nervous. Could it be? Something has happened to little junior brother? Thinking of this, Nian Chaoxi finally dares not delay and quickly rushes into the cave. But there's no sign of little junior brother inside. The entire cave is covered in dust, with no signs anyone has been here. This cave looks like it was made by my little junior brother, and my divine insight also shows that he should be here in this cave. Could there be a problem with my divine insight technique? Nian Chaoxi finds this hard to believe. She has always been confident in her divine insight, but over the past month, whenever she tried to predict Guushio's actions, she kept getting backlash. It makes her start to doubt herself. Is there really something wrong with her divine prediction method? No, that can't be. There is something wrong with this cave. It's clearly dusty, yet it has been abandoned for so long, and there are no signs of snakes, insects, or rats. Moreover, there are traces that suggest a formation was recently activated here. Suddenly, Nian Chaoxi notices something and her eyes light up with surprise. It's my little junior brother. He is usually very cautious. He doesn't want to be tracked, so he must have used some method before leaving. He's nearby. She practices divine insight to avoid harming others or herself, so she rarely gets close to people. But she knows Guushio quite well. Her junior brother has been cautious and careful for over 500 years. It's not surprising that he would do something like this. Having confirmed her guess, Nian Chaoxi begins to search the cave carefully. During her search, she finds something. In a corner of the cave, mixed with dust, she finds a patch of blue powder. What is this? Spirit stones? Are these spirit stones that have been completely drained? Nian Chaoxi is a bit surprised. Spirit stones can be used directly for cultivation, but once all their spiritual energy is absorbed, they will break apart on their own. That's not strange. What's truly strange is why the spirit stones are broken into this powdery form. Usually, when spirit stones are used to power magic tools or activate formations, they are quickly drained of spiritual energy and break into chunks. But if a cultivator uses them to slowly absorb spiritual energy for cultivation until they are exhausted, it's possible they could break into this powder. Could it be that my little junior brother's cultivation has recovered? Has he started practicing again? Nian Chaoxi feels a bit surprised. Then suddenly a wave of heartache washes over her. Because cultivators absorb spiritual energy from spirit stones, but worry about the stones cracking and dirtying their clothes, they often discard the spirit stones when only a small amount of spiritual power remains. And those who do not let go of any spiritual energy. Usually, only wandering cultivators with insufficient spirit stones would do such things. Thinking about Guushio's monthly allowance at Qingxian Sect. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. Little junior brother, I will find you. I will make it up to you. Nian Chaoxi made a decision and finally left the cave residence, stepping into the air. He definitely hasn't been gone for long. Just as he was about to resume tracking, the Sect token hanging at his waist suddenly vibrated. Nian Chaoxi frowned. The master urgently summoned him. Looking at the message, there was only one word. Hurry back. Nian Chaoxi hesitated for a moment, then finally sighed, glanced at the endless Tianqi mountain range, and turned toward Qingxian sacred land. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guushio paused in the forest, seeming to sense something. He looked back over his shoulder, but then he withdrew his mind and furrowed his brow, looking ahead. In front, there was a demon evil blocking the way. Faced with the fierce gaze of the wolf demon, Guushio did not feel afraid. Instead, he shook his head gently and spoke softly. You are working your cultivation, and you are useless to me. I do not want to kill you. What a pity. This wolf demon's intelligence was clearly low. At this moment, a cold light flashed in its eyes, and it suddenly lunged toward Guushio. Seeing this, Guushio shook his head and could only take out a wooden stick he had just picked up along the way. Focus your energy. Calm your mind. The blood and killing aura from 50 years of battles in the Forbidden Land began to appear faintly. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, 50 years of endless battles had given him a lot of experience. A second-tier demon beast? So what? Block the way. Then cut it down. Just as the wolf demon was about to reach him, Guushio's aura suddenly retracted. In the next moment, a long red banner spear flew from afar and landed directly in front of the wolf demon. If the wolf demon hadn't sensed the danger and stopped in time, it might have been completely pinned to the ground by this spear. Guushio turned his head to look. He saw a woman in a red battle robe appear not far away. She had a stunningly beautiful face, with a heroic look in her eyes. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail that fluttered in the wind, adding to her spirited appearance. After throwing out the spear, she quickly rushed over, almost the moment Guushio saw her. She had already reached near him. She raised her hand and beckoned. The red banner spear hummed and automatically leapt into her hand. The woman swung the spear arm, and the red banner spear immediately blocked in front of Guushio and the wolf demon. After doing this, she nodded lightly to Guushio and said apologetically, Sorry, I was chasing this demon and didn't expect it to be driven to the outskirts of these mountains. Are you hurt, fellow cultivator? Guushio shook his head. He looked at the jade badge hanging from her waist. It was an ancient, intricate jade token with only 2 old characters written on it. Tiansu. While Guushio was observing her, the woman was also looking at him, mostly surprised by his white hair. But at that moment, Guushio suddenly spoke. That wolf demon is about to attack sneakily. Huh. The woman paused, then looked to the side and saw the wolf demon that had become very alert because of her arrival. It had secretly gathered strength and suddenly released a gust of wind as a blade toward her. This wind blade was clearly the wolf demon's full power. The woman was about to dodge quickly, but thinking of Guushio still being nearby, she clenched her teeth and raised her spear to resist the wind blade. She managed to block it with difficulty, but when she looked back, she saw Guushio had already moved to a position where the wind blade couldn't reach him. Is this a coincidence? While she was still stunned, Guushio reminded her again, it's trying to escape. She turned her head and saw that at the moment the wind blade attack failed, the wolf demon suddenly turned and ran away. Humph, since I let you escape once, do you think you can run away a second time? The woman snorted coldly, threw her spear instantly, and then, with a flash, appeared in front of the wolf demon. In just 3 moves, under the fierce attack of the woman in the red robe, the wolf demon fell heavily to the ground. It looked unwilling to die. Seeing this, the woman instinctively looked back, wanting to see Guushio's reaction. But she saw that the impressive fight just now seemed to have completely failed to attract the attention of the white-haired man, who had already turned and left. He had even gone quite far in such a short time. What a strange person. Yihong Ling felt a bit strange. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to leave her spoils behind and chase after him. My name is Yihong Ling, from the Tiansu Palace. I don't know if you are a wandering cultivator. A wandering cultivator? Yihong Ling was surprised. Guushio had faced the wolf demon without panic, even looking relaxed. This didn't seem like the behavior of a wandering cultivator. But cultivators are often strange in temperament. So Yihong Ling didn't ask further. She simply said, the wolf demon was disturbed because I was chasing it. To apologize, I will give you the wolf demon's body. Guushio was a bit surprised, but finally shook his head. Thank you for your kindness. The wolf demon is of no use to me. Since you killed it, it belongs to you. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. All right. Yihong Ling almost instinctively stepped back to give way. She saw Guushio nod slightly at her, and then continue walking forward. Yihong Ling was surprised and looked closely at Guushio's back. She felt that this person was very unusual. Although he was only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, his aura made people feel he was extraordinary. Guushio, on the other hand, was not overthinking. After noticing Yihong Ling had looked away, Guushio quickened his pace and moved through the forest again. He ran for several hours, making sure no one was following him, before he finally relaxed a little. It wasn't that he didn't trust the famous Tiansa mansion, but in such a remote wilderness, the most dangerous thing wasn't always the powerful monsters. The most dangerous thing was people. As a wandering cultivator, one must be prepared. Trust no one, especially when you cannot guarantee your safety. Staying alert to your surroundings is the best way. Having decided on his direction, Guushio kept moving forward. Meanwhile, as Guushio headed toward Yunshao City, another scene was unfolding at Qingxian Holy Land. Nian Chaoxi hurried back to the sect. Master, why did you call me back so urgently? Is there something important? Chaoxi, you finally returned. I've been watching you for days and thought something might have happened to you, Xuelan said with concern. Thank you, Master, for your care, Nian Chaoxi replied. She then asked, is there something urgent, Master? Just tell me. She was eager to go back to the Tianqi Mountains to chase after Guushio. My true self does have something important I need your help with. Please, Master, just say it. Your younger brother just came out of the sword pavilion. After a month of training there, his sword skills have improved again. I plan to give him a sword, and I want you to use your Tianji techniques to bless it. Hearing this, Nian Chaoxi was stunned. Just for this? Is there a problem? Xuelan asked curiously. Is there a problem? Of course there is. Just giving a sword a blessing, and the sect leader urgently calls for it? Master, I remember that when the sect leader urgently calls someone, it's only for the most important matters in the sect. You used the sect leader's urgent call just for this? Nian Chaoxi's face looked displeased. Xuelan couldn't help but frown. What do you mean, just because of this matter? Your younger martial brother is now the most important person in the sect, and also the future of our Qingxian Holy Land. His swordsmanship has improved, and naturally his sword needs to be handled with extra care. This is a top priority for our sect. Nian Chaoxi took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger. She really wanted to loudly scold her master. Your other disciple has already left the sect and disappeared for a month. Aren't you worried about his safety at all? He was once the pride of the sect, the future of the sect, and countless disciples have dedicated themselves for the sect. But in the end, she didn't ask these words. Because she understood. In her master's eyes, Guushio and Jiang Sun were worlds apart. Moreover, Jiang Sun was now a key disciple cultivated by Qing Xian Holy Land. Guan Xuelan's words, she couldn't argue with. Finally, after a moment of silence, she softly agreed. Disciples accept the order. I don't know where the sword is, but I can help the younger martial brother empower it now. Don't worry, your second junior sister is still helping him refine it. It should be finished very soon. Not finished yet. That's not so easy. Your younger martial brother's sword was made with countless rare materials by me and your junior sisters. Even though your second junior sister's forging skills are already excellent, it still takes a lot of time and effort. These words once again made Nian Chaoxi fall silent. Go back to your Wenianch first. When your second junior sister finishes, I will call you again. By the way, remember not to leave the sect. You should know better than I do that the magic weapon needs to be empowered immediately after it's finished. Delaying will greatly reduce its effectiveness. Guan Xuelan gave a few more instructions before waving her hand to dismiss Nian Chaoxi. Nian Chaoxi hesitated for a moment. She had something urgent to do. She wanted to find Guushio, and it seemed she was about to do so very soon. But, in the end, she could only sigh, bow slightly, and turn to leave the main hall of the sect. Perhaps it was the bright sunlight outside that was too dazzling. As soon as she stepped out of the main hall, Nian Chaoxi was overwhelmed by the intense sunlight, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Her eyes even welled up with tears. Little junior brother, it's not that senior sister doesn't want to see you, but she hopes not to cause trouble with the master over your matter. It's not because she is worried about herself, but because she is concerned. She fears that the master might take her anger out on you. Since the last time she argued with Guan Xuelan, Nian Chaoxi has been thinking carefully about how to persuade the master. But in the end, she realized. The master is very stubborn and not easily convinced with a few words. Speaking up for Guushio suddenly might make the master dislike him even more. Gu junior brother, wait a moment. Wait a little longer. Once senior sister finishes this matter, she will come to find you immediately. Nian Chaoxi muttered to herself. But the nearby conversation of a few disciples suddenly reached her ears, shaking her calm heart and stirring up a storm inside. Did you hear? That house on Zhua Peak has been torn down. Zhua Peak? Isn't that where Uncle Gu lives? Shoo. Uncle Gu has already used the spiritual contract to leave the sect. We can't call him uncle anymore. We should just call him by his name. I think Uncle Gu is a good person. Even if he's gone, there's no need to tear down Zhua Peak, right? People leave, and the warmth fades. Besides, this isn't our decision, so we shouldn't judge. The few disciples gradually walked away. But hearing this, Nian Chaoxi suddenly froze in place. Guushio's residence on Zhua Peak. Is it going to be torn down? She quickly regained her composure and stepped forward to stop two ordinary inner disciples. Uncle, Master Nian. The two disciples were startled and hurriedly bowed when they saw who was coming. They felt a bit strange. This Uncle Nian was usually not close to others. Even if they met him before, he wouldn't initiate a conversation. Why is he doing so now? Just as they wondered, they heard Nian Chaoxi's cold voice, as icy as frost. Are you saying Zhua Peak's house is going to be torn down, huh? The two disciples froze for a moment but quickly answered, reporting to Uncle, yes. Yes, that's right. Who wants to tear down Guushio's residence? Nian Chaoxi asked coldly. Two disciples hesitated for a moment. It's Uncle Fifth and Uncle Seventh, Qin Mashuan and Lu Qingyao. Nian Chaoxi immediately frowned. Seeing the frightened expressions on the two disciples' faces, she asked sharply, both of them have their own homes. Why did they need to tear down the house on Zhua Peak? Well, the two disciples hesitated again, but faced with Nian Chaoxi's stern gaze, they finally had to honestly explain. Uncle Seventh said he needed a place to teach Uncle Jiang beast-taming techniques. Zhua Peak was empty, so he decided to use that spot. Uncle Fifth is also involved, saying he wants to use talisman power to help Uncle Jiang build a perfect beast-taming area. These two sentences were spoken with great difficulty because they felt a terrifying pressure that almost made them kneel. That pressure was coming from Nian Chaoxi. Finally, The two dared not resist and immediately knelt down. "Uncle, please forgive us. We dare not speak of Uncle Zhang's matters anymore. We will never mention Guushio's name again." They thought Nian Chaoxi was angry because of their earlier conversation. As soon as they begged for mercy, the oppressive pressure suddenly eased. They hurriedly expressed thanks, but after a long moment, there was no response. When they looked up, they saw that Nian Chaoxi's figure was gone. They didn't know when she had left. Meanwhile, Nian Chaoxi had no time to worry about these ordinary disciples. She was rushing full speed toward Zha Peak. Although Guushio had already left the sect, Nian Chaoxi's thoughts were always on finding him. She wanted to bring him back to the sect. Now that even Zha Peak's residence had been destroyed, how could she explain this to Guushio? How could she face him? It's a pity. As she sped along, using all her cultivation to move quickly, she arrived at Zha Peak. But she was still a step too late. Boom! With a loud explosion, the wooden house on Zha Peak, which was never luxurious to begin with, suddenly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pile of ruins. In front of the fallen house, Guushio's junior sister, Lu Qingyao, was happily dancing and jumping around. Meanwhile, Qin Moran was not so lively but also showed a smile on her face. "Senior sister, now that this broken house has been torn down, can we start preparing the animal pen for our little junior brother according to our plan? First, let's destroy these filthy things. The animal pen for our junior brother must be built carefully, and we can't afford any mistakes." "You're right, senior sister. I will go destroy all the debris right now. There's no need to trouble yourself. I can use a fire talisman to naturally destroy everything here." As Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao spoke, Qin Moran took out a talisman from her pocket and casually waved it. Suddenly, a fierce, all-consuming fire shot toward the wooden ruins. Seeing this, Nian Chaoxi, who had been standing there in a daze, finally snapped out of her trance. She immediately stepped in front of the wooden house. "Stop!" Her sudden action startled Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao. Qin Moran quickly controlled the talisman, forcing the fire that was about to burn the house to the side, onto an open space. "Senior sister, why did you suddenly appear?" "Senior sister, luckily I used the talisman just now, or I might have hurt you." Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao spoke one after another, still a bit shaken. However, as they continued, they gradually calmed down because they saw Nian Chaoxi looking at them with a cold face. This made both women feel scared and hurriedly apologized. Senior sister. Sorry, we didn't see you, so we almost hurt you. Senior sister, we didn't mean to." As the senior sister, Nian Chaoxi's reputation among the junior sisters was second only to their master, Xuelan. Now, being stared at like this, Qin and Lu felt a bit afraid. But instead of responding, Nian Chaoxi simply asked coldly, "What are you two doing, huh?" The two women froze. Then they heard Nian Chaoxi ask again, "Don't you know that Zha Peak belongs to Junior Brother Gu? And this wooden house is also Junior Brother Gu's residence." The two of them paused. Then Qin Moshwan spoke first. "Senior sister, Guushio has already signed the abandonment spiritual contract. He is no longer a member of our Qing Xian Holy Land." "Yes, senior sister. Guushio has left. It's not possible for him to stay if he's gone, right?" Lu Qingyao nodded repeatedly. Nian Chaoxi suddenly said coldly, "If Brother Gu signed the abandonment spiritual contract, that was a misunderstanding with our master. He will come back naturally. Now, if you destroy Brother Gu's residence, where do you think he will stay when he returns? Even if he's really shameless enough to come back, he can just stay outside the sect," Lu Qingyao whispered. "What did you say?" Nian Chaoxi asked in disbelief. Qin Moshwan said beside her, "Senior sister, you might not know these days, but our master already ordered that if Guushio wants to rejoin the sect, he can only join the outer sect as a regular disciple. Yes, he thinks that threatening the sect with the abandonment spiritual contract will make the sect pay more attention to him. That's just a dream. When he returns, he won't even qualify for the inner sect." Lu Qingyao nodded again. The two spoke back and forth, but Nian Chaoxi stood there in shock. She couldn't believe it. Her master had a bias against Guushio, and because of his stubborn nature, he was very strict with Guushio. She could somewhat understand that. But these were Qin Moshwan and Lu Qingyao. "Have you two always been on such good terms with Guushio before?" "Moshwan, didn't you often pester Guushio before?" asking him to practice calligraphy with you. Qingyao, weren't you the one who liked to stick close to Guushio? When your master scolded you, you even complained to Guushio. You even wanted to tame monsters and asked Guushio to help you drain their power. Nian Chaoxi asked in disbelief. When did you two become so cold and heartless? Unfortunately, in response to her questions, Qin and Lu only frowned. Senior sister, you're talking about things from 500 years ago. Why bring them up now? Yes, senior sister. We were young and naive back then, not seeing Guushio's true nature. We were deceived by his disguise. Why do you still remember that? 500 years ago? Disguise? Nian Chaoxi found it hard to believe. She had always stayed in the Ask Heaven Pavilion, and although she knew that her junior sisters and Guushio seemed to have conflicts before, she didn't think much of it. Her attitude toward Guushio had changed, but she never expected that this change could reach such a level. Senior sister, you usually stay in the Ask Heaven Pavilion and don't pay attention to outside matters. Guushio has long changed from the Guushio of 500 years ago. Qin Mashuan looked at Nian Zhaoxi's expression and immediately reminded her. Yes, senior sister, you probably don't understand the situation, so you say that. Lu Qingyao also nodded. Since Guushio returned, he has done so many bad things. He's caused a lot of trouble. He even ruined the enlightenment talisman that fifth senior sister had just figured out, wasting her moment of insight. All the bad things he's done are too many to count. Such a person is a really bad troublemaker. Just between us, all of us senior and junior sisters secretly hope Guushio would just disappear. What? Nian Zhaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at Qin Mashuan, thinking that Qin Mashuan, well-read and knowledgeable about history and poetry, might have a different opinion. But she never expected that. Qin Mashuan nodded slightly. Lu junior sister's words are a bit extreme, but we have indeed been unhappy with Guushio for a long time. For a moment, Nian Zhaoxi didn't know how to argue back. While she was speechless, Lu Qingyao suddenly let out a soft gasp and then ran toward the ruins of the wooden house. With a flick of her small hand, many pieces of the wooden house were swept aside, revealing the foundation. There, dense blood-red array symbols appeared, looking very strange. Even under the bright sun, seeing these symbols still gave people a chilling feeling. Senior sisters, look. Guushio must have done something sneaky, using some evil magic to try to harm our Qingxian holy land. This formation looks very evil. Lu Qingyao didn't understand formations, but just from the traces of these symbols, she could feel a strong, evil aura. It made her break out in cold sweat. However, seeing the corner of the array symbols on the two senior sisters, Qin Mashuan and Nian Zhaoxi, both furrowed their brows at the same time. This formation is. It's the Earth Evil Sea Souls Array. Exactly, it's the Earth Evil Sea Souls Array. Guushio actually set up such a deadly formation inside the sect. Qin Mashuan, being a Talisman Master, has deep knowledge of formations. Although she only saw a small part of this array, she immediately guessed what it was. Her face was full of shock. Lu Qingyao asked curiously, Fifth sister, what is the Earth Evil Sea Souls Array? It's a wicked formation. Wicked? Yes, it's a very evil and vicious array, Qin Mashuan said seriously. The so-called Earth Evil Sea Souls Array is a formation commonly used by the Demon Sect. The words, Demon Sect, made Lu Qingyao feel uneasy. Sure enough, Qin Mashuan continued, this Earth Evil Sea Souls Array, as the name suggests, is an evil formation set up in the Earth Evil position to trap and absorb souls. This array is extremely vicious. Any wandering soul in this area will be immediately drawn into the array and absorbed to nourish itself. What? Lu Qingyao was shocked. Why would Guushio use such a formation, and why did he set it up inside the sect? He probably doesn't want to be a useless person for the rest of his life and wants to cultivate, Qin Mashuan said with a grim expression. We disciples of Qingxian sacred land are actually learning demon sect's formations. Lu Qingyao was furious. Moreover, this is our sect. Is he trying to seize our souls and turn us into his nourishment? Qin Mashuan didn't answer. She only looked at Nian Chaoxi and said, Senior sister, if what I said before was just talk without proof, then you should be able to see Guushio's true nature now. There was no need for more words about this matter. Setting such a vicious formation inside the sect naturally raises suspicion about its purpose. Faced with Qin Moshuan's words, Nian Chaoxi furrowed her brows and fell silent. Her instincts told her that this couldn't be Guushio's doing. He wouldn't really harm the sect. But what exactly is this formation? Especially after thinking about the spiritual stone powder she saw in that cave dwelling. Guushio might have already restored his cultivation. Why did Guushio suddenly recover his cultivation when Ming Ming had clearly said before that he had no chance to do so? And why was this formation just happening to be here? Could it be that he really used some dark magic tricks? I don't believe Guushio would do such a thing. Finally, Nian Chaoxi spoke. Although she wasn't very close to Guushio before, she always had a good impression of her junior brother. Moreover, she had asked Guushio for divination more than once. While she couldn't be sure about other things, Guushio's fate chart always showed respect for teachers and elders. She didn't believe someone with such a fate chart would do something like this in the sect. Seeing Nian Chaoxi's firm attitude, Qin Moi and Lu Qingyao felt a bit helpless. Senior sister, this formation already explains everything. Yes, senior sister, we know very well who Guushio is. This is just a small part of the formation. Do you really think you can see the whole picture just by looking at a corner? Nian Chaoxi asked Qin Moi. Qin Moi hesitated. Well, I have some knowledge of formations. Many formations share similarities. Just looking at a corner and trying to see the whole array seems a bit hasty, Nian Chaoxi said. This time, Qin Moi couldn't deny it because her senior sister was right. But is it really necessary to look? Although it's only the tip of the iceberg, it's clear that this formation is definitely related to the 7 souls and 6 spirits. Placing such a formation in this place, no matter how you look at it, it feels very wrong. Nian Chaoxi knew this logic well, but she still stubbornly insisted. Since this formation has already been revealed, why don't we take a closer look? She then walked to the wreckage of the wooden hut and carefully stored the debris into her storage ring. It looked like she wanted to uncover the entire big formation. Qin and Lu looked at each other with some helplessness. This senior sister, why is she so stubborn? It's all Guushio's fault. His acting must have been so good that even senior sister was fooled. They thought to themselves, but they also knew they couldn't let Nian Chaoxi work alone, so they joined in to help clear the ruins of the wooden hut. Actually, according to their ideas, burning everything with a fire would be enough, and there was no need to bother cleaning up. But Nian Chaoxi didn't allow that. The two of them could only learn from Nian Chaoxi and carefully put every piece of debris from the wooden house into their storage rings. Among them, they also found quite a few things. I knew it. Why is my talisman book missing? It turns out Guushio stole it, Qin Moran said with a frown. Beside her, Lu Qingyao also said angrily, Senior sister, look, isn't this the horn of my spirit beast that died? He even argued back that it had nothing to do with him. Both of them found some items. There were even some things related to other senior sisters. For a moment, both of them were very angry. Nian Chaoxi listened to their inventory and felt more and more upset inside. Guushio wouldn't do such a thing. He couldn't possibly do that. Grinding her teeth, Nian Chaoxi couldn't argue and could only push aside these messy thoughts. She decided not to sort everything carefully anymore. She quickly gathered all the debris of the wooden house into her storage ring. As she did so, the large formation in front of her also gradually improved. When about 30% of the formation appeared, Qin Moran shook her head and said, Senior sister, I think we don't need to look anymore. This formation is obviously the soul restraint array. It's a complete soul restraint array. I don't believe it, Nian Chaoxi replied and continued to pack up. Soon, about 60% of the formation was visible. Qin Moran spoke again. Senior sister, this is the Earth Evil Soul Restraint Array. This part is no longer just about restraining souls and spirits. It's about merging souls and transforming spirits. Once a soul is caught by this array, it will become nourishment. Nian Chaoxi was uncertain but gritted her teeth and said, I don't believe it. But when about 90% of the formation appeared, Nian Chaoxi's heart sank completely. Senior sister, this part is about melting the captured souls into nourishment. The person who set up the array even used the souls as fuel to maximize its effect. These souls don't even have a chance to reincarnate. Junior sister, I think we shouldn't keep collecting anymore. Such a wicked array should be destroyed immediately, Qin Moran said. Next to her, Lu Qingyao was already loudly scolding. This Guushio is so cruel. Before, We took good care of him, and the sect spent resources to support this useless person. He didn't appreciate it, and now he's doing such things. This is our sect. Setting up such a formation here is clearly meant to harm people. People like him should be punished. These words made Nian Chaoxi's face turn pale and then red. She wanted to argue for Guushio, but didn't know how to respond. Looking at the remaining 10% of the formation, Nian Chaoxi clenched her teeth and said, I still don't believe it. Let's see after we finish. This made Qin Moran and Lu Qingyao shake their heads. But they didn't try to persuade her further. The truth might be harsh, but at least it would help the senior sister see Guushio's true nature. However, when the wooden hut's wreckage was all packed away and the entire formation appeared, Nian Chaoxi suddenly cried out, Ugh! Senior sister, don't be sad. It's not worth it for someone like Guushio. Lu Qingyao hurriedly comforted her. Inside, her dislike for Guushio grew stronger. If it weren't for him, how could the senior sister be so upset? It's not. Guushio never meant to harm anyone. He always cared about the sect. I knew he had the sect in his heart. Nian Chaoxi shook her head repeatedly. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. Her pain was so deep that Lu Qingyao looked confused. Why, with everything happening, does the senior sister still refuse to believe? What kind of spell did Guushio cast on her? Just then, Qin Moran's voice came in disbelief. How is that possible? This can't be. This is clearly a ground spirit gathering formation. Why? Why can it change? This. Is it fake? Lu Qingyao was confused. She turned to look and saw Qin Moran staring at the formation with a look of disbelief. Change the formation? What does that mean? Isn't this the ground spirit restraining soul formation? What has it become? She was about to ask, but saw Nian Chaoxi already with red eyes asking, Qin's sister, have you figured out what kind of formation this is? This? Qin Moran looked at the array and then at Nian Chaoxi. Finally, he whispered, this is a disbanding soul transformation array. A disbanding soul transformation array? Lu Qingyao was confused and didn't understand what kind of array this was. But Nian Chaoxi had already said, disband my cultivation, transform my soul, all four. Blessing one region. This isn't a deadly soul restriction array, nor an evil formation. This is a great array meant for the sect's willingness to sacrifice, to die willingly, with their souls transforming into part of the sect to help it continue its blessings. Those soul restriction and soul refining arrays. Guushio's target is himself. He plans that after his death, he will trap his own soul and transform it, at the cost of not entering reincarnation and having his soul scatter, to sacrifice his soul for the sect's blessing. After saying this, Nian Chaoxi finally couldn't hold back and started crying again. Lu Qingyao was stunned, completely shocked. What? This poisonous array is targeting. It turns out it's all about Guushio himself? This? How is that possible? Someone like him. How could he have such awareness? My soul injury is still too serious. Meanwhile, in a mountain cave in the woods, Guushio was pale and muttering to himself. He looked very disheveled, his robes soaked with sweat, and his aura was extremely weak. He had just experienced a torment of his spiritual soul. 500 years of battles in the Forbidden Land had caused severe damage to his soul that was hard to heal. Since returning 3 years ago, Guushio occasionally felt his soul injury flare up, causing him great pain. Each time, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Although an unknown ancient book had turned into a butterfly to heal his physical body, his soul injury remained unhealed. Just now, Guushio was walking through the woods when his soul injury suddenly flared up again. He had to hurriedly find a cave to hide and endure the pain. Now that the pain has passed, Guushio still feels some lingering fear. Fortunately, I left the sect. I only had 2 episodes in a long time, unlike before at Zha Peak, where I would have an episode every 3 or 5 days. My junior brother is really impressive. Guushio's spiritual soul injury is hard to heal, but if he pays attention, it wouldn't flare up so often. All of this is because Jiang Sun tampered with the place where Guushio stayed. I haven't forgotten this grudge. Guushio put away his thoughts and changed into new clothes. I still need to go to Yunshao City quickly to get that opportunity, he set out again. It has been 5 days since Guushio met Yihong Ling. During these days, he has been moving along the edge of the forest. At this speed, If he goes a little faster, he should reach Yinsha City in about a month. However, after walking for half a day, Guushio suddenly frowned. Ahead of him, the scene was a mess. Many trees and bushes were destroyed, even the rocks showed signs of damage, and faint spiritual energy fluctuations could be felt around. There was also a lot of blood and footprints on the ground. It looks like a powerful cultivator was attacked by others. The attackers probably used poison, and it seems the skilled cultivator managed to escape. From the clues at the scene, Guushio guessed this. A fight between cultivators is never good news for a wandering cultivator. After some thought, Guushio decided to take a different route. He chose a longer but safer path to avoid danger. The cultivation world is always full of risks. As a lone cultivator, he must be aware of his limits. Getting involved in other people's fights only brings trouble. If he overestimates his strength, the worst outcome might be ending up in a grave. But sometimes, even when he wants to avoid trouble, trouble seems to follow him like a shadow. Not long after, a gentle breeze blew by, carrying a faint smell of blood. Guushio frowned slightly. Just as he was about to change direction, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. "Wait. Help me." He turned his head and saw Yihong Ling, the fierce female warrior from Tiansu Palace he had met a few days ago, covered in blood and hiding among some bushes. It's been a few days. Yihong Ling's condition was clearly very bad. Beads of sweat covered her forehead. Her face was pale as paper, and her internal energy was completely disordered. At this moment, seeing Guushio look at her, Yihong Ling said, "You really found me, fellow cultivator. Can you please help me?" "No help." Guushio shook his head. Yihong Ling was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Why?" "I'm just an ordinary wandering cultivator. I don't know you, and I don't want to know you. I hope I won't get into unnecessary trouble," Guushio answered honestly. Yihong Ling was a bit surprised and didn't know how to respond. She could only force a bitter smile and say, "Since you're a wandering cultivator, you must lack resources. If you help me, I can pay you a reward." Guushio thought for a moment and shook his head. "No, why not? Your strength is much greater than mine. If you can't solve the problem, I think I would be overestimating myself to try to help." Guushio shook his head again and turned to leave. Yihong Ling watched his back, pursed her lips, but in the end, she could only watch him walk away helplessly. She felt a bit disappointed but also understood. His cultivation level was indeed low, and it was right not to cause trouble. But just as Yihong Ling was feeling hopeless, she saw Guushio come back again. Ignoring her surprised look, Guushio asked directly, "What benefits will you give me?" 800 spirit stones and medicinal pills. "No, the risk is too high." "Is your life only worth so many spirit stones?" I only have this many spirit stones," Yihong Ling said awkwardly. "And I just need you to protect me. I am poisoned and need to detox quickly. I need someone to guard me during this process. If you think it's not enough, you can set a price. After this is over and it's safe, I will compensate you with spirit stones." Faced with Yihong Ling's hopeful gaze, Guushio nodded. "All right, give me the 800 spirit stones now." "You?" Yihong Ling was stunned. The white-haired wandering cultivator. When she first saw him, she thought he was very special, with a noble appearance like jade and an aura of a high-level outsider. But she never expected. How could this person be like this? Despite her complaints, Yihong Ling quickly took out a storage ring and threw it over. "All my spirit stones are inside." Guushio took a quick look with his spiritual sense. There were indeed 800 spirit stones placed inside, along with 2 bottles of basic spirit recovery pills. Seeing how serious he looked, Yihong Ling asked sourly, "You said you didn't want to cause trouble just now. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden?" "Because I already caused trouble." Guushio shook his head and then said, "The people chasing after you are already here, Yihong Ling." Guushio added, "Either I fight my way out or I keep moving forward, but I will definitely be noticed. No matter what, I can't avoid trouble." Yihong Ling. "So, you didn't suddenly become kind-hearted, but only came back because you saw there was no way to stay out of it?" "No, that's not right." Yihong Ling suddenly realized. "Then do you still want my spirit stones? Not earning them would be a waste. When trouble is unavoidable, I might as well make some profit," Guushio answered straightforwardly. Very honest, very sincere. Not lying at all. But hearing this, Yihong Ling felt a little hurt. This guy? He's just taking advantage of the situation. grabbing what he can? While Yihong Ling was thinking this, Guushio had already come in front of her. Can you walk? If you can, hurry and follow me. Yes. Yihong Ling refocused, feeling a bit annoyed that Guushio was taking advantage, but now was not the time to think about that. Immediately, the two started weaving through the forest. Yihong Ling was a bit confused, because next, Guushio led her to move around the forest as if they were wandering aimlessly. They didn't see anyone, nor did they sense any presence. But Guushio kept calling a halt at certain times, then changing direction, and they circled around in the forest for about 2 hours. What are we doing? Yihong Ling asked, puzzled. Guushio didn't look at her much, just kept alert to his surroundings, and replied, the people chasing you are getting close. We can only be careful and avoid them. This. Yihong Ling was confused. She looked around. The forest was dense and lush, with nothing else around. She couldn't even sense anyone else's presence. How did Guushio notice others? She naturally didn't know that Guushio, although unable to sense others, had his own special methods. His main skill was a natural affinity for the spiritual energy of the surrounding world. This ability was gained after understanding the divine texts and symbols. Although mainly used for talisman crafting, it also helped him detect danger in certain areas. That's why Guushio was able to walk safely through the forest for 5 days. At first, he didn't notice Yihong Ling because she used a special technique to hide her presence, and Guushio was also on alert for bigger threats. They traveled together into the night. Guushio stopped and said, we are surrounded. Unless we break out and fight our way through, we can't escape. How much time do we have? Yihong Ling asked. Guushio sensed the spiritual energy of the world and replied, here, at most 2 hours. We should run into people by then. 2 hours? Yihong Ling took a deep breath. I want to treat my injuries first, especially the poison. That's a good idea. Guushio nodded and led Yihong Ling into a hidden cave. Let's rest here. Okay. Yihong Ling nodded. Although she still didn't understand how Guushio was so sure about these things, now wasn't the time to think about that. Since they had traveled so far without danger, it was the best proof they could have. The most important thing now was to heal her injuries. While Yihong Ling sat cross-legged, taking medicine and slowly removing the poison, Guushio took out 2 spiritual stones, placing them in his hands and slowly absorbing their energy. Compared to 5 days ago, Guushio's cultivation had improved a little. Even though he had been rushing, he never forgot to practice during his free time. For a moment, the cave was quiet. The silence lasted less than 2 hours when suddenly, both of them opened their eyes at the same time, exchanged a glance, and then looked toward the entrance of the cave. Someone was coming. Sure enough, not long after, they heard voices outside. What's going on? Where did that woman go? I don't know. She must have run this way, and there are traces of another person on the road. She should be nearby. Search carefully. After a brief discussion, the 3 monks dispersed and began searching carefully around them. Yihong Ling's face darkened. She underestimated the poison in her body. Even after nearly 2 hours of full detox efforts, the poison still clung like a parasite. It was impossible to remove the poison quickly. At that moment, a faint aura approached. Yihong Ling held her breath in fear and secretly glanced at Guushio. She saw Guushio sitting cross-legged, a wooden stick resting on his legs, expression calm and unreadable. The footsteps grew closer. Yihong Ling quietly gripped her spear, ready to fight at any moment. Just as the person was about to reach the cave, suddenly, they stopped. Then, they turned and left. Yihong Ling secretly sighed in relief. She looked at Guushio again, only to see him still sitting motionless, expression unchanged. This person, such a calm and steady presence. But then, suddenly, Guushio's voice asked softly, can you still fight with all your strength? If there's no regard for consequences, I can only fight with all my strength twice, Yihong Ling replied. Guushio pondered for a moment. Twice? Just once is enough, huh? Yihong Ling was confused. She wondered why the person had left earlier and why Guushio suddenly asked this. Then she saw Guushio stand up suddenly. He took a step forward and walked to the entrance of the cave. Guushio moved very quietly, just a few steps to the cave entrance, but he didn't step out immediately. Instead, he stood silently in place. He still held that wooden stick he had picked up but never used. Now, with his back to Yihong Ling, his white hair flowing in the moonlight, he looked somewhat proud. For some reason, Yihong Ling suddenly thought of that word. She became even more curious about Guushio. They hadn't interacted much. They had only met twice. But every time she saw Guushio, she felt a different, unusual aura. I think your name is Yihong Ling, right? Guushio suddenly spoke. Huh. Yihong Ling hesitated for a moment, but then heard Guushio speak again. Later, I will call your name. You must strike me with all your strength. Huh? Yihong Ling was confused. Towards you? Yes. But, just do as I say. Do you understand? I understand. She was still a bit hesitant, but under Guushio's calm demeanor, Yihong Ling suddenly felt a strange sense of trust. It was very strange. Guushio was only a small cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi refining, yet whenever she was with him, she unconsciously ignored his cultivation level. Since the 3 of you are here, come in, Guushio suddenly said loudly. Huh. Yihong Ling was stunned, a wave of fear rising in her heart. Because when Guushio spoke, she suddenly realized that the 3 faint auras she had sensed earlier had appeared outside the cave. The people outside had clearly noticed something was wrong, but they didn't want to cause a scene, so they retreated suddenly. It seemed they hadn't discovered the cave, but secretly called their companions away. Unable to help herself, Yihong Ling looked at Guushio in surprise. How did he? At this moment, voices came from outside the cave. So there really is another person, and he's with that woman. You guys are good at hiding. We've been searching for so long. Kid, you're quite capable. At the 3rd level of Qi refining, you managed to hide for so long. Too bad. Now that you've seen this woman, you can't escape death. Blame your bad luck. Yihong Ling couldn't see the 3 outside the cave, but she could feel the danger. She clearly sensed that their strength was not weak. One was at the peak of Qi refining, and 2 were at the 7th level of Qi refining. And Guushio? Just at the 3rd level of Qi refining. This was not only a matter of numbers, but also strength. An overwhelming difference. But, despite facing 3 clearly more powerful cultivators, Guushio remained calm, as if unaffected by them. He simply asked plainly, who will go in first? Or perhaps, shall we go together? This sentence sounded calm and steady, but strangely, this simple remark made the 3 outside the cave feel uncertain. Of course, they weren't scared by Guushio. The real reason was that inside, there was also Yihong Ling. This woman is very strong. If she weren't poisoned, she could easily defeat them all. Even now, with the poison, the 3 of them weren't sure they could handle her. But since they dared to come to kill Yihong Ling, they wouldn't be indecisive for long. Soon after, footsteps approached. Based on the breath, it was one of the cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refining. He was very cautious, taking 1 step at a time. Yihong Ling's heart sank. She already held her spear, ready to attack as soon as the person entered the cave. Getting closer, getting even closer. She could even see the shadow of the person now. But it seemed the person was still very cautious, hesitating at the entrance instead of rushing in. In the next second, the person suddenly sped up and quickly rushed into the cave. Yihong Ling was extremely nervous and was about to attack. But then, thud, the person suddenly fell to the ground. Because of the run, he rolled forward a couple of times. When he stopped, Yihong Ling gasped in shock. This person, he was dead. There was a hole in his chest, pierced by a sword. He had lost all his life force instantly. Suddenly, Yihong Ling looked up at Guushio. She saw Guushio still standing quietly at the cave entrance, holding a wooden stick, unmoving. If it weren't for the blood dripping from the stick, she might even doubt. Could this be Guushio's doing? Because she hadn't seen clearly what Guushio did. She didn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuation at the moment of attack either. This was a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining, already considered late-stage Qi refining. And Guushio? He was just a beginner at the 1st level of Qi refining, a small cultivator at the 3rd level. Logically, the opponent should be able to crush Guushio instantly. How could it be so inexplicable that this white-haired wandering cultivator was killed? How did he manage to do that? While Yihong Ling was shocked, the 2 outside the cave also clearly sensed that their companion who entered the cave was in trouble. His aura was even more disturbed. That woman is definitely inside. She made the move. Go up there. His injuries won't allow him to fight again. Enter and kill her. Their conversation was heard. And then another cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining slowly walked into the cave. Yihong Ling focused again. But this time, her gaze turned to Guushio. She didn't understand how Guushio had just done it and wanted to look more closely. This second cultivator was even slower. But even if slower, he still reached the cave entrance. Yihong Ling couldn't help but tighten her focus. Just then, the second person suddenly sped up and rushed into the cave. Yihong Ling held her breath, wanting to see Guushio make a move. But, at that moment, Guushio suddenly shouted, "Yihong Ling!" Yihong Ling didn't understand why Guushio called her to act at this time, but she knew her chance was limited. Without hesitation, she threw her spear toward Guushio. The moment she threw her spear, Yihong Ling suddenly understood why Guushio called her to act. Because that 7th level Qi refining cultivator was just a distraction, and the other cultivator, who should have been the main opponent, took advantage of the 7th level Qi refining cultivator's attention and suddenly rushed in. When he entered the cave, Guushio had already stepped back. At the moment the spear reached, that full-circle Qi refining master seemed to be heading straight for Yihong Ling's spear. Yihong Ling was indeed powerful. Besides a flash of shock and fear on his face, this cultivator had no other chance to escape. Bang! In the next second, he was pierced straight into the cave wall by Yihong Ling's spear. What kind of scheme is this? To be able to judge so precisely? Yihong Ling was a bit incredulous, but when she looked to the side, she suddenly froze. Where was Guushio? I saw that Guushio, who had just taken a half step back and hadn't made a move, suddenly disappeared. When Yihong Ling noticed, she saw Guushio walking back into the cave entrance, still holding a blood-dripping wooden stick. The cultivator outside the door at the 7th level of Qi refining. Could he be dead? As this question arose in her mind, Yihong Ling's pupils suddenly shrank, because she saw that Guushio was holding a strange storage bag in his other hand. And, after entering the cave, he immediately searched the storage bags of the other 2 corpses. Did he just kill him? Did he just go out and kill the 7th level Qi refining cultivator outside? Isn't that just a common person? How could he die silently without making a sound? Yihong Ling was extremely shocked. As a talented person from the Heavenly Strategy Palace, she had seen situations where the weak defeated the strong. But, defeating the strong so easily, this was something she had never seen or heard of before. Stop standing there, this is just one team. If we want to break through, we must leave immediately, Guushio's voice came. Yihong Ling was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reacted. She forced herself to stand up, despite feeling weak. Drawing her long spear, she also saw the outside cultivator, who hadn't even had time to rush into the cave. That person, like the first one, had a hole pierced through his chest. Turning to look at the other 2 corpses inside the cave, Yihong Ling suddenly felt something absurd. When did these cultivators become so easy to kill? For a moment, Yihong Ling's gaze at Guushio changed. But facing her look, Guushio suddenly protected the storage bag in his hand. Let's agree first. Even though you killed this person, I also played a part in luring him. I should at least get half of what's inside this storage bag. Yihong Ling. It's okay, I don't need the storage bag. If you need it, I'll give it to you, Yihong Ling said helplessly. Guushio immediately smiled. The Heavenly Strategy Palace is indeed a big family. I won't stand on ceremony with you. I really accepted all 3 storage bags. Yihong Ling. Wow, can you please stop talking? Every time you speak, I don't know whether to see you as a master or as a casual cultivator. Guushio clearly misunderstood. Seeing her still staring at him, he explained again, Don't look at me. There's no antidote in this storage ring. The person who killed you was worried you might take the antidote first. I know, Yihong Ling said helplessly, changing the subject. What should we do next? Of course, this was a pointless question. Since the chase was not over, we should keep escaping. Immediately, the 2 started moving into the forest again, beginning a new round of running. This time, both of them sped up. Occasionally, Guushio would change direction with Yihong Ling, then continue running quickly. During this escape, Yihong Ling noticed another strange thing about Guushio. He rarely used his spiritual power. Or rather, every time he used it, he used only a little, just enough to get by, not wasting even a tiny bit. This discovery surprised Yihong Ling greatly. Don't underestimate this skill of Guushio, because the more advanced a cultivator is, the more they understand. The hardest part for a cultivator isn't just practicing, but also controlling and using their spiritual power well. Some call this skill attention to detail. Only those with lots of experience and perfect control over their spiritual power can do this. Thinking about Guushio's 2 moves inside the cave earlier, honestly, Yihong Ling had never noticed any fluctuation in Guushio's spiritual power during those actions. This only meant one thing. It wasn't that Guushio didn't use his spiritual power when he acted. It was that each time he moved, he controlled his spiritual energy so precisely that no energy leaked out. Unconsciously, Yihong Ling looked at Guushio again. Who is this person? What kind of divine being is he? Meanwhile, at the Qingxian Holy Land, Emo Shufeng, Qin Maxian looked helplessly at Nian Chaoxi and said, "Senior sister, you want me to plead for Guushio? I really can't do that. Guushio has already left, and the spiritual vow to abandon the sect has been signed. This means he has no connection or relationship with our Qingxian Holy Land, and we cannot force him to stay." Since discovering that Guushio's residence was protected by a dispersing soul formation rather than a land-bound soul restriction formation, senior sister Nian Chaoxi has been constantly pestering Qin Maxian. Her only request is to go and ask Master Guan Xuelan to plead for Guushio, hoping that the master will allow Guushio to return to the sect. She even wants the sect to intervene, find Guushio, and protect him. But how could Qin Maxian agree to this request? Senior sister Nian Chaoxi seemed determined and kept pestering her, trying to persuade her. Now, facing Qin Maxian's firm refusal, Nian Chaoxi said, "Fifth junior sister, among those who had the best relationship with Guushio back then, you are the only one. You are well-read and understand many principles. If you talk to the master about it, she will definitely listen to you. If you're willing to persuade the master, you can surely convince her. Even if Guushio signed the spiritual vow to abandon the sect, he can also sign a new vow to return." This was Nian Chaoxi's idea. She realized her own strength was too weak to change the master's decision on her own. It's very difficult. But if she could involve others, especially someone like Qin Maxian, who is best at explaining principles, it might work. However, unfortunately, Qin Maxian finally shook her head firmly and said, "Senior sister, let me be clear. I will not ask the master to plead for Guushio." Why not? Because I also hope Guushio leaves the sect, or rather, I am happy if Guushio no longer stays in Qingxian Holy Land. What? What? Nian Chaoxi was stunned. She found it hard to believe. At this moment, Qin Maxian clenched her teeth and decided to speak plainly. "I know you will say that I used to have a good relationship with Guushio, and now that he has left, I should want him to come back. Isn't that right?" Nian Chaoxi asked. "Of course not." Qin Maxian shook her head. "I already said before, that was only because I was too young and naive at the time, and I was deceived by Guushio. And even if I wasn't deceived, over the past 500 years, I haven't changed, but Guushio has long since changed. He is no longer the person who was kind to everyone, who considered us family, and was willing to do anything for the sect." These words made Nian Chaoxi frown and argue. "Junior sister, don't forget the soul dissolution formation we saw Guushio set up earlier." "I definitely haven't forgotten." Qin Maxian shook her head. "Exactly. That's my point," Nian Chaoxi insisted. "If Guushio didn't care about the sect, how could he have set up such a powerful formation in his own residence? One that almost kills anyone who enters. He is willing to give up reincarnation and sacrifice his soul for the sect. Someone like that. How could he have changed?" Nian Chaoxi argued passionately. She didn't understand why her junior sisters suddenly seemed so hostile toward Guushio. She wanted to persuade them with all her might. "But, senior sister, I don't deny the soul dissolution formation, but there is a problem with it. Especially one part. If you look closely, you'll see it's been damaged. If Guushio really used this formation, then the dissolution of his soul was real, but he wouldn't have replenished the sect. He just destroyed his own divine spirit. So, it's very likely that Guushio once intended to serve the sect, but he changed his mind." Qin Maxian spoke carefully. Nian Chaoxi couldn't help but frown again. Indeed, that great formation had a deliberate damage at a crucial point, causing it to lose its power to benefit the sect. "Don't you think that's suspicious?" Nian Chaoxi thought for a moment and said, "If Guushio really changed his mind, why would he still keep the formation's ability to destroy divine spirits? Shouldn't he just destroy the formation altogether? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to die painfully in our sect and curse it with his divine spirit." Qin Maxian shook her head. Nian Chaoxi wanted to argue, but before she could, Qin Maxian spoke again. Senior sister, you have no idea what Guushio did to me. Otherwise, you'd know how much I hate him, huh? Nian Chaoxi was stunned and looked at Qin Maxian in disbelief, noticing that at this moment, Qin Maxian, there was no longer any sign of gentleness or refined manners, nor any sign of a well-read, cultured temperament. Instead, her eyes were filled with resentment. Her body radiated a fierce aura. Senior sister, you spend every day in the questioning heaven pavilion, looking down on the world and ignoring everything. Now you even blame me for not remembering our past friendship. But have you ever thought that if Guushio's cultivation just fell, how could I truly look down on him? Am I that kind of person? Qin Maxian spoke carefully, but facing her gaze, Nian Chaoxi felt a bit uncomfortable. Fifth junior sister. Senior sister, do you know? Qin Maxian interrupted Nian Chaoxi directly, her eyes shining brightly as she said, the junior brother you've been searching for all this time. The one who would even risk destroying himself for the sect. Once, he destroyed me. What? Did she mean to destroy Qin Maxian? Nian Chaoxi was stunned, feeling a bit shocked. Suddenly, Nian Chaoxi remembered something. Are you talking about the incident from 3 years ago? So, senior sister, you knew? Qin Maxian replied coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in her smile. Faced with her mocking smile, Nian Chaoxi fell silent. Although she rarely went outside before, as the sect's senior sister, she had heard some things about the sect. She had also heard about the conflict between Guushio and Qin Maxian, because it was a big event. In fact, at that time, Qin Maxian almost killed Guushio. 3 years ago, Guushio returned from the Forbidden Area. Due to his lost cultivation, he was destined to never be able to continue his path of cultivation. But since he was the direct disciple of Guan Xuelan and had a junior brother to take over, as a direct disciple, he couldn't be completely helpless. Therefore, Guan Xuelan decided to let Guushio learn the 6 paths. The so-called 6 paths refers to 6 special paths outside of cultivation, in addition to the main cultivation route. They are like secondary professions. These 6 paths are the path of alchemy, the path of forging, the path of talisman making, the path of beast taming, the path of puppet control, and the most unique, the path of source observation. These 6 paths, apart from the way of observation, the other 5 paths also require cultivation as support to reach the master level. However, this does not mean that one cannot learn without cultivation. Even an ordinary person, if willing to work hard and with some understanding, can start learning these paths. Guushio's situation was clear. He couldn't cultivate, but he couldn't be useless in the sect either. Fortunately, several senior sisters each excelled in their own paths. Guushio was allowed to follow 6 of these senior sisters, except for senior sister Nian Chao, to learn about the 6 paths for a while. Among them, Guushio once studied the way of talisman making with Qin Moran. The way of talisman making is very special. It is based on the harmony of heaven and earth, and although sometimes it needs cultivation to assist, it is less dependent on cultivation compared to other paths. The main focus of the way of talisman making is to gain recognition from the harmony of heaven and earth. This harmony is divided into 9 levels. With each level up, the recognition becomes rarer, harder for talisman masters to gain, and the power increases. A talisman master's rank corresponds to the level of recognition from the harmony of heaven and earth. Because cultivating as a talisman master involves constantly gaining recognition from this harmony, one can only advance by achieving recognition at the appropriate level and drawing corresponding talismans. Only then can they successfully promote to the next level. Qin Moran is a powerful 6th-rank talisman master, considered a pillar in the world of talisman masters, capable of establishing her own sect. The next step would be to surpass this and truly enter the top tier of talisman masters. But this step is like crossing the gap between heaven and earth. She needs to gain recognition from the 7th-rank level of the harmony of heaven and earth and successfully create divine-grade 7th-rank talismans. This is very difficult, because the recognition from the 7th rank and above is extremely rare, mysterious, and powerful. Most importantly, these recognitions are rarely willing to acknowledge talisman masters. There are many talisman masters, but 6th-rank ones are rare. And beyond 6th rank, less than 1 in 100. Because before reaching 6th rank, as long as one works hard enough, persists, and has guidance and some methods, As long as one has strong determination, some talent, and luck, it is not impossible to succeed. But things change after the 6th level. Beyond the 6th level, the harmony with the natural way of the world requires fate. At this level, the harmony with the natural way cannot be achieved just by tricks or methods. It depends on whether the natural way recognizes you. Some people spend 10 years advancing to the 6th level of Talisman Master, but after that, they struggle for thousands of years and never succeed in advancing further. Others practice hard for thousands of years, barely reaching the 6th level, but on the night they advance, they can attract the harmony of the 7th level of the natural way and step into the 7th level overnight. This depends on fate. It's about whether the natural way of the world is willing to accept the Talisman Master and work with them. This kind of harmony with the divine natural way is called summoning the divine. Ordinary people might never encounter a divine summon in their lifetime, and a lucky few might only get one chance in their whole life. Qin Moxie is lucky, because 3 years ago, she had a divine summon. But she is also unlucky, because she failed that divine summon 3 years ago. Divine summoning can fail, and the chances are quite high, because the process begins with the natural way of the world recognizing and approaching a Talisman Master, showing willingness to get close and understand. But that's just understanding. Whether the divine natural way is willing to work with the Talisman Master depends on ongoing harmony and even communication of the soul. After that, the Talisman Master needs to draw divine symbols on prepared empty talismans, forming a contract. Only then is the divine summon successful. This path is indeed very difficult. I have indeed heard the Sect Master mention this. Nian Chaoxi nodded and admitted. 3 years ago, Qin Moxie was fortunate to have a divine summon. It happened suddenly. Fortunately, after advancing to the 5th level of Talisman Mastery, Qin Moxie had already prepared the necessary items for the 6th and 7th levels. The divine summon was sudden, but she was prepared and started the process immediately. The process was said to be very smooth. In fact, Qin Moxie even gained the harmony of the natural way. But, just as she was about to write down the divine symbol recognized by the harmony of heaven and earth and fully bind herself to it, an unexpected event occurred. Nian Chaoxi sighed and softly said, "It is said that Guushio suddenly entered your divine summoning scene, accidentally disturbed the harmony of heaven and earth, and caused your divine summoning to fail. Isn't my senior sister very clear about this?" Qin Moxian sneered repeatedly. Her tone was full of deep resentment. She indeed had reason to resent, because the chance to summon divine power is something ordinary people might only encounter once in their lifetime. If they get one chance, it's a great blessing. But if they miss that chance, it's almost impossible to get another. This also means that Qin Moxian's hope to advance to the 7th level of the Talisman Master is almost impossible, effectively cutting off her path. I understand why you hate Guushio. Anyone in your situation would feel resentment and find it hard to let go. Nian Chaoxi sighed, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "But I heard that this incident was not intentional on Guushio's part. He just... Are you trying to say that he was affected by a spiritual injury, went into a state of confusion, and accidentally interfered with my divine summoning?" Qin Moxian coldly interrupted Nian Chaoxi. Nian Chaoxi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, the master mentioned this to me. You know about Guushio's spiritual injury. Sometimes, it's really hard to predict. I understand that you are angry, upset, and resentful, and all the senior sisters can understand that. But blaming everything on Guushio, that's not right. When his spiritual injury flared up, he had no control over it. I also heard that he worked hard to stay conscious and even left some deep scratch marks on himself. This shows that he was really trying hard not to affect anything." Nian Chaoxi felt that these words sounded a bit like he was speaking from a safe distance. But, compared to Qin Moxian's lifelong hatred for Guushio, Nian Chaoxi still hoped that Qin Moxian could slowly let go. The harmony of heaven and earth in divine summoning is truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. But Moxian, you are naturally in harmony with the harmony of heaven and earth, so there will definitely be a second time. Now is just the darkness before dawn. You only need to prepare and wait for the sunrise. Senior sister, Qin Moxian interrupted Nian Chaoxi again. She looked at her seriously, and as she looked, she suddenly smiled. This smile was very complicated. It carried some self-mockery, some pity, and some hatred. Chaoxi felt something was wrong. Sure enough, Xian said, everyone knows that Guushio's Dao injury is real, but why does it only flare up at critical moments, not when he is not busy? Well, Dao injuries are old problems that can flare up unpredictably, Chaoxi answered instinctively. No, you're wrong. Xian shook her head. I mean, senior sister, you're wrong. What do you mean? Guushio's Dao injury initially did flare up, Xian said. Although the timing was too perfect, making people suspicious, I was sure back then that he was indeed suffering from a Dao injury. Chaoxi's eyes lit up. So that just proves. No, I said you're wrong. What do you mean? If it was really just the Dao injury acting up, I would feel resentment, but not hatred. At most, I would sigh at the heavens' interference. Are you saying? I mean, Guushio did it on purpose, intentionally damaging my fate. What? Chaoxi was stunned. But senior sister, didn't you just say that Guushio was confused because of the Dao injury? I mean, he did have a serious Dao injury, Xian said softly, but in reality, before he destroyed my opportunity, he had already regained consciousness. Not only was he awake, but he also knew exactly how important that moment was to me. What? Chaoxi was shocked, feeling unbelievable. How is that possible? Didn't Master say? Master? Xian gave a bitter smile. Master just thought that Guushio was the disciple he personally trained, and during that time, Guushio was hated by other senior sisters. He was afraid I would reveal the truth, and that Guushio would have nowhere to stay. But in fact, Guushio was very clear and alert when I was about to be possessed by the divine. It was the clearest he had ever been. From the very beginning, he wanted to destroy me. Guushio, you ruined my fate and cut off my path. I never want to see you again in this life. Today, I won't kill you, because I remember our friendship from 500 years ago, but from now on, I will hate you forever. I will curse you through all your lives, so you will never find peace or rest. Late at night, in a mountain cave, Guushio suddenly opened his eyes wide, sat up, wiped his forehead, and saw it was soaked with cold sweat. Did I dream of the people from Xian's sacred land again? Guushio sighed, feeling restless inside. He could only softly say, in this life, I have no regrets towards anyone, only myself. When he finished speaking, the turmoil in his heart gradually began to settle. But even though his mind was calm, Guushio still couldn't help but think of Qin Moran, who loved to challenge him with poetry and share writings 500 years ago. He also thought about Qin Moran's attitude towards him over the past 3 years. Shaking his head, Guushio muttered, although I destroyed your chance, it was only to save you. Our fate has run its course in this life. From now on, we owe each other nothing. With these words, Guushio's mood became completely peaceful, with no more fluctuations. Even when he thought of Qin Moran again, no distracting thoughts arose. Just then, footsteps approached. Soon after, Yihong Ling returned, carrying a long red spear, her face full of excitement. We've completely shaken off the enemies now. It has been 5 days since the night of the 3 killings under the moon. During these 5 days, Guushio and Yihong Ling had been fleeing and hiding in the forest, encountering enemies a few times. But each time, they escaped safely. As for the poison in Yihong Ling's body, it was fully cured by the 3rd day of their escape. The enemies might have noticed, so their pursuit decreased significantly over the next 2 days. Today, not a single enemy has been seen. Just now, Yihong Ling went out to check the situation and confirmed that no one was following her anymore. This means they successfully broke through and shook off their pursuers. Yihong Ling let out a long, relieved sigh, feeling very happy, but she glanced at Guushio. As expected, without surprise, he still looked calm and indifferent, as if nothing could disturb his mood. Honestly, Yihong Ling was getting used to it. Seeing Guushio still so cold, she didn't get discouraged. Instead, she took out a few cleaned wild rabbits. Benefactor, I caught some wild rabbits specially. Today, let's have a good meal to reward ourselves, and you can try my cooking. They had been running for 5 days, living on the go. Forget about eating well. Just being able to eat enough was good enough. Guushio didn't refuse, but he kept sensing the surroundings using the harmony of heaven and earth, preparing for any danger. Yihong Ling didn't know this. She was busy placing the rabbits over the fire and taking out seasonings. Benefactor, do you have any special taste preferences? I don't have picky tastes. Anything is fine, Guushio replied. Got it, Yihong Ling nodded. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, Benefactor, where are you headed on this trip? Nowhere. Just wandering around, Guushio answered. This reply made Yihong Ling roll her eyes. Over these 5 days, she still knew nothing about Guushio. From the fact that she kept calling him Benefactor, it was clear she didn't know his name. She didn't know where he came from, where he was going, his cultivation level, or his master's sect. She had asked about his name before, but Guushio only gave one answer. You and I are just a transaction. There's nothing worth remembering. That made Yihong Ling give up on trying to find out more. Soon, the rabbits were cooked. Suddenly, Yihong Ling asked, Benefactor, you seem to never have asked, who is the person chasing after me? I'm not interested, Guushio shook his head. Why? Guushio replied, as a wandering cultivator, you should have the mindset of a wandering cultivator. Too much curiosity isn't good. Do you have any friends? Used to have. Guushio did not answer. Yihong Ling was very curious. The more she interacted with Guushio these days, the less she understood about him, and the more curious she became. The white-haired wandering cultivator in front of her seemed full of countless secrets. But she knew the rules and did not ask further. Suddenly, Guushio raised an eyebrow. Someone is coming, huh? Yihong Ling's face tightened immediately, but after a moment, she heard the dull sound of hoofbeats. Her expression relaxed again. It's the sound of a horse's hooves from Chi Zu Wu Zue. It should be my fellow disciples, sure enough. Not long after, 3 people on 3 horses arrived near the cave, following a special mark Yihong Ling had left earlier to guide them here. Seeing that they were indeed her people, Yihong Ling stepped forward first. When the 3 saw her, they hurried over. Hong Ling, are you all right? Junior sister Yi, are you injured? Message said that Chi Shui Gate is chasing you. Why did they suddenly attack you? All 3 were quite strong, especially one middle-aged man, who radiated a powerful aura. He was a golden core cultivator. The other 2, also not weak, were foundation establishment cultivators like Yihong Ling. While they were catching up and talking, Guushio's attention was not on them, but on the horses beneath the 3. The horses were completely black, with red flames on their hooves, leaving a special mark wherever they went. This was a beast unique to Tiansa Mansion. Although foundation establishment cultivators could already fly with flying artifacts, and golden core cultivators could cross the void freely, Tiansa Mansion's mounts were fast and had additional powers during battles. It was quite mysterious. Uncle Master, 2 senior brothers, I will explain the situation with Chi Shui Gate when Hong Ling returns, Yihong Ling said, then remembered Guushio beside her. This is the benefactor who saved me this time. If it weren't for him, I might have really been stranded in the Tianqi Mountains. In an instant, the 3 also noticed Guushio. Although they were curious, how could a small Qi refining 3rd-layer cultivator save Yihong Ling? They still nodded politely to Guushio. One of the young cavalrymen, handsome and confident, saw Yihong Ling and Guushio standing so close and couldn't help but frown. However, he didn't say anything and instead looked at Yihong Ling with concern. Junior sister, are you hurt? He asked. Thank you for your concern, senior brother Zhao. Hong Ling has recovered quite a bit, she replied, instinctively avoiding him and not giving him a chance to get closer. This quick reaction made senior brother Zhao frown even more, especially when he saw Yihong Ling move away from him and get closer to Guushio. He couldn't help but glance at Guushio. The Redwater Sect attacked us, the people from the Tiansu Palace. This is a serious matter. We should go back quickly and report it, said a cultivator nearby. The 3 of them immediately mounted their horses. Senior brother Zhao was the first to invite Yihong Ling. Junior sister, ride with me. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but Hong Ling will follow behind you. She refused again. Senior brother Zhao's face stiffened, but someone nearby quickly stepped in to mediate. Haha, Hong Ling is a girl after all. How about this, Hong Ling, you ride my horse. Senior brother Zhao and I will ride together. He then stepped aside and offered his horse. This time, Yihong Ling didn't refuse. But after she mounted the horse, she immediately turned to Guushio and made an invitation. Benefactor, get on the horse. I'll take you away from here. This surprised the other 3, especially senior brother Zhao, whose eyes immediately looked at Guushio. But unexpectedly, Guushio didn't get on the horse. Instead, he frowned and said, Don't ride the horse, huh? The 4 of them were all stunned. Yihong Ling smiled and explained, Benefactor, this is a special horse from our Tiansu Palace, the Red-Foot Black Horse. Its speed isn't slower than flying magic tools, and it conserves spiritual power. The people who were chasing us, knowing your identity, haven't found us for a long time. They must be thinking of coming to help, and they would also think you have the Red-Foot Black Horse, Guushio said, shaking his head. Yihong Ling was surprised. Benefactor, do you mean the people chasing us haven't given up? If they are willing to risk everything to chase you, it must be for a reason they can't ignore. Do you think they will give up? Guushio asked back. Yihong Ling immediately frowned. However, Guushio spoke again, saying, If I were them, I would set an ambush for your barefooted black horse. This made Yihong Ling very surprised. Set an ambush? But Brother Zhao, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh softly. Do you think we are just low-level chi refining cultivators? The other two also found this amusing. They believed that Guushio probably didn't know their true cultivation level, 1 Golden Core Master leading 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. This strength was not something ordinary people dared to underestimate. Yihong Ling was also curious and looked at Guushio, wanting to see his opinion. But, since that's the case, let's part ways here. Unexpectedly, Guushio directly said he wanted to leave. He didn't argue or debate, just suggested parting. Benefactor. Yihong Ling was a bit surprised, but before she could speak, Guushio said, I promised to help you once. Now that you are safe and have gathered with your fellow disciples, I have fulfilled my promise. Let's go our separate ways. After saying that, Guushio turned and walked away. His steps hurried. Seeing his back, Yihong Ling wanted to stop him, but Brother Zhao, beside her, urged, Junior sister, the matter of Qishu Gate is very important. Let's go quickly. Yes, Junior sister, let's hurry. This person's cultivation isn't high, but he's very cautious. If he follows us, he won't be comfortable. The other two also spoke one after another. Hearing this, Yihong Ling hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and called out to Guushio's back. Thank you, Benefactor, for saving us these days. I am deeply grateful. If one day you need help, you can find Hong Ling at the Tianzi Mansion. Hong Ling will do her best to help. After speaking, the three of them urged their red-footed black horses, and with the sound of hooves, they quickly left. Meanwhile, Guushio, after confirming that the three had gone far away, suddenly changed direction and continued forward. As a wandering cultivator, one must have the awareness of being a wandering cultivator. Taking care of oneself is always the best choice. In a situation like before, 500 years ago, Guushio might have argued his case, tried to persuade the others, or even had a minor conflict with Brother Zhao. But now, Guushio's attitude had changed. He thought, it's because Yihong Ling is a decent person, so I won't say much. But beyond that, looking at the darkening sky, Guushio immediately found another hidden cave to hide in, then took out a green bamboo rod. This bamboo rod can be used for fishing once every 10 days. And now, 10 days had already passed. Wonder what I will catch this time. I really need a lot of things now, whether it's spirit stones, various cultivation resources, or even a good technique. Inside the cave, Guushio continued fishing while quietly thinking about what he needed next. Although it seems that wandering cultivators are carefree, in reality, this carefree appearance is just an illusion. Without a sect as a backing, wandering cultivators have obvious disadvantages. They rely only on themselves for guidance and resources. Without sect protection, they could be attacked at any time. If they die, they die. Guushio doesn't need much guidance from a sect. Not to mention, he has already reached the peak before. Starting over now, he has plenty of experience. Moreover, Guushio has an ancient book in his Dantian Energy Sea. Any cultivation secret or technique, he can understand them completely, so he doesn't need guidance. As for sect protection, as long as he is careful and cautious, it's manageable. What Guushio truly lacks is one thing: cultivation resources. The cultivation world values wealth, companions, and land. The word, wealth, is placed first, which says everything. There are many resources and enough spirit stones. As long as one can cultivate, even someone with poor talent can grow quickly with abundant resources. Guushio wants to cultivate, so he definitely needs resources. He hopes to get a lot of cultivation resources, preferably spirit stones or pills. Here it comes. At this moment, The fishing rod suddenly. Guushio's eyes lit up. He quickly calmed his mind and began to lift the rod. I thought it would be as difficult as last time, but surprisingly, although there was some struggle, it was much easier than before. Soon, Guushio lifted his fishing rod. At the end of the fishing line, something slowly appeared before Guushio's eyes, making him slightly surprised. What is this? What? Unlike the scene he imagined, fishing out a spiritual stone or medicinal herb, what appeared at the end of Guushio's fishing rod was a piece of finger bone. This. Did I catch trash? Guushio felt a bit disappointed. In the illusion, he had seen Zhang Sun catch some strange, odd scraps more than once. He thought that his first catch of a heavenly book talisman meant he was lucky, but now, with this piece of finger bone, Guushio understood. This green bamboo rod doesn't recognize people. This finger bone. Is it absorbing the essence of heaven and earth? Just as Guushio was about to throw away the finger bone, he suddenly paused, staring at it with wide eyes, full of surprise. At the tip of the spiritual silk on the bamboo rod, that seemingly ordinary finger bone, at the moment it appeared, was slowly attracting the essence of heaven and earth to emerge. This scene was very faint. Even a powerful talisman master, skilled in rune magic, might not notice it unless they looked carefully. But Guushio, who had already understood the heavenly book talismans, was especially sensitive to the essence of heaven and earth. He clearly sensed that the originally very harmonious essence of heaven and earth was beginning to slowly flow toward this piece of finger bone after it appeared. It's important to note that even many talisman masters find it difficult to attract the essence of heaven and earth, let alone a piece of finger bone. But strangely, this scene happened right in front of Guushio. This made him very curious, so he carefully took the finger bone off the spiritual silk and examined it closely. Honestly, to the eye, it looked ordinary. It was probably a human finger bone from the right index finger, very old, with signs of weathering on it. Just looking at it, one might suspect that a little more pressure could crush it into dust. However, now, using the heavenly book talismans to examine it more carefully, Guushio saw something unusual. There's apparently a power of rules on this object. Guushio was surprised, then hesitated for a moment. He squeezed it hard, expecting the bone to turn to dust, but the expected scene did not happen. Instead, this piece of finger bone remained completely intact. Although Guushio was only at the 3rd level of chi refining, he had considerable strength. Even a metal rod could be bent by his grip. But when facing this seemingly almost weathered finger bone, he couldn't make it budge at all. Guushio thought for a moment and tried burning it with fire, soaking it in water, and even using magic to destroy it forcibly. But all attempts failed. This piece of finger bone was completely undamaged. After trying again and again, Guushio came to a conclusion. There is a rule wrapped around it, allowing only the power of time to influence it. No other force can affect this piece of finger bone except the power of time. This conclusion surprised Guushio. Who exactly was the owner of this finger bone? Even after thousands of years, even after the body had decayed, a single bone still could not be destroyed. Is it a divine or demon being, or an immortal? Guushio muttered to himself. He had once been at the peak of strength and understood the power of cultivators. From what he knew, such power was beyond what ordinary cultivators could achieve. Even if the great path collapses, the sun and moon rotate, I will not perish. Guushio whispered, feeling deeply shaken. This kind of power could be called the ultimate. But at the same time, Guushio was also amazed by the power of the passage of time. Even such a remarkable person could not escape the erasure of time. It's a pity, a real loss. Just then, Guushio suddenly made a new discovery. This finger bone. Can it absorb spiritual energy? This finger bone was dead, but when Guushio used his spiritual energy to probe it, he found that after the spiritual energy entered this finger bone, it was silently absorbed. Guushio was a bit surprised. Thinking for a moment, he took out a spirit stone and placed it beside the finger bone. However, the finger bone showed no reaction. But as Guushio activated the spirit stone, causing its spiritual energy to flow toward the finger bone, immediately, the spiritual energy entering the finger bone suddenly disappeared again, as if sinking into a vast ocean. Interesting. This finger bone has no life left, but after spiritual energy enters, it can absorb on its own. What do you want to do with this absorbed spiritual energy? Guushio muttered to himself, then took out several spirit stones one after another. He wanted to explore the secret of this finger bone. But, as one spirit stone after another turned into dust and was completely absorbed by the finger bone, Guushio started to feel distressed. There was nothing he could do. He was just a wandering cultivator. Although he earned 800 spirit stones from Yihong Ling, which was a small fortune, it wasn't enough to support this kind of consumption. 20 spirit stones, a full 20 stones, gone without a trace. The finger bone was like a bottomless pit. It refused nothing. However, just as Guushio was about to give up, he suddenly sensed a change in the aura of heaven and earth. Guushio raised an eyebrow. A feeling arose in his heart. He quickly pricked his fingertip, causing a drop of blood to flow out. Before the blood drop fell, Guushio moved swiftly, using his finger as a brush and his blood as ink, to quickly draw symbols on the finger bone. In an instant, the wind outside the cave changed suddenly, and a fierce gale blew. Strange, powerful forces surged toward Guushio, as if trying to stop him from drawing the talisman. This was divine summoning, and these obstructions were interference from divine summoning. Ordinary talisman masters, unprepared, might really miss the chance. But what kind of person was Guushio? He had fought fiercely in a secret realm for 500 years. His aura was already formidable. Now, he only glanced around and snorted coldly. Humph. In that moment, the terrifying, strange forces all turned into dust with his cold snort, trembling and daring not to advance. Seeing this, Guushio no longer hesitated. He sped up and continued to draw. After a moment, just as the strange forces stirred again, Guushio finished the last. A complete talisman was created by him. After completing all these steps, Guushio did not stop. He moved his hand, forming a spell, and then softly shouted, "All." Immediately, the spell covered his finger bones. In an instant, the blood talisman burst into bright light, then slowly sank into the finger bones. Next moment, the fierce wind stopped, the heavy rain ceased, and the blood-formed symbol on Guushio's finger bones disappeared completely, only occasional flashes of light remaining. At the same time, a new connection began to form between Guushio and the finger bones. This was created by Guushio just now, using the sudden invocation of the Heavenly Path's aura to forcefully establish a link. That aura was called All. It can understand people's minds, bind the body, and control the soul. In simple terms, this All symbol is similar to a common recognition talisman, which increases the chance of a magic tool or treasure recognizing its owner. Of course, this All symbol is much stronger than a typical recognition talisman. It can even force a treasure to recognize its owner. The finger bones before were not a magic treasure, but under the power of this All symbol, Guushio forcibly established a connection. Looking again now, Guushio immediately understood the secret within the finger bones. And once he understood this secret, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. This finger bone, it is a powerful weapon. Because, in Guushio's observation, this segment of finger bone once contained the original owner's strength attached to it. The reason it absorbed a lot of spiritual energy was because, after the spiritual energy entered this finger bone, it was immediately intercepted by that strength, stored inside, and held back. It seemed to be waiting for the right moment to use that strength once enough spiritual energy accumulated. Guushio also found that this segment of finger bone had already stored quite a bit of spiritual energy. Clearly, over many years, many people, like Guushio, discovered its uniqueness and deposited some spiritual energy inside. But after thinking hard and spending a lot of spirit stones without success, they gave up. But Guushio was different. Under the power of the All symbol, he had already established a connection with this finger bone. This not only allowed him to see its secrets, but also gave him the ability to activate that strength. This finger, it's quite mysterious. I can't tell how powerful it really is, but I fear it will be very strong. Guushio didn't try to use it recklessly. Not only because the strength of the spiritual energy that was not yet released could be seen, but also because if he used this finger, it would be very powerful. More importantly, Guushio found that once this finger's power was activated, all the stored spiritual energy would be used up. If he wanted to use it again, he would need to refill it with spiritual energy. This was a problem for Guushio. This finger bone is a gold-consuming beast. Based on Guushio's estimate, even if he used all his remaining over 700 spirit stones to feed the finger bone, it probably wouldn't be enough to match the current amount of spiritual energy stored. However, Guushio still looked confident. Because spiritual stones can be earned again. But this thing is a life-saving weapon. While Guushio was busy fishing with that finger bone, on the other side, Yihong Ling and 3 others were quickly moving through the forest. The other 3 were fine, but Yihong Ling kept looking back nervously, her eyes showing worry. The Golden Core cultivator noticed this and asked, "Junior sister, are you worried about that wandering cultivator?" "Yes." Yihong Ling nodded, then shook her head. "Maybe not." "Oh." The Golden Core cultivator was curious. But Yihong Ling shook her head again. Although that fellow's cultivation isn't high, he has a special way of sensing enemies. If he wants to hide, I believe it won't be a problem. I'm just thinking, should we listen to what he said earlier about not riding the red-footed black horse? When she said this, the other 3 were stunned for a moment, exchanging glances. They all looked a bit unable to hold back their laughter. "Ha ha, Junior Sister Yi, you really believe that little wandering cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refining?" Brother Zhao was the first to laugh. The other 2 didn't speak, but from their eyes, it was clear they shared the same thought. Yihong Ling frowned and said, "Eldest brothers, don't underestimate that white-haired wandering cultivator. He's not an ordinary person. I can't quite explain it, but I feel that person is very strong. Even what? Even I feel that if I wanted to be his enemy, maybe what? Maybe." Yihong Ling bit her lip and looked seriously at her 3 senior brothers. "Maybe he would die, and I would be seriously injured." "What?" The 3 senior brothers were all stunned. Yihong Ling's strength was the lowest among them. Only at the early stage of foundation establishment, but that was because she hadn't trained for very long. In fact, Yihong Ling was considered a talented genius of the Heavenly Strategy Palace, with very strong natural talent. She also had rich battle experience and could be called a female war goddess. Even ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivators could fight her, but such a talented disciple of the sect, despite completely crushing Guushio in training. She said that fighting Guushio would have such a result. "Hong Ling, you are now at the foundation establishment stage. With just a wave of your hand, you could completely suppress that wandering cultivator. How could you not be his match? Yes, you have an invincible mind. Such a mindset is not good. A mere 3rd layer of chi refining. How could you have such ability? Just a 3rd layer of chi refining wandering cultivator. Even if you believe in him, you don't need to lower yourself and praise him so highly." The 3 of them spoke one after another, thinking Yihong Ling exaggerated Guushio's strength. But facing her 3 senior brothers' words, Yihong Ling shook her head seriously. "I know you don't believe me. Honestly, I don't believe it myself. But this is truly how I felt when facing that wandering cultivator. That cultivator is definitely not as simple as he appears." The 3 senior brothers looked a bit helpless. Finally, senior brother Zhao chuckled and said, all right, we believe you. But Hong Ling, even if what you said is true, what that wandering cultivator said can't be true. Our Heavenly Strategy Palace's barefooted black horse is a spiritual beast unique to us. It's not so easy to be calculated by others. Moreover, we have Brother Chun, who is at the Golden Core stage. As long as the Redwater Sect isn't crazy, they definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. Just rest assured. This statement received nods of approval from the other 2 senior brothers. Even Yihong Ling couldn't argue with it. Indeed, the barefoot black horse is a rare creature only found in the Tianzi Mansion. It was raised with special secret techniques from a young age. Its strength is already comparable to a 2nd-tier magical beast, and it fits perfectly with the martial arts of Tianzi Mansion. 1 person, 1 horse. They work together seamlessly. They can even unleash power beyond their own level. Using special methods is almost impossible because, during the training of the barefoot black horse, precautions were taken against poisoning or beast control techniques. Moreover, they have a Golden Core expert on guard, 1 with a Golden Core and 3 foundation establishment cultivators. Such strength is beyond the reach of ordinary people who might want to provoke them. However, despite all this, Yihong Ling still couldn't help but feel a little worried. The 3 of them continued rushing for a whole day. The barefoot black horse was indeed very fast. When night fell again, they arrived beside a small creek. Let's rest for about an hour. After we recover, we'll continue on our way, aiming to leave the Tianqi Mountains before dawn. Tianzi Mansion is good at marching and fighting. They understand the importance of speed in warfare. They didn't plan to rest at night, just a quick break before moving on. Without hesitation, the four of them immediately fed the horses and took out spiritual stones to rest and recover. They were very cautious. When traveling, they wouldn't let the barefoot black horse eat anything outside. All their food came from storage rings. A gentle breeze blew, making the air feel cooler. Junior sister Yi, look, do you still believe what that little wandering cultivator said? Brother Zhao asked with a smile. Yihong Ling frowned but didn't answer. Instead, Brother Zhao continued. That wandering cultivator might have some skills, but he's just a casual cultivator. His experience and cultivation are too low. He didn't like how close Yihong Ling was to that wandering cultivator and wanted to ruin her good impression of him. But unfortunately, Yihong Ling only shook her head. Brother Zhao, I remember the commander said, no matter when, never underestimate anyone. Brother Zhao was about to speak and argue, but suddenly the nearby golden core cultivator stood up. Who are you? Huh? The other three people were all startled. In the next moment, a dense rain of arrows shot toward them. Form a line, shouted the golden core cultivator loudly. Yihong Ling and the other two immediately prepared for battle. But as they stood up, their faces changed at the same time. Hold your breath, there's poison. Unfortunately, they realized too late. The poison had already entered their bodies, making it hard for them to use their strength. Luckily, the golden core cultivator was quite powerful. He waved his hand and immediately blocked the arrow rain. After stopping the arrows, the golden core cultivator shouted, "Get on the horse, prepare to break through." The three didn't hesitate and quickly mounted their horses. By this time, they realized that around them, there were suddenly countless people everywhere. This Qi Shui gate really dares to attack them. Moreover, after the arrow rain, one of the cultivators had already stepped into the air and charged toward the golden core cultivator from the Tianzi Mansion. Flying through the air, also a golden core. Two golden cores instantly fought together. Luckily, we brought the red foot Wuji steed. Brother Zhao didn't forget to say. The meaning was clear. Although they were now surrounded, with the red foot Wuji steed, they could use combat skills to break out and quickly disperse the poison gas. Yihong Ling frowned and looked at the red foot Wuji steed instinctively, still feeling a bit worried. But it was better not to look. After looking, Yihong Ling suddenly felt something was wrong. Brother, the eyes of the red foot Wuji steed don't look right. Before she finished speaking, she saw the steed under her brother suddenly go crazy, uncontrollably rushing to one side. Yihong Ling was caught off guard and almost fell off her horse. She barely managed to sit back up, and when she looked up, she saw a scene that made her eyes nearly burst with rage. The red foot Wuji steed under Brother Zhao suddenly went wild. He was also unprepared, and in the chaos, almost fell off his horse. But inside the Qi Shui gate, which was surrounded, it seemed they had expected this. A poison arrow shot directly from behind, piercing into Brother Zhao's back with precision, piercing his heart. When Yihong Ling looked at the other person, the person happened to look up at him. Their eyes showed despair and frustration. Unfortunately, these expressions eventually turned into lifelessness. His heart was cut off. Even a foundation-building cultivator would surely die. Meanwhile, during the attack on the Tianzi Mansion group, Guushio was sitting cross-legged in a different cave. After a moment, he seemed to sense something, looked in a certain direction, and shook his head. He felt that the spiritual energy there was unusually active, clearly indicating a fierce battle, though he didn't know who was fighting. But it didn't concern him. He withdrew his thoughts and continued absorbing spiritual energy from his palm. When another spiritual stone was absorbed and turned into powder, Guushio's cultivation level fluctuated. He advanced to the 4th level of Qi refining. He had leveled up again. This speed isn't slow, but the consumption of spiritual stones is quite high, Guushio muttered. His Dantian's energy, C, was too large. Being able to advance so quickly relied entirely on spiritual stones. While this method works, it is quite costly, and this was only the middle stage of Qi refining. If he continued further, the resources needed would be even greater. At that point, Guushio's current supply of spiritual stones wouldn't be enough. Still, I need to get to Yinsha City as soon as possible. Deciding this in his mind, Guushio didn't act rashly. Instead, he spent another half-night consolidating his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refining. Cultivation is about steady progress. Sometimes, rushing isn't the way. By the next morning, Guushio left the cave, his cultivation fully stabilized. He set his direction and set out again. He traveled for 7 more days. He was already halfway to his destination, Yinsha City. However, halfway there, Guushio suddenly stopped. Then, he turned his body and passed through some woods onto a small path. As he approached, a strong smell of blood made Guushio frown. Looking ahead, many bodies lie scattered here, their killers extremely ruthless and quick, almost all cut in half. The surroundings are badly damaged, making the scene very bloody. However, what catches Guushio's attention is one corpse. It is tightly holding a wooden box. The wooden box looks very beautiful, with intricate patterns on it. It is clearly protected by a magic seal, making it impossible to take. Seeing this box, Guushio's eyes light up with excitement. But, as Guushio looks at the wooden box, a sharp arrow is aimed directly at his back. You're only at the 4th level of Qi refining, yet you dare to come here alone. You're really asking for trouble. Big brother, should we kill him? Not far from Guushio, 2 figures hide in the shadows. One of them is drawing a bow, aiming at Guushio's back. Both of these people are quite strong. One has already reached the peak of Qi refining, and the other, though a bit weaker, is at the 8th level of Qi refining. They are both late-stage Qi refining experts. However, their breath is chaotic, showing they have just been through a fierce fight. In fact, they just finished a battle, and the bloody scene Guushio saw was caused by them. Their names are Sino-shan and Sino-shan. They are famously known as the Spring and Autumn Double Killers. They are notorious villains in this area, attacking weaker cultivators. Whether they are lone cultivators, disciples of big sects, or even merchant caravans, they often fall into their traps. Their strength isn't very high, but they are very sneaky, especially their escape skills. They always target weaker opponents, and as soon as a stronger person arrives, they immediately run away. This makes many people hate them but feel powerless. Today, they heard a merchant team from Womba Tower was passing by, so they set an ambush and successfully killed many. But Womba Tower is quite powerful. Although it is just a small team, it still has a foundation establishment cultivator. Fortunately, the 2 brothers had prepared in advance. With a surprise attack and their good teamwork, they successfully killed the early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, both of them were also badly injured. They had used a lot of energy, and they also caused many members of the merchant team to escape. They knew clearly that they couldn't stay here for long, but the goods in the 10,000 treasures tower were all stored in treasure boxes. Without a secret method, outsiders couldn't touch or open them. While the 2 were busy figuring out how to break the restrictions on the treasure box and take it away, Guushio arrived. The brothers were already on edge and quickly hid. Only after Guushio appeared did they realize that the person in front of them was not from the 10,000 treasures tower, but a young cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining. When their younger brother asked, Sino-shan squinted and observed for a moment, then nodded. Kill him. Sino-shan immediately prepared to attack, but Sino-shan suddenly stopped him. Wait. Sino-shan was puzzled, but Sino-shan pointed at Guushio and said, that kid seems to have some skill. He's actually trying to remove the restrictions. Sino-shan narrowed his eyes and saw clearly. Guushio, with his back to them, was completely unaware of their presence. He was busy drawing and writing, while the treasure box occasionally emitted a faint glow. The glow was gradually weakening. I didn't expect to underestimate this kid. A 4th-level Qi refining cultivator, and he even knows how to lift such restrictions. Could he be a Talisman Master? Who cares if he's a Talisman Master or not? This gives us a chance to catch the mantis while it's distracted and the Oriole is in the background. Yes. I was worried about how to break this restriction, but now we've met this kid. Once he painstakingly unlocks it, we can act as the waiting predators. The 2 quickly made their plans. They decided not to rush into action, but to keep a close eye on Guushio. Meanwhile, they slowly recovered from their injuries. After waiting for a while, Sino-shan, still watching Guushio, couldn't help but frown. Is this kid capable or not? Why is he so slow? Won't he wait until the people from the 10,000 Treasures Tower come and kill him before he finishes? Big brother, should we just kill him and do it ourselves? Otherwise, we're wasting too much time on this kid. Wait a bit longer. Shin-shan shook his head. He was also a little anxious. Thinking about how he and his brother were just now helpless in front of the treasure box, he doubted that even they could do better than the small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining. But waiting again took quite a while. Big brother, it's been so long. I think the people from the treasure pavilion are getting closer, Shin-shan urged again. If we let this fool waste more time, we won't have a chance. Earlier, some people from the treasure pavilion had escaped. Once their support arrives, the brothers will be in a very difficult position. Let's not wait anymore. This fool. Shin-shan cursed and prepared to wave his hand. Shin-shan immediately got ready to shoot an arrow. But, wait. Shin-shan suddenly stopped him again. Shin-shan. He looked back. He saw Guushio once again unlocking a layer of the barrier. Then he muttered to himself, only 4 layers left. It's a pity my cultivation isn't enough. If I had late-stage chi refining, it wouldn't take so long. Huh? Guushio's words were very soft. If the brothers from the spring and autumn duo hadn't been watching him closely, they might not have heard him. They looked at each other. It seemed that small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining could really unlock this barrier. But his slow progress was because his cultivation wasn't high enough. So, it would be great if someone could help. Who knows when someone will come? Guushio spoke again, and his words made the brothers hesitate. But while they hesitated, Guushio stood up and sighed. Forget it. If I get it, it's my luck. If I lose it, it's my fate. I'm leaving. He stood up and prepared to leave. This made the spring and autumn brothers very anxious. They had just been exploring and knew nothing about the barrier. If Guushio left, how could they open the treasure box? Friend, wait a moment. Without much hesitation, Shin-shan leapt out first and blocked Guushio's way. His sudden appearance surprised Guushio. Guushio looked a bit surprised and then became alert. This expression made Shin-shan find it amusing. However, a small cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining. What's the use of being cautious? He had been watching you for a long time. If you hadn't taken the initiative to show yourself, could you have noticed me? But Guushio's behavior also confirmed something to Shin-shan. Guushio probably doesn't know I am here at all. Friend Taoist, I saw you seem to be unlocking the restrictions on this box earlier, Shin-shan asked with a friendly smile. Friend Taoist, is something the matter? Guushio hesitated. Shin-shan smiled and asked, Don't worry, I'm just passing by. I overheard you talking to yourself. Do you need someone with strong cultivation to help you remove the restrictions? Time was tight. He didn't want to waste time with Guushio, so he got straight to the point. However, when he did, Guushio's brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, Guushio said, How do you want to split the rewards? Split? Shin-shan smiled and asked, What do you think? 7 to me, 3 to you? Of course, Shin-shan replied with a smile. You don't mind? Not at all. You have real skills. I'll just use brute force. Let's work together quickly, Shin-shan urged. But inside, he was already sneering. 7-3 split. That's a dream. Once this treasure box is open, I will be the first to kill this 4th level chi refining cultivator on the spot. And you still want a share of the reward? Go ask the king for your cut. However, Shin-shan didn't seem to notice Guushio's thoughts. After confirming the split, Guushio immediately said, Friend Taoist, since you're here, just help out. Your spiritual power is deep. You can definitely do it. What should I do? Shin-shan asked. It's very simple. Guushio pointed to a bone fragment that appeared on the box at some point. Just pour all your spiritual power into this bone fragment. What is this bone fragment? Shin-shan asked curiously. He had studied this treasure box before and didn't see this bone fragment. Guushio nodded to the side, pointing left and right, and casually explained, It appears after several layers of the restriction are unlocked. It's the core of this restriction. Shin-shan nodded. Although it was a bit strange, why was the protective barrier of this treasure box a finger bone? However, Guushio said so, and he didn't hesitate. He immediately poured all his spiritual energy into it. But, Shin-shan was a bit stunned because he found that when he poured his spiritual energy into the finger bone, the energy seemed to vanish instantly, as if sinking into a stone, and was completely absorbed by the finger bone. Is it that terrifying? Are you sure this is the real barrier? Friend Taoist, don't get distracted. Focus all your strength. I am about to start removing the barrier. Guushio spoke at this moment. Shin felt helpless, but he could only obediently pour his spiritual energy into the finger bone frantically. He was afraid that if he didn't use enough force, he wouldn't be able to help Guushio. However, this reckless use of spiritual energy caused Shin's already limited spiritual energy to start decreasing rapidly. If Guushio hadn't been truly working on removing the barrier and had even opened 2 layers of it right in front of him, Shin might have even doubted whether this young cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining was fooling him. But even so, Shin still couldn't hold on anymore. Friend Taoist, is it done yet? Wait a little longer. Your spiritual energy isn't enough yet. Remember, don't hesitate now, or all your efforts will be in vain, Guushio replied. These words made Shin grit his teeth. His spiritual energy was almost gone. Wait for me, Shin said, and immediately took out a spirit stone from his storage ring. He clenched his teeth and started recovering his energy, then took out a pill and gulped it down. Even this young cultivator at the 4th level of chi refining said so. Even if he couldn't hold on, he had to grit his teeth and persist. Anyway, once the box was opened, all the resources would be his. It was worth it. But at this moment, Shin didn't notice that while he was doing these things, Guushio took a quick glance at his storage ring. Fortunately, persistence pays off. When Shin's spiritual energy was about to run out again, the barrier of the treasure box, which had been flickering constantly, finally was unlocked. At the moment the barrier was lifted, a proud smile appeared on Shin's face. He looked at Guushio with a triumphant gaze, filled with sarcasm. However, to his surprise, Guushio happened to turn around and looked at him. A similar smile appeared on his face. Xian Holy Land. Ask Heaven Pavilion. A bronze mirror floated in the air, with the aura of heaven and earth and thick spiritual energy gathering above it. Nian Chaoxi sat cross-legged below the mirror, constantly forming hand seals. But in the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and the floating bronze mirror shattered instantly. Nian Chaoxi seemed to have lost all her strength, collapsing weakly to the ground. She was extremely exhausted. Her face was pale as paper. But after a brief rest, Nian Chaoxi took out a brand new bronze mirror again. Her eyes were full of determination. Junior brother Gu, I believe you are innocent. Wait for me, wait for me. When I succeed in refining the cycle of fate mirror, I will help clear your name. Definitely, definitely. Wait for me. With this thought, Nian Chaoxi clenched her teeth, activated her hand seals again, and the new bronze mirror floated up once more, with mysterious energies continuously emerging. In front of her, a mountain of broken bronze mirror pieces had already accumulated, showing how many times she had failed before. But she still persisted. What she was trying to refine was the mysterious and profound cycle of fate mirror, capable of seeing the future and exploring the past, incredibly mystical. Her only goal was to do this. She wanted to clear Guushio's name. Nian Chaoxi felt sympathy and understanding for Qin Moran's situation, but she refused to believe that Guushio was that kind of person. Yet, she couldn't argue against it. She could only place her hope on this cycle of fate mirror, wishing it would succeed and help Guushio wash away his injustice. While Nian Chaoxi was exhausting her vital energy in her attempt to get a chance to clear Guushio's name, elsewhere, in the main hall of the Qingxian Holy Land, Sect Master Guan Xuelan, who was busy handling affairs, suddenly frowned and asked, Senior Sister is still busy refining that cycle of fate mirror? Master Sister is already acting strangely, no longer listening to anyone. She insists that we misunderstood Guushio, but nothing we say makes a difference. The Heaven's Fate Reincarnation Mirror not only consumes the cultivator's energy, but also shortens her lifespan. Each failure costs 10 years of life, and after hundreds or thousands of years, her life can vanish in an instant. If Master Sister keeps going like this, she will eventually drain her life completely and die. Standing at the front is Guushio's former 3 senior sisters. They are 3rd Senior Sister Su Wanqing, skilled in alchemy; 5th Senior Sister Qin Moi, skilled in talismans; Junior Sister Lu Qingyao, skilled in beast taming. All 3 look worried. as if they are desperately anxious about the situation. It's Guushio again. Hearing this name, Xuelan's face darkened. Yes, it's all Guushio's fault. This person has caused so much trouble. He harmed many of us in the sect. Now everyone has left, and he's also caused our master sister to become obsessed. Lu Qingyao was the first to curse. Su Wanqing and Qin Moi didn't speak, but their expressions showed they agreed with Lu Qingyao. Xuelan frowned and asked, "Where is Guushio now?" The three senior sisters were all stunned. "Really don't know?" Xuelan was surprised. Lu Qingyao curled her lips. "He left the sect. I was so happy I wanted to celebrate with fireworks. Besides, I was busy preparing a training ground for the junior brother to practice beast taming. I don't have time to care about Guushio." Xuelan looked at Su Wanqing and Qin Moi again. "I've been busy making pills for the junior brother, so I haven't paid much attention." Su Wanqing shook her head. Qin Moi also replied, "I've been busy making talismans for the junior brother." Faced with this answer, Xuelan couldn't help but frown. "Guushio was once your junior brother. I thought you would secretly help him." "Help him with what? He's gone now, and we've cut all ties. Why should we help him?" Lu Qingyao curled her lips. Su Wanqing and Qin Moi didn't speak, but their expressions showed they shared the same opinion as Lu Qingyao. "This is a difficult problem." Xuelan frowned. "Your senior sister has already fallen into obsession. To break it, I'm afraid only Guushio can do it. Without any trace of him, even I cannot persuade her." The three senior sisters also frowned together. Their dislike for Guushio deepened once again. It was all his fault. He caused trouble even after leaving. "If Master wishes to find Guushio, perhaps you can search the Tianqi Mountains. Senior sister once used a divination technique and found signs of him there," Su Wanqing said. "The Tianqi Mountains?" Xuelan frowned. "Guushio has no cultivation. Going there is as good as walking into danger." Su Wanqing shook her head, unsure. Qin Moi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I once heard senior sister mention that she suspected Guushio might still be cultivating." "What?" The three women were stunned. Guushio's cultivation. Had it returned? How could that be possible? "I'm not sure," Qin Moi explained. "I only heard her mention it once. She didn't go into detail, and I didn't ask further. But even if he is cultivating again, it probably won't be easy for him." Su Wanqing guessed. Guushio hasn't been able to cultivate since he returned 3 years ago. Maybe he's just unwilling to give up and keeps trying. Xuelan nodded, thinking that this guess made sense. "Then it's hopeless. There's no need to look for him. We won't find him," said Lu Qingyao, shaking her head. The others looked puzzled. Lu Qingyao continued, "If Guushio is willing to live as an ordinary person, settling in a city among mortals, he might still live a few more years. But if he overestimates himself and tries to return to the path of cultivation, his life will likely be short." Seeing that her master and the other two sisters still didn't understand, Lu Qingyao sighed and explained again. "Think about it. What kind of person is Guushio? He hasn't roamed the world for over 500 years. He spent 5 centuries in a forbidden land, and it's been 3 years since he returned. Someone like him is now even less capable than a beginner cultivator. If I encounter powerful monsters in the Tianqi Mountains, maybe it will be okay. At least I'll die quickly and painlessly. But if I meet some cultivators, with his limited experience traveling the world, he'd probably be betrayed and robbed, ending up with no burial place at all." This thought made the three of them nod in agreement. The cultivation world isn't just about the Qingxian Holy Land. Within the sects, people tend to tolerate each other a bit. But outside, there are many scheming and dangerous people. Guushio has spent many years not traveling the world and has left his sect. Whether he's starting to cultivate again or not, the final outcome won't be very good. Maybe he's already been killed by now. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the Tianqi Mountains, in front of the treasure box, Shin-shan smiled happily and asked softly, "Friend Taoist, the restrictions on this treasure box should all be lifted now, right?" "Yes, they're all gone," Guushio nodded in reply. Shin-shan asked again, "Oh, so that means we can open it now and take what's inside?" "Of course." Guushio nodded and directly opened the treasure box in front of him. Inside, there were 3 storage rings. Seeing these 3 rings, Shin-shan's eyes shone with excitement. Suddenly, the box closed again, making Shin-shan a little unhappy. He turned his head and saw Guushio smiling at him. "Friend Taoist, Since the treasure box is now open, shall we proceed with the division as we agreed? How do you want to split it? Xian asked with a smile, not upset. Didn't we agree before? Guushio said, I get 70% and you get 30. Xian replied, that's true, but there's a small problem. Oh, what's the problem? I think 30% is too little. Guushio asked, how much do you want? I'm at the 9th level of chi refining. Taking 90% should be fine, right? Xian's aura suddenly surged, and he said firmly, by the way, the last 10% belongs to my younger brother. As for yours, you'll have to ask the king for it. After saying that, Xian had finished gathering his strength. Next, he raised his palm and struck toward Guushio's face. This palm was from a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refining. It was powerful enough to kill. It could break a soul. Meanwhile, while Xian and Guushio were fighting and trying to lift the restrictions, Xian was keeping watch around them. He was mainly watching for the people from Womba Tower, who might attack at any moment. The more he waited, the more anxious he became. His older brother had been gone for a long time. If they delayed any longer, when Womba Tower's people arrived, it might be hard for both of them to escape. As for the old man with white hair at the 4th level of chi refining, don't even joke about it. Xian didn't pay much attention to someone with such a weak cultivation. His older brother could crush him with just a finger. He was doomed. There was no need to worry about him. Fortunately, just when Xian was about to lose patience, a wave of spiritual energy from a 9th level chi refining cultivator suddenly appeared. Big brother is making his move. Xian's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he turned around and rushed toward his older brother's position, planning to meet him and escape together. On the way, Xian was still thinking about how Womba Tower was a famous trading company. Their goods must include many valuable items. If they had enough resources, he hoped they had a foundation building pill, which might help his brother and him advance to the foundation establishment stage. Thinking about it, 2 foundation establishment cultivators, he and his brother, would become even more famous as the spring and autumn double killers. They could continue killing and looting, maybe even reach the golden core stage someday. Life looked promising. Big brother, just as he was daydreaming about the future, Xian saw his brother's back, standing still and looking down at something. He was probably checking the spoils. But, looking ahead at Xian found it strange. Big brother, where's that kid's body? Did you turn it into dust? Big brother, with your cultivation, it seems you've improved again. As they spoke, Xian had already walked up to Xian. He turned his head and saw that his elder brother was holding the treasure box that no one had been able to touch before. The sight made Xian's eyes burn with excitement. But then a drop of bright red blood suddenly fell onto the treasure box, blooming into a strange crimson flower. It spread open beautifully. This was... Xian froze, his gaze slowly moving upward. With just one look, a chill rushed from his feet to the top of his head. His legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. Because he saw his elder brother, the fierce and ruthless spring fiend of the spring and autumn twins, a cultivator at the 9th level of chi refining, was dead. There was a bloody hole in his left chest where his heart had been shattered. The blood that had just dripped down came from there. Brother? How could this happen? At that moment, Xian's whole body trembled. Cold fear spread through him, leaving him terrified beyond words. Who killed his brother? Was it that white-haired wanderer from before? But that man was only at the 4th level of chi refining. Clack! Just then, a small stone shot through the air, making a sharp sound. Xian jumped in fright and turned around, but saw no one. Instead, he noticed a group of cultivators wearing the robes of the treasure pavilion rushing toward him through the forest. They had clearly seen him too, and shouted angrily, "Stop, thief! How dare you kill one of our treasure pavilion members? You're courting death." Xian's heart nearly stopped. He didn't know where the stone had come from, but with enemies closing in, he didn't dare hesitate. His figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of light, fleeing quickly to the side. The treasure pavilion cultivators saw this, and some immediately gave chase. But most of them rushed straight toward the treasure box instead. The goods were what truly mattered. When everyone arrived in front of Xian's body, They saw that the restriction on the box had already been broken, and the 3 storage rings inside had disappeared. A group of cultivators immediately looked angry. Spring and autumn double killers are fighting. Since Xian killed his own brother and took away our shipment, chase him. Catch him. Spread the word. Issue a bounty for him. No matter where he runs, he must be killed. Even our Womba Tower's items dare to touch. We must eliminate this thief. Soon, a chase began in the Tianqi mountain range. But none of this concerned Guushio. At this moment, he was walking openly and honestly along a mountain forest path, heading towards Yinsha City. He had indeed been trapped in the Forbidden Area for 500 years. Since returning from the Forbidden Zone, he had been staying in Qingxian Holy Land. But that didn't mean he was so naive as to be easily sold out or to help others count money. After all, not to mention that before entering the Forbidden Zone, Guushio had traveled around and gained a lot of experience in the martial world. And the dream he saw that lasted 10,000 years was enough for him to learn many things. That dream, although Guushio was just an observer, he saw many things and naturally was not completely inexperienced. In fact, thanks to his affinity with the Dao rhyme, Guushio had already discovered the 2 brothers, Spring and Autumn double killers, from the beginning. Everything that followed was part of Guushio's plan, including draining Xuelan's spiritual energy and how to kill him when Xuelan relaxed. And also, ultimately, framing Xuelan. Stop right there. At this moment, a rainbow light shot over, and Guushio immediately stopped. He looked alertly at the approaching person. This person was riding a flying sword, slowly landing in front of Guushio. Being able to control a flying sword meant the other was a powerful foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the person was dressed in the attire of Womba Tower. However, although Guushio was cautious, he was not panicked. He took the initiative to ask, "Senior, what is your purpose in stopping me?" The other person did not answer, but immediately checked Guushio's cultivation level. When he saw that the young cultivator was only at the 4th level of Qi refining, he relaxed a little. Have you seen a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refining escape using wind escape techniques? He asked. Guushio shook his head, indicating he had not. Having received his answer, the man was too lazy to say more and immediately controlled his long sword to leave quickly. Clearly, a young cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining, traveling slowly on this great road, could not be connected to the Spring and Autumn double killers. There was no need to waste time on him. Guushio was not surprised. After the man left, he silently continued on his way. Soon after, he encountered a few more inquiries. All of them were from the Womba Tower cultivators, but none of them persisted after seeing Guushio's cultivation level. However, just as night was about to fall and Guushio planned to find a place to stay for the night, another rainbow light arrived. Like before, the other person, after learning that Guushio knew nothing and seeing that Guushio was only at the 4th level of Qi refining, lost interest and prepared to leave. But just as the person was about to go, he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned sharply and looked at Guushio with a stern gaze. "Do you have a storage magic treasure?" he asked. Guushio raised an eyebrow, very alert. In the end, he nodded and pointed to his waist pouch. "Senior, this is my storage pouch." "I don't know if Senior." "Hand it over," the man said, extending his hand. "I suspect you might be with that thief Xian. I need you to hand over your storage magic treasure." His words sounded righteous and proper, but in his eyes, a greedy glint flashed, revealing his true intention. Guushio frowned. He secretly clenched a finger bone in his hand. He had never been willing to use this finger bone, even when facing a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator like Xian. Because, although this finger bone contained a secret technique, using it would consume a lot of spiritual stones to recover. Unless necessary, Guushio was reluctant to use it. But now, perhaps, he had no choice but to use it. "I don't know. I am not sure if the power hidden in that finger bone can kill the foundation-building cultivator in front of me." "How so? Could it be that I was right all along? Are you really working with that Xian?" Seeing Guushio not answer, the foundation-building cultivator's eyes immediately turned cold. He stepped forward, clearly ready to attack. Guushio sighed, reluctant but prepared to activate the power of that finger bone. He has combat experience beyond normal, which allows him to land a deadly strike even when his spiritual energy is nearly exhausted and unprepared, like with Sino-shan. But that doesn't mean he can always succeed against a strong, spiritual, energy-rich foundation-building cultivator. However, just as Guushio was about to strike first, he suddenly sensed something and stopped his hand. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance." The foundation-building cultivator didn't seem to notice anything and asked again, "Will you hand over your storage bag or not?" Faced with the pressure, Guushio shook his head. "Although I am just a fourth-layer chi refining disciple, I refuse to be slaughtered like a fish. But senior, as a member of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, you are doing such a murderous act. Are you really not afraid of breaking the rules of the pavilion?" The foundation-building cultivator sneered. "You're quite eloquent, but it's a pity. If you die here, no one will know why." After saying that, the foundation-building cultivator finally stopped talking. He pointed his finger directly at Guushio's forehead. A terrifying spiritual energy locked onto Guushio's entire body, making him unable to move. Guushio's face was as calm as water, but he clenched tightly onto that finger bone, never using its power from start to finish. Finally, just as the finger was about to touch Guushio's forehead, a stern shout suddenly rang out. "Ren-Qing, stop!" This voice carried a commanding force that instantly froze the foundation-building cultivator, who was ready to kill and loot. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared quickly, landing beside Guushio, carrying a faint, fragrant breeze. She then pulled Guushio and quickly distanced herself from the foundation-building cultivator. When Guushio stopped again, the foundation-building cultivator had already regained his senses. But when he saw who was coming, his face immediately changed. The visitor was a woman dressed in a purple gown. She had a curvy figure and an impressive presence. She wore a veil that covered most of her face, but her visible eyebrows and eyes naturally exuded charm. Just one glance seemed to make people's hearts race. However, at this moment, facing the woman, Ren-Qing was extremely nervous. Tsurume. The woman raised an eyebrow. Ren-Qing hurriedly corrected himself. "Manager Su." "Ren-Qing, what were you doing just now?" Tsurume asked softly. I was following orders to find Sino-shan's whereabouts." "What is Sino-shan's cultivation level?" 8 levels of chi refining. But Tsurume immediately asked coldly, "Since you were searching for an 8-level chi refining cultivator, why did you attack a 4-level chi refining friend?" Ren-Qing swallowed hard. "I suspect that this person." "What about this person?" "This person." Before Ren-Qing could finish, Tsurume asked coldly, "Are you trying to say that this 4-level chi refining friend is related to Sino-shan? Or are you suggesting that the so-called spring and autumn double killers are actually a myth, and they have a third member, also a 4-level chi refining helper?" Faced with her questioning, Ren-Qing hesitated for a long time and couldn't answer. Tsurume snorted coldly. "Ren-Qing, you know the rules of Womba Tower, that killing and looting are forbidden, but you still broke the law. If that's the case, as the manager, I will punish you. Your punishment is cut off one finger." "What?" When she said that, Ren-Qing immediately looked up in disbelief. "Cut off a finger?" Even Guushio looked at Tsurume in surprise. "Since you deliberately disobeyed and tried to kill with your finger, then cut it off as punishment. Do you object?" Tsurume said calmly. "Not willing. Of course I'm not willing." Ren-Qing immediately said, "I admit I was momentarily confused, but he is just a low-level cultivator at the 4th layer of chi refining, and I didn't succeed. How could I have lost a finger? When a cultivator reaches the divine transformation stage, they can regrow lost limbs. But if a limb is cut off before reaching the golden core stage, even upon reaching the divine transformation stage later, they cannot regenerate that limb. This punishment is very severe." "It seems you still don't understand," Tsurume said coldly. "Our Womba Tower gathers treasures from all over, welcoming guests from all directions. Whether they are cultivators or not, they are our guests. Using your cultivation to oppress guests, or even attempting to commit theft and murder damages our reputation. This is a serious offense for Womba Tower. Cutting off a finger is just a light punishment. If you refuse, it's cut. It's not just a finger." As she spoke, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared around Tsurume. A golden core. This is a golden core. Faced with Tsurume's overwhelming aura, Ren-Qing felt like he was struck by lightning. His expression was complicated. After hesitating for a long time, he finally bowed his head, subordinate, willing to accept the punishment. After saying this, Ching clenched his teeth, used energy to form a sword, hesitated for a moment, then cut off his little finger on his left hand. In an instant, his finger was severed. Blood spurted out. But Ching didn't even dare to groan, only nervously glanced at Tsurume. Seeing her nod, he turned around, summoned his sword, and hurriedly left. Throughout the entire process, he didn't dare to show any resentment, not even towards Guushio, and didn't harbor any hatred. Seeing Ching leave, Tsurume turned around and bowed apologetically to Guushio. Then she took out a storage ring and handed it over. Friend Taoist, I am truly sorry. Our Womba tower failed in discipline and almost caused a big problem. This storage ring is a small token of apology. Please don't mind. This. Guushio was a bit surprised. He had heard of Womba Tower 500 years ago. It's a well-established business. Its reputation has always been excellent. He expected the other party would protect him, but he didn't expect that not only would they protect him, but they would also be so strict with the attacker. Thank you, Senior Su, for coming to rescue me. Womba Tower truly lives up to its name. As for this storage ring, I don't need it. Finally, Guushio still shook his head and refused the storage ring. However, Tsurume remained polite. Today, our Womba Tower apologizes to you, fellow cultivator. If we can change your opinion of Womba Tower, it will be a great achievement. Please do not refuse. Moreover, a simple storage ring is nothing compared to the dangers you've faced. Please accept it. It must be said that Tsurume's words and actions made Guushio admire her very much. Seeing her insistence, Guushio finally nodded and took the storage ring she offered. In fact, he had been hiding 3 storage rings in his bag, which he had just seized. But to avoid Womba Tower tracking him with special methods, he had not shown them. Now that Tsurume was giving him a ring, it was just right. As for the 3 rings he had hidden, there was no reason to return them. Not to mention, taking them out might cause trouble, and these were items Guushio had fought hard to obtain, so naturally, he wouldn't return them. Seeing Guushio accept the ring, a smile appeared on Tsurume's face as she asked, "Are you heading towards Yinsha City?" Guushio raised an eyebrow. "There's no need to be nervous. We are also heading to Yinsha City. As a city of scattered cultivators, the journey can be dangerous with bandits. In fact, Womba Tower often recruits cultivators to travel together. If you don't mind, you can join us. There will be protection along the way, and there is also some reward. It's a win-win situation." Tsurume extended an invitation. This made Guushio feel a bit tempted. His goal was simply to reach Yinsha City. He didn't want to waste time on the road. He had heard that as they got closer to Yinsha City, there would be more dangers like bandits and treasure hunters. If he could travel with Womba Tower, it might be a good idea. Thinking of this, Guushio immediately decided, "In that case, I will accept your invitation." Meanwhile, as Guushio joined Womba Tower's team and headed towards Yinsha City, another scene unfolded at Xian Holy Land, in the Ask Heaven Pavilion. A rainbow glow shimmered brightly. Then countless divine energies from the heavens automatically gathered and flowed toward a very delicate-looking bronze mirror. Nian Chaoxi's expression was excited. "Yes, it's done. The Reincarnation Mirror of Heavenly Secrets is complete. Junior brother, senior sister will avenge you." The Heavenly Secrets Reincarnation Mirror. This is one of the 3 sacred treasures in the way of divine secrets. It takes the lifespan of a divine secrets master to craft it, and the chance of success is very low. Many divine secrets masters have died trying to create this item, showing how rare it is. Even if it is successfully made, most masters won't use it easily, because it not only consumes their lifespan to craft, but using it also drains their life force, making it even more costly. Few divine secrets masters are willing to craft it, and even if they succeed, few are willing to use it. However, a divine secrets master who has spent such great effort to create the Heavenly Secrets Reincarnation Mirror is truly powerful, because this item can see the future and explore the past. With divine secrets techniques, it can be used to produce powerful effects, especially the divination techniques, which are unmatched. If it didn't require such a huge consumption of life force, the Heavenly Secrets Reincarnation Mirror might be called the strongest treasure of the greatest divine secrets master. At this moment, when Nian Chaoxi received the Heavenly Secret's Reincarnation Mirror, her eyes were full of joy, although she lost hundreds of years of her lifespan for it. To her, it was all worth it. Without hesitation, Nian Chaoxi immediately headed straight to Emo Peak. Many disciples on Emo Peak were still busy practicing talisman techniques. When they saw Nian Chaoxi, they all stood up and called out in respect, "Master Ant." Then, they couldn't help but be amazed. But Nian Chaoxi ignored their gazes and continued walking quickly toward the main hall of Emo Peak. The timing was perfect. Not only Qin Mashuan was there, but Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao were also present. "Senior sister, your hair." "Senior sister, how? How did this happen to you?" "Senior sister, your hair. Why has it turned white?" When they saw Nian Chaoxi, the three women couldn't help but gasp in surprise, especially Lu Qingyao, who immediately burst into tears. Because the once jet-black hair of Nian Chaoxi had turned completely white in just a few days. Morning like black silk, evening like snow. This scene made the three women feel very sad. Nian Chaoxi smiled and said, "Black hair or white hair doesn't matter. Guushio also has a head of white hair. How can he compare to you?" Lu Qingyao said honestly. But her words made Nian Chaoxi's smile fade, and she said seriously, "Little sister, Guushio's white hair is because of the sect. 3 years ago, when Guushio returned from the forbidden area, his hair was already all white." Thinking carefully, Guushio, who had a head of white hair when he first came back, was not discussed by the sisters, nor did anyone seem surprised. Now, comparing, Nian Chaoxi felt even more heartbroken for her junior brother. Then, she made a firm decision. "All three of you, you're here." Nian Chaoxi knew they wouldn't believe her about the sect's blessings, so she took out the Reincarnation Mirror of Heaven's Secret. "This mirror, I have successfully refined." Sure enough, as soon as the Reincarnation Mirror appeared, it immediately caused the three sisters to gasp. But without exception, after their surprise, each of them frowned. "If senior sister only made this mirror for Guushio, then I would rather you not have made it. The cost is too high." "Yes, senior sister, is it worth it for Guushio?" The three spoke one after another. Faced with their words, Nian Chaoxi only smiled brightly. "Yes, it's worth it. Of course it's worth it." Her smile was radiant and sincere. "Definitely worth it. Junior brother Gu has suffered too much. He sacrificed 500 years of time, his entire cultivation, and now he's left the place he once loved most. Compared to him, what are my few hundred years of lifespan?" Seeing her like this, Qin Mashuan and the other two sisters exchanged glances and couldn't help but shake their heads. "Senior sister, this is obsession." Nian Chaoxi didn't have as many thoughts about it. After saying a few words, she couldn't wait and said, "Since this mirror has been successfully refined, senior sister hopes that the three junior sisters will patiently watch the upcoming scene in the mirror." This. The three sisters looked at each other, then sighed. Their senior sister's obsession was too deep. They couldn't persuade her, so they could only agree for now. Seeing their nods, Nian Chaoxi felt happy inside. Without hesitation, she immediately activated her spell. Suddenly, the heavenly secret wheel of Reincarnation Mirror floated up in the air under her spell. It had no spiritual energy on it, but strange patterns of heaven and earth's aura kept emerging. The three sisters couldn't help but be shocked. This object, it is truly mysterious and wonderful. Among them, Qin Mashuan was the most amazed. She was very familiar with the patterns of heaven and earth. Looking at these patterns, she couldn't help but exclaim, "I've heard that the heavenly secret wheel of Reincarnation Mirror is a divine object. Now that I see it, it's indeed so. This object contains the power of time. It can trace back through time and show what needs to be seen. But does operating it also consume lifespan?" Su Wanqing asked. "Yes, it does," Qin Mashuan nodded. "But viewing the past, unless there's some concealment of secrets, the lifespan consumed isn't too terrifying. If you want to use it to look into the future, the consumption will be unimaginable." As she spoke, the spell caused the bronze mirror to suddenly display a scene. It was in a remote mountain, a very simple and humble sect. "It's our sacred ground." "No, this is the Xian sect. This is the Xian sect from over 500 years ago." "Wow, has 500 years passed? Our sect has changed so much." The three sisters immediately recognized what the scene in the mirror was. It was the Xian sacred ground. 500 years ago. Xian Sect. Wow. I was only 3 years old back then. That was senior sister. She was only about 15 or 16 years old too, right? Ha ha. I see second senior sister. She's always had a fiery temper since she was a child, and she's even holding a little pig and fighting. Huh. Sister 6 has liked playing with cloth dolls since she was young. No wonder her puppets are so impressive now. Ha. Third sister, look. That's you. You ruined the medicinal herb field and got scolded by master. Haha. And fifth sister, I didn't know you were so mischievous back then. The youngest sister, Lu Qingyao, has a lively personality. Whenever she sees a scene in the bronze mirror, she can't help but shout out loud. Even Su Wanqing and Qin Moi can't help but smile when they see her. They are filled with nostalgia, because these scenes hold many happy memories for them. Seeing their smiles, Nian Chaoxi also can't help but smile. All of them used to be so good together. The scene quickly shifts. Soon, a baby wrapped in a blanket is carried back by the old sect leader of Qingshin Sect and handed to Xuelan. Xuelan immediately becomes flustered, while the other 7 senior sisters are curious about the new little one. It's Guushio. He just joined the sect back then, Nian Chaoxi says with a smile. But her words cause the 3 women to fall silent. The nostalgia and smiles from before disappear, as if they don't want to see that person again, even from the past. Nian Chaoxi sighs and speeds up the scene in the bronze mirror. In the mirror, Guushio begins to grow little by little. His first turnover, first steps, first words. And the first word he learns is, sister. When they see this scene, the 3 women look a bit uncomfortable, but their gazes soften at the same time. Seeing all this, Nian Chaoxi feels relieved. She shows these scenes hoping to bring back beautiful memories of Guushio for her 3 junior sisters. And now, it seems to be working. The scene continues to play. Guushio grows day by day under everyone's watchful eyes. As a child, Guushio was very adorable, not only because he looked like a delicate porcelain doll, but also because he was very clever and obedient. When most children are just learning to speak, Guushio can speak fluently. When most children cry loudly over small problems, Guushio can seriously persuade his senior sisters and master. Although his reasons often make people laugh or feel surprised, he rarely cries or makes trouble and can even be called quiet. Moreover, he has great talent. Although he is not quite at the level of those legendary geniuses who are rarely seen in 1,000 years, his talent is still very rare. Practicing anything comes easily to him. Later, he could even help guide Lu Qingyao, who is only 3 years older than him. Most importantly, Guushio is very kind to his senior sisters. He remembers each sister's birthday and personally makes gifts for them, even when he starts practicing the art of destiny, deliberately keeping a distance from others like Nian Chaoxi. Guushio never forgets. Guushio loved carving lotus flowers for me when he was little. He said I was like a snow lotus on a snowy mountain, Nian Chaoxi said, holding up a wooden carved lotus, full of memories. Su Wanqing and Qin Moi, the 3 girls, also each took out a wooden carving. They fell into deep thought. These scenes brought back many memories. Even the forgotten ones in their hearts became clearer little by little. Back then, Guushio was truly wonderful. He was very sincere to each senior sister. He would prepare gifts for them, remember their preferences, and stand up for them when they were scolded by the master. Even as they grew older and started to develop their own hobbies, Guushio would accompany each sister to learn what she liked. He watched sunrises and sunsets with the eldest sister. He secretly helped the second sister forge tools and make strange gadgets. He went flower and herb picking with the 3rd sister and made clay balls. He studied strange stones with the 4th sister. He recited poetry and painted with the 5th sister. He disassembled and studied dolls and wooden figures with the 6th sister. He went to the creek with the 7th sister to catch fish and shrimp. This was their childhood, and it was Guushio's childhood too. Growth is never smooth. There are laughs, and there are tears. There are surprises, and there is anger. But without exception, every time, Guushio would take the initiative to lower his head and admit his mistake, then help his senior sister wipe away her tears. Qin Moran and the others watched these scenes from the past, and their gazes softened. Senior sister Su Wanqing couldn't help but have red eyes. They all couldn't help but think of their childhood stories with Guushio. those warm memories that belonged to them. And even a subconscious thought appeared in their minds. Why did things change? Was it because Guushio changed, or because they changed? Carved railings and jade steps should still be there. Only, red faces have changed, Qin Moran murmured. After a moment, she came back to herself, shook her head, and said, "Senior sister, there's no need to look at these things anymore." "Why?" Nian Chaoxi asked. But Qin Moran shook her head. Familiar feelings change easily, but people's hearts are easy to change. Old memories have turned to smoke. These things are just for remembering. There's no need to bring them out now. After all, I don't want to remember the person from my childhood with hatred. This made Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao beside her also come back to their senses. Yes, the memories of the past were indeed beautiful, and Guushio was indeed very good back then. But memories are just memories. Guushio now is no longer the same person. He has long changed. Guushio was indeed very good before, but after 500 years in the Forbidden Land, he has completely changed, Su Wanqing sighed. Lu Qingyao even said maliciously, "Maybe 500 years ago, he was just pretending." Such words caused Nian Chaoxi to feel a pain in her heart. Why? Why do they still hold such prejudice against Guushio? Even, they used the worst thoughts to speculate about Guushio from 500 years ago? She understood Qin Moran's meaning now. Their prejudice against Guushio wasn't because of the past, but because of the present, especially after returning from the Forbidden Land. Now, she wants to use memories from 100 years ago to awaken their recollections of Guushio, trying to correct their views about him. But those views are already wrong. Thinking of this, Nian Chaoxi bit her lip and looked again at the mirror. Coincidentally, Guushio, who was holding a wooden sculpture, seemed to sense something. He looked up at the window, as if making eye contact with Nian Chaoxi. His eyes were clear, innocent, and full of hope. Then he smiled. That smile made Nian Chaoxi's tears suddenly flow. She especially remembered the glance of Guushio with white hair, turning back in a fleeting moment. It made her heart ache even more. She waved her hand and finally dismissed the scene from the mirror from 500 years ago. Since my junior sisters think Guushio changed during the 500 years in the Forbidden Area, let's see for ourselves. Changed after 500 years. Who is he really? Nian Chaoxi spoke, then coughed up some blood. She activated the Reincarnation Mirror again, and a drop of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth due to her lifespan running out. Seeing this, the three women frowned, but ultimately shook their heads. They didn't try to persuade her. Her senior sister's obsession was Guushio. Maybe, seeing how Guushio changed after 500 years, she could truly understand him. And then, her obsession would fade away. But, while they held this hope in their hearts, the scene in the mirror changed again, causing the three women to pause slightly. Because now, the scene had shifted. The once warm but slightly dilapidated Qingxian sect had become a magnificent holy land, with many disciples and countless visitors coming daily. At this moment, it appeared in the forbidden area that had existed for 500 years. It was about to close. 500 years ago, they had hoped many times that this would disappear and the person inside the forbidden area would come out. But now, when this scene truly became reality, no one knew, no one cared, no one paid attention. Even until Guushio, with white hair like frost, badly injured, and completely drained of spiritual energy, walked out. There was no one to greet him. Zhawanqing looked uneasy and spoke first. I remember I was making pills for my junior brother at the time. It was a critical moment, so I couldn't be distracted. I was sensing the harmony of the world's way. I had a sudden insight and couldn't lose focus, Qin Moran also said, avoiding eye contact. Suddenly, pressure shifted to Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao hesitated and finally said, I was with my junior brother then. I was worried. If I left him to check on Guushio, it might upset him. I didn't know none of you went, she added. Senior sister, you didn't go either. Lu Qingyao pointed the finger at Nian Chaoxi. But unfortunately, she chose the wrong person. Nian Chaoxi sighed. That day, I was away from the sect. When I heard the news, I immediately rushed back and only arrived that night. Did you really not know this? Lu Qingyao stuck out her tongue and stayed silent. Nian Chaoxi looked at Zhawanqing and Qin Moran, both looking uncomfortable under her gaze. They instinctively looked down to avoid it. Actually, even if they were busy, How could they not know the forbidden area was closed or that Guushio was returning? The reason they hadn't moved or gone to greet Guushio was because they didn't know how to face him. When Guushio went to the forbidden area, I promised him I would prepare endless high-quality pills for his return. But when my junior brother arrived, I gave most of the pills to him. I had nothing impressive left, so? Zhuang spoke first, looking uneasy. I thought everyone had gone. I really didn't expect none of you to go. Qin hesitated. I also didn't have the talisman I promised Guushio. We just didn't go to greet him immediately. What's the big deal? Does he really care about such small things? Lu Qingyao looked uncomfortable and asked, besides, didn't we all go that night? We ate together, so isn't that enough to welcome him? This remark made Su Wanqing and Qin Muron nod in agreement. However, Nian Chaoxi suddenly let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. If that's the case, then let's keep watching. In the scene, Guushio finally encountered his first person to approach him. It was a servant disciple responsible for cleaning the sect. Then, Master Guan Xuelan arrived. She checked Guushio's injuries, took him to Zhua Peak, and that evening, she called all the senior sisters to gather. At that time, someone had asked Guan Xuelan what kind of banquet was needed. Her answer was straightforward. Guushio has returned, so just a simple gathering will do. This made the three of them feel a bit embarrassed. What made them even more embarrassed was what happened at the banquet. The simplest banquet was just a casual meeting and meal, not a formal sect event with elders and disciples. Of course, there was no grand feast or delicious dishes. Even, there was no warmth or friendliness at the table. The atmosphere was very cold. Guushio sat alone in what should have been the focus spot. But strangely, no one sat beside him. All the senior sisters sat far away from him, and the closest was the young junior brother Jiang's son. But even he was quite a distance away. At the time, they didn't think much of it. But now, seeing this scene, they felt something was wrong. We seemed to have isolated Guushio. Soon, all three of them had this thought at the same time. Wasn't it supposed to be a lively welcome banquet? Yet, there was no good food, no fine wine, and everyone sat far from Guushio on purpose. Now, it looked like Guushio, the main guest, had become an isolated island. And it wasn't just the seating that was isolated. Everyone hardly spoke to Guushio. During the gathering, Guushio was very friendly and tried to chat with everyone, but each time, they brushed him off with a few casual words. This scene didn't look like welcoming a close old friend back. Instead, it seemed more like avoiding a hated enemy. But Guushio had just returned. 500 years ago, when Guushio entered the forbidden area, there was no conflict among them. The senior sisters who used to talk to Guushio freely, when they saw him again after 500 years, didn't speak at all. The words they exchanged weren't even as many as those between Jiang Sun and Guushio. It wasn't until the banquet was almost over that Nian Chaoxi hurried back. It was clear. In the mirror, Nian Chaoxi looked very excited about Guushio's return. She even hugged Guushio tightly at that moment. Tears streamed down her face. Even 500 years ago, Nian Chaoxi and Guushio's relationship was probably the weakest among the senior sisters. But at this moment, she was the most surprised and sincere in her happiness about Guushio's return. This scene made the three women fall silent. If they didn't have good memories, they might have shouted that everything was fake, just to deny what they saw. But this wasn't fake. They were truly showing their actions to isolate Guushio. Not just at this dinner, but afterward, everyone continued to isolate him. After the dinner ended, Guan Xuelan started checking Guushio's health, wanting to heal his wounds. But at midnight, just midnight, Guan Xuelan declared that Guushio was completely useless and could no longer cultivate. Then she turned and left. And for the next 3 days, Guushio stayed quietly on Zhua Peak. Why Zhua Peak? Because the place where Guushio used to be, Emo Peak, had already been given to his younger brother Jiang's son. During these 3 days, besides Nian Chaoxi visiting Guushio once more and then leaving the sect again, no one else came. Even a glance at Guushio was enough. When this scene happened, Nian Chaoxi had already become a crying mess. She looked at her top 3 junior sisters with disbelief. You all, why didn't you go see Guushio? No one answered her. The 3 girls lowered their heads in silence, as if Nian Chaoxi's question was something they couldn't answer. Faced with their silence, Nian Chaoxi couldn't help feeling a bit angry. She suddenly shouted loudly, He's back. He is Guushio. 500 years ago, we cried tears and watched him be bound and tortured for our sect. Guushio. He's clearly back, so why? Why are you treating him like this? Even a single glance. You wouldn't even look at him. Now, tell me, has Guushio changed? Or have you changed? You keep saying that the person who changed is someone else. Is it Guushio? Or is it you all? At Mount Tianqi, in the Womba Tower caravan, the moonlight was like water. Guushio, who was focused on practicing, suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. In a daze, it seemed he heard a woman's desperate, furious shout. But after a moment, Guushio shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and closed his eyes again, continuing to practice. Letting go. What's gone is gone. Let go of the past. Let go of what once was. Let go of obsession. Let go of love and hate. The highest good is like water. In an instant, a whirlpool of spiritual energy appeared around Guushio, and a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth began uncontrollably gathering toward him. Next, the second, third, fourth, 9 whirlpools of spiritual energy suddenly appeared, crazily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy from heaven and earth. And besides spiritual energy, there was also a mysterious, profound power continuously entering Guushio's body, nourishing his divine soul. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many peers, causing exclamations. Is this entering the Dao? Wow, it really is entering the Dao. Isn't he just a cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining? How could he have such a cultivation level to enter the Dao? This is a rare opportunity for enlightenment, something that can only be encountered by those who are close to the path and have achieved great realization. Such a grand chance. Although entering the path mainly concerns the heart of the way, it greatly benefits not only cultivation levels, but also mental state and spiritual focus. This huge event caused the entire convoy to become excited. Some people felt envy, others sighed with emotion. Of course, there were also those who felt jealous and wanted to interfere. But before these dishonest people could react, the Womba Tower responded the fastest, immediately ordering the convoy to stop. Soon after, several Foundation establishment elders appeared, each guarding near Guushio. As for the people originally in the same carriage as Guushio, they were all quietly told to step back. Manager Su has given orders. Entering the path is a great opportunity from heaven. Everyone must not act rashly to interfere, especially those who are on the path. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation against Womba Tower. No one objected to this. While they stabilized the situation, Su Rume had already stepped forward, looking surprised at the carriage. Such a strong spiritual awakening. Who is this person? She didn't know who the person on the path was. The reason for the order to protect him was simply because it was Womba Tower's usual practice. For Womba Tower, making good connections is always better than making enemies. So, as long as it didn't harm their own interests, Womba Tower was always especially friendly to others, standing out as unique. Reporting to Manager Su, it said that the person is a wandering cultivator named Feng Bugue, a subordinate reported. Feng Bugue? Su Rume was stunned, unable to hide her surprise. Isn't he only at the 4th level of Qi refining? Yes, the subordinate nodded. All the cultivators in the same carriage confirmed it was him. Su Rume nodded, dismissing her subordinate. But her gaze on the carriage already showed a hint of shock. This Feng Bugue was actually Guushio. This was a pseudonym Guushio chose to avoid being tracked by the Qingxian Holy Land. It symbolized, light wind and gentle rain need not return. Not long after, Su Rume dismissed her subordinates and then called them back, quietly asking, has the investigation into Feng Bugue's background been completed? Well, the subordinate hesitated. Su Rume raised an eyebrow. Still can't find out? Yes. The subordinate smiled bitterly. Feng Bugue seems to have appeared out of nowhere. We can't find where he came from, where he's going, who his master is, or which sect he belongs to. We haven't even been able to find his real name. Can't find anything? Su Rume frowned. Womba Tower doesn't mind doing good deeds and making friends, but it hasn't lasted for so many years just by being kind. At least, investigating people's backgrounds and tracking their steps is something they definitely do. But they can't find out who Feng Bugue really is. Seeing her frown, the subordinate immediately felt ashamed and lowered his head, It's my fault for not doing my job well. Please punish me, shopkeeper Su. That's not your fault. Su Rumei shook her head. He claims to be a wandering cultivator heading to Yunshao City. That means he just became a wandering cultivator not long ago. As for the name Feng Bugue, it's probably just a fake name he chose himself. Unbound. Like the wind, free and unrestrained, yet not returning. This meaning was very clear. He is likely a disciple who left his sect and no longer wants to be involved with his past. Since he wants to hide his identity, it's normal that they can't find out. Su Rumei, who became the manager of Wanbao Tower, didn't rely solely on her cultivation strength. More importantly, she relied on her clever mind. She quickly analyzed many things. But her subordinate found it amusing. Shopkeeper Su, a small cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining, even if he left his sect, is just a minor figure, right? Does he really need to take a fake name? Minor figure? Su Rumei shook her head. If he were truly insignificant, he wouldn't dare face a foundation establishment cultivator like Ren Qing and remain calm. If he were truly insignificant, he wouldn't be able to enter the state of enlightenment at this level. This person is probably not just insignificant, but also very special. This statement made his subordinate pause briefly, then ask, Master Su, should we continue to him on the road? Why not? Su Rumei replied. Well, this person's background is unclear. He might cause us trouble. Trouble? Su Rumei smiled. I think we should not only him, but also treat him well. Once he completes his journey, arrange a private carriage for him. Huh. The subordinate was stunned, feeling a bit incredulous. A private carriage? Only those at least at the peak of Qi refining are qualified. A cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining. Does he qualify? The Wanbao Tower gathers talented people from all over. We're not dealing with ordinary folks. If he's just an average person, maybe we wouldn't need to pay special attention. But since he's so extraordinary, even if he's not a hero, he's definitely not an ordinary person. If we don't make friends with him before he rises, are we going to wait until later and struggle to get close? As for your concern about his realm, Su Rumei looked at the carriage. Are you really sure that after he enters the path, he will still be at the 4th level of Qi refining? This made the subordinate pause, then suddenly realize. Yes, although entering the path offers great benefits for establishing one's mind, the swirling spiritual energy of the 9 extremes is constantly absorbing spiritual energy. With such a terrifying absorption rate, how far can Guushio advance? It's extremely rare for someone at the Qi refining stage to enter the path, and even more so for someone at the 4th level of Qi refining to do so. Usually, foundation establishment or golden core cultivators can at least break through one small step when they enter the path. But a small cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refining, with a small dantian and sea of energy, probably has a lot of room for growth. It's likely to be a terrifying increase. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qingxian Sacred Land, Emo Shufeng, faced with Nian Chaoxi's desperate and loud questioning, Qin Mashuan and the 3 women looked extremely embarrassed. Each of the 3 lowered their heads, staring at their toes, unable to say a word. They always thought that Guushio was the one who changed. But, at this moment, looking at the scene in the Heaven's secret wheel of Reincarnation Mirror, they understood clearly. For Guushio, it was probably they who had changed. In fact, for a brief moment, all 3 felt a flicker of doubt in their hearts. Is this really me? How did I become like this? 500 years ago, I was crying and begging the heavens to protect Guushio as he entered the forbidden area. But why? When Guushio actually returned, everything had changed. Where did the problem happen? Speak up. 3rd junior sisters, why are you suddenly silent? After a sharp accusation, Nian Chaoxi calmed down a bit. But what she said still made the 3 of them look at each other in silence. I was. In the end, Su Wanqing was the first to speak. The powerful alchemist was now panicked and dared not look Nian Chaoxi in the eye. She looked down and hesitated for a long time before saying, I just didn't want the little junior brother to be sad. Not wanting the little junior brother to be sad? Nian Chaoxi sneered in anger. That's your reason? Why would the little junior brother be sad? Why should he be sad? Senior sister. Qin Mashuan hesitated and said, Actually, this is Guushio's fault. What? Blaming Guushio? Nian Chaoxi was stunned, looking at Qin Mashuan as if she saw a monster. She didn't understand. Why could Qin Mashuan say such things? Clearly, they were the ones in the wrong. I know, When Guushio just returned, we indeed ignored him and treated him coldly. But from another perspective, isn't Guushio really at fault? Qin Mashuan pursed her lips and said, Senior sister, Guushio entered the forbidden area for 500 years. A full 500 years. During these 500 years, every time our sisters talked about Guushio, tears would flow like rain, and we felt heartbroken. We couldn't eat or sleep. Our hearts were heavy. In the end, we had no choice but to convince ourselves that Guushio was dead, so we wouldn't fall apart. These words made Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao nearby nod repeatedly. Even Nian Chaoxi felt the same way. Later, the little junior brother came. Qin Mashuan continued. We poured all our longing for Guushio into the little junior brother, and we gave him everything we had meant for Guushio. In simple words, we treated the little junior brother as a substitute for Guushio. This is actually very selfish. Senior sister, have you ever thought about how it feels to be seen as a substitute? If Guushio finally returns, what would that mean for the younger brother? How big of a would that be? Nian Chaoxi frowned, beginning to understand Qin Mashuan's point. They treated Jiang Sun as Guushio's substitute. But in the end, they were afraid that Jiang Sun would realize she was just a stand-in. It would make her sad and hurt. However, so, is that why you isolated Guushio, while understanding she couldn't quite accept it? Don't you think that's funny? Just because you didn't want the younger brother to feel sad about being a substitute, you treated Guushio that way. You all worry about Jiang Sun. But have you forgotten what Guushio has done for you? What he has sacrificed for the sect? This question caused the three women to fall silent. At first, they didn't think it was a big deal, but now, hearing Nian Chaoxi ask, they didn't know how to answer. They couldn't answer this question. No matter what, since things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. Besides, Guushio's previous actions already show that our choice was right. It was still Lu Qingyao speaking. She couldn't face Nian Chaoxi's questions, but she knew how to defend herself. Maybe we did neglect Guushio at first, isolated him, and that was wrong. But does Guushio really have no fault at all? Senior sister, look at what he did afterward. If he only targeted us because we slighted him, then I think there's nothing wrong with what we did. Her words made Nian Chaoxi feel incredulous. She instinctively looked at Su Wanqing and Qin Mashuan, hoping they would have different opinions. But to her disappointment, Guushio's later actions were indeed very wrong. Su Wanqing shook her head and said. Qin Mashuan nodded even more. I already said before, after what happened, I could never forgive Guushio in this life. Nian Chaoxi suddenly felt intense heartache every morning and evening. At this moment, looking at her three junior sisters, she felt like she was seeing strangers. It was as if for the first time, she truly understood these sisters she had watched grow up. She took a deep breath. Nian Chaoxi did not scold or question loudly. After a moment of silence, she softly said, Do you think what Guushio did afterward was wrong? Since that's the case, maybe we should see for ourselves. Exactly how did Guushio wrong you? As she spoke, Nian Chaoxi was about to activate the heavenly secret Reincarnation Mirror to look further. But unexpectedly, I have some things to do. Even if you keep watching, I don't have time now. I need to help my younger brother finish building the beast pin for the summoning art. I'll take my leave now. After saying this, her younger sister, Lu Qingyao, hurriedly left, as if fleeing. Next to her, Su Wanqing, reminded by this, also stood up to say goodbye. Senior sister, my potion batch should be ready now. I need to go back and take care of it. As for what you mentioned, we can look at it next time. The two girls left one after the other. They didn't even give Nian Chaoxi a chance to speak. By the time Nian Chaoxi reacted, the three sisters had already gone. Nian Chaoxi knew they didn't dare to look further. Or rather, she believed they understood what was about to happen next. But despite guessing this, Nian Chaoxi couldn't stop it. She could only turn her gaze to Qin Mashuan. Fifth junior sister probably has something too, right? Qin Mashuan frowned. After hesitating, she decided to be straightforward. Senior sister, I know what you want to say. You hope we can go with you to ask Master to let Guushio return to the sect, to bring him back. I don't oppose that, but I also won't agree. Since you already know what Guushio did to me, you should also know that Guushio destroyed my Dao. The hatred of breaking the Dao, no matter what, I can't forgive him. Her talisman path was completely halted because of Guushio's actions. No matter what, she couldn't forgive Guushio, nor feel any guilt towards him. Nian Chaoxi understood all this. At this moment, she did not feel any disappointment. Instead, she said, I always believed that my younger brother must have his own reasons. Since you, fifth sister, think that Guushio wronged you, why don't we use the Destiny Reincarnation Mirror to see the truth of that time? Senior sister, is that really necessary? Qin Mashuan frowned. It is necessary. Nian Chaoxi nodded seriously. I always believe that Guushio is not as bad as you all say. Qin Mashuan frowned again. Actually, she didn't want to argue with her senior sister, but this is Emo Peak, her territory. Su Wanqing and Lu Qingyao could find excuses to leave. But where could she go? This mirror can not only see the past, but also ask questions. The Destiny Reincarnation Mirror will give answers based on the questions asked. Since fifth sister, you think Guushio harmed you. This time, I won't deliberately control the Tianji reincarnation realm to find answers. I will just ask this mirror directly, Nian Chaoxi said, beginning to activate her spell. This is the greatest function of the Tianji reincarnation realm. Ask the mirror. Soon, glowing lights appeared on the Destiny Reincarnation Mirror. Nian Chaoxi began controlling the mirror to look for past events, to uncover the truth about Guushio destroying Qin Mashuan's divine summoning. The scene appeared quickly, but what surprised Nian Chaoxi was that, instead of showing the scene where Guushio destroyed Qin Mashuan's divine summoning directly, the image in the mirror started to rewind. It went back more than 500 years. Little brother, we just started learning about talismans. The first thing we need to do is remember all the common celestial and earthly patterns. Then keep writing and understanding. This talisman scripture is something I got from our master. I specially copied a copy to give you, so we can learn talismans together. In the future, we will become talisman masters. The scene in the mirror shows Qin Mashuan and Guushio as children. That was 500 years ago, when Qin Mashuan began learning about talismans, along with her younger brother Guushio. Nian Chaoxi found it strange. She was asking why Guushio destroyed Qin Mashuan's divine summoning. But unexpectedly, the answer given by the mirror was this. What does this mean? Does Guushio's destruction of Qin Moran's divine summon relate to his first contact with the art of talismans? Nian Chaoxi couldn't understand. Meanwhile, the scene in the mirror continued. Little junior brother, don't look at the back. The talismans recorded there are all for the 6th level and above. Even if you look at them many times, they won't help. These divine energies only appear when summoning gods. Let's just study the earlier parts. Little junior brother, why are you staring blankly at the divine energies in the back again? Hurry up and learn the front part. Little junior brother, we need to progress step by step. We can't try to eat a big meal all at once. The two began practicing the art of talismans, but for some reason, young Guushio did not learn step by step from the beginning. Instead, he started by looking at the divine energies in the back. Qin Moran said, he's too impatient, hoping to reach the top in one step. But the path of cultivation is most about steady progress. So, he hasn't made much improvement in the art of talismans. Nian Chaoxi pursed her lips. She felt Guushio wasn't like that, but the scene in front of her made her unsure how to explain. Soon, the scene in the mirror shifted. This time, it was Guushio with white hair. Clearly, more than 500 years had passed. This was after Guushio returned from the Forbidden Area and was living on Zha Peak. But Guushio was still looking at the talisman book Qin Moran gave him when he was a child, and he was still reading the last few pages. What was he doing? Nian Chaoxi was a bit confused. He has completely lost his cultivation. At this point, he should be starting to learn the art of talismans at Emo Peak. I knew why he hadn't made any progress in the art of talismans all these years. He was still staring at the back. Qin Moran said coldly, with a look of disdain in her eyes. Nian Chaoxi frowned. She felt things weren't that simple. Without hesitation, she searched through her storage ring. Earlier, Guushio's wooden hut on Zha Peak had been damaged, and everything inside was packed by Nian Chaoxi. After searching, she quickly found the talisman book that appeared in the mirror. It was an introductory book on talismans, containing many known divine talisman formulas. It was personally written by Qin Moran. Nian Chaoxi copied Guushio, flipping to the last few pages. As expected, just as Qin Moi said, the contents are all about divine-grade heaven and earth energy, all above the 6th level. These energies are useless for ordinary people to learn, because unless they succeed in summoning a divine spirit, No matter how much they write, it's all pointless. Even Qin Moi's current writings are still useless. However, this book of scriptures is quite comprehensive. It not only contains many known symbols and energies, but also provides detailed explanations, especially for divine energies beyond the 6th level. Are there so many differences in the divine energies later on? Does each divine energy have special powers? Nian Chaoxi is a bit surprised. Qin Moi nods. Divine energies are unique, naturally different from others. Her face still looks unhappy, especially when she looks at the energies listed. Nian Chaoxi lowers his head and notices that Qin Moi is looking at an energy called Zha. Could it be the divine energy that 5th sister failed to summon earlier? This aura. This is summoning a divine spirit. 5th sister is summoning a divine spirit. Great. Great. 5th sister has finally gained the chance to summon a divine spirit. Once successful, she will step into a new realm. While Nian Chaoxi is thinking, he sees Guushio in the mirror speak. He turns his head and sees Guushio, who was carving wood inside the room. Suddenly, he feels something and exclaims with joy. Nian Chaoxi's heart tightens, because he knows the time in the mirror should be when Qin Moi is summoning a divine spirit. That means Guushio is about to be controlled by the divine soul energy and go mad. Sure enough, just as he is thinking this, Guushio, who had planned to leave and head straight to Emo Peak, suddenly groans and almost falls. The pain from the divine injury hits him. Guushio is in unbearable pain, covering his head, rolling wildly on the ground. It seems that the pain has made his eyes lose clarity. He is about to go mad. Just as he thinks this, Guushio suddenly stands up and rushes toward the door. But at the doorway, his hands suddenly grip the door tightly. He sometimes looked clear, sometimes appeared crazy, and struggled to speak. Today is the most important moment for Sister Wu. I can't be crazy. I can't be crazy. I must control myself. As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his teeth. He quickly closed the door and then took out chains, wrapping them around himself. He was trying to avoid damaging Qin Moxi's spiritual guide by forcibly binding himself. Every time, a piece of flesh and blood is taken away. Then, he forcefully controls his body, smashing his head against the stone wall. The scene looks very bloody. After a short while, Guushio's body is so badly damaged that he looks like a torn rag doll. Seeing this, Nian Chaoxi has already cried tears of sadness. She wants to stop Guushio from hurting himself. But this is a memory from the past in the mirror. It's something that happened before. Now, she can't stop anything. She can only watch helplessly. She watches Guushio almost kill himself through his own torment. Even Qin Moi Ran's cold eyes show some pity. This scene is so shocking that she doesn't know how to continue feeling angry. Anyone can see how strong Guushio's determination is. In the mirror, under such crazy self-torture, Guushio's consciousness seems to finally regain control of his body. But he doesn't have time to breathe or cry out in pain. He quickly glances over and sees Qin Moi Ran, who has kept her eyes closed from the beginning, her hands sensing and writing about divine patterns. That was too close. It looks like 5th sister has already gained recognition for this divine pattern. I almost ruined her chance to summon the divine, Guushio mutters to himself. Then, he gently leaves the yard, pulls the door shut, and prepares to leave. From start to finish, he never once looked at his own injuries. All he thought about was not destroying Moi's divine summoning. Nian Chaoxi sighs sadly. Qin Moi Ran's expression looks a bit unnatural, but she quickly shakes her head. 5th sister, have you ever thought about why, since Guushio is already awake, my divine summoning still failed? Huh? Nian Chaoxi pauses, then suddenly realizes. Yes. Since Guushio has already taken control of his spiritual injury, why did Qin Moi Ran still fail? Just as she's thinking this, she sees Guushio suddenly freeze in place just as the yard gate is about to close. His eyes are fixed on the talisman Qin Moi Ran holds. In the next moment, he pushes open the door again and strides quickly toward Qin Moi Ran. What is he going to do? Nian Chaoxi's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad feeling, because she saw it. In the mirror, Guushio's eyebrows were tightly furrowed, but his eyes were very clear, clearly not controlled by spiritual or mental injuries. He was awake. But why would the awake Guushio suddenly do this? While Nian Chaoxi was confused, she saw Guushio had already come to Qin Moxi's side. Qin Moxi was currently calling upon a divine aura. She was in a state of sensory shutdown, although she kept writing a divine symbol with her hand. But she knew nothing about the outside world. She didn't realize Guushio had already come beside her, staring at the symbol she was drawing with a complex expression. Next second, Guushio suddenly moved, trying to the brush from Qin Moxi's hand. What? What is happening? Why is this happening? What has occurred? Nian Chaoxi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock and surprise. Guushio had just been desperately trying to wake up, trying not to disturb Qin Moxi. So why did he suddenly do this? Senior sister, do you want to keep watching? Qin Moxi asked coldly. Nian Chaoxi's lips moved. She understood what Qin Moxi meant. From the moment Guushio decided to act, Qin Moxi's spiritual calling had already failed. Because calling a spirit is about gaining recognition from divine aura in the world and then fully carving it out. If this process is interrupted, the spiritual calling will completely fail. Sure enough, as Guushio made his move in the mirror, Qin Moxi's face suddenly showed signs of struggle, and then dark clouds began gathering in the sky. In the next moment, Qin Moxi suddenly spat blood and collapsed to the ground. At the moment she fell, a red rainbow light shot up from her body. It quickly dissipated. Qin Moxi's spiritual calling failed. Why did this happen? Why did it happen? Senior sister, I don't know why you trust Guushio so much, but now you've seen it with your own eyes, you should understand. I only have hatred for Guushio. Qin Moxuan spoke coldly with no expression. But Moxuan. Nian Chaoxi wanted to say more, but saw Qin Moxuan sigh and say, Senior sister, I'm tired. Can you leave now? Nian Chaoxi opened her mouth, but in the end, she had no strength to argue. She could only bite her lip, put away the heaven-secret Reincarnation Mirror, and turn around sadly. Behind her, Qin Moxuan's cold voice came. Senior sister, I advise you, Guushio is not a good person. He's just a sneaky, scheming person who is good at disguising himself. Don't be fooled by his appearance. His departure is the best outcome for the sect. Nian Chaoxi shivered all over. But then she suddenly thought of something and turned back to ask, Junior sister, you are so important in summoning the divine. Why has no one else from the sect appeared from start to finish, huh? Qin Moxuan paused briefly, but she saw Nian Chaoxi's brows furrowed as she asked again. Guushio is just an ordinary person without cultivation. But even he can tell you're summoning the divine. Doesn't that mean others in the sect have noticed too? Why could Guushio walk all the way from Zhua Peak to your ink book peak without anyone stopping him? Junior sister, don't you think? From beginning to end, something about this is very strange. Previously, she had been worried about Guushio, which made Nian Chaoxi feel something was off. But she didn't think much about it. Until now, she finally realized. Why? Why did Guushio not meet anyone along the way? Qin Moxuan could sense the divine summoning. Even a mortal like Guushio could notice it. Why did no one in the sect realize it? Why did no one come to check? Normally, at such a time, the master, sisters, and even sect disciples would naturally protect Qin Moxuan. But why was no one protecting her? Why was Guushio able to enter Qin Moxuan's courtyard so easily, and even successfully stop Qin Moxuan? Senior sister, have you forgotten so quickly? Qin Moxuan replied calmly now. That day was the birthday of the old sect master of the Yintian Holy Land. The master and the senior sisters went to Yintian Holy Land. Didn't you go with them? Eternal Sacred Land's old sect leader's birthday? Nian Chaoxi suddenly remembered it clearly. It seemed to be true at that time, but she still couldn't understand. Then what about the other disciples? Although we are not in the sect, with so many disciples and elders in Qingxian Sacred Land, how could none of them go to protect the way? Senior sister, are you trying to blame others for my failure in summoning the divine? To excuse Guushio? Qin Moxuan frowned and asked. Of course not. Nian Chaoxi hurriedly shook her head. I just feel that this matter is very strange. What's strange about it? Qin Moxuan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. No matter what, I failed in summoning the divine, and it was Guushio who personally destroyed it. Didn't you see that just now, senior sister? Nian Chaoxi was momentarily speechless. Moxuan, I know you don't want to talk about the failure of summoning the divine anymore, but this matter is suspicious. I think there might be some other reason behind it. No matter what the reason is, it doesn't change the fact that Guushio destroyed my summoning. Isn't that right? But Nian Chaoxi wanted to say more, but Qin Maxian interrupted her. Senior sister, I hope you won't discuss this anymore. My Dao has already been destroyed, and it was Guushio who did it. What is there left to say at this point? But Nian Chaoxi opened her mouth, but seeing Qin Maxian's impatient expression, she finally closed her mouth again. For some reason, she felt that Qin Maxian didn't want to investigate the cause any further. Could it be? There really is some hidden truth behind this. But Qin Maxian had already issued an eviction order, and Nian Chaoxi couldn't continue to ask. She could only leave Qin Maxian's hall full of doubts. Outside the hall, the rune class had just finished. Elder Zhang, I have a question. Coincidentally, a disciple approached the teaching elder and asked. Disciples found that in the rune texts, for descriptions of more than 6 layers of Dao rhyme, there is always an extra phrase. If it is a normal summoning, does that mean there are other ways to summon the divine? Focus on your studies. Now you're thinking about these questions. Are these questions you should be asking? The teaching elder replied impatiently. Hearing this, Nian Chaoxi also paused and was stunned. I opened again the book of talismans that Qin Moran personally copied. This book has appeared many times in the Sky Wheel Reincarnation Mirror, and Guushio has been watching it almost the whole time. Just now, Nian Chaoxi also looked through it and noticed this description, but he didn't pay much attention. But now, Senior Elder, Nian Chaoxi immediately stopped the elder who was scolding a disciple during the talisman lesson. The elder saw Nian Chaoxi and quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, Master Uncle. May I ask what your instructions are? I want to ask about the same thing as that disciple just now, Nian Chaoxi said. Huh. Senior Elder was surprised and didn't understand why the leader of the Heaven's secret pavilion suddenly became interested in this. But he still replied immediately, respectfully, Master Uncle, the essence of talisman crafting is to harmonize with the natural flow of the universe and make it work for us. Although, according to normal rules, once the universe's energy recognizes a person, it will naturally send divine guidance. Some people haven't had the chance to attract divine guidance and feel unwilling. They do use some special methods to attract divine power. However, we talisman masters do not support such methods because, while they can indeed attract divine power, the cost is very high. The cost? What kind of cost? Nian Chaoxi asked curiously. That varies. Senior Elder shook his head. Seeing Nian Chaoxi still wanted to ask, the elder continued explaining. It really depends, because the divine energy attracted can differ greatly. But one thing is certain, it will have a big impact on the talisman master himself. In fact, unless the divine energy descends naturally, even if the attraction succeeds, the talisman master will be affected to some extent. Some may have their lifespan drained and die after hearing the call of the divine. Some may see their cultivation fall and never be able to practice again in this life. But most of all, their personality changes drastically, becoming a different person from before. In fact, many divine talisman masters above the 6th rank have strange personalities, which are influenced by the divine energy. What? Is this true? Nian Chaoxi was surprised. His main study was the path of heavenly secrets. He knew a little about formation techniques, but not much. At least, what Senior Elder just said was something Nian Chaoxi had never heard of before. But upon reflection, most high-level divine symbol masters she has met are quite strange, except for a few who are normal. Many of them have odd personalities. Some overeat, some are obsessed with beauty, and others are so violent they seem crazy. Could it be that they are using special methods to forcibly summon gods? Suddenly, Nian Chaoxi remembered something. She quickly opened the secret manual on symbols and pointed to the character, Zha, on it, asking, does forcibly summoning a god using this character have any side effects? That is, the Zha character? Elder Zing looked at it and was immediately shocked. This symbol must not be used to forcibly summon a god, or it will bring disaster. What? Nian Chaoxi was startled. Elder Zeng explained. Master Uncle doesn't know this, but the Zha character is a very special part of the 7th rank divine symbols. It can be used to calm spirits, seal demons, and eliminate evil. It's very powerful. Normal god summoning might be fine, but if you forcibly summon a god and attract the Zha character, it will be a disaster for the symbol master. Because, although this symbol is meant to ward off evil, forcibly summoning a god with it will anger evil spirits. Not only will the symbol master lose a lot of lifespan, but they will also be cursed with bad luck. There are records in history of people forcibly summoning gods with the Zha character, and all of them suffered misfortune within 1 to 3 years. While Elder Zhang was still speaking, Nian Chaoxi suddenly reacted. She flashed her body and immediately returned to the main hall. Qin Ma, who had been frowning and thinking, saw Nian Chaoxi come back and immediately frowned. "Senior sister, is there something else? I want you to look at something again," Nian Chaoxi said. Before Qin Ma could refuse, she took out the Heaven's secret Reincarnation Mirror and quickly activated it. However, cough cough, as she began to use the divination technique, Nian Chaoxi suddenly coughed violently. Her aura weakened rapidly, almost to the point of extinction. For a moment, she nearly died on the spot. She almost lost her life right then and there. "Senior sister? What did you ask? Stop it quickly." Qin Ma was shocked and hurriedly helped Nian Chaoxi. Nian Chaoxi also looked terrified. She had just wanted to ask directly about what Guushio had done for her sect, her master, and her sisters, but she didn't expect to be struck back before she could finish. This shows that the secrets of heaven are hidden and cannot be explored or observed. "I'm fine." Nian Chaoxi was shocked inside but dared not speak aloud. Instead, she quickly changed her question. This time, her question was very simple. "Guushio, why did he destroy Qin Moi's divine summoning?" At this question, 500 years ago, as a young boy, Guushio appeared again in the bronze mirror. "Guushio, the way of talisman making must be learned step by step. You need to start from the beginning. Looking at the later parts won't help." In the mirror, Qin Moi was still advising Guushio to read the talisman scriptures from the start, not just the later sections. Guushio in the mirror didn't answer, but muttered to himself. At this moment, his words were magnified in the bronze mirror, allowing the two outside to hear clearly. "Actually, senior sister, I don't want to learn the way of talisman making. What I want is that when I grow up, I can help you." The words of the young boy carried a bit of innocence and naive confidence. But surprisingly, at this moment, that innocence showed a firm determination. Nian Chaoxi and Qin Moi were both stunned. They looked shocked. It turns out, Guushio's reason for constantly reading the later parts of the talisman scriptures wasn't because he was ambitious or overestimating himself. It was because he never intended to practice the way of talisman making from the start. He read those scriptures carefully, recorded everything. Purely, he hoped that in the future, he could help his senior sister Qin Moi. While the two women were still shocked, the scene in the mirror changed again. Guushio had grown a bit older and had heard about the concept of forcibly summoning divine power and the backlash it could cause. Next, he began to learn in detail about the effects and functions of the divine qualities described in the talisman scriptures, and the consequences of forcibly summoning divine power. He carefully remembered everything in his heart. At one point, Guushio even asked someone a question. If a 6th-rank Talisman Master cannot successfully summon the divine, is there a way to put the backlash on myself so that the 6th-rank Talisman Master won't get hurt while summoning the divine? This question was very naive. But it was this naive question that made Nian Chaoxi cry out loud again. She understood what Guushio was asking in the mirror. He knew how difficult summoning the divine was, so he wanted to ask if he could sacrifice himself to help Qin Ma in the future. Even Qin Ma was moved when he heard this. In the end, the scene of Qin Ma summoning the divine appeared again in the mirror. But this time, the scene started from Guushio waking up and closing the door to leave. As the door was about to close, Guushio suddenly changed his expression. "Something's wrong. This is a forced divine summoning. Senior sister isn't summoning normally. She's forcing it." After hesitating many times, he didn't choose to leave. Instead, he pushed the door open again and walked toward Qin Ma, who was summoning the divine. He walked quickly but quietly. Why is senior sister so foolish? She knows the risks of forcing the divine better than I do. I hope what she summons isn't an unbearable divine aura. I hope it's not, Guushio muttered to himself as he finally reached behind Qin Ma. But when he saw the talisman Qin Ma was writing, Guushio's face darkened completely. He remembered all the divine auras. He also recognized immediately what this divine aura was. Zha Character. How could it be the Zha Character? What should I do? If this talisman is used, how will senior sister bear it? Guushio froze in place. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. These should have been just thoughts in his heart. But now, on the heavenly secret wheel of Reincarnation Mirror, they were spoken aloud. He heard himself say, if the Zha character forces the divine successfully, senior sister will definitely die. Even the methods I learned, like substituting and accepting backlash, are useless. No, I can't let senior sister walk to her death. Senior sister, I'm sorry. After this thought flashed through her mind, Guushio finally reached out and forcibly snatched the talisman brush from Qin Maxian's hand. The divine summoning failed. The character Zha began to leave Qin Maxian, and she also fainted. Junior sister, do you still think that Guushio is trying to harm you or deliberately cut off your path? Nian Chaoxi asked almost word by word. Qin Maxian lowered her head without answering. Guushio has wanted to help you from the very beginning. He was the one who discovered you forcing the divine summoning, and he also found out that what you summoned was the deadly Zha character. He was the one who stopped your forced divine summoning. He doesn't want to cut off your path. He wants to help you. Nian Chaoxi said these words almost through gritted teeth. Everything is now clear. The reason Qin Maxian's divine summoning went unnoticed was because she didn't want others to know she was actually forcing the divine summoning. She used special methods to block the investigation of other disciples. In fact, she probably even waited until Guan Xuelan and the other disciples left the Yintian Holy Land before starting her forced divine summoning. Guushio interrupted her divine summoning, not to ruin her path, but to stop her from risking her life. At this moment, faced with Nian Chaoxi's every word, Qin Maxian's body trembled slightly. But in the end, Qin Maxian once again became cold and spoke softly. Did I ask him to save me? What? Nian Chaoxi was stunned. I didn't ask him to come and save me. But Qin Maxian then said, I don't need him to save me. I don't need anyone to help me. You. What are you saying? Nian Chaoxi was incredulous, feeling that the junior sister in front of her was terrifyingly unfamiliar. Qin Maxian, however, looked at her with a self-deprecating smile and said, Senior sister, you should know that summoning the divine depends on fate, not effort. I have been a 6th-tier Talisman Master for 300 years. 300 years of effort, countless hard work, but no matter what I do, I can't summon the divine, not even a call. Do you know what this means, senior sister? It means that my 300 years of effort have been in vain, and my 300 years of dedication have become a joke. Furthermore, if I wait any longer, I might never have another chance to summon the divine in my life. I need to fight. I need to try. Win or lose, I am willing to accept it. Everything was ready. I was almost successful in summoning the divine, but because of Guushio, it all ended in failure. It's all because of him. But he's trying to stop you from risking your life? Nian Chaoxi angrily shouted. Yes, he's stopping me from risking my life. But how does he know I don't want to die? Qin Moran countered. To know the way in the morning and be willing to die in the evening. I made my own choice. Why should he interfere? Honestly, I thought about this many times. I regret it countless times, but never once did I regret forcing the divine to appear. My only regret is that I didn't kill him earlier. My only regret is that I planned everything carefully, blocked all the cultivators from checking my situation, but I overlooked him. An useless person without cultivation. At this moment, Qin Moran's face was twisted with rage, full of hatred and resentment. Seeing Qin Moran like this, Nian Chaoxi was stunned. Her face showed disbelief. You're just unbelievable, Qin Moran snorted. Yes, I am unbelievable. Sister, are you just realizing this now? Nian Chaoxi was speechless. Just then, oh no, why is the backlash from the Zha character still happening? A sound interrupted them, drawing the attention of the two arguing women. They finally saw the scene. The scene of the heavens' fate cycle. It was not over yet. After Guushio destroyed Qin Moran's forced summoning of the divine, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he carefully picked up Qin Moran. He wanted to place her on the bed to rest, but as he laid her down, he noticed a strange red glow appearing on Qin Moran's face, faintly flickering with several talisman marks. This caused Qin Moran, who was unconscious, to grimace in pain. Seeing this glow, Qin Moran outside the mirror suddenly felt a sinking feeling in her heart. It was a backlash. This was the backlash of the Zha character. Although she forcibly interrupted the divine connection, she herself was also affected by the backlash of the Zha character. Although weak, it was enough to slowly kill her. But very soon, Qin Moshuan couldn't help but feel strange. If she had suffered the backlash, she should have noticed it long ago. But why? As she thought, Qin Moshuan suddenly froze in place. In the mirror, Guushio was already sitting cross-legged on the ground. Then he took out the talisman brush he had just snatched from Qin Moshuan. He spread it open in his palm, and with each, he began to write the Dao rhyme of the Zha character. As Guushio wrote, the faint backlash force of the Zha character on Qin Moshuan's body actually seemed to be attracted by something, slowly emerging from Qin Moshuan's body and attaching itself to Guushio. This is using himself as bait to reverse the backlash. This is a fake swap. This is Guushio helping Qin Moshuan, absorbing all the backlash energy that was meant to torment her into himself. He is taking on the backlash force for her. At this moment, Qin Moshuan, who was originally angry from arguing with Nian Chaoxi, froze in place. She opened her mouth. It seemed she wanted to say something, but didn't know how to speak. This scene was too shocking for her. This is the backlash of the Zha character. Even if the backlash force isn't too heavy, it's enough to cause great pain. Even cultivators can't withstand it, let alone Guushio, who is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly endure it? He clearly knew. He already knew what the backlash of the Zha character was. Qin Moshuan muttered to herself, her eyes showing panic for the first time. She didn't know what to do. This truth was too heavy. Nian Chaoxi didn't care about her thoughts. At this moment, he hurriedly asked, "What will happen if you absorb this backlash force?" This. Qin Moshuan hesitated. Nian Chaoxi pressed on, "Tell me." This. Qin Moran bit her lip. "I don't know. Although stopping the divine summoning weakens the backlash, even if it's weaker, it still feels very uncomfortable. Especially since this is the Zha character. If a cultivator suffers backlash, they would at least be haunted day and night by restless spirits." "What?" Nian Chaoxi suddenly gasped. "Haunted every day by restless spirits." So, since Qin Moran's attempt to summon the divine failed, Guushio has been tormented by resentful spirits and haunted constantly. This. Even a cultivator would find it hard to endure. How can Guushio bear it? I don't understand. Even though Guushio saved your life, you still hold so many prejudices against him. But I want you to remember, he is using his own pain to give you a chance. Nian Chaoxi stared coldly at Qin Moran. After saying this, she quickly turned and left. She can't wait any longer. She must find Guushio. No matter what, she can't let someone like him be left alone in the Tianqi Mountains to face danger. And after Nian Chaoxi left, inside the main hall of Emo Peak, everything was silent. Qin Moran's eyes were still full of shock, still full of disbelief. She truly hated Guushio. Although deep down she knew he was actually saving her, she always felt that. Guushio was breaking her path. He was meddling. But now, at this moment, Qin Moran suddenly felt panicked inside. She thought about her attitude towards Guushio over the past 3 years, her prejudices, and even some harsh words she had said to him. Maybe she really did something wrong. A clear tear slid down Qin Moran's face. This was the first time since Guushio returned from the Forbidden Land that she cried for him. And while Qin Moran was crying for Guushio and feeling anxious for him, on the other side, the Womba Tower caravan in the Tianqi Mountains was now silent. Everyone sat quietly, and when someone spoke, they did so in a low voice, carefully avoiding disturbing a certain carriage. Around the carriage, several experts from Womba Tower are standing. They are on high alert for any possible danger, even the slightest movement or breeze, and they will act immediately to eliminate the threat. Womba Tower has such a good reputation because of their meticulous practices. Honestly, from now on, I will buy everything from Womba Tower. Yes, their reputation is built step by step. But that guy, Feng Bugue, is really lucky. Not only has he entered the Dao, but Womba Tower is also protecting him, breaking through to the Dao at the 4th level of Qi refining. That's not just luck. His talent must be incredibly strong. Many people are quietly discussing. Whether they are talking openly or just watching the carriage where Guushio is, everyone feels admiration and envy. It's hard not to envy. Guushio, at the 4th level of Qi refining, entering the Dao, and being protected by Womba Tower. Every detail is impressive. Everyone is full of admiration. Do you think his realm will improve much next? Someone asked curiously. Opportunities to enter the Dao are very rare. They can help establish a strong mind and quickly improve a cultivator's strength. For any cultivator, it's a huge chance. But talking about the mind at the Qi refining stage is a bit early. This is something mainly needed in later stages. Early on, it doesn't matter much. So, now that Guushio has entered the Dao, what people care about most is how much his realm will improve. I've heard that Qi refining cultivators who enter the Dao usually advance by one small step. Foundation building cultivators might see a bigger boost. Although not many foundation builders enter the Dao, it's not impossible. Some have gone from late foundation to great completion. Guushio, at the 4th level of Qi refining, entering the Dao. This is unprecedented. Have you guys considered he might reach the 9th level of Qi refining in one step? Don't even mention the 9th level. With his speed of absorbing spiritual energy, I believe he could even reach the foundation stage. At least, he should be able to reach the great completion of Qi refining. The group of cultivators discuss quietly, speculating about how far Guushio's cultivation might go after entering the Dao. It's not just these ordinary cultivators who are curious. Even Su Rumei has been watching the carriage closely. Enter the way, enter the way. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity for a cultivator. The speed at which the spiritual energy is absorbed is astonishing. Su Rumei sighed, and then turned to look at the shadow beside her. You say, this wind that doesn't return home. This time, after entering the way, how much do you think his cultivation will improve? The shadow clearly had no one there. But at this moment, as Su Rumei asked, a figure appeared within the shadow. The figure thought for a moment and made a guess. Foundation establishment. Oh, Su Rumei was surprised. You think so highly of him. His speed of absorbing spiritual energy during his entry into the way is very fast. It's enough to fill his dantian and energy sea. So foundation establishment is inevitable, the shadow confidently said. Su Rumei nodded, agreeing with this, but after some thought, she added, I hope he reaches the great perfection of Qi refining. Huh, the shadow was curious. Su Rumei smiled. Then my top-quality foundation pill will be useful. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy fluctuated inside the carriage. His entry into the way is over. Quick, see what level that young cultivator has reached. Could he really have established his foundation in just one day? Many people spoke excitedly. Guushio's entry into the way was finished. Su Rumei was also very curious, and she immediately sent out her spiritual sense to investigate. In an instant, Su Rumei's face suddenly stiffened. She froze, looking somewhat strange and yet incredulous. How come this level is different from what I expected? The shadow beside her also looked toward the carriage in surprise. After pondering for a long time, it finally spoke. There are only 2 possibilities in this situation. 2 possibilities? Su Rumei asked. The shadow pursed its lips and said, either he is a useless person, someone who can't even establish a foundation, or he is a true genius, whose future achievements will make us look up to him. Outside, Su Rumei and the shadow discussed, but Guushio inside the carriage was unaware. At this moment, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, carefully feeling the changes brought by his recent entry into the way. The Great Way has 3,000 paths. The so-called Way of the Heart is the principle that one will always stick to and believe in during their cultivation journey. This thing, it is mysterious and profound. For ordinary cultivators, this thing is useless, and even whether it truly exists is questionable. Even for some highly skilled masters, the Way of the Heart seems unnecessary because having it does not directly increase one's cultivation level or guarantee reaching the highest peak. However, most people still believe in its existence. They think a strong Way of the Heart may not always lead to the highest peak, but to become a true expert and reach the top, it is essential. Because the stronger and more determined the Way of the Heart is, the more confident and steady a person will be on their path. But whether this is true or not has always been debated. One thing is certain, those who can strengthen their Way of the Heart will be stronger. Maybe it's not useful in the short term, but as you go further, the role of the Way of the Heart becomes more obvious. Guushio is lucky because he succeeded in entering the path of cultivation 500 years ago and gained a level of the Way of the Heart. But he is also unlucky. Because 500 years ago, before entering the Forbidden Area, Guushio only had one, Way of the Heart. Protection. He wanted to protect his sect, his senior sister and master, and his friends and companions on the road. But in the end, Guushio's Way of the Heart became a joke. And this time, when he got another chance to enter the path, Guushio's Way of the Heart changed. From the original protection, it became now, like the wind, free to go anywhere, without worries. As free as the wind. At the same time, it can bring gentle rain or fierce storms. This is the way Guushio found on his new path. He found a new way. This Way of the Heart is not just about setting a goal, nor about forcing a personality upon oneself, but about enlightenment. In fact, it's not just enlightenment, but a deeper understanding of the way for Guushio. Just like now, as Guushio begins his cultivation anew, he feels a sense. 500 years ago, the bottleneck that held him back has disappeared. If his cultivation level is high enough, he can immediately advance to the next stage. This is called the Mind of the Way. 500 years of suffering, 3 years of prejudice, have helped me gain this Mind of the Way. All of this is worth it. Guushio felt deeply, his eyes shining brightly. He then began to observe his Dantian energy sea. He was originally at the 4th level of Qi refining, just having broken through recently. Now, with his path of cultivation, his level had improved. He had reached the 7th level of Qi refining. This increase might seem small, even quite poor, but Guushio's face showed no disappointment. Instead, he looked full of energy. Because the improvement in cultivation is not just about speed. The most important thing is the size of the Dantian energy sea. The smaller the energy sea, the less spiritual energy needed for cultivation. Of course, if one's talent is good and the cultivation method is not too bad, the speed of cultivation will be faster. But if the energy sea is too large, the spiritual energy required will also be higher. If someone has poor talent and uses weak cultivation methods, they might never make real progress in their whole life. This means fast cultivation speed might not always be a good thing, because it could mean the person's Dantian energy sea is not very large. Although faster cultivation and quicker breakthroughs are possible, even relying on qualitative change to overpower quantitative change, with poor talent, they might still suppress stronger but lower-level geniuses through their higher realm. But such dominance is only temporary, because their foundation remains weak. Like a castle in the air, they might progress quickly at first, but as they advance, the gap will grow wider, and their future achievements will be limited. In Guushio, his Dantian energy sea is truly a vast ocean, much wider than that of ordinary cultivators. This makes his progress more difficult, requiring more opportunities and more time spent on cultivation. But at the same time, his foundation is stronger. His future potential is even greater. He can use this to fight beyond his level. Even if he faces someone of the same level, he can exhaust them completely, even to the point of killing them. This is clear from the large amount of spiritual energy attracted by Guushio during his path to enlightenment. Ordinary people encountering such strong spiritual energy would absorb it all. If they did, they could easily break into the foundation establishment stage. But Guushio only crossed 3 small stages. The important part is that this huge amount of spiritual energy did not disappear or go to waste. Instead, it became part of his Dantian and energy sea. This means that although Guushio's cultivation is only at the 7th level of Qi refining, his spiritual energy is so dense that it can rival that of foundation establishment cultivators. This is the real strength. However, apart from Guushio, no one else could see or understand this. Naturally, the other cultivators outside kept watching his enlightenment process. Many people started to shake their heads. At only the 7th level of Qi refining, this is the worst enlightenment I've ever seen. Yes, such dense spiritual energy, yet it only increased him by 3 small stages. That's too little. It's not Guushio's fault. It's because his talent is too poor, so he couldn't fully absorb the spiritual energy that gathered just now. Maybe his cultivation method is bad. Such a pity, many sighed regretfully, thinking Guushio's poor talent caused him to waste this great opportunity to advance. Of course, some people took pleasure in his misfortune, Ha ha ha, such an enlightenment. He'll probably become a joke in the future. Exactly. I thought he was a talented person, but it turns out he's just a useless person who couldn't even handle the opportunities given to him. If his progress is only this much, then this kind of enlightenment is not worth it. There were quite a few people like this, and when they looked at Guushio's carriage, their eyes were full of mockery and ridicule. But, just as Guushio stepped out of the carriage, all the sneers suddenly stopped abruptly. Because, just as Guushio stepped out of the carriage, Su Rumei was already ahead, approaching Guushio with congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist foe, on successfully entering the way and gaining the qualification to compete for the Great Path. If these words weren't enough to make the mocking crowd shut up, Su Rumei's next words truly made people feel uneasy. Fellow Taoist Feng's spiritual sense is very strong, and your talent is truly enviable. Now that your realm has just advanced, you will surely need to focus on practicing to strengthen your cultivation. Therefore, it is natural that you should not continue sharing a carriage with others. So, Rumei has prepared a private carriage for Taoist Gu. When you have free time, you can rest assured and focus on your cultivation. As she spoke, a carriage that was clearly more unique than the one Guushio had previously ridden was pulled out. This scene caused the people who had been mocking earlier to change their expressions immediately. Traveling alone? Isn't that a privilege reserved for cultivators who have reached the peak of Qi refining? Although he has entered the way, he is only at the 7th level of Qi refining. How did he get the chance to ride a private carriage? Why I am already at the 9th level of Qi refining, and I still share a carriage with others. Why does he have this privilege? He has entered the way, yes, but his talent is too low. Such abundant spiritual energy, such a rare opportunity, and he is wasting it. How can someone like him deserve a private carriage? Many people questioned, feeling that Su Rumei's actions were unfair. It seemed too unjust. However, this way of expressing dissatisfaction only prompted Su Rumei to reply calmly. Everyone, traveling alone in a private carriage at the peak of Qi refining has always been a rule of my Wanbao Tower. Naturally, the qualification to ride alone after entering the way is also a rule of Wanbao Tower. These words caused the group of cultivators still expressing their discontent to fall silent. This is the rule of Wanbao Tower. Moreover, this carriage belongs to Wanbao Tower. Whoever they want to give it to can ride it. There's no need to explain to anyone. But, though they kept silent, some of the onlookers, especially a few 9th-level Qi refining cultivators, looked at Guushio with some resentment. The gaze directed at Guushio carried a hint of dissatisfaction. It is said that the real worry is not about being few in number, but about unfairness. Guushio, who has cultivated to the 7th level, earned the right to ride alone in a carriage, which made others jealous and also a bit resentful. Su Rumei ignored these looks and smiled at Guushio again, saying, "Friend Feng, if you don't mind, you may stay here now." Although she wore a veil that hid her face, her smile still touched people's hearts. Guushio looked at her deeply. Without hesitation, he politely expressed his thanks. "In that case, I thank Steward Su." After speaking, Guushio immediately changed to a carriage. Throughout the whole process, he didn't pay attention to the resentful people at all, as if their gazes weren't worth his glance back. Just as he was about to get into the carriage, Guushio looked at Su Rumei one more time. His gaze was a bit special. When faced with his look, Su Rumei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She had a strange feeling. It seemed like he had noticed her little secret. "Are you trying to test that person, Feng Bugue?" As the convoy started moving again, Shadow couldn't help asking. "Yes," Su Rumei didn't deny. "We can't tell if he's naturally weak or a genius. Since that's the case, the best way is to let him make a move and see how strong he really is." What she did just now looked normal. But in reality, she could easily dismiss those resentful cultivators with a few words, so she could also make them forget their resentment toward Guushio. But she didn't. She chose the simplest and most direct method. This approach would inevitably make those cultivators more resentful. They wouldn't want to offend Wanbao Tower, but they definitely wouldn't accept Guushio. As a result, on the road ahead, some people would try to target Guushio intentionally or even provoke him to make him take action. She kept this plan very hidden. Most people wouldn't see any problem with it. In fact, they might even thank her for the carriage and her attention. But now, thinking of Guushio's gaze, Su Ruin couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I think I messed up. He saw through my plan. I don't think so. Unexpectedly, Shadow shook his head. Huh. Surume felt puzzled inside. But then she heard the Shadow reply. Since he has already seen through your thoughts, he should refuse your carriage. But he didn't refuse, not even a little. Do you mean? My point is, this wind unreturning doesn't mind your little plans. Oh, actually, he might not only not mind, but he might even want to show off a bit to gain more favor from our Womba Tower. This. Surume was surprised. Then, after thinking carefully, she realized that what the Shadow said seemed to make sense. Womba Tower is a big and powerful place. Many ordinary cultivators hope to gain its favor and join. If Guushio really has such thoughts, then she could look forward to what might happen next. While Surume and the Shadow discussed this, Guushio, on the other side, sat calmly again in his private carriage. Actually, the Shadow only told half the truth. Guushio didn't mind Surume's little plans. But he wasn't trying to win Womba Tower's attention this way. His idea has always been simple. Like the wind, go with the flow, follow nature. He saw that Surume wanted to test him, but he didn't care. He joined Womba Tower as a protector. If it ever came to fighting, Guushio wouldn't refuse. He also saw the dissatisfaction of the cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining. He still didn't care. Their dissatisfaction wouldn't shake him. Even if their anger turned into action, Guushio wouldn't care either. Because a single sword strike could end it all. The wind is formless, unbound, and unpredictable. It can be a gentle breeze on the mountain, or a fierce storm that causes a tsunami. Whether the mountain is comfortable or the waves are angry, what does that have to do with the wind? Moreover, Guushio now has something even more important to do. The empty carriage gives him greater freedom. In his hand, he has once again taken out a green bamboo staff. He joined the Womba trading team, and now 3 days have passed. It has also been 10 days since he last used the green bamboo pole. The green bamboo pole is now ready to be used again. Without hesitation, at the hour of the rat, Guushio immediately activated the power of fishing from the heavens on the green bamboo pole. The first time, he was quite familiar with it, just like the previous times. This time, the fishing with the bamboo pole went very smoothly. Soon, Guushio felt the pole gently sink. He immediately focused his mind and prepared for a test of endurance, ready to resist the force from the other side of the fishing line. But unexpectedly, this time, the thing on the other end of the line seemed to have no struggle or resistance. Even, Guushio only lightly lifted the rod, and the fishing object was pulled out of the void by him. However, when the fishing object appeared before Guushio, who was usually calm and unshaken, could not help but have a strange look flash in his eyes. Because this time, the fishing object was a treasure that should have belonged to his junior brother Jang's son. This is a 7-star pendant. What appeared before Guushio was an ancient-looking jade pendant. Careful observation revealed that it was carved with the image of the Big Dipper constellation. The most special thing was that this jade pendant carried a complex, powerful energy. Although the pendant was an inanimate object, staring closely at the 7-star pendant made people feel as if the 7 stars on it were shining brightly. And it seemed to move along a special, mysterious path. But upon closer inspection, it appeared as if the pendant had never moved at all. Guushio's eyes were filled with surprise, because he recognized this pendant. Or rather, in that 1,000-year dream, Guushio had seen this object shine brightly. This item is called the 7-star pendant. Its origin is unknown, and its forging method is mysterious, but it has a very special and powerful function. 7-star breaking array. The Big Dipper on it can see through countless large formations. No matter what array the wearer encounters, this item can help the owner find a way out. Mysterious and profound. In that dream spanning 10,000 years, the 7-star pendant was Jiang Sun's treasure. He also relied on the power of a green bamboo pole to fish out this jade pendant, and after obtaining it, he shone brightly more than once. This jade pendant helped Jiang Sun solve countless crises and break through many great formations. It brought him endless opportunities. But now, this jade pendant was taken by Guushio ahead of time. And I remember, in that 10,000-year dream, my little junior brother spent 3 whole days fishing for this 7-star pendant. Why was it so easy for me to fish this out? Guushio couldn't help but feel curious. When he held the 7-star pendant, he sensed that the jade was warm to the touch. Perhaps it was just his illusion. He felt that the Seven-Star Pendant seemed to be constantly sending kindness toward him, as if eager to be used. Guushio found it strange. Is this pendant naturally mine, or is it because my heart aligns with it? This question was destined to remain unanswered. Guushio decided not to think too much. He quickly cut his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the pendant. As soon as the blood touched it, the Seven-Star Pendant absorbed it completely, claiming it as his own. Success. Meanwhile, far away, at the Qingxian Holy Land, on the cloudy peak, Jiang Sun sat cross-legged, refining his sword intent. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His usually steady aura suddenly dispersed, and his eyes showed shock and disbelief. Why? Why do I feel that some opportunity that should belong to me has been snatched away? He couldn't understand why he suddenly had this feeling, but it was so strong that it made him feel terrible. Even the sword intent he was refining almost went off course. After another burst of blood, the feeling of blockage in his heart eased a little, but the sense of losing what was his still made him feel terrible. It even made his eyes flicker with a hint of cruelty. Who could it be? How dare you steal my chance? However, this expression only appeared for a moment before disappearing completely. Because outside the door, at this moment, there was a knock, accompanied by a caring voice asking, "Little junior brother, senior sister sensed a change in your aura. Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Are you okay? Thank you for your concern, senior sister." "I'm fine." Jiang Sun quickly got up, opened the door, and saw the third senior sister, Xuelan, standing outside. He immediately showed a warm smile. "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I just felt a bit distracted earlier, thought I was missing something in my path. But it's nothing serious now." "Missing something in your path?" Xuelan paused, looking a little worried. Jiang Sun smiled and said, "Senior sister, don't worry. It's just a mental distraction. I'm fine now. Mental distraction is no small matter." "You must be careful." Xuelan shook her head and took out a bunch of bottles and jars filled with pills, handing them over. "These are calming and soul-stabilizing pills. Junior brother, take them as needed." Jiang Sun felt happy inside but hesitated on his face. "Senior sister, I've already taken so many of your pills. Why are you still giving me more? And these calming pills are quite rare. Take them. Why are you being so polite with your senior sister?" Xuelan ignored his refusal and shoved all the pills into Jiang Sun's hands. "Senior sister, you're my little junior brother. If I don't give you my pills, should I give them to others outside? But take them. No matter what your spiritual path lacks, whether it's something or not, your master and senior sisters will give you the best. Even if it means giving everything from Qingxian sacred land, we will make it right for you." This speech naturally made Jiang Sun feel even more grateful. And just as she said this, Qin Moran, who had just arrived at Yinfeng, intending to find Jiang Sun for a walk, overheard her words, and an inexplicable pain struck her heart. She thought of the figure she saw in the mirror earlier. Jiang Sun had gained everything from the sect. But what about Guushio? He had already left the sect, his life and death unknown. If he had also re-entered the path of cultivation, did he have the resources to practice? These thoughts arose, making Qin Moran's already troubled heart feel even worse. But after a moment, Qin Moran quickly pushed down all those messy thoughts, and her face once again showed a cold and ruthless expression. "Guushio helped me, but in the end, he cut off my path. I cannot let my heart be disturbed because of him. He is already in the past, and I cannot be wrong." Thinking of this, Qin Moran turned around, her face still cold, but she looked over at Jiang Sun, who was politely chatting with third sister Xuelan. In the end, Qin Moran did not go forward but turned and left alone. Even she couldn't explain why. Why did she turn and leave? Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Guushio had already completed the ritual of accepting the Seven-Star Pendant as his master. However, there was no surprise in his eyes, no excitement, only calm and steady composure. This Seven-Star Pendant, whether it was originally his chance or Jiang Sun's, didn't matter to Guushio, because he understood. This was just the beginning. After seeing that eternal dream once, Guushio already knew everything about those opportunities. Naturally, in the coming thousands of years, Guushio would try to take back all the opportunities that once belonged to Jiang's son. Although, after abandoning the sect's spiritual promise, Guushio's feud with the Qingxian Holy Land had faded away. But he never forgot Jiang's son, that little junior brother. This little junior brother. He schemed and plotted, finally trying every means to take away many of his original opportunities and everything else. But, for Guushio now, all of this was just past clouds and mist. He had long since let go. But letting go didn't mean that when Guushio saw Jiang's son again, he would greet him kindly as little junior brother and forgive everything that had happened. That was impossible. Sooner or later, Guushio would hold his sword and climb to the Qingxian Holy Land and kill Jiang's son. So, this seven-star pendant no longer stirred much emotion in Guushio. He could become even stronger. While Guushio resumed his cultivation, the ever-moving treasure pavilion convoy suddenly stopped. Have you encountered any problems? The Tianqi Mountains are very dangerous and unpredictable. Even a large caravan like Womba Tower keeps moving day and night. Unless there is a special reason, they never stop. Suddenly stopping without warning made Su Rumei frown immediately. Her subordinate quickly reported, "Manager Su, there is a problem ahead." A problem? Su Rumei raised her eyebrows. She didn't wait for her subordinate to answer, but stepped out of the carriage to check. Sure enough, she saw that the normally clear road ahead was blocked by a dense bamboo forest, stretching as far as the eye could see, leaving only a narrow path. This path, the Wanbao Tower has always taken, and usually, cultivators follow it too. Normally, they could travel all the way to Yunshao City along this road. Just 3 months ago, her subordinate had traveled this route. It was smooth, with some bumps, but definitely not blocked by a bamboo forest. Listening to her subordinate, Su Rumei approached the bamboo forest to look. It was just ordinary green bamboo, nothing special. She took a few more steps inside, but found nothing unusual. However, the fact that she found nothing made her more worried. Bamboo can grow quickly after spring rain, but it was too dense for normal growth. That was not normal. Can we take another route? Su Rumei asked. Probably not. Her subordinate shook his head. If they changed routes, they would have to go back to the fork from yesterday. It would take longer and be more difficult, delaying their journey. Su Rumei immediately frowned. As cultivators, they could use flying magic tools to fly over the bamboo forest, which wouldn't be a problem. But this is the Tianqi Mountains. There are countless unknown dangers here. Short trips are fine, but flying with such a large caravan is very risky. Should we send someone to scout? Her subordinate asked. That's a good idea. Su Rumei nodded. Find a few people to walk into the bamboo forest and see if there's any problem. Her subordinate immediately went to carry out the order. But not long after, he returned looking worried. His face was not good. Manager Su, everyone is refusing to go. They are avoiding it. Why? Su Rumei raised her eyebrows. My subordinates found them, several casual cultivators traveling with us. But they either said they lacked enough cultivation or that they were at a critical stage and didn't want to go. They also said, what did they say? They said that the master cultivator who entered the Dao could ride a carriage alone, so he must be stronger than them. They want us to find him. Hearing this, Su Rumei immediately frowned. She had suspected this from the start, that these people would try to target Guushio, even wanting to see how he would perform. But unfortunately, Guushio hadn't come out of the carriage much since he entered, so she almost forgot about it. Yet, unexpectedly, these people would try to target Guushio at this moment. Just a simple reconnaissance, a few casual cultivators could handle it easily. They were just wandering cultivators they picked up along the way. Wanbao Tower was paying them for this. Now, they were all shirking responsibility. This made Su Rumei frown even more, but after some hesitation, she finally said, Go ask that wind friend if he's interested in taking a look. Oh, tell him that if he goes, we will give him a special reward. Her subordinate quickly left, and a shadowy figure appeared quietly. You want to give him a chance? Yes, Su Rumei nodded. Since he's willing to show himself in front of Wanbao Tower, I see no reason to stop him. As the manager, Su Rumei couldn't be easily controlled by a group of casual cultivators. It seemed like she was backing down, but in truth, she mainly wanted to give Guushio a chance. She believed Guushio was also waiting for an opportunity to perform at Wanbao Tower. Now, that opportunity had arrived. She believed Guushio wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, not long after, Her subordinate reported. The Wind Immortal agreed. But he said it's within his duties, so no extra spirit stones are needed. This response further confirmed Su Rumei's suspicions. She headed toward the carriage where Guushio was, and saw him slowly stepping out, dressed in white, with white hair. However, around him were all eyes filled with schadenfreude. Kid, this bamboo forest wasn't here before. Be careful when you go in later. Don't accidentally lose your life inside. People say that he is favored by Master Su and can reach the Dao with just the 4th level of Qi refining. His strength must be very high, so why should we worry? Yes, maybe even if danger appears later, he can easily defeat the thief. Everyone's tone was sarcastic, and their eyes on Guushio were full of mockery. Even Su Rumei couldn't help but frown at these words. But Guushio himself remained completely calm. His face was still steady, as if these teasing words didn't affect him at all. He casually picked up the wooden stick that had been with him all along, nodded to Su Rumei, then stepped toward the bamboo forest. From start to finish, he didn't even glance at the Qi refining cultivators. This made the people trying to criticize Guushio feel like hitting cotton. Very frustrating, and they became even more angry and harsh in their words. Some even cursed Guushio, wishing him to enter the bamboo forest and face danger. Su Rumei frowned again. She wanted to scold them and tell them to stop, but before she could speak her mind, a few exclamations suddenly sounded. Not good. This bamboo forest is a formation. It's changing. It's changing. It really is a formation. What? Everyone was stunned. Su Rumei was the first to rush to the front of the bamboo forest. Sure enough, what was once a narrow path through the bamboo was now completely blocked. The bamboo was ordinary green bamboo, looking plain and unremarkable. But if she hadn't seen this bamboo forest before, she might not have noticed the change. There was only one explanation for this level of transformation. It's a formation. Someone had set up a big formation here, waiting for them to step inside. Thinking of this, Su Rumei immediately floated into the air. For safety, she didn't fly too high, but as she looked at the bamboo forest in front of her, her heart couldn't help but feel shocked. In her sight, the bamboo forest stretched endlessly, and the bamboo kept changing constantly. From above, it looked like a rotating bagua diagram, complex and intricate. This formation is called the Green Bamboo Trapping Dragon Array. Su Rumei's eyelids twitched rapidly, and suddenly her heart sank. Not good. As soon as she finished speaking, she instinctively started to fall. At the moment she moved, several bamboo poles emitting strong spiritual energy waves shot toward her previous position. If she had reacted a little slower, she might have been pierced by those green bamboos and turned into a hedgehog. However, even though Su Rumei avoided the danger, just as she landed, large clusters of bamboo shoots suddenly sprouted from the ground one after another. Then, they quickly grew taller, instantly dividing the caravan of Womba Tower into separate parts. What's going on? Where did these bamboos come from? Is this some kind of formation? Quick, retreat. Retreat. No way out now. This sudden scene immediately caused everyone in the caravan to cry out in shock. Seeing this, Su Rumei's heart sank even more. She realized that earlier, they had unknowingly entered a big formation. The bamboo forest blocking the road earlier was not just a coincidence. They had already stepped into the formation and reached a dead end. There was no way to escape. Now, the formation was fully activated, ready to attack them. Su Rumei knew about this green bamboo trapping dragon array. It was incredibly powerful. But building this formation required a lot of time and a large amount of spiritual stones. Clearly, the person who set up this big formation was targeting their Wanbao Tower caravan. Since we've gone too deep into the formation, our retreat is blocked, and our front is also covered. We are completely trapped inside. Shadow reappeared at this moment. Su Rumei also frowned tightly. The person leading the formation wants to completely split our caravan, dividing and conquering us, one by one. This time, we will likely suffer heavy losses. How can we break this formation? I don't know. The two quickly exchanged words, their expressions growing more grim. This is a trap, and even more, a desperate situation. Someone has been planning for a long time to wipe out their Wanbao Tower caravan in one strike. What is even more frightening is that they are trapped inside the formation with no way out. While the two of them were discussing how to break the formation and save their lives, a sudden cry was heard. Hey, why are these green bamboos withering? This remark made Tsurume pause and turn her head. Sure enough, she saw the previously mysterious and rapidly growing green bamboo around everyone starting to wither one after another, visibly turning to ash. In just a moment, the bamboo array that had separated the caravan collapsed completely. Everything happened so quickly that the people in the caravan didn't understand what was going on. Even Tsurume and the Shadow, who knew the secrets of the formation, looked at each other in confusion. What is happening? Suddenly, footsteps sounded. Soon after, a man in white clothes and white hair appeared, walking leisurely and calmly. Feng Bugue, it's him. The person who stepped out was none other than Guushio, who had earlier gone deep into the bamboo forest to scout. Earlier, they realized they were trapped by the formation, and in panic, everyone was too busy to think. They had completely forgotten that Guushio, who was scouting earlier, knew what might happen. Actually, forgetting isn't quite right. Many people knew what the final outcome would be. Feng Bugue. He was doomed. Although he had reached the 4th level of Qi refining and was considered rare, he was still just a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining. Being trapped in such a large formation, even a gold core cultivator would be helpless. The result was certain death. But now, this person, who everyone thought was doomed, was actually walking out of the ruins of the bamboo forest completely unharmed. This was truly astonishing. The most shocking part was that Tsurume and Shadow, who had already seen the mystery and danger of the formation, said, "Did the formation suddenly break just now? Was it him? Is this person skilled in formations? This is the green bamboo confining dragon array. It requires a lot of resources and time to set up. Even a golden core cultivator would struggle if the array is active. Can he break it? If this formation was truly broken by him, I must make friends with him. He could become a guest of honor at Wanbao Tower." They quickly reached this conclusion, and their gazes at Guushio were filled with shock. Many cultivators know some formation techniques, but most only understand simple, common formations. Even with a formation manual, they can copy and set up some large arrays. But this person, he is not really a formation master. A true formation master can understand the essence of formations, even find their weak points through their knowledge, and then break them. Such people are very rare. And the green bamboo confining dragon array itself is incredibly powerful, capable of trapping even a golden core cultivator. If an ordinary formation master were caught inside, they would likely be helpless too. What does this mean? It means that if this array was truly broken by Feng Bugue, then his understanding of formations is definitely impressive. It also means that Feng Bugue's value will skyrocket, even more than his potential to become a cultivator, because potential only shows future promise. For a force like Wanbao Tower, they can make friends, but don't need to flatter too much. But if he's a formation master, that's real strength. He could help Wanbao Tower at any time. However, while Tsurume and Shadow were still shocked, some sarcastic voices already came from the convoy. This kid isn't dead yet? His luck is really good. The formation earlier must have had some accident. Otherwise, this kid would have been pierced through by Wanju. The formation earlier, if I'm not mistaken, was the green bamboo confining dragon array. It's said to be extremely mysterious and consumes a lot of resources. But if the setup goes wrong, the entire array will collapse immediately. It must have been luck. These conversations made Tsurume frown. She glanced over and recognized the few scattered cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining who had previously mocked Guushio. However, at this moment, Tsurume paid no attention to them. Instead, she hurriedly approached Guushio. "Friend Feng, are you all right?" Seeing Guushio shake his head to indicate he was fine, Tsurume eagerly asked, "What did you do just now, friend Feng?" "Not much," Guushio replied calmly. "I just cut a few bamboo stalks and killed a few people." But it was this calm response that immediately shocked Tsurume. He cut a few bamboo stalks. Could it mean he broke the core of the green bamboo dragon trapping array? And as for killing a few people, could it be that the person who set the trap was already defeated? Just as Tsurume was about to ask further, Guushio said, "The path ahead is clear now. We can continue forward. That way, we can reach Cloud Sky City sooner." Oh right. Tsurume snapped back to her senses and immediately ordered the caravan to continue moving. After all, Someone had set up a big array to attack them. Staying here longer might be dangerous, and no one could be sure of the risks. But after she made all the arrangements and turned back, she saw Guushio had already taken the wooden stick and entered his carriage. This, Tsurume hesitated but ultimately did not stop Guushio. She noticed that the other scattered cultivators who had mocked Guushio earlier were still discussing. You're saying what? You think that kid broke the green bamboo dragon trapping array? That's a joke. A 7th level chi refining cultivator doesn't have that kind of strength. Even if the bamboo dragon trapping array isn't the best, it's still a proper big formation. Even a skilled array master would need time to break it, right? It also requires cultivation power. Thinking that just chopping a few bamboo stalks can break the array is nonsense. And killing 2 people? That's even more ridiculous. Maybe that kid was just trying to take credit or boast. Even if not, they're probably just a couple of petty thieves. The speaker was a burly, scattered cultivator with a scar on his face. Tsurume knew him. His name was Mao Xingsheng, nicknamed the Furious Blade. He had once fought a cultivator at the peak of chi refining with his 9th level cultivation and had slain his opponent. That battle made him famous. He is highly respected among the wandering cultivators. Mu Xingsheng is quite good at managing his reputation. He gathered a group of wandering cultivators and formed a small gang called the Furious Victory Gang. They mainly handle tasks for merchant guilds and sects that need outside help. At first, the gang was small, but over time, it grew bigger and bigger. Many nearby cities had members of the gang. Later, many sects and forces needed outside assistance, and to save trouble, they would directly hire members of the Furious Victory Gang. This made the gang even stronger. Now, even many wandering cultivators looking for work must join the gang to be allowed to work. The gang doesn't just suppress powerless wandering cultivators. They also start to influence some sects and forces. For example, this time, Womba Tower asked the Furious Victory Gang for help. Mu Xingsheng not only raised the price, but also demanded a few of their carriages to boost their reputation. He also hinted that if they didn't show respect to the gang, Womba Tower would have trouble finding wandering cultivators for miscellaneous tasks in the future. Tsurume was quite unhappy about this, but after weighing her options, she agreed to pay the fee. However, she refused to provide the carriages, using that as a warning. It seems Mu Xingsheng only wants to target you because he saw you have a separate carriage, the shadow said. I think there's more to it. Tsurume shook her head. I heard that the Furious Victory Gang has been unstable lately. Mu Xingsheng probably wants to use the pressure on Feng Bugue, an outsider, to discipline his own gang members. A bunch of rabble, not skilled enough, but only good at scheming. What's so special about the Furious Victory Gang? They might as well be wiped out. No, they may not be very skilled, but they are needed sometimes. As long as the gang stays honest, it's beneficial for us. Tsurume shook her head. As the manager, she had many concerns to consider. The shadow understood and changed the subject, asking, do you think what he said is true? Is the Qingzhou confined dragon array really not broken by Feng Bugue? This. Tsurume frowned. She couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain. After all, Guushio's strength was quite weak. Although he was at the 7th level of chi refining, which is late-stage chi refining, facing such a big array, he was still not enough. If he really broke the Qingzhou confined dragon array, it would be quite unbelievable. Keep walking forward. Maybe you'll see something. Finally, Tsurume could only say, wasn't Wen Bugue just chopping some bamboo and killing a few people? Later, we'll see what kind of bamboo he cut and whom he killed. Then we'll know. The shadow nodded as well, and the two immediately became cautious and alert. They walked for a while. Sure enough, as Guushio had said earlier, the path ahead was clear, and they didn't encounter any danger. They also didn't know who the mysterious person setting the traps was. After walking a bit more, they suddenly noticed something ahead. Stop. Wait. What is this? These few green bamboos. Why are they broken and left here? Someone cut them. In front of the caravan, a few broken bamboo sticks appeared. Each one was as thick as a person's thigh, with faint carvings of formations on them, and a strange spiritual energy fluctuation. All of these bamboos, without exception, had been cut. Is this what Wen Bugue was talking about, the bamboo he cut? Ha ha, just a few broken bamboos, and you're making a big deal out of it. I told you before, the green bamboo confinement dragon array can't be broken by him. With his cultivation level, he can only cut a few broken bamboos. Seeing the broken bamboo, Mao Xingsheng sneered. A group of cultivators behind him also started laughing. Have you guys noticed? Suddenly, someone asked. The previous bamboo forest turned to ashes, so why haven't these few broken bamboos disappeared, huh? Everyone was stunned. Then, a few people who had already reached the broken bamboo began to carefully observe and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. All these broken bamboos are carved with formation symbols and Taoist charms. Yes, and there's mysterious energy on them. This is part of the green bamboo confinement dragon array. These bamboos these are the core of the formation. It's the eye of the array. Yes, it's the eye of the array. The person who set up the green bamboo confinement dragon array didn't make a mistake in the formation. Someone broke the array's core and destroyed it. Along with the exclamations, many people noticed that the pattern on the green bamboo and the Taoist symbols still had a mysterious power that hadn't completely disappeared, even after being damaged. Hiss! Someone gasped and instinctively looked toward Guushio's carriage. He had just said he cut a few bamboo stalks. Could it be that these are the very bamboo stalks that are the key to the formation? Just a few broken bamboo stalks. What's the big deal? Maybe it's just luck. There happened to be a few green bamboo stalks right in front of me. If I were in his place, I'd probably just cut the bamboo in front of me too. Mu Xingsheng curled his lips, looking dismissive. His words made everyone pause for a moment. It sounded somewhat reasonable. Could it really just be luck? But how could it be so coincidental? This green bamboo dragon trapping array is incredibly mysterious. The core of the array moves constantly. So how could it be just a coincidence that the bamboo was cut at the right moment? Moreover, the person controlling the main array must be manipulating it. Maybe, just maybe, the array's core was simply left there, waiting for Guushio to cut it? Isn't that just foolish? For a moment, everyone was speechless. Even the followers of Mu Xingsheng's Wild Victory group fell silent. Just a few broken bamboo stalks scared you. Do you really think that a little cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refining, who was only at the 4th level before, understands such a complicated array? Mu Xingsheng spoke again. This time, everyone nodded slightly. Although it seemed a bit far-fetched, the explanation was quite reasonable. Even Su Rumei couldn't help but feel doubtful. Could it really just be a coincidence? These broken bamboo stalks are really annoying, Mu Xingsheng said, convincing the crowd, then immediately struck out with his palm toward the bamboo. But, Mu Xingsheng was surprised. He had just casually struck with his palm. Normally, if it was ordinary bamboo, it should have shattered into powder by now. But the bamboo he cut was still intact, not a single. What the heck? Mu Xingsheng cleared his throat and used about half his strength again. But, this time, the bamboo made a faint sound. Mu Xingsheng felt as if his palm had hit cotton. His strike was completely ineffective. The bamboo was dissolved and absorbed. As for the green bamboo, it was not damaged at all. Not even a single mark was left. Mu Xingsheng was stunned, and the others were also confused. Some even looked at Mu Xingsheng with doubt. It seemed to say, "Can you do it? That green bamboo does have some ability." I underestimated it, Mu Xingsheng said awkwardly, then calmly struck out another palm. Although he appeared calm, he secretly used all his strength. A full power strike from a 9th level Qi refining cultivator might not destroy the world, but even a stone could be turned to powder. But, still that strange sound. Mu Xingsheng felt that most of the force from this palm was absorbed. Fortunately, the remaining force still hit the green bamboo. With a crisp sound, the bamboo cracked and collapsed at the point of impact. But it only cracked. His full-force palm strike did not completely cut through the bamboo. At this moment, Mu Xingsheng was stunned. He looked at his hand and then at the bamboo, feeling doubt. Was he getting old, or was this bamboo just too extraordinary? But if this bamboo is so amazing, how did Feng Bugue do it? Looking at the broken parts of the bamboo earlier, the cuts were smooth, as if cut with a sword, and seemed to have some leftover strength. Could Feng Bugue be that powerful? Although the bamboo is broken, the array symbols and Dao rhyme on it still exist, making these few pieces of bamboo even stronger. If Brother Mu underestimates it, he truly cannot cut through these pieces, someone said. Mu Xingsheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, I underestimated this bamboo. He then took out his treasured sword, poured all his energy into it, and slashed at the bamboo. This time, the bamboo finally broke apart. But Mu Xingsheng's smile was strained, because he sensed that even with all his strength, he almost couldn't cut the bamboo as cleanly as before. This made him feel something was off. Could it really be that the 7th-level white-haired wandering cultivator did this? Is Feng Bugue so strong? Witnessing all of this, the shadow couldn't help but shout in Su Rumei's ear. This is still a green bamboo that is already broken, and the formation has collapsed. If the formation hadn't been broken, this bamboo's power definitely couldn't be cut by Mu Xingsheng. At least, it would take a foundation-building level of strength to do that. Su Rumei also frowned and instinctively looked at the carriage where Guushio was, her eyes showing some shock. Not only did she notice this, but she also thought of something else. Just now, everyone said that this green bamboo was cut by Feng Bugue casually, and by luck, it broke the formation's core. But which Qi refining 7th-layer cultivator would casually cut a green bamboo and use such power? And it just happened to break the formation's core? This is probably no coincidence. Feng Bugue truly saw through the location of the formation's core and used extraordinary strength to break it. He really is a formation master, and a formation master who can fight beyond his level, using foundation-building strength. Keep moving forward. Without hesitation, Su Rumei immediately ordered. Her eyes shone with heat and excitement. She wanted to see who Feng Bugue had killed earlier, and she couldn't wait to see what surprises Feng Bugue would bring her next. She had a feeling. She had found a treasure. Soon, the convoy moved forward again. This time, not long after, several bodies appeared on the road ahead. I know this person. It's Qiu Liandong, a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator. This one is Fu Haijia, a 7th layer. Wu Huanran, also a 7th layer. There's also a cultivator with 8th layer, Ko Wenyu. A series of exclamations sounded one after another. The Treasure Pavilion convoy, besides the people from the Treasure Pavilion, had more than half of the helpers holding bounties, most of whom were scattered cultivators. Many of them recognized people among the bodies, but they also recognized who these people were. Everyone's hearts grew colder, because at this moment, the people lying on the ground, cut off from life, were all notorious figures in life, but now, without exception, they had all lost their vitality and become corpses. Even more terrifying was, all these people had similar injuries. Their hearts had been pierced through. One deadly move. 10 steps to kill one person. This is 10 steps to kill one. What kind of terrifying being is capable of doing this? These people are not minor characters. If these people had just entered the formation, we all would have died. There's no way to stop them. Was this killed by that wind unreturning? His strength. Is it really that terrifying? At this moment, the more they moved forward, the more everyone felt scared. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Every few steps, they saw one or more bodies. The worst part was, none of these people were ordinary. They were all experts. 10 steps to kill one person. It sounds simple, but how hard is it to do? These are cultivators, not vegetables. As they went further, the crowd kept looking at the carriage where Guushio was. Even the wandering cultivators from the Victory Gang couldn't help but tremble, their legs trembling. The wind unreturning had said earlier. He cut some bamboo and killed some people. But who would have thought that he had killed these people? And that he had killed so many? Not just them. Even the foundation-building cultivators from Wanbao Tower, and Su Rumei, who was already at the Golden Core stage, looked terrified. These people are very famous. They prepared a green bamboo confining dragon array in advance. Such a powerful force came prepared, working together to attack us. If they succeed, today, we will probably suffer heavy losses. Not only heavy losses, the shadow beside them was also very shocked. He said, this green bamboo confining dragon array can trap both of us. The best outcome might be that we escape with injuries, while everyone else is wiped out. Su Rumei nodded seriously. Golden Core cultivators are indeed powerful. Even with a crowd, Qi practitioners can't defeat Golden Core experts. But if they add a big formation and some pre-prepared tricks, though not yet used, it's hard to say. Without thinking, both of them looked again at the carriage where Guushio was. Their faces showed doubt and suspicion. This is by Luo Huangquan, the green sky and yellow spring. Wow, it's really her. Tu Biqiong has also died. Didn't she advance to Foundation establishment half a year ago? How could she also die here? At this moment, a group at the front of the convoy made a new discovery. It was a woman's corpse. The woman had a stunningly beautiful face, and her clothing was so attractive that people couldn't help but be drawn in. But now, she had become a skeleton with red flesh. Of course, what drew everyone's attention was not her appearance, but the fact that she was a true Foundation establishment cultivator. Her nickname was by Luo Huang Quan, and her deadly move, the soul-piercing strike, was known to be terrifying. Several Foundation establishment cultivators present could no longer stay calm. Although they were Foundation establishment cultivators, if they faced this woman, who was skilled in dark and sneaky techniques, they wouldn't be confident of winning easily. More importantly, it was impossible to kill her so easily, because the cause of Tu Biqiong's death was exactly the same as that of the others, one strike piercing her heart. She seemed to die without reacting, her face still showing an expression of disbelief. It looked as if she was still in shock. How could the person who killed her be so powerful? Could this really be the work of Senior Feng? Someone asked nervously, eyes full of shock. The others were also stunned. Their faces showed disbelief and amazement. No way. It can't be that Feng Buigui did it. Mu Xingsheng spoke without hesitation. His eyes were also filled with shock and a bit of fear, but he remained calm and said, "This is by Luo Huang Quan, the true Foundation establishment cultivator. Even a 7th layer Qi refining cultivator can't cross levels to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. Do you really believe that?" The crowd hesitated for a moment, then shook their heads instinctively. Honestly, they didn't quite believe it. After all, cultivators have strict levels: Qi refining, Foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refining, and great ascension. Each level represents a significant change. Even the difference between Qi refining and Foundation establishment is like heaven and earth. Many Qi refining cultivators aren't even sure what methods Foundation establishment uses. How could it be possible? Honestly, there are times when people fight beyond their level, and some talented individuals can do it. However, every time someone fights above their rank, they use all their skills, take advantage of the right timing, location, and people, and often rely on a bit of luck. Such ease is rare. Usually, a single strike is enough to end a fight. Don't be fooled by that kid's current strength. He's at the 7th level of Qi refining now, but he was only at the 4th level before. With so little time, just stabilizing his realm is impressive. He can't fully control his power yet, and he can't possibly beat a Foundation establishment cultivator so quickly. Mu Xingsheng continued speaking, making others think deeply. It's true. Everything seems almost magical and hard to believe. Even Su Rumei and Shadow, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown and exchange glances. Then tell me, if those people weren't killed by Feng Buigui, who else could have done it? Someone asked, and others looked curious. Yes, so many people are dead. It's unlikely they were struck down by divine punishment out of nowhere. These people clearly came for Wanbao Tower, and the only one who left just now was Feng Buigui. If it wasn't him, then who else? This question hit the core, and Mu Xingsheng hesitated, unsure how to answer. Let's keep moving forward, Su Rumei ordered, urging the caravan to continue. She was also uncertain and wanted to see more. The road ahead was still not peaceful, because behind them, more bodies appeared, mostly Qi refining cultivators, but also 2 Foundation establishment bodies. The further they went, the tighter Su Rumei's brow became. The ambush was well prepared. Such a strong force made her doubt whether she could survive inside the formation. Ji Xiaoming. That's Ji Xiaoming. He's a famous genius wandering cultivator from Yinsha City. That's him, the talented wandering cultivator. After walking a bit further, a shout rang out again. Everyone hurried to look and saw a corpse dressed in blue robes. This person is another important figure. Could it really be Ji Xiaoming? Although Ji Xiaoming is only in the early stage of foundation building, he is very skilled and can even fight against mid-stage foundation builders. He's called the genius of Yinsha City. How? How could he die like this? Such a genius can also die. This is impossible. How could a genius like him be cut off so easily? Who could have done this? Could it really be Feng Buigui? You're crazy. If you said this before, I might have doubted it, but now that Ji Xiaoming's body has appeared, it's clear that Feng Bugue couldn't have done it. Even if he's strong, he can't defeat a genius of that level without help. Who knows for sure? Ji Xiaoming is a genius, no doubt, but compared to true geniuses, he still has a gap. Besides, Feng Bugue is only at the 4th level of Qi refining, yet he can enter the Dao. Who's to say he can't do it? The group argued back and forth. Some believe this was done by Guushio, while others thought Guushio's strength couldn't possibly do such things. Both sides tried to convince each other, but the argument didn't last long. Soon, near the body of the genius Ji Xiaoming, everyone found another corpse. It was a pure white bear. The body was dead. Its inner core had been taken out, but everyone quickly saw the strength of this white bear. A 3rd-level spiritual beast. Compared to others, it was strong enough to match a mid-stage foundation builder. The discovery of this corpse made the arguing sides gradually quiet down. Those who thought Guushio was responsible all shut their mouths. Because one genius, Ji Xiaoming, plus a 3rd-level spiritual beast. From the traces at the scene, it's obvious that this person and the beast work together. With this strength, an ordinary mid-stage foundation builder would definitely die, and even late-stage ones could be suppressed. Even if Feng Bugue is strong, he couldn't be that powerful. At the 7th level of Qi refining, he's still just at that level. No matter how strong, he has limits. Feng Bugue definitely couldn't do this. This is the most reasonable guess. Although there are always talented people in this world, even the strongest geniuses have their limits. The 7th level of Qi refining is facing this situation. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. If one could even turn the tables and fight back, that's just a dream. Even Su Rume and Shadow are starting to waver now. They still want to keep hope for Wen Bugue. But hope doesn't mean believing in impossible things. This scene is too unbelievable. However, just as the two of them had this thought, a cultivator walking behind suddenly looked shocked and took out a bead. So, this is the inner core of this spiritual beast, drained of its spiritual power, huh? Everyone turned to look. It was a low-level Qi refining cultivator, only at the 3rd level. He was weak, just joining the team to go to Cloud Sky City. He had been timid before, hiding at the back, never speaking a word. But now, he was holding a completely transparent, round bead. This was the inner core of a spiritual beast, drained of its spiritual energy. It's not very useful or valuable. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't want it. But this person clearly lacked experience, carefully holding it, as if afraid to damage it. It was a small matter, but now, it caught everyone's attention. Where did this inner core come from? Su Rume immediately asked. Everyone else looked at the young cultivator. Because this inner core still had the same aura as the white bear corpse lying on the ground. This clearly was the inner core of the 3rd-level spiritual beast. Just moments ago, everyone was discussing who had killed the 3rd-level beast and the talented genius Ji Xiaoming. Now, turning around, a 3rd-level cultivator was holding that very beast's demon core. This was shocking. The 3rd-level cultivator, facing everyone's gaze, was extremely nervous, sweating profusely, and stammered, This was dropped by Senior Feng. I've never seen this before, so I picked it up. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became very awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, no one cared about whether he was embarrassed, because everyone was stunned by his answer. Could it really be that Feng Bugue was the one who killed him? How is that possible? How could it not be? If it wasn't Feng Bugue, where did this inner core come from? But how could he have that strength? No matter how he achieved it. This matter is clear. He is responsible. All the people's eyes were filled with shock. Even Mu Xingsheng, the leader of the crazy victory gang, looked incredulous and speechless, unable to defend himself. The facts were in front of everyone. All of this. It was truly Feng Bugue's doing. He was the one who broke the formation. He was the one who killed the person. With just a stick, he quietly helped the entire convoy and avoided a huge crisis. And himself. He was still doubting whether Feng Bugue was responsible. It was simply unforgivable. Thanks to fellow Taoist Feng for stepping in and helping Wanbao Tower resolve this crisis. Su Rume sincerely thanks you. Everyone was still stunned, but Su Rume had already come to Guushio's carriage first. She politely bowed. She was a core formation cultivator and normally wouldn't act so humbly, but at this moment, She lowered herself significantly. At this time, no one objected, and even others understood. They stepped forward. Senior Foam, I was blind earlier and doubted you. I spoke recklessly just now. Please forgive me, Senior Foam. I was disrespectful before. I hope Senior Foam will not blame me. At this moment, Guushio's carriage became lively. Almost everyone who had doubted or criticized Guushio earlier now came forward to apologize. Even Mu Xingsheng, who had been nitpicking before, stood in front of Guushio's carriage with cold sweat, bowing deeply. No one who became a cultivator was foolish. Perhaps Guushio's path to cultivation was not remarkable, and his strength was not considered very high. But he broke the Qingzhou dragon trap. He defeated many powerful enemies beyond his level. Each of these achievements meant that anyone who could do them was definitely not someone to be trifled with. You must not offend. Although I don't know exactly how this Wind Master managed to do all this, at this moment, none of that matters. Even if he used some secret method, it only shows that he is extraordinary. It also shows that if he wanted to take their lives, it would be as easy as eating or drinking. The members of the Furious Victory Gang are trembling with fear. They are trembling with fright. The Furious Victory Gang is made up of scattered cultivators in the Qi refining stage. They have grown stronger not only because they are good at gathering Qi refining cultivators, but also because they understand who can be provoked, who should not be offended. They raise prices in front of the treasure pavilion because they know the pavilion wouldn't really kill them over small matters. But this Wind Master is different. He is a lone cultivator, a powerful and mysterious cultivator. A lone cultivator means no backing, no support, but it also means no worries, no attachments. If he gets angry, he wouldn't care if he tears the sky apart. Of course, he can also slaughter chickens and ducks at will. He can kill all those who insult him lightly. At this moment, Mu Xingsheng is so scared that he almost regrets it. He just wanted to show off his power and scare others into obedience. But he kicked a steel plate. Now he is terrified. He fears that Wind Master will hold a grudge. Seeing his group apologize, while the carriage remains still, Mu Xingsheng grits his teeth and takes out a bunch of spirit stones from his storage ring. He wants to spend some to avoid disaster. But before he can step forward, someone moves faster than him. Friend Foam, earlier you were bewitched and tried to attack you. Fortunately, Steward Su arrived in time to stop him and help him see his mistake. These are his savings over the years. Please, Friend Foam, do not hold grudges. Give him a chance to make amends. This is a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Treasure Pavilion named Renqing. He previously tried to steal from Guushio's storage bag, but was caught and had a finger cut off by Su Rume. If Mu Xingsheng was just being disrespectful with words, he, on the other hand, was plotting to kill and steal treasures. At first, he still felt unwilling, thinking Su Rume was too strict. But now, all that unwillingness was gone. His face had turned pale with fear, and his legs were trembling. This person had already defeated several Foundation establishment cultivators. If she wanted to kill him, how could he possibly resist? He had to apologize, had to beg for forgiveness. With this Foundation establishment cultivator taking the lead, the other loose cultivators who had previously looked down on Guushio quickly followed. They all offered their resources, hoping the white-haired cultivator would forgive them. This scene left Su Rume stunned. She had actually prepared a gift to offer Feng Bugue, hoping to befriend him. But now that everyone else had acted first, would her gift still seem sincere? It looked like she would have to offer something even more valuable if she wanted to win Feng Bugue's favor. While Su Rume was still thinking about what gift could outshine the others and help her befriend Guushio, elsewhere, inside a cave deep within the Tianqi Mountains, Nian Chaoxi's figure appeared. This was the same cave where Guushio and Yihong Ling had once hidden. It was also the place where Guushio had fought under the moonlight. After many days, the cave that Guushio had once cleared out was now covered with a thin layer of dust. The bodies of the three cultivators that Guushio and Yihong Ling had defeated were gone. However, Nian Chaoxi could still read the traces left behind in the cave. Using her divination skills, she analyzed what had happened. My junior brother and his companion fled here and rested in this cave. The companion was an injured cultivator, likely at the early Foundation establishment stage, but due to wounds or poison, their strength was greatly reduced. 3 people tracked them down to this place. At this thought, Worry flashed in Nian Chaoxi's eyes. She quickly walked to the entrance of the cave. After a careful inspection, she noticed something. On the stone wall, there was a faint mark, tiny drops of dried blood. Time had nearly erased them, and they were barely visible unless one looked very closely. It is easy to be overlooked, but even in the quiet moments, she still finds some clues through faint traces. This is where junior brother Gu blocked the strong enemy. The opponent wanted to enter the cave, but was struck down by junior brother Gu, cutting off their life force. That move. It's the Surprising Phoenix. Surprising Phoenix is a sword move created by the young junior brother 500 years ago. Suddenly, Nian Chaoxi was filled with surprise. Because from these tiny bloodstains, she discovered the origin of this sword move. Guushio had already created the Surprising Phoenix sword 500 years ago, graceful as a startled phoenix, flowing like a swimming dragon. Nian Chaoxi had seen Guushio perform this move 500 years ago. It looks simple, just a strike to defeat the enemy, but it is very difficult because it requires compressing spiritual energy into a single point. This energy then bursts out with immense power, allowing the user to fight beyond their level. When Nian Chaoxi first saw this sword move, she was truly amazed. Because this move requires not only skill but also strong combat experience, able to predict the enemy's actions before they strike, and precisely find weaknesses to defeat them. Thinking back to the shock of seeing this move for the first time, Nian Chaoxi felt emotional. Junior brother Gu back then truly seemed like a celestial being. Incredible talent. But then, she was filled with joy again because the Surprising Phoenix sword reappeared. This meant her guess was correct. Junior brother Gu has now started his cultivation journey again. Although he hasn't yet reached his former peak, he has broken through his barriers. And, compared to 500 years ago, this Surprising Phoenix seems even more refined, with power that cannot be fully released, energy that does not scatter, and even after piercing the opponent's heart meridian, it didn't damage the stone wall at all. This is the realm of mastery. This move, Surprising Phoenix, has reached a great level. Nian Chaoxi couldn't help but clench her fists. There was no better news than this. Junior brother Gu has regained his cultivation. This means that once he returns to the Qingxian Holy Land, Master and the sisters will no longer hold any prejudice against him like before. Until now, Nian Chaoxi still hopes to bring Guushio back to the Qingxian Holy Land, to restore everything to how it once was. But, can he really go back? Nian Chaoxi had a premonition in her heart every morning and evening, but she dared not think too much. She also did not want to think about it. Brother Gu and others are being chased and attacked. The most urgent thing now is to find Brother Gu first. I must not let anything happen to him. Nian Chaoxi withdrew her thoughts, immediately asked for a divination, and after a moment, she left the cave quickly heading in a certain direction. However, buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as she stepped out of the cave, the jade pendant from her sect suddenly emitted a humming sound. It was her master, Xuelan, calling her urgently to return to the sect. Last time, Nian Chaoxi was called back, but this time, she only frowned slightly, then flicked her fingers, making the jade pendant quiet again. But she had no intention of returning to the sect at that moment. Instead, she turned again toward the direction she was pursuing. Since she and Qin Moran watched the celestial wheel of reincarnation, Nian Chaoxi had made a decision. Find Guushio. Bring him back. And she couldn't wait any longer. She didn't want to see Guushio suffer anymore, nor did she want him to face danger because of her negligence or delays in sect affairs. She would regret it for the rest of her life. As for her master's urgent call, Nian Chaoxi understood that this time it was probably not a major sect matter. Judging the time, it was likely that her junior brother Jiang Sun's Dao Sword was finished and needed her blessing. In the past, she might have hesitated a little, but now, it was just a sword she was blessing. Perhaps with her blessing, it would become stronger, but without it, it wouldn't really become useless. Moreover, junior brother Jiang is a sensible person. When he was in the sect, he had the best relationship with Guushio. If he knew I was searching for Guushio and couldn't help bless his sword, she believed he would understand. Thinking of this, Nian Chaoxi finally had no more hesitation. She quickened her pace and resumed her pursuit of Guushio. Brother Gu, wait for me. Please don't get into trouble. While Nian Chaoxi continued chasing after Guushio, on the other side, in the main hall of the Qingxian Holy Land. Always waiting for the message token to respond, Xuelan's face suddenly turned grim. The senior sisters below saw her expression and immediately felt uneasy. The little sister, Lu Qingyao, who is fearless, quickly asked, "Master, what did the senior sister say? When will she be back?" It's better not to mention it. But once mentioned, Xuelan's face grew even more serious. "Your senior sister refused my urgent summons and won't come back." "What?" Seeing Xuelan's expression, everyone knew something was wrong. But they thought it was because the distance from Yinsha, she was too far for her to return. But they didn't expect that the senior sister would actually resist the supreme summon. What is she busy with now? What time is it? The divine weapon for the younger brother is almost finished. Could there be something more important than that right now? Is there some misunderstanding? The senior sister doesn't seem like that kind of person. I remember the senior sister and the younger brother get along well. She must be facing some problem. Otherwise, she would definitely come back. Several disciples below spoke with worried brows. This time, the Qingxian Holy Land was in full action. Not only was the third senior sister, Su Wanqing, present, but also the fifth senior sister, Qin Moi, and the younger sister, Lu Qingyao. Even the usually absent fourth senior sister, Shi Xiling, and sixth senior sister, He Mingyun, had arrived. Except for the outside absent Nian Chaoxi and the second senior sister, who was still forging the divine weapon. The core of Qingxian Holy Land was gathered. Listening to the women's words, Xuelan's face grew darker. What else? It's because of Guushio. Guushio? Su Wanqing, Qin Moi, and Lu Qingyao probably understood the situation. But the fourth senior sister, Shi Xiling, and sixth senior sister, He Mingyun, had no idea. When they heard Xuelan mention Guushio, they suddenly remembered. They had a junior brother named Guushio. They asked curiously, "What happened to Guushio? Did he do something bad again?" But when Lu Qingyao said that Guushio had already left the sect and was no longer a disciple of Qingxian Holy Land, both women were stunned. Guushio signed a forsaking sect spiritual contract and left the sect. He actually quit the sect. When did this happen? Guushio has been away from the sect for over a month, but for most cultivators, that time is less than what it takes to complete a meditation retreat. These two senior sisters have been in seclusion all this time. They had no idea that such a big event had happened outside. When they asked questions, they directed them to Qin Mashuan. She is a talisman master and a well-read scholar, so she can explain many things clearly. But this time, Qin Mashuan was a bit at a loss and couldn't answer. Recently, Qin Mashuan's condition has been poor. She can't enter a cultivation state, nor focus on practicing talismans, because she can't calm her mind. She keeps thinking about Guushio. She thinks about Guushio's past and worries about whether anything has happened to him during his time away from the sect. She hates feeling this way, but she can't shake it off. Even when she plans to do nothing but sleep, she still dreams about Guushio. This causes her great suffering. She feels full of resentment toward Guushio. At least, she believes so herself. But now, when her senior sisters ask her questions, she doesn't know how to answer. Fifth senior sister, Mashuan. Everyone is curious and asks, but Qin Mashuan shakes her head. "I'm not feeling well lately. Let the younger sister explain for me." "I'll do it. I know best." Lu Qingyao happily volunteers and immediately speaks. Guushio is a scheming and vengeful person. She begins to tell the story from the beginning. Of course, she has a very poor opinion of Guushio. Even though she saw many scenes of Guushio's past in the Heaven's secret wheel of reincarnation, there was a moment when she felt a bit sympathetic. But after a few days, she has regained her composure. Now, her story is full of exaggeration and personal bias. In her narration, Guushio is portrayed as a petty, calculating, and treacherous little man. Because of jealousy toward Jiang Sun and hatred for them, he finally foolishly took out a sect-breaking spiritual contract to threaten the master and the sect. In the end, Xuelan directly expelled him from the sect. Lu Qingyao concludes with a remark. Anyway, Guushio is just asking for it. Surprisingly, she played tricks on her master. It's actually good for our Qingxian Holy Land. I didn't expect that even after he left, he still used tricks to confuse the senior sister. It's utterly despicable. No one argued with these words. Hearing this, Shi Xiling and He Mingyun also couldn't help but frown slightly. Guushio's abandonment of the sect the senior sister's search, and even disobedience to the master's orders. All of these made them both feel a bit shocked. But Guushio left, so what? Why is he still harming the little junior brother? At such a time, doesn't the senior sister know what's more important? Without her blessing, what if the little junior brother's sword goes wrong? Since Guushio has already left the sect, they should part ways peacefully. There's no need for further trouble. If Guushio's actions delay the little junior brother, he should bear the blame. Neither of them showed any regret about Guushio's departure. Instead, they expressed their dislike with clear dissatisfaction. After all, Guushio was just a useless person. His leaving the sect was surprising, but now was not the time for surprise. Right now, the forging of Jiang Sun's sword was about to be completed. It was a critical moment that required their full effort to help strengthen it. Exactly. Guushio is just a troublemaker, causing harm everywhere. Such a person should just die quickly and stop causing trouble. Lu Qingyao angrily cursed. Hearing this, Qin Maxian's face changed drastically. But when she looked over, she suddenly realized that the other sect sisters only slightly frowned at Lu Qingyao's words, showing no real reaction. Even the sect master, Xuelan, looked expressionless. It was as if they didn't think there was anything wrong with what was said. What's going on? Qin Maxian was stunned. Suddenly, she felt that this shouldn't be the case. The people in front of her seemed a bit unfamiliar. Just then, Sect Master Xuelan's gaze swept over and asked, Maxian, what's wrong? Disciple. Qin Maxian opened her mouth. Lu Qingyao chuckled and said, Fifth junior sister is probably thinking if there's some talisman that can make Guushio unlucky and hurry to die, right? Qin Maxian bit her lip, wanting to deny it. But facing the gazes of her fellow disciples and sisters, she didn't know how to deny anymore. She could only nod. I really think that way. Don't worry about Guushio, Sister Xuelan said with a frown, reproving her gently. Since he has left the sect, he has to face the consequences himself. If you really took action to kill him, how could the Qingxian Holy Land survive? Although she was scolding, there was no anger in her tone. In the past, Qin Maxian might have thought everything was normal. But now, for some reason, she felt something was wrong. It seemed everyone shouldn't be acting like this. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap sounded, making everyone in the hall look up with bright eyes. They stepped outside the hall and looked up. Above the sky, dark clouds gathered quickly, all rushing toward a red spiritual peak in the Qingxian Holy Land. That's Sister Air's Spirit Bell Peak. Sister Air's divine weapon is finished, and it's attracting a thunder tribulation. This thunder seems intense. Sister Air's forging this time is probably at least an Earth-grade spiritual tool. Sister Air's strength, combined with our resources and materials, might even produce something better than an Earth-grade spiritual tool. Everyone's eyes lit up. They eagerly headed towards Spirit Bell Peak, eager to see how the divine weapon Sister Air forged for Jiang Sun would turn out. But, compared to everyone rushing forward, Qin Maxian lagged behind, her brows tightly furrowed. Her sixth sister, He Mingyun, who was a bit introverted, also fell behind. Seeing Qin Maxian's distracted and worried look, she felt a bit strange. Sister, what are you thinking? Nothing. I'm not thinking about anything. Qin Maxian shook her head repeatedly. But seeing He Mingyun still staring at her, she bit her lip and finally couldn't help but say, I just suddenly remembered that 500 years ago, Sister Air also forged a sword for Guushio. Sister, are you talking about the Crimson Sky Sword? He Mingyun asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Back then, the Qingxian sect wasn't as rich as it is now. Sister Air's skills weren't strong enough, so in the end, it was only a yellow-grade magic tool, Qin Maxian replied. Yeah, a yellow-grade magic tool. I remember when Guushio returned 3 years ago. That sword was already broken, wasn't it? Qin Maxian couldn't help but ask. It seems so, He Mingyun nodded. What's wrong? Nothing. I just suddenly remembered. Since the Crimson Sword broke, Gu seems not to have any new magic tools, right? Qin Maxian mumbled softly. He Mingyun looked puzzled. He's just an ordinary person. Why would he need a magic tool? Spending energy to make one for him might be a waste. Waste. Those two simple words, but hearing them made Qin Maxian's heart tremble. Little junior brother, little junior brother. At this moment, voices called out from ahead. Turning to look, they saw several senior sisters arriving at Emo Peak. Jiang Sun, who had been in seclusion to strengthen his realm, was also drawn here by the thunderclouds. Seeing this little junior brother, He Mingyun's face rare showed a smile, and she quickened her pace. Even Qin Mashuan quickly set aside his strange feelings about Gu. No matter what Gu did, compared to Jiang junior brother, there was still a huge difference. A rare lively scene appeared at the Qingxian Holy Land. A group of senior sisters surrounded Jiang Sun, who was always polite and charming. This scene made Xuelan also smile unconsciously. But soon, her smile faded. She thought of the disobedient disciple Nian Chaoxi, and her good mood was spoiled. That stubborn girl. When she returned, she must punish her properly. And that Gu. If he truly had no way out and returned to the sect, he should be punished to stand on the wall of reflection for 3 years. No, 30 years. As she thought this, thunderbolts began to fall. Among the lightning, a magnificent long sword with a dragon roar shape appeared. It bathed in the lightning, soaring into the sky, emanating a powerful aura. This is the 7 Luminaries' Thunder Tribulation. It's actually the 7 Luminaries. Although it hasn't reached the legendary 9 Luminaries, the sword forged by second sister this time is already a top-grade treasure, probably a top-grade magic tool. Too strong, too strong. With such a top-grade magic sword, little junior brother's combat power will improve even more. If we all bless it, this sword will become even stronger. Everyone started talking, and Jiang Sun's face showed clear happiness. Magic tools are divided into categories like heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, which cannot be made by human effort. Among these levels, they are further divided into 4 smaller grades: divine, spiritual, legal, and magical. The highest grade, heaven grade. Just these 2 words show how powerful this sword is. Although it is only a heaven-grade magic tool, it is still a sword, and it is blessed by the master and senior sister. This sword will become a legendary weapon that makes the world tremble. While thinking this, the 7 Luminaries' Thunder Tribulation ended. A large amount of spiritual energy instantly gathered on the Dragon Roar sword. The tribulation was successfully crossed. A heaven-grade magic tool achieved. At this moment, the second senior sister, who is an artificer, threw out her long sword and said, "Junior brother, quickly accept it as your master by dripping blood?" "Thank you, second senior sister." Jiang Sun hurriedly took it. Knowing this was a critical moment, he immediately started to drip blood to accept the sword as his own. Once the blood acceptance was successful, he could then have his master and senior sisters bless the sword, turning it into his own legendary weapon. The process went smoothly. After all, a newly forged, unclaimed divine weapon is easiest to accept by blood. In just a moment, Jiang Sun established a connection with the Dragon Roar sword. But, just as the acceptance was completed, and Jiang Sun and his senior sisters all smiled happily, suddenly, from the dark clouds of the previously finished 7 Luminaries' Thunder Tribulation, a terrifying black lightning bolt descended again, striking towards Jiang Sun. Junior brother, Jiang Sun, Guushio, and the other senior sisters, standing nearby, were startled. Jiang Sun felt a shiver down his spine and, almost instinctively, let go of the Dragon Roar sword in his hand and threw it away. But the black lightning, moving extremely fast, struck the newly forged Dragon Roar sword instantly. In the next moment, the Dragon Roar sword suddenly let out a mournful, piercing cry. It is not an exaggeration to say she is invincible in the world. However, their protection was clearly unnecessary because the black lightning never once looked at Jiang Sun. Instead, it focused entirely on the newly forged and accepted divine weapon, the Longing Sword. Black lightning struck repeatedly. Each strike unleashed powerful forces. Under this violent lightning, the Longing Sword could only emit mournful cries, its blade trembling wildly, as if about to shatter. Oh no, what's happening? If this continues, the Longing Sword might be in danger. What should we do next? The scene made everyone nervous and uncertain. The power of the black lightning was too strong, like it could destroy the sky and earth. Everyone was scared and didn't know what to do. Even Guushio, a supreme master, felt uneasy facing this black lightning. The most worried was Jiang Sun. After blood sacrifice to accept the sword, He could clearly feel that the longing sword was only barely holding on. If this kept up, the sword would be destroyed. He could only ask for help. Master, I feel the longing sword is crying out. It can't hold on much longer. Xuelan looked at the terrifying black lightning and then at her favorite disciple. She clenched her teeth, ready to act. But just then, her second senior sister, Chunlei, stopped her. Master, don't interfere. This is my junior brother's great chance, a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. What? Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Chunlei. She is the second senior sister of the Qing Holy Land. She has the most ordinary appearance among the 7 senior sisters, tall and muscular. Though a woman, she looks like a fierce beast. She is also the strongest among the senior sisters, with cultivation in the virtual refinement realm, fierce and powerful. Moreover, she has the greatest talent in forging weapons, reaching the peak of her craft. Now, facing everyone's gaze, Chunlei's eyes shone with excitement and joy. Junior brother is truly blessed. This is not the 7 Luminaries' Thunder Tribulation. It is a rare and extraordinary event called the 7 Luminaries' Blessing Tribulation. What is the 7 Luminaries' Blessing Tribulation? People were confused, but Chunlei explained. The 7 Luminaries' Thunder Tribulation is very powerful, but in the world, everything has yin and yang. Danger often comes with opportunity. This 7 Luminaries' Blessing Tribulation is the greatest chance. This tribulation is a blessing that comes with the 7 Luminaries' Thunder Tribulation. It only appears in places with great luck. When it appears, its power is unstoppable. Others cannot interfere, or they will be affected by its force. We just need to watch calmly. If our magic tools pass this tribulation, it will bring huge benefits. First, it allows the spirit of the magic tool, which usually takes a long time to develop, to be born early and even become stronger. More importantly, the rank of the magic tool can be raised again. What? Everyone was shocked and felt a deep sense of awe. A top-quality treasure can develop a spirit, but this takes a very long time and requires many methods to nurture it. Only then can it become powerful and help us. Now, if we pass this tribulation, we can skip that process. The spirit will be born directly, and the rank can be upgraded too. This Dragon Roar Sword is already a top-quality magic tool, incredibly powerful. Although it is the weakest among the top-quality tools, it is still extremely strong. If it can be improved further, it might become a divine-grade spiritual tool or even a top-tier Taoist implement. If that happens, this sword could become one of the strongest treasures here. It could truly be a treasure to protect the sect. This is indeed a great opportunity. Little junior brother has such good luck to encounter this once-in-a-lifetime chance. The name Dragon Roar Sword will surely become famous in the future. A group of senior sisters spoke excitedly. Their worried expressions turned into joy. Some still asked nervously, "Senior sister, what if we don't pass this tribulation?" "Not pass it," Chunlei chuckled. "That's impossible. Our sect has deep blessings. The 7 Luminaries' Blessing Tribulation only appears when great luck is present. As long as the luck doesn't change, failure is almost impossible." Hearing this, everyone relaxed completely. If that's the case, next, everyone had to wait patiently. But, after a short while, everyone frowned and said, "Senior sister, I feel that this thunder tribulation is so long, and it still hasn't ended." "That's a good thing," Chunlei smiled. "The 7 Stars Blessing Tribulation is itself a blessing. The longer it lasts, the more benefits there are." Everyone nodded and continued to wait. After a stick of incense time, they frowned again. "Senior sister, isn't this taking too long? And I feel that the aura of the Dragon Roar Sword is getting weaker." "Well, it has been a while, and the weakening aura is normal," Chunlei replied. "Creating a spiritual tool is very difficult. It needs to be born from hardship. Let's be patient a little longer." Everyone nodded again and waited patiently. But then came the next part. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. By the time night fell, and it was deep into the night, everyone couldn't hold back anymore. Because the so-called 7 Stars Blessing Tribulation, it still hadn't left. Even Chunlei's smile was hard to maintain, and her brows furrowed tightly. This can't be happening. Why is this happening? The 7 Stars Blessing Tribulation itself is the 7 Stars Blessing Tribulation. Why is it taking so long to finish? Seeing her muttering anxiously, the other senior sisters also started to worry, their eyes frequently looking toward the Dragon Roar's sword. Unfortunately, the black lightning blocked everyone's view, making it impossible to see what was happening with the Dragon Roar's sword inside the Thunder Tribulation. But just then, a sharp, piercing scream suddenly sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw that it was junior brother Jiang Sun losing control. He was clutching his head and shaking it wildly. Junior brother, what's wrong? Did something happen? The senior sisters hurriedly moved, with Su Wanqing taking out a bunch of pills, trying to feed Jiang Sun. But at that moment, Jiang Sun, suffering intensely, suddenly spat out blood, and the pills he had just taken were all vomited out. His entire aura suddenly became extremely weak, as if he was about to pass away at any moment. It seemed like he would die completely in the next second. It's the backlash from the magic treasure. Hurry, seal his energy flow and cut off the backlash. At that moment, Yuqi Chunlei shouted loudly. Backlash from the magic treasure? How could the treasure backfire? Everyone was confused, but there was no time to think about it now. They noticed that, as Yuqi Chunlei spoke, the black lightning was actually heading toward Jiang Sun. A few experts immediately took action, cutting off his energy flow. Their master, Xuelan, was especially quickly pointing several fingers at Jiang Sun. Finally, they managed to cut off the connection between Jiang Sun and the Longyin sword's energy. However, although they acted fast, a strand of black lightning still struck Jiang Sun, causing him to tremble wildly on the spot. Once that black lightning dissipated completely, Jiang Sun, who had previously looked elegant and noble, was now covered in black soot, scorched on the outside and battered inside. His breath was extremely weak, on the verge of collapse. He was seriously injured and in danger. After losing its target, the black lightning quickly dispersed. The lightning that had lasted for several hours vanished in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked on. They saw that the newly forged top-grade magic weapon, the Longyin sword, was now shattered into a pile of scrap metal. It had lost all its spiritual energy. The top-grade magic weapon, just born, was destroyed immediately after its creation. Everyone was stunned. Meanwhile, Yuqi Chunlei's face was full of horror. I saw it wrong just now. This isn't the 7 luminaries' blessing calamity. It's the 7 Yinsha thunder. It's a punishment from heaven. Punishment from heaven. When Yuqi Chunlei said this, the core members of the Qingxian sacred land present all froze in place. The concept of divine punishment has existed since ancient times. Master's path is based on the opportunities of heaven and earth, stealing the luck of the Tao. Since one can receive the Tao's blessings and protection, there are also times when the Tao rejects and avoids such blessings. But that's nonsense. The so-called divine punishment is just the curse of those who fail. How could there be such a thing as divine punishment in this world? Before Yuqi Chunlei finished speaking, Xuelan immediately scolded. Hurry and save Jiang Sun. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone snapped out of their shock and looked at Jiang Sun, their faces filled with fear. Junior brother is now unsteady in his breath, his life force weakening. Quickly, save him. He was struck back by the blood recognition treasure and hit by lightning. His meridians are damaged. Sister Su, please save Junior brother. Junior brother, you must hold on. You can't have any accidents. That night, the entire Qingxian Holy Land shook. A group of core members of the Holy Land hurriedly moved, sending many spiritual pills, medicines, and spirit stones to Emo Peak. The third senior sister, Su Wanqing, treated Jiang Sun throughout. Other senior sisters, even the supreme Xuelan of the Holy Land, all joined in, using a lot of spiritual energy and effort to save him with all their might. Finally, after a whole night of effort, using many resources and spiritual power, Jiang Sun was finally out of danger. Fortunately, we treated him in time, had enough resources, and with Master's help. Otherwise, Junior brother might have been in serious trouble. The backlash from the magic treasure is manageable, but the most terrifying thing was that black lightning tribulation. It was just a strand, but it seemed eager to devour Junior brother's flesh and blood. It was truly frightening. Inside Jiang Sun's courtyard on Emo Peak, Su Wanqing wiped the sweat from her forehead, speaking with lingering fear. She almost failed. That strand of black lightning entering Jiang Sun's body carried terrifying power, destroying everything around him wildly, as if it harbored deep hatred. It seemed full of malice toward Jiang Sun. Xuelan also felt lingering fear. She saw clearly that if she weren't already a supreme of the Great Ascension stage, she probably wouldn't have been able to save Jiang Sun's life today. This made Xuelan's face turn extremely grim, and she stared intently at Yuqi Chunlei. What exactly was that thing? Yuqi Chunlei was still a bit stunned. When asked, she instinctively replied, "Master, that was a punishment from heaven. Stop talking nonsense. Punishments from heaven are just false rumors. Moreover, Jiang Sun is blessed with great fortune. How could he be cursed by heaven?" Xuelan scolded. Yuqi Chunlei regained her senses, but still felt very upset. She had originally wanted to craft a sword for her younger brother and give him a divine weapon, but she never expected that something like this would happen. Not only was the Longyin sword destroyed, but her younger brother almost died on the spot. Even worse, that black lightning signified that Jiang Sun's luck might have already run out. Other senior sisters saw Yuqi Chunlei being scolded and immediately asked, "Senior sister, tell us more. You said before that it was a 7-in evil thunder. What exactly is that?" "Yes, sister, what is going on?" Not only to ease the situation, but also because they were curious about what was really happening. 7-in evil thunder is something that is born from the clash between the 7 luminaries' blessing and calamity. If the 7 luminaries' blessing is a sign of great luck, then the 7-in evil thunder is a sign of great misfortune. Yuqi Chunlei bit her lip. Seeing Xuelan about to get angry again, she quickly added, "I know you, master, don't believe in the so-called luck. Honestly, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. But I am very sure it was the 7-in evil thunder. The 7 luminaries' blessing is a huge opportunity. Even if it fails, it won't harm your life. But the 7-in evil thunder is different. It looks similar to the 7 luminaries' blessing, but it is extremely toxic. Once it appears, there's no escaping death. This is why the lightning calamity lasted for several hours, and even a tiny bit of its power almost took my younger brother's life." As Yuqi Chunlei spoke more, Xuelan's face grew uglier. "Why didn't you notice it earlier?" Yuqi Chunlei lowered her head. "Well, I didn't expect that such a blessed place as Qingxian's sacred land would have something like the 7-in evil thunder appear." She clenched her teeth and said, "Master, this matter is very serious. It must be taken seriously. Do you think I don't take it seriously?" Xuelan retorted. Yuqi Chunlei shook her head and said, "No, my disciple's point isn't just about the young junior's injury, but about why our Qingxian holy land is being punished by heaven." Xuelan's face instantly grew even more grim. Before she could get angry, Yuqi Chunlei continued, "I understand, master, that you usually don't believe in the so-called punishment from heaven, but this matter is very serious. Better to believe it and be cautious than to ignore it. Our holy land of Qingxian has always been blessed with good fortune, which helps us do things more easily. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't encounter such evil things as the 7-in Sha, but now, the 7-in Sha appears in our territory and even attacks our disciples. This shows that our blessing source has a problem. Where is the eldest sister? She should know the most about this, right?" Until this moment, Yuqi Chunlei realized that her eldest sister, Nian Chaoxi, was not present. But it's better she didn't mention Nian Chaoxi. Once she did, Xuelan and the other senior sisters looked very unhappy. "As for the blessing source, your eldest sister did mention it to me before," Xuelan said with a frown. "Oh," Yuqi Chunlei's eyes lit up. "Did she have a solution?" "She didn't say." "Huh." Xuelan's face was cold. "She only said that our sect's blessing source has dissipated and left the sect." "What?" Yuqi Chunlei was struck like lightning. "Why is that? Did your eldest sister say anything about it?" "She said it was because Guushio used the sect abandoning spirit contract and left the sect," Xuelan replied coldly. "Guushio? Sect abandoning spirit contract? Leaving the sect?" Yuqi Chunlei was suddenly confused. She had been busy forging divine weapons for Jiang Sun and didn't know about this. The other senior sisters also looked shocked. "Is this true?" But before everyone could think it through, Xuelan sneered. Our cultivators are born to defy the heavens. The so-called blessing source and punishment from heaven are just nonsense. Not to mention, this whole thing is probably made up. Even if it is true, do you really think that Guushio leaving means our Xian Holy Land's blessing source is gone, and that we will be punished by heaven? It seemed to make some sense. But Xuelan turned around and said coldly, "Send out orders. Continue to gather treasures from all over the world for Xian Holy Land. Since this time the divine weapon forging failed, then let's try again. Next time, we will use more resources and better treasures. I no longer believe in it. This so-called divine punishment. Next time, dare we still try?" Meanwhile, before Jiang Sun's newly acquired top-grade magic weapon even warmed up, it was already broken, and he nearly damaged himself in the process. On the other side, within the Womba Tower trading caravan on Mount Tianqi, Guushio carefully examined a long sword that was completely black like ink, with no aura at all. Su Rumei was smiling as she introduced it. This sword is called Shadow. Although it is only a Earth-grade magic weapon, it is very special and even rivals Earth-grade Dao weapons. Su Rumei's explanation was quite brief because she herself didn't fully understand this sword. However, there was no need for her to say more. When Guushio saw the Shadow Sword, his heart was already filled with shock. In a dream that lasted thousands of years, Guushio had seen this sword before. And this sword is a peerless divine weapon beyond the heavenly grade. A fairy-grade divine sword. Everyone knows that the categories of treasures are based on the heaven and earth principles. Higher categories are more powerful. The strongest is naturally the heavenly divine grade. But such treasures are very rare. Because reaching the heavenly grade requires more than just a skilled craftsman. It demands the luck of heaven and earth, immense blessings, and the right timing, place, and people, an accumulation of countless causal factors. The heavenly divine grade is even more elusive, rarely seen in thousands of years. Countless top-tier craftsmen spend their lives trying to forge such treasures, and creating even one can make a name for oneself across the world, an eternal legend. Of course, the heavenly divine grade is also called the strongest divine weapon in the world. But few people know that beyond the heavenly grade, there is an even higher level, fairy grade. Because such treasures are no longer something a craftsman can forge. They are truly primordial objects, existing since the beginning of the universe. Even the strongest craftsmen here cannot forge them, nor do they know where they come from or where they go. No one knows. But one thing is certain. Any divine item must have the power to destroy the heavens, wipe out the earth, cut through the way, and slay immortals. The shadow-stealing sword that Su Rumei is holding is a divine item. Because Guushio saw this sword in a 1,000-year illusion and witnessed it cleanse itself of impurities, slaughter saints, and kill supreme beings. However, although this sword is a divine sword, it seems to have suffered unimaginable damage and can no longer display its full divine power. If it could, it wouldn't have been presented as a low-grade treasure by Womba Tower. But even so, this sword is extraordinary. More importantly, it can be repaired. But this sword seems to truly belong to Womba Tower, yet it wasn't obtained by Jiang Sun in the end. He spent thousands of years restoring its former glory. Why did it appear so early and come into my hands? Guushio was slightly surprised, but it was just surprise. This item was destined to be his in the future. Gaining it early saved him a lot of effort. He immediately thanked Su Rumei, saying, "Thank you, Steward Su. Haha. As long as friend Feng doesn't mind this sword." Su Rumei laughed. Honestly, the one who should be thankful is Womba Tower. If it weren't for friend Feng, the green bamboo dragon trap array could have caused us heavy losses or even wiped out our entire army. Since you seem to lack a suitable weapon, I gift this sword to you, hoping it can show a bit of Womba Tower's goodwill. Since Ren Qing led the apology, Guushio had received many gifts over the past few days, mostly spiritual stones. There were also quite a few magic treasures and spiritual tools. This caused Su Rumei quite a bit of trouble. After all, Feng Bugui's potential was undeniable. Whether in strength or his ability as a formation master, he was someone Womba Tower needed to befriend. With so many gifts, she couldn't just give ordinary items in return. Finally, she gritted her teeth and decided to give away the shadow-stealing sword. Coincidentally, This sword was a recent acquisition by Womba Tower. It was originally obtained by a fallen cultivator by chance and was intended to be auctioned at Womba Tower's auction house. At that time, Su Rumei noticed that this sword was unusual, so she didn't take it to the auction. Instead, she gave away something that a wandering cultivator couldn't refuse, capturing the sword to study it carefully later. Now, it turned out to be perfect. She decided to give it to Feng Bugwai. And her gift was not just this shadow blade. Over the past few days, I've seen you, Taoist Feng, gaining popularity and collecting many spirit stones and herbs. I believe your cultivation will improve again soon, and a breakthrough in foundation building is just around the corner. By the way, I also have a top-quality foundation establishment pill, and I want to give it to you as a gift to wish you an early success in foundation building. A top-quality foundation establishment pill. This is a rare and highly sought-after spiritual medicine for many Qi condensation cultivators. When taken during a breakthrough, it can increase the success rate and help lay a solid foundation for the core formation stage, raising the future potential. Just one of these pills is worth about 100,000 spirit stones. Su Rumei's gift was truly generous. Guushio was not foolish. He clearly understood what Su Rumei meant. He didn't refuse her kindness and accepted the pill, saying, "Thank you, Steward Su, for your gift. If I need help in the future, just send someone to inform me." With that, Su Rumei's smile brightened immediately. In that case, I won't bother Taoist Feng anymore. We'll arrive at Yinsha City in 3 days. After saying this, Su Rumei took her leave. She was a smart person, knowing when to come forward and when to step back. There was no need to speak too opportunistically. Since Guushio had made a promise, that was enough to consider her goal achieved. You're already a golden core cultivator, and he's just a wandering cultivator in the Qi condensation stage. Although he has some talent in formations and strength, he's still weak as an ant. There's no need to be so polite, right? The shadow asked curiously. She knew that Su Rumei had been racking her brains these past few days to find a gift for Feng Bugwai, and now she was giving it without asking for anything in return. It seemed Su Rumei was too vulnerable. But Su Rumei shook her head. A true dragon is not confined to a pond. When the wind and clouds change, it will soar. Such a person might not be long before we look up to him. Showing some respect is better than making enemies. Looking up to him? You really think highly of him? The shadow was surprised. Not just thinking highly. I saw Su Rumei turn her head and look at the carriage. She said she used a special technique to sense the source of good fortune. Huh. The shadow paused, confused. Su Rumei is very powerful, with a high level of cultivation, but she is also the manager of Womba Tower. Her strength doesn't come just from her cultivation, but from her skills. She is good at making friends and meeting powerful people from different places. She has never provoked anyone she couldn't handle. Every person she treats seriously has an extraordinary background or potential. Many people say she is lucky, but the shadow has followed Su Rumei for many years and knows she relies on more than luck. She has a special ability that ordinary people don't have. She can sense a mysterious, almost impossible to understand source of good fortune. She even has a technique to peek into other sources of good fortune. Most of the people she befriends are those with great sources of good fortune. When she said she used this technique on Guushio, the shadow couldn't help but ask curiously, "What do you think of his source of good fortune?" "Very strong." "Very strong?" The shadow was still confused, but Su Rumei explained. "Simply put, his source of good fortune is the deepest I've ever seen in my life." "What?" The shadow's eyes widened in surprise. What surprised her even more was that Su Rumei added, "And more importantly, this person's good fortune isn't just deep. It's also being pulled by something." "What is it?" "And what?" "And he's being wrapped in good fortune. I can faintly see a powerful, unstoppable force of good fortune flowing toward him constantly." At that moment, the shadow was completely stunned. Just then, a gentle breeze blew. Guushio opened the window and sat back down inside the carriage. He closed his eyes and began to meditate. Even though the shadow didn't have a technique to sense good fortune, she seemed to see something faintly. It was like a faint rainbow light coming from the sky, flowing endlessly toward Guushio. At the same time, what is Mu Xingxing doing? The shadow was slightly surprised because she noticed Mu Xingsheng, from the Mu Xingsheng group, was sneaking toward Guushio's carriage. Su Rumei also frowned slightly. Mu Xingsheng had previously spoken harshly to Feng Bugui several times. Later, he tried hard to flatter Feng Bugui, but Feng Bugui didn't say anything. He is acting so sneaky now. Could he be planning to attack Feng Bugui? Is he trying to harm him secretly? However, just as the two of them were curious, they saw Mao Xingxing knock on Guushio's carriage door. Then, he took out one cultivation secret manual after another from his storage ring. He handed them over. Friend Feng, look, these are the cultivation manuals I prepared for you. They are all stock from our crazy god gang. Of course, the quality isn't top tier. Mainly, we can't produce high-level manuals ourselves. Look at these. Hey. Okay. Friend Feng, you're too polite. The previous matter was our gang's fault. If you can forgive us, it's already a great honor. I wouldn't dare take your spirit stones. Haha. Take your time, friend Feng. I'll leave first. If I find any other manuals later, I'll gather them for you. Under the watchful eyes of Su Rumei and Ingzi, Mao Xingxing bowed repeatedly in front of Feng Bugui's carriage before turning to leave. But his face was full of excitement. His face was glowing with happiness. Seeing this, Su Rumei and Ingzi couldn't help but feel curious. They probed with their spiritual senses and saw Mao Xingxing pulling a group of disciples from the Xingsheng gang, saying, "Notify everyone to check if anyone still hasn't handed over their manuals. Make sure everyone has. No more? Then go find them. Any kind of manual, just find all different ones. Bring them all. By the way, we're about to reach Yinsha City. Let's spread the news early so the gang members can buy various manuals in advance. Any kind of manual is fine?" Someone asked curiously. "Yes, anything is fine." Mao Xingxing nodded. Friend Feng said, "Regardless of the quality or rank, we accept all. The more, the better. We want as many as we can get. This." Su Rumei and Ingzi looked at each other in confusion, both seeing the same blank expression in each other's eyes. They didn't understand what was going on. From their reactions, it seemed Feng Bugui was after cultivation manuals. I understand this. After all, Wen not returning doesn't know where it comes from. But since he is a wandering cultivator, rare cultivation manuals and secret techniques from sects are extremely scarce for him. However, he wants everything and refuses to refuse anything. Normally, he should just find a high-level cultivation method to practice. So why does he want all of them? What is he planning to do? Guushio, sitting inside the carriage, naturally knows that Su Rumei is watching this scene. But he doesn't care. Or rather, this is exactly what Guushio intentionally did. This time, Guushio gained a lot. Besides many spirit stones, resources, and the pills and shadow sword sent by Su Rumei, his biggest gain was in the area of cultivation techniques. Ever since he uncovered the secret of the ancient book with no words, Guushio understood what he needed most right now. It's not just the resources for cultivation, but also stronger secret manuals. The way of cultivation. It values talent and innate bones, but also depends on wealth, companions, law, and land. With the help of the ancient book Butterfly, Guushio already has the innate sacred aura and supreme Dao bones, which can make his cultivation faster and his potential higher in the future. But having talent alone isn't enough. He also needs powerful cultivation manuals. After all, Guushio's Dantian and Energy C are too large. This is a symbol of strength, even allowing him, with the 7th level of Qi refining, combined with 500 years of battlefield experience in Forbidden Grounds, to kill Foundation establishment cultivators. However, because his Dantian and Energy C are too vast, his progress in advancing will be slower than others, even with unmatched talent, which cannot be easily made up for. So, there's only one other way. That is, to rely on higher-grade, more powerful cultivation techniques. For wandering cultivators, this is actually a dead end. Because once you're a wandering cultivator, it means that the usual sect and family inheritances have no relation to you, and a high-level secret manual is not something ordinary wandering cultivators can obtain. But Guushio is different. He has the ancient book with no words. Any cultivation manual can be enhanced with the support of the no-word secret. He can even fuse different manuals together. In other words, he can continuously practice various cultivation techniques, making them merge and improve, becoming stronger and stronger. Good cultivation manuals are hard to find, but common, widely available cultivation techniques are not difficult to learn, especially with the help of someone like Mao Xingsheng and the Wild Victory gang of scattered cultivators. When Mao Xingsheng came to apologize, Guushio mentioned that he wanted some cultivation methods, which he bought with spirit stones. That same day, Mao Xingsheng brought out 5 complete cultivation manuals. 3 of them were low-quality, common techniques with no specific rank, and 2 were yellow-rank techniques. With the help of these 5 manuals, Guushio successfully transformed the Mystic Court Void Scripture in his Dantian's Qi Si into the Heavenly Lure Heart Sutra. The rank was still not high. Originally, it was just a low-level mysterious technique, and now it had become a mid-level mysterious technique. Clearly, this was the result of merging techniques. The more advanced the techniques, the harder it is to improve. However, compared to before, the improvement was significant. The Heavenly Lure Heart Sutra was at least twice as fast to practice as the previous Mystic Court Void Scripture. Moreover, just now, Mao Xingsheng had prepared over 10 more manuals for Guushio. After merging these, Guushio believed his technique rank could rise again. As for intentionally letting Su Rumei see, Guushio had his reasons. Because she was interested in him due to his talent, even trying hard to give him treasures. If so, he might as well be open about it. Show more of his talent. The wealth, partner, law, land concept. Here, partner does not mean a romantic partner, but fellow cultivators and allies. Guushio is a scattered cultivator and does not want to join any sect or faction, but that doesn't mean he will avoid contact with others. At least, the basics. He needs to buy cultivation resources and materials, not to mention ancient books without words, which require him to gather many cultivation manuals. He doesn't mind maintaining some connection with Wanbao Tower to get what he needs, but if he wants to stay connected, he must at least show his strength and potential for cooperation. At this moment, Guushio didn't know that Su Rumei could also secretly explore sources of good fortune, nor did he realize that his position in Su Rumei's heart had already reached its peak. He simply patiently copied new cultivation manuals from his unnamed ancient books, continuously merging and practicing. In this scene, naturally, it caught the attention of Su Rumei and Shadow. Since they saw Mao Xingsheng give so many cultivation manuals to Guushio, they had been watching him closely. When they saw Guushio flipping through these manuals one after another, both of them couldn't help feeling suspicious. What is he doing? If I'm not mistaken, he should be practicing a profound level technique. Since he has such a technique, why would he go far to learn a different one? It seems his previous sect was just a small sect, and their techniques were only at the profound level. But he probably wouldn't practice worse techniques, right? Shadow looked on for a while and shook her head in frustration. She only saw Guushio studying those common techniques Mao Xingsheng gave him, and she didn't understand what Guushio was trying to do this time. However, after a while, when Su Rumei didn't respond, Shadow became curious and turned her head to look at her. She saw that Su Rumei was now wide-eyed, staring at Guushio with a look of shock. Suddenly, Su Rumei turned to Shadow and asked, "Have you noticed that the technique Feng Bugue is practicing is changing?" The technique is changing? Shadow was confused. She looked back at Guushio, and with Su Rumei's reminder, she couldn't help but be surprised. Is it a high-level profound technique? Did I see it wrong, or did he not use this technique just now? No, that's not right. His technique has changed again. It's still a high-level profound technique, but it's stronger than before. And why does his new technique look somewhat similar to those books he was just reading? What's going on? Suddenly, Shadow quieted down. She thought of a shocking guess that made her scalp tingle and cold sweat run down her back. She turned her head and saw Su Rumei looking at her with a similar expression. "What did you think of?" Su Rumei asked. Shadow swallowed hard. "I thought of a term that only appears when describing immortals." "What is it?" "All techniques. All techniques return to one source." When these 4 words were spoken, Su Rumei immediately showed a shocked expression. Indeed, the shadow is exactly as she imagined. Ancient sages once said that all methods return to the source, which is the way of heaven, earth, and humanity. This way can also lead to immortality. There are many explanations for this. Because the so-called return to the source of all methods has never been seen by anyone. No matter how high someone's cultivation is, or how knowledgeable they are, no one can truly achieve this return to the source. Some powerful people create their own techniques, and sages develop their own methods, but without exception. Such people are very rare, and they cannot be called true return to the source masters. Just look at the windless man in front of you. He relied on some newly acquired secret manuals, learned quickly, understood their core, and then integrated them into his own techniques, evolving them into even stronger martial arts. Su Rumei wasn't sure if this was the true return to the source, but she understood one thing. This person's future achievements will probably surpass all expectations. I might have been wrong before. This person may not be someone we can look up to in the future. Su Rumei smiled bitterly. In the future, we might not even have the chance to see his back. Rarely. No matter how much she previously praised Guushio, she didn't fully believe it. But this time, she didn't speak to refute him, only nodded quietly. She couldn't argue anymore. Entering the path, being a formation master, defeating enemies across levels, having deep blessings. One by one, these facts made it clear how great this person's potential really is. And now, if he also has the ability to return to the source of all methods, then his potential is absolutely top tier. This kind of potential, gathered in one person, his future achievements will surely make others look up to him with awe. Where did this monster come from? Looking at him, he clearly comes from a major sect or noble family. I don't even know which one, but they let someone like him go. It's just stupid. The shadow sighed in admiration, but Su Rumei smiled. No matter which sect or noble family he comes from, one thing is certain. Right now, he is at his lowest point. Oh? Do you mean? My meaning? Su Rumei looked deeply at Guushio in the carriage again. I have always said that I prefer to add beauty to success rather than rescue in times of trouble. But that was only because helping in times of need doesn't give enough reward. If it were Feng Bugue, I have only one thought. What is it? Shadow asked curiously. Su Rumei replied. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Without hesitation, Su Rumei immediately ordered people to start gathering various cultivation manuals and secret techniques. Compared to the scattered cultivators like Mu Xingsheng and his group, the power of Wanbao Tower naturally was extraordinary. Su Rumei's demands were much higher. Gather all the cultivation methods you can find, both yellow and orange levels. As for the earth level, I will discuss it with the Tower Master. For the heaven level, try to keep an eye out. If any appear, be sure to take them. Shadow didn't object, but hearing Su Rumei's focus on heaven-level techniques, rare and hard to find, he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. However, Su Rumei said, Shadow, I have a premonition. Shadow asked, What kind of premonition? Su Rumei glanced again at the carriage with the closed window, her eyes bright, and said, This Wind Bugue might be the greatest opportunity of our lives. The next 2 days went smoothly. They were less than a day away from Yinsha City. The team's mood gradually relaxed. During these days, they encountered some petty bandits. Most of them were scattered cultivators seeking opportunities, and some were criminals pretending to be cultivators, causing trouble and killing for loot. But when these people saw the banner of Wanbao Tower and Su Rumei's powerful golden core aura, they all fled at once. Even if some golden core experts blocked the way, they dared not act rashly. After all, they were about to reach Yinsha City. Wanbao Tower was a significant force inside the city. Without confidence in defeating enemies swiftly, no one would dare provoke this team. The journey was smooth. But just as they were about to arrive at Yinsha City, Su Rumei, who was arranging the next steps after reaching the city, suddenly frowned. There is a powerful expert watching us nearby, the shadow whispered. Su Rumei also frowned and asked, Can you tell what level of cultivation they have? I don't know, but they are definitely stronger than us, the shadow replied nervously. At least late golden core stage, possibly a nascent soul master. Are they friend or foe? They have been gathering killing intent, but haven't attacked. In that case, we should not interfere, Su Rumei said immediately. Order the caravan to pass quickly. Soon, the caravan continued on as usual. On the road, a group of cultivators were chatting and joking, talking about where to relax after their tiring journey. Their cultivation levels were not high, and they couldn't even sense the hidden person among them. But Su Rumei and the shadow felt uneasy, like a thorn in their throats, sweating coldly. It was as if they were walking right past the enemy, who could attack at any moment. Fortunately, the caravan soon passed the halfway point, and the hidden person seemed to withdraw their gaze. It seems the danger has passed. I felt earlier that the terrain was strange, as if someone cast a secret technique. It was probably that powerful expert making a move here. Shoo, it's none of our business. Don't talk about it, Tsurume whispered. All right. The two women secretly relaxed, but just as they were about to breathe easier. Huh. A soft exclamation suddenly sounded. Immediately after, a figure wrapped entirely in a black robe appeared among the caravan, not revealing any features. Who is that? How bold? How dare they intrude on the caravan? Two guards immediately spotted the figure and prepared to attack, but Tsurume arrived swiftly, stopping them. She slightly bowed toward the black-robed person. I am Tsurume, manager of Womba Pavilion. Elder, why have you stopped the caravan? If you have any needs, please speak freely. She kept a gentle smile on her face, but her heart was tense, because she and the shadow had already sensed this person's cultivation level. Nascent soul. This is a nascent soul master, especially since this person dressed so strangely, seeming unwilling to reveal their identity. Tsurume felt more anxious than ever. Fortunately, the powerful infant soul did not attack directly. Instead, it looked around the caravan and asked, May I ask, is there anyone here skilled in formation magic? Everyone was momentarily stunned, almost instinctively wanting to look toward Guushio's carriage. Luckily, Tsurume responded quickly, Young master, you're joking. We are just an ordinary trading team. How could we have a formation mage? But if you need, after we return to the city, we can help you find a highly skilled formation mage. The infant soul cultivator frowned, unhappy with this answer. He looked at the caravan for a while and finally shook his head, preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, the infant soul cultivator suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then looked toward a carriage, his eyes filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. Seeing where he was looking, Tsurume's heart tightened immediately, because he was looking directly at Fengbugua's carriage. Just as Tsurume was feeling anxious, the infant soul cultivator spoke. Let the people inside come out and show themselves to me. His words froze the atmosphere instantly. Inside Guushio's carriage, there was no movement at all. At this moment, half an hour away from the Wanbao Tower caravan, Nian Chaoxi stopped. Her eyes looked anxious as she said, According to the divination, my junior brother should be nearby. Why haven't I seen him all day? Her face was full of worry. In recent days, she had been using divination and fortune-telling to find Guushio's location. Although Guushio seemed to hide his aura, making it hard to pinpoint him exactly, Nian Chaoxi never gave up tracking him. But this pursuit made her heart sink more and more. Along the way, she saw many battlefields, broken limbs, countless corpses in blood pools. This made her more worried about Guushio's safety. Although she had confirmed earlier in that mountain cave that Guushio had recovered his cultivation and could even use his self-created Yihong sword. He has only recently regained his cultivation level. Without spiritual stone resources, even if he starts to recover and resumes his training, he won't be very strong. In this dangerous Tianqi mountain range, accidents can happen at any time. He clenched his teeth and pushed forward again, thinking of the young disciple. Little junior brother, wait for me. Please, please, please don't die. Senior sister will come to save you very soon. Meanwhile, in the Wanbao Tower convoy, the sudden request from the nascent soul cultivator made the whole team tense. Senior, Tsurume hurried forward. Please, Senior, just tell me what you need. Yes, get lost. Before Tsurume could speak, the nascent soul cultivator snorted coldly, releasing a terrifying aura. Tsurume was struck like lightning. She took several steps back, blood spilling from her mouth. This is the power of the nascent soul stage. A gap of a major realm, just a single angry snort, was enough to severely injure her. But at this moment, how could Tsurume retreat? She hurriedly wiped the blood from her lips and bowed respectfully. Senior, no disrespect. Our Wanbao Tower has never involved itself in cultivator disputes. The person inside this carriage is a distinguished guest of ours. If the senior needs anything, please speak plainly. If I can help, I will do my best to assist. Her words were polite but respectful. The nascent soul cultivator clearly understood her meaning. However, his gaze remained fixed on the carriage where Guushio was. Is it him? The person from 500 years ago? His divine sense swept over just now, and that familiar aura made his heart tremble. But, Wasn't that person already in a desperate situation 500 years ago, with no chance of returning? Moreover, if he were truly alive, his cultivation wouldn't be so low. Thinking of this, the nascent soul expert stepped forward again and spoke. I told you to come out. A terrifying pressure from the nascent soul stage burst forth, pressing toward the carriage. The carved array symbols on the carriage trembled violently. At this moment, the entire team was filled with fear. The power of the nascent soul cannot be underestimated. Many lower-level chi refining cultivators had already collapsed to the ground, trembling with fear. Even Foundation establishment cultivators looked pale and dared not breathe loudly. Senior. Su-rume gritted her teeth and wanted to speak again, but the nascent soul cultivator coldly said, if you say one more word, I will cut you down here. Upon hearing this, Su-rume spat blood again. She staggered backward, but she quickly steadied herself, clenched her teeth, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. She quietly reached into her storage ring. Inside, there was a powerful weapon. Even a late golden core cultivator could kill with it. She wasn't sure if it would work on the nascent soul cultivator in front of her, because this person was definitely not an ordinary nascent soul. His strength was too great. His aura was too steady. But, despite that, Su-rume still made her decision. She wanted to protect Feng Bugue, even if it meant paying a huge price. Just then, Guuxioping's calm voice suddenly sounded from inside the carriage. If you want to see me, come to my chariot. What? Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe Feng Bugue was so arrogant. A nascent soul master wants to see you. If you don't come out, why should a master come to you? What kind of joke is this? But even more unbelievable was that Feng Bugue asked again inside the carriage. Could it be that you're afraid? Everyone thought he had gone mad. He was crazy. Everyone felt that Feng Bugue had lost his mind. This is a nascent soul master. Such a person could establish a sect or a school. Even among sacred lands and powerful clans, they would be far above ordinary people. And yet, Feng Bugue dared to challenge such a being? Could a master of this level really be afraid? But what surprised everyone was that when the nascent soul master heard this, he did not get angry. Instead, he looked cautious and suspicious, asking, is it really you? He didn't step forward, seeming only unwilling to lower himself. But, seeing this scene, Su-rume couldn't help but feel a strange impression. This nascent soul expert. Could they really be afraid of the people inside the carriage? Inside the carriage, Guushio remained calm. It's me. How are you here? The nascent soul expert looked suspicious. And what is going on with your cultivation level? Guess, Guushio replied again. I guess. The nascent soul expert frowned, clearly full of doubt, but he didn't rush forward. Instead, he stood still. For a moment, the scene fell silent again. Under this tense atmosphere, others didn't dare to breathe loudly, but they were already deeply shocked. Feng Bugue knows the nascent soul expert, and can even make the nascent soul expert feel cautious. Who is this nascent soul expert, wrapped in mystery and unwilling to reveal their identity? And who is Feng Bugue? At this moment, Guushio spoke again. That young girl used a secret technique from our sect, right? Huh? Young girl? Everyone was confused. Yes, the nascent soul expert nodded. Do you know her? Yes, we have traveled together before. Are you trying to save her? The nascent soul expert looked wary. Guushio answered, no. This isn't like your usual habit of meddling. The nascent soul expert still looked suspicious, more alert than before. Guushio simply replied, lower your head and bow. As the saying goes, all things are fleeting clouds. All things are fleeting clouds. The nascent soul expert pondered this for a moment. His suspicion eased a little. He looked at the convoy, and then at Su-rume. But this simple glance made Su-rume feel a cold sweat run down her back and her scalp tingle. She knew. Her plans had been seen through. This person saw at a glance that she was risking everything. That look was a warning and a mockery, warning her not to act rashly, mocking her for trying to shake a tree with a finger. Where are your senior sisters? Aren't they the type to stay with you? The nascent soul expert asked. Guushio raised an eyebrow but didn't answer. His gaze was clear and his expression calm. But this calm gaze made the powerful cultivator feel a bit uncomfortable, as if Guushio saw through everything about him. Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, unable to hold back. Guushio shook his head. Let them go first. You probably don't want others to know who you really are, right? All right. The powerful cultivator nodded and looked at Tsurume. Tsurume didn't want to leave. But in the face of this powerful cultivator's gaze, she could only sigh. She bowed to both of them and said, "Elders, please enjoy your reunion. I won't disturb you any longer. Senior, we will wait for you ahead," she added, of course speaking to Guushio. She didn't call Feng Bugui's name directly because she knew it was probably a fake name, and she was afraid it might cause unnecessary trouble for Feng Bugui. Guushio seemed to notice this and gave her a small smile. That smile made Tsurume feel more at ease. She immediately led the caravan to continue their journey. "Where are your senior sisters?" Lu Dongshan. Huh. The powerful cultivator was stunned. Lu Dongshan was his real name. But Guushio said, "You want to attack me, but you're not sure if I am hiding my cultivation level. There's no need to test me like that. Lu Dongshan was caught revealing his true thoughts and panicked. But Guushio asked, "It's been 500 years. After so long, don't you even have the courage to fight me?" These words were like a sharp blade, tearing away Lu Dongshan's shameful disguise. It cut deep. His aura suddenly surged wildly, and his eyes shone with fierce light, as if he was about to turn into a beast ready to attack at any moment. The terrifying aura of the nascent soul rose from Lu Dongshan at this moment. The nascent soul must not be insulted. Any insult must be met with death. 500 years ago, Lu Dongshan had already reached the realm of the nascent soul, although he has not yet broken through since then. But he had already achieved the great perfection of the nascent soul. Let alone, he was once a talented genius. To ordinary nascent soul cultivators, he was like grass, insignificant. At this moment, a terrifying aura surged up, as if capable of moving mountains and splitting rivers. Everything around seemed frozen. But this aura appeared quickly and dispersed just as fast. After a moment, all traces of it vanished completely. Lu Dongshan's figure suddenly looked a bit lonely. The sharp fighting spirit in his eyes eventually turned into regret and frustration. He bitterly smiled and said, "I am really too weak." 500 years ago, Guushio was praised as a peerless genius. He paved his path with the bones of talented individuals. Step by step, he ascended to the heavens. Along the way, some were killed by his sword, others retreated after defeat. Some, even before making a move, they trembled with fear and couldn't face him, and in the end, they didn't even have the courage to fight. Lu Dongshan was among the latter. More than 500 years ago, he fought Guushio once, but during that battle, seeing Guushio in a blood-stained blue robe, eyes shining with brilliance, and the talented corpse lying at his feet, Lu Dongshan retreated. He thought it was to protect himself, a step back to see the bigger picture, a temporary retreat. But he forgot. In the great path of cultivation, taking a step back means losing the qualification to go further. His invincible heart was shattered. In 500 years, Lu Dongshan made no progress. He had tried more than once to change this situation and regretted his retreat more than once. Over the years, he thought he had regained his heart of the Dao, especially when he heard that Guushio entered a dangerous realm and never returned. He believed he had escaped that terrible state of mind. But when he saw Guushio again now, he was once again dominated by the fear from the past. Even though Guushio had changed greatly, back then, Guushio shone like the blazing sun. Now he seemed touched by wind and frost, no longer arrogant or difficult to look at directly. But he seemed to have become more steady. Clearly, the aura on his body fluctuated, but he was only at the 7th level of chi refining. Yet, it gave Lu Dongshan a very dangerous feeling. He vaguely sensed that if he made even the slightest move, it could bring about unimaginable disaster. Perhaps even, it could lead to complete destruction of his mind and body. "I dare not attack you," Lu Dongshan sighed, his eyes full of desolation. "Can you tell me your current cultivation level? Are you at the Great Ascension stage, or are you already a legendary immortal?" "Neither," Guushio shook his head. "What are you then?" 7th level of chi refining. Huh? Lu Dongshan was stunned. Really? Really, Guushio replied calmly. Lu Dongshan found it hard to stay calm, his face full of shock. "How is that possible?" Guushio shook his head without answering. "How is that possible?" Yes, even 500 years ago, he probably wouldn't have imagined such a thing. "You're being honest now." Aren't you afraid that I might take advantage of your decline and kill you? Lu Dongshan's eyes narrowed slightly. Would you? Guushio asked. Lu Dongshan was speechless. The sharpness in his eyes finally disappeared completely. He chuckled bitterly and asked Guushio, "Do you think I look ridiculous?" "That's a pity," Guushio replied. "A pity?" Lu Dongshan muttered softly, then forced a bitter smile and said, "Actually, it's sad. It's truly sad. A powerful nascent soul expert. Yet he doesn't even have the courage to draw his sword, even knowing that my greatest enemy has suffered misfortune and his cultivation has fallen. Still, he dares not draw his sword. Ha! Ha! Lu Dongshan burst into wild laughter, but as he laughed, tears welled up in his eyes. He was angry. He was unwilling. But he was also sad. Shaking his head, Lu Dongshan turned and walked away. At this moment, his figure looked even more desolate. Whether it was the enemy he hated for 500 years, the inner demon he had carried all this time, or the plans he had been making here, he had given up on all of it. He seemed to have changed in an instant. He had no desires, no plans, no schemes. Looking at his back, Guushio, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. "Wait for me to fight." "Huh?" Lu Dongshan was stunned, then turned around in surprise and looked at Guushio. "What did you say?" "When I feel my strength is enough, I will challenge you. At that time, I want to fight you." Guushio spoke calmly, still showing no emotion on his face. But these words stunned Lu Dongshan on the spot. He looked at Guushio with disbelief. He asked himself to wait. He would also make himself wait. Before he could react, Guushio turned around and left his back to him. Only a voice came. "All paths are vast. If one path doesn't work, just choose another. Isn't that fine?" "Choose another?" Lu Dongshan froze in place. Boom. It was like a heavy hammer smashing down on an old rusty chain. Suddenly, the chains shattered inch by inch. Within the chains was a withered, dust-covered green plant. But as the chains broke, next to the lifeless green plant, a new tinder sprout suddenly grew. And in an instant, it shot up into the sky. Thunder clouds rolled above, but countless birds and beasts did not flee. Instead, they all stuck out their heads and looked toward this place. Meanwhile, inside Lu Dongshan, his already perfect nascent soul seemed to rise on its own, heading toward the divine consciousness platform, finally merging into one, transforming into a divine form. This was a complete step into the realm of divine transformation. Lu Dongshan, who had been stuck for 500 years, began to loosen after Guushio's words. He started to advance into the divine transformation realm, even as thunderclouds gathered above, ready to unleash a heavenly thunder to prove Lu Dongshan's breakthrough. It was extraordinary, powerful beyond compare. But while the thunder tribulation was still gathering, Lu Dongshan did not rush to prepare for the heavenly calamity. Instead, he bowed deeply toward Guushio and shouted, "Guushio, your awakening grace, I will never forget." Guushio's words seemed like a divine being patting his head, awakening him and making him suddenly enlightened. He knew very well. Guushio didn't really need to say this. They were enemies from 500 years ago. If Guushio didn't speak, he would turn to dust and die alone in some forgotten corner. Until the very end. They were all foolish people. Such gratitude is just fleeting like clouds, blown away by the wind. Guushio didn't look back. He just waved his hand, said this last sentence, and completely left Lu Dongshan's sight. But Lu Dongshan still watched the direction where Guushio disappeared, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. He didn't understand what had happened to Guushio, but he could guess that Guushio must have faced an unimaginable great change. No matter how you feel, for me, gratitude is gratitude. It lasts forever, never forgotten. Lu Dongshan bowed again, then suddenly forced a smile and said, "This guy, after 500 years, has fallen to the level of a small chi refining cultivator. Why is his mind still stronger than mine? Someone like him. I can't compare at all." Just then, a lightning tribulation struck down, but Lu Dongshan seemed completely unbothered. He casually pointed, and the first bolt of lightning disappeared instantly. Next came the second, third. When the thunderclouds finally dispersed and his cultivation as a spirit transformation stage was fully stabilized, Lu Dongshan only showed slight exhaustion, with no injuries on his body. He Once was a genius. Once was a prodigy capable of blocking Guushio's path. But just as Lu Dongshan finished crossing his tribulation and fully stabilized his cultivation, a figure filled with tears finally arrived late. Is it you, Nian Chaoxi? Noticing the visitor, Lu Dongshan raised an eyebrow. But when he saw Nian Chaoxi's hair as white as frost, he couldn't help but frown. Are the people from the Qing Xian Holy Land all crazy? Do they all like to turn their hair white? But just as he spoke, Nian Chaoxi suddenly stared fiercely. Have you seen Guushio? Is that right? Yes, Lu Dongshan replied. Nian Chaoxi hurriedly asked again. Where is he? He is not. Just as Lu Dongshan was about to answer, he suddenly remembered Guushio's strange behavior earlier. He looked again at Nian Chaoxi, who was looking anxious. A guess suddenly formed in his mind. Nian Chaoxi kept asking, Quick, tell me, where is my junior brother Guushio now? Guess, Lu Dongshan shrugged. Thinking about how Guushio had just said the same thing to him, and now he was saying it to her. Maybe revenge was served? A comeback? But just as Lu Dongshan was thinking this, he saw a sudden burst of terrifying power from Nian Chaoxi. Her right hand lifted and reached out towards Lu Dongshan. Almost instinctively, Lu Dongshan wanted to run away. But, although he had just broken through to the divine transformation stage, and his strength had greatly increased, in front of Nian Chaoxi, he couldn't struggle at all. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing his throat, lifting him into the air. Then, Nian Chaoxi, with a cold face, asked, I want an answer. Tell me, where is my junior brother Guushio now? Captured and unable to resist, Lu Dongshan should have begged for mercy and told the truth. But who was he? At this moment, he snorted coldly. You trash, trying to force words out of me? You're probably still dreaming. Humph. Nian Chaoxi activated her spiritual power, tormenting Lu Dongshan. Say it or not, she was worried about Guushio and was too lazy to waste words. She even showed killing intent, wanting to get the whereabouts of Guushio in the simplest way. But the more anxious she was, the more arrogant Lu Dongshan became. His doubts had been cleared, his mind reconstructed. No, that didn't mean he lost his pride as a genius. At this moment, he endured Nian Chaoxi's torment without a word. Nian Chaoxi wanted to find Guushio's trail, but she couldn't really kill him. She could only loosen her grip slightly and press for answers. Quick, tell me, where is Guushio? Where is Guushio? Do you think he would be there? Lu Dongshan responded with a cold smile. His words were unintentional, but they carried meaning. Hearing this, Nian Chaoxi immediately had a bad feeling. Lu Dongshan and Guushio had a grudge, even once because of Guushio's damaged Dao heart. 500 years with no progress. Now, seeing Guushio again, what would he do? And then, your cultivation has already broken through to the divine transformation stage. Nian Chaoxi was instantly thrown into chaos, her eyes full of regret and sorrow. She said, Guushio. Guushio he. Could it be that? Seeing her expression, Lu Dongshan, who had already sensed something was wrong, became more certain of his guess. There is a problem with the Qing Xian Holy Land. Guushio is probably burdened by the sect. No wonder. No wonder he spoke that way. No wonder when talking about his former master and senior sister, Guushio's expression was so calm, with no sign of emotion. This lucky, broken sect must have wronged Guushio. Thinking this through, Lu Dongshan sneered. You guessed right. Guushio is my biggest enemy. Because of him, I have been stuck for 500 years without progress. Now that his cultivation has fallen, if I don't seize the chance to kill him, when else, it's quite satisfying. If I kill him, my cultivation will immediately break through. That's so exciting, so thrilling. Ha! Lu Dongshan's wild laughter was full of unhidden joy and excitement. The immortal is supported. The divine transformation is successful. Of course, he was happy. Of course, he was joyful. But his loud laughter sounded in Nian Chaoxi's ears, like a small knife slowly cutting open her heart. Her insides felt torn apart, her heart aching terribly. Even the hand that was originally holding Lu Dongshan's hand could no longer grip tightly at this moment. Lu Dongshan dared not wait any longer. Taking advantage of Nian Chaoxi's mental chaos, he quickly broke free from her grip, then, not daring to delay, stepped into the air, instantly used his escape technique, and fled immediately. By the time Nian Chaoxi reacted, it was already too late. She could only strike out with a palm. Unfortunately, He ultimately failed to catch Lu Dongshan. Lu Dongshan's escape took him more than 100 miles away. When he reappeared, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, just from one palm. He was already seriously injured. This shows how strong Nian Chaoxi is. Lu Dongshan, ignoring his own injuries, quickly took out a wooden doll, then chanted a spell, releasing a mysterious and profound power. It headed straight for the wooden doll. Guushio, this woman is very powerful. Even I can't hold her. If you see her now, you'll probably be at a disadvantage. I owe you a favor, so I won't turn against you. Although I don't know what grudge you have with that useless sect, since you don't want to see the clear mystery sect members, I will help you. Lu Dongshan muttered to himself. He finally cast the spell in his hand. Looking at the puppet before him, which carried a faint aura of Guushio, Lu Dongshan chuckled. You woman, aren't you good at divination? Let's see whether your divination skills are better, or my trick of fooling everyone. Break. Lu Dongshan no longer hesitated. He clenched his palm and shattered the puppet. After finishing everything, Lu Dongshan looked pleased. His skill in predicting the future through divination was very strong, but having strong techniques didn't mean he couldn't hide things. He took a risk by attacking the people from the Tianzi mansion because he had his own methods. However, his smile didn't last long. Lu Dongshan suddenly changed his expression. That young girl from Tianzi mansion is still there. Guushio, you've caused me trouble again. Meanwhile, on the other side, after using the divination technique to check Guushio's safety, Nian Chaoxi suddenly looked very worried. She asked the fortune-telling about Guushio, but the divination showed. Guushio, he was dead. No, this can't be true. Junior brother Gu can't be dead like this. This must be fake. It has to be. Nian Chaoxi refused to believe it. She tried the divination again and again, but the results were always the same. Guushio, really dead. Junior brother Gu. Nian Chaoxi cried out in grief, quickly taking out her divine instrument, the Reincarnation Mirror. This mirror was very dangerous, but also very powerful. Junior brother Gu, you won't die. You definitely won't die. As she chanted the spell, memories flooded her mind, and she felt as if a needle was stabbing her heart, causing her great pain and almost driving her mad. Am I really too late? Puff. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her lifespan was further reduced. But the Reincarnation Mirror didn't show whether Guushio was alive or dead. Instead, a woman general appeared in the scene. What is this? Why am I seeing this person when I was looking for Guushio with the Reincarnation Mirror? Who is she? Is it true that Junior Brother Gu is really dead? Nian Chaoxi couldn't understand this, so she put away the Reincarnation Mirror. At this moment, she felt as if all her strength had been drained, her face full of deep sorrow. She looked around blankly, trying to find Guushio, even just a trace or a piece. Junior brother, whether you are alive or dead, I will find you. If you are still alive, no matter where you are, I will find you. If you have already passed away, I will bring you back to the sect, clear your name, and build a tomb for you. As for Lu Dongshan, no matter where he runs, I will use his blood and flesh to honor you. She searched around but found nothing related to Guushio. Instead, she discovered a female general sitting cross-legged in a small formation, blending with the mountain landscape. Who is this? Is she the mountain guard from the Heavenly Strategy Palace? Her life spirit is merged with the mountains and rivers. To completely kill her, all life in this area must be destroyed. This kind of life-preserving technique is meant to block Lu Dongshan, but she is only at the foundation establishment stage. To use this technique, at least a golden core is needed. To stop Lu Dongshan, she might have to sacrifice her life. Nian Chaoxi was a bit confused, but only slightly. Her only thought now was the terrible news of Guushio's death, leaving no room for other concerns. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Nian Chaoxi suddenly paused. Is she that woman in the mirror? And she carries Guushio's aura. Meanwhile, as Nian Chaoxi was trying to find a way to help Yihong Ling from the Heavenly Strategy Palace. On the other side, the Womba Tower convoy, which had been waiting for Guushio to return and set out again, had already slowed down after traveling for a while and stopped. Guushio was still inside the carriage practicing his cultivation, but outside, Su Rumei's voice was heard. Friend Feng. Yinsha City, we have arrived, contrary to expectations. This city is built in a valley and is heavily guarded. Surrounding it are tall, dark cliffs that reach the sky. The protective energy of the city's barrier spreads around, making it look very intimidating from the outside. If this city were not called Cloud Sky City, many people seeing it for the first time might think it's more like a palace of the underworld. Most of the people inside Cloud Sky City are wandering cultivators. Some may have betrayed their clans or sects and are being hunted. As long as they follow the rules and behave properly, they can find protection from the city lord and the cultivators inside. Of course, Cloud Sky City is very strict. Flying inside is forbidden, and using cultivation powers is not allowed, at least not openly, so no one can be easily noticed. There are no teleportation arrays inside, so to enter, you must go through the city gates. There is also a curfew. While waiting to enter the city, Tsurume explained the rules to Guushio. But as she spoke, she suddenly stopped. Because she noticed that Guushio's gaze, as he looked at Cloud Sky City, was momentarily complicated. But before Tsurume could ask, Guushio quickly regained his composure. The complex emotions in his eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a calmness that seemed unchanging forever. Like the wind, gentle, and without sadness or joy. "Let's go," Guushio said softly, then unexpectedly stepped down from the carriage on his own, standing with his hands behind his back, walking forward calmly. He headed straight into the city. Tsurume was startled and hurriedly called out, "Friend Feng, wait. This is Cloud Sky City. If it's your first time here, you need someone to guide you inside, or you might trigger the city's protective barrier." But before she finished speaking, Guushio had already taken a gentle step forward and entered Cloud Sky City. Tsurume was stunned. Guushio, just went in like that? Without triggering the barrier? No, even the most basic barrier check didn't seem to happen. The reason why Cloud Sky City is so popular among wandering cultivators, besides the city lord, is because its barrier formation is extremely powerful. Ordinary people need to get a guiding sign at the city gate to enter. Only after successful registration can they enter smoothly. If they try to force their way in, they will trigger a powerful protective formation that will attack them. Even with the guiding sign, entering the city still requires passing a restriction check. Just now, Tsurume had only taken a few steps out when she was blocked by an invisible wall of air. The jade pendant hanging at her waist was slightly warm, and only then did the invisible restriction disappear. It was much harder than it was for Guushio to pass through easily. Unless, the shadow beside her clearly had the same idea as Tsurume. Rumors say that the restriction formation of Yinsha City has a few people who are considered its eternal friends. They can enter without being checked by the city's restrictions. Could it be that Feng Bugue is one of them? Who is he? What's his background? While Tsurume and the shadow were speculating wildly about Guushio's identity, far away at the Qishuan sacred land's Emo Peak, someone was staring blankly at a jade token. "Second senior sister, what are you doing? You're so serious, yet you're daydreaming." Little sister Lu Qingyao leaned in curiously, tilting her head. "What is that?" Second senior sister Yuchi Chunlei came back to herself, smiling kindly. "This is the entry guide for Yinsha City." Yinsha City? That city of wandering cultivators? Lu Qingyao thought for a moment. "Have you been there, second senior sister?" "Yes." "When?" "About 500 years ago." "Really? 500 years ago?" "Guushio and I went there together," Yuchi Chunlei replied straightforwardly. But the person she mentioned suddenly made Lu Qingyao, who had been smiling playfully, turn her face with disgust. "Second senior sister, you're not thinking about Guushio, are you?" "Yes, I am." Yuchi Chunlei nodded, scratching her head. Lu Qingyao pouted. "What's so good about him? A useless fool, and a scheming, hateful person. Just mentioning him makes me feel dirty." "Little sister, you misunderstand." Yuchi Chunlei shook her head and smiled. "I'm thinking about Guushio, not missing him." "Then what?" "I'm wondering if the sect's blessing source was really taken away by him." "Sect's blessing source again?" Lu Qingyao frowned and said, "Senior sister, you don't really believe in the idea of good fortune, do you? Isn't that just nonsense? Only our senior sister believes in it throughout the entire sect. Why do you believe it too?" "Little junior sister, you don't understand." Yuchi Chunlei shook her head. Lu Qingyao was unhappy. Just as she was about to speak, Yuchi Chunlei said, "Although the idea of good fortune can't be proven, the concept of heavenly path's good fortune is definitely not baseless. I think it's very possible that good fortune really exists. Think about it. In these 500 years, our sect has faced many crises, but each time, we turned bad luck into good luck. And many times, it was just because of luck. Can you tell me, isn't that too much of a coincidence? It's because our sect is united. Our master and fellow sisters work together, and we act decisively, Lu Qingyao explained. Yuchi Chunlei asked, there must be a reason for that. So what happened with the broken Longyin sword of our little junior brother? Well, Lu Qingyao was unsure how to respond. Her second senior sister was a master of forging, so she knew more than she did. Still, she couldn't help but say, but our master said that the idea of good fortune is just a theory. She's a supreme of the great ascension, so she probably wouldn't be wrong, right? Our master is indeed a great ascension supreme. Whether the idea of good fortune is true or not, but little junior sister, have you ever thought about what if this good fortune really exists? What if the good fortune of Qingxian sacred land was really taken away by Guushio? He dares. Lu Qingyao clenched her teeth and looked furious, her face full of resentment. If he really dares to do that, I will break his tendons, peel his skin, lock his soul in a dog's body, and make him a dog for the rest of his life. Yuchi Chunlei chuckled. That won't do. Second senior sister, you wouldn't be defending Guushio, would you? Lu Qingyao was displeased. That's not it. Yuchi Chunlei shook her head. I just think, if it really comes to that, better to do it with another animal. I quite like eating dog meat, and I don't want Guushio to ruin my image of dogs. Snicker. Lu Qingyao couldn't help but laugh. Second senior sister, Master always says you speak too directly. I didn't expect you to start beating around the bush. Well, I can't always be scolded by Master, can I? Yuchi Chunlei smiled honestly. Lu Qingyao patted her chest and said, Second senior sister, now I feel relieved. I used to think you, like the first senior sister, were also under the tricks of that sneaky man, Guushio, and still had feelings for him. That's impossible, she replied. Yuchi Chunlei shook her head without hesitation, looked at the jade token of the Cloud Sky City in her hand, then casually crushed it and threw it into the forging furnace. How could he compare? I was thinking about something else just now, she added. What's on your mind, second senior sister? Lu Qingyao asked curiously. Yuchi Chunlei looked into the furnace, where the spiritual energy from the jade token made the flames burn even more fiercely. Her eyes sparkled with a bit of fire. I was thinking about how I should get rid of Guushio. The words, get rid of Guushio, stunned Lu Qingyao. She instinctively covered Yuchi Chunlei's mouth with her hand. Second senior sister, how can you say such things? If others hear this, it would be a huge problem for our Qingxian holy land. Even if I think the same as you, I can't really say it out loud. She was a little scared. As the youngest sister, her senior sisters all pampered her. The master was even more reluctant to scold her, so she became someone who could say and do anything in the sect. But she didn't dare to openly say such things. Sure enough, second senior sister was still the same, straightforward and honest, hiding nothing. Don't worry. Let go quickly, but you can't say such things anymore. I have a restriction here. No one else can hear it. Even if I say it, it's fine. Really? Of course, really. Seeing Yuchi Chunlei answer so confidently, and noticing that a restriction seemed to appear around them, Lu Qingyao finally didn't hold her back anymore. However, her eyes grew even more passionate. I always thought my favorite senior sister was you, second senior sister. Now I realize I was right. Let me tell you a secret. My thoughts are exactly the same as yours. I have long wanted to kill Guushio. If he weren't so lucky, he would have died already. They say disasters can last for 1,000 years, and people like him are just a disaster that lasts forever. When Lu Qingyao said this, she was full of anger and felt that Guushio's survival was the biggest regret in the world. A year ago, she tried to use beast control to make Guushio die by being attacked by a wild beast, claiming it was because the spiritual beast went out of control. Unfortunately, she failed. No one noticed at the time, except her master, Xuelan, who saw through her. She didn't tell anyone, but took her back and scolded her harshly. Since then, she dared not speak lightly about killing Guushio again. But what surprised Lu Qingyao was that she thought she had found a kindred spirit, but Yuchi Chunlei shook her head without hesitation. I'm not like you. How are we different? Lu Qingyao asked curiously. Yuchi Chunlei replied, I am doing this for the sect, to make weapons for the junior brother. Huh? For the sect? To make weapons for the junior brother? So, she wants to kill Guushio? Lu Qingyao was confused and didn't quite understand. Could it be that you plan to turn Guushio into a weapon and give it to the junior brother? What are you thinking? Yuchi Chunlei rolled her eyes. Not to mention forging a weapon from oneself. Unless it's voluntary, it's not easy. And Guushio's cultivation is completely ruined. His muscles, veins, and bones all damaged. Even if he were forged, it would just be a burden. Lu Qingyao instinctively nodded. It seemed to make sense. I mean the blessing of good fortune, Yuchi Chunlei answered. Lu Qingyao didn't understand. But she heard Yuchi Chunlei say, whether what the senior sister said about good fortune is true or not, or whether such a thing exists, since the 7 Sha Lei, 7 Evil Thunder, has appeared, it shows there must be some problem. If Guushio really took the good fortune away, causing all this, then tell me, would killing Guushio bring the good fortune back? Suddenly, Lu Qingyao's eyes lit up. Yes, whether that good fortune is real or fake, as long as Guushio is dead, the good fortune would return, right? But Guushio, that guy, doesn't even know where he went now. Otherwise, I could really give it a try, Lu Qingyao said regretfully. She was talking about giving it a try. I decided to try, of course, by killing Guushio to see what happens. Whether Fu Yuan exists or will really come back, I can't be sure. But losing only Guushio's life isn't much of a loss. There's no real damage. However, just as I finished saying this, a sudden thunderbolt struck from the sky above. In the next moment, Lu Qingyao spat out a mouthful of blood. Little sister, what's wrong? Yuchi Chunlei was startled and quickly helped her. But then, Lu Qingyao shook her head, hurriedly got up, and quickly flew toward her Spirit Beast Peak. On Spirit Beast Peak, she saw her carefully raised broken ewe lion lying on the ground, all 4 legs in the air, completely black, with a faint black smoke rising. This scene made Lu Qingyao's eyes fill with tears of rage. Her heart felt like it was being torn apart. While Lu Qingyao was mourning her broken ewe lion, struck dead by lightning, in Nansheng, Yinsha City, in the Yuan listening to Rain Courtyard, Guushio was sitting cross-legged in the practice room, surrounded by many cultivation manuals. These were all sent over by Mao Xingsheng after he arrived in Yinsha City. He was clearly a very ambitious person. When he discovered that Guushio's true strength was even more terrifying than expected, especially after even Su Rumei from Wanbao Tower tried every means to get close to him, he kept trying to win Guushio's favor. His intentions were not pure, his goals not sincere. But for Guushio, it didn't matter. Because these cultivation manuals, although not very high in rank, were numerous enough. Right now, he was copying each one carefully into his Dantian's energy sea. This process looked very dull. But in truth, only Guushio himself knew that this process felt almost like gaining enlightenment on the spot. Every time he finished copying a manual, he felt a sense of clarity. It even deepened his understanding of the way. This feeling was hard to describe, hard to explain. If you had to put it into words, maybe it was like suddenly understanding a very difficult problem. And this feeling of enlightenment kept coming, continuously. His speed was very fast. 1, 2, 3. When nearly 100 different useless cultivation techniques were all written into an unnamed ancient book, and one by one they began to merge. The cultivation method inside Guushio's body was also constantly evolving. Finally, after thoroughly understanding the last technique, many insights immediately appeared. The technique that had already reached the peak of the mysterious stage suddenly burst out with a golden light. In the next moment, the fusion of the techniques was complete. A brand new technique called Mystical Taoist Method appeared beside the unnamed ancient book above Guushio's Dantian and Energy Sea. This was a Earth-level technique. Almost at the moment this Earth-level technique was understood, Guushio could clearly feel that his speed of absorbing and transforming spiritual energy from heaven and earth had increased more than 10 times. Guushio didn't hesitate. He grabbed a nearby spirit stone. A powerful suction suddenly appeared. The spirit stone, which normally took some time to be fully drained, was instantly turned into powder in Guushio's hand, and the spiritual energy that had accumulated inside his body for a long time. After this spirit stone was completely absorbed, Guushio's realm advanced again. He reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Although it was just a small increase in level, It still made Guushio's eyes shine with a hint of joy. The unnamed ancient book truly could merge techniques, and the techniques he practiced could indeed keep improving. Guushio suddenly felt very hopeful. If his cultivation technique could continue to rise from earth level to heavenly tribulation, and even from heavenly level all the way to the highest, what kind of technique would that be? The future is promising. Meanwhile, on the other side, while Guushio's cultivation was advancing, Nian Chaoxi, who was still lingering in the Tianqi mountain range, was anxiously watching. He was looking at Yihong Ling, who was casting the Mountain Guard's secret technique. Yihong Ling's brow was slightly trembling. Mountain Guard. It is one of the secret defensive techniques of the Tianzi Mansion. It can summon the surrounding mountains and rivers to defend itself. Attacking someone protected by this technique is like attacking the mountains and rivers themselves. It is said that highly skilled practitioners of Tianzi Mansion can even summon the power of an entire continent to resist. This technique is extremely powerful, but it also has a flaw. The biggest problem is that once this technique is used, it relies on the mountain and river forces for defense. She also transformed into mountains and rivers. Like Yihong Ling at this moment, she cannot move or speak, and she cannot be harmed. But if no one rescues her, she will be trapped here forever, until her life essence completely disappears. This is a dangerous secret technique that should never be used unless it is the last resort. A cultivator burning their life to perform this move, even someone like Lu Dongshan at the peak of the nascent soul stage, cannot break it. Fortunately, Nian Chaoxi's strength is strong enough. With her delicate and meticulous methods, Yihong Ling gradually began to break free from her mountain-like defense. Finally, when the last spiritual energy was poured into Yihong Ling's body, the previously motionless general, who had merged with the mountain, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura immediately weakened to the extreme. She was already badly injured and near death. Her fellow disciples used the Mountain Guard technique to save her life, but she was barely hanging on. Fortunately, Nian Chaoxi was prepared. She immediately fed Yihong Ling a pill, then poured a large amount of spiritual energy into her to help her recover. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi's eyes were full of worry. Her only goal was one thing: to save Guushio. Guushio is dead. Whether it's the divination or what Lu Dongshan said, everyone agrees Guushio has died. But Nian Chaoxi didn't believe it. Someone like Guushio couldn't die so easily. He had great luck on his side. Even if he was truly dead, it wouldn't be so silent. This was her trust in his good fortune. But such trust made her uncertain. She could only hope that Yihong Ling might reveal the truth. Although she couldn't speak or move earlier, she might still sense her surroundings. Nian Chaoxi hoped she could find out the truth from her mouth. Wake up, wake up. With Nian Chaoxi's help, Yihong Ling's condition began to improve. As she was called, she finally opened her eyes again. She immediately stood up and bowed. Yihong Ling of the Tianzi Mansion, greeting the senior. Thank you for saving me. Yihong Ling. Nian Chaoxi nodded and immediately asked, Tell me, when you were trapped here, did you sense anything around you? Yihong Ling shook her head and replied, Hong Ling was sealed away in a mountain fortress when she was near death. Before that, she was trapped inside and couldn't perceive anything outside. Really? Absolutely true. Yihong Ling hurriedly answered, unable to help but ask, May I ask if you could tell me the name of the senior? Hong Ling will repay your kindness someday, but she had no real interest in repaying kindness at the moment. Her brows were already tightly furrowed. Yihong Ling's situation was indeed bad. Not being able to sense the outside world didn't seem like an exaggeration. What should we do next? Little junior brother. Could he really be dead? Senior? Yihong Ling's question brought Nian Chaoxi back to his senses. He immediately asked again, Have you seen a white-haired cultivator? A white-haired cultivator? Yihong Ling paused, first thinking of Guushio. Are you talking about the one holding a wooden staff, with a steady aura like Mount Tai, a third-layer Qi refining cultivator, holding a wooden staff? A third-layer Qi refining cultivator? Nian Chaoxi's mind moved. Tell me more. That fellow cultivator is also Hong Ling's benefactor. We met earlier because of a wolf demon. Yihong Ling looked a bit surprised, but since the person in front of her had saved her life and had profound cultivation, she honestly explained everything. She recounted how she met Guushio, encountered danger again, and then parted ways. However, listening to her words, Nian Chaoxi couldn't help but feel disappointed. She still held a faint hope because this woman seemed to carry a faint aura similar to her little junior brother. But now it seemed that was just a memory of their past journey together. That fellow cultivator is very strong. Although he is only a third-layer chi refining cultivator, when he first faced the wolf demon, he showed no fear at all. That made me feel he was extraordinary. Later, hiding in a mountain cave, his strength was truly astonishing. He could defeat enemies beyond his level as easily as drinking water, relaxed and effortless. Yihong Ling didn't realize Nian Chaoxi's disappointment. When she mentioned Guushio, her eyes showed a hint of shock. Nian Chaoxi couldn't help but straighten her back. She was talking about her junior brother Guushio. She felt proud. 500 years ago, before Guushio entered the forbidden area, he was as bright as a shooting star, admired and admired wherever he went. Now, after practicing again, it's normal for a small foundation-building cultivator to be amazed. It's just a pity. Although I saw that this fellow cultivator was strong back then, I didn't listen to his advice. If I had, my 3 senior brothers wouldn't have. Yihong Ling feels a bit sad. Guushio once said that the red flame black steed would become a tool for enemies to use, but no one paid attention. In the end, all 3 senior brothers died in battle. And if it weren't for that golden core senior brother risking his life to cast a mountain-like defense, he might have already turned into a lost soul. Can you tell me more about him? Nian Chaoxi asks. Her mood is also low. She feels guilty to the extreme. Now that all clues are gone, and Guushio might really be dead, she is very upset. She only regrets not arriving sooner. Tell me more. Yihong Ling finds it strange. Honestly, I don't know much about that fellow cultivator. You stayed there for many days, right? Didn't you learn anything during those few days? Nian Chaoxi asks. Yihong Ling looks confused. That fellow cultivator rarely spoke, and we were either on the move or avoiding cultivation. We didn't talk much, rarely spoke. Nian Chaoxi is surprised. She thinks, how is that possible? Guushio was never a quiet person. Whenever he was with her, he talked a lot. Even now, Nian Chaoxi still remembers. 500 years ago, every time Guushio returned from traveling, he would visit her at the Ask the Sky Pavilion. They would watch stars together on the stargazing platform all night. He not only looked at the stars, but also liked to tell her funny stories from his adventures. Sometimes, he could talk for 3 days and nights without stopping. Someone who talks so much, how could he suddenly stop liking to talk? Yihong Ling said. Yes, that fellow cultivator rarely spoke up, and from his appearance, he probably was someone used to being alone. Nian Chaoxi wanted to argue. But just as she opened her mouth, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She thought of something. My impression of Guushio mostly stayed with what happened 500 years ago, before entering the forbidden area. At that time, Guushio was loved by everyone in the sect. The master liked him, the senior sisters cared for him, and everyone was his close friend, even like family. But since returning from the forbidden area 3 years ago, no one talks to him anymore. And he gradually changed from someone who loved chatting and talking about everything, who enjoyed talking with each senior sister, into someone who prefers silence, peace, and being alone. All of this is because of what he experienced after coming back from the forbidden area. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi's face was extremely pale. Yihong Ling looked worried. Senior, it's okay. Nian Chaoxi shook his head. You can continue. I want to hear more about him. Yihong Ling bit her lip. Although she didn't know Guushio's name or background, she also didn't understand much about the formidable senior in front of her. But she understood one thing. This person is connected to the benefactor from back then. After thinking about this, Yihong Ling hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, maybe we shouldn't ask anymore. Why? Nian Chaoxi asked curiously. But Yihong Ling hesitated and said, I'm afraid if I say too much later you might not be able to accept it. Huh? Nian Chaoxi was stunned for a moment, then understood what Yihong Ling meant. Did he mention past events before? No, Yihong Ling shook her head. Then just that this fellow disciple once said something to me. What did he say? Nian Chaoxi asked curiously, but Yihong Ling took a deep breath. That fellow disciple once said, worldly affairs are thin, human feelings are cruel. Rain sends dusk, flowers fall easily. Worldly affairs are thin, human feelings are cruel. Rain sends dusk, flowers fall easily. As soon as these words were spoken, Nian Chaoxi's already painfully twisted heart suddenly felt an intense pain, as if pierced by thousands of needles. Bit by bit, it tore her heart apart completely. Guushio, how could he say such things? You should know that once, Guushio was full of spirit and confidence, even though he faced many strong enemies. He traveled all over the world, making friends everywhere. And he never judged friends by their cultivation level, only by whether they shared his interests, whether they got along well, and whether they were worth knowing. Whether you were a common worker or a noble ruler, as long as Guushio approved of you, he would treat you sincerely. In the past, Nian Chaoxi once asked Guushio why he liked making friends so much and why his friends came from all walks of life. Guushio's answer was a line of poetry. Having a true friend in the world makes the distant seem near. This sentence moved Nian Chaoxi deeply, and she also felt envy, thinking her junior brother deserved the reputation of a peerless immortal. But, despite his belief in making friends everywhere and his bold spirit, one day, he said something like, "Flowers fall easily at dusk after rain." What does that mean? Or rather, what caused him to change and become like this? Nian Chaoxi knew the reason, so her heart felt worse, as if even breathing was hard. Her eyes were full of sadness and pain. Junior brother. Sister, I'm sorry for you. Sister, truly I'm sorry. At this moment, Nian Chaoxi was overwhelmed with guilt, tears uncontrollably falling to the ground. Yihong Ling saw her like this and couldn't help but be surprised. She didn't know why this powerful and terrifying senior looked like this, but she guessed in her heart. Could there be some connection between her and him? Senior, is the fellow cultivator I saw your friend? Yihong Ling asked. Not a friend. Nian Chaoxi shook her head firmly. He's my younger brother. More than a real brother. What? Yihong Ling was stunned, then looked a bit incredulous. Are you joking, senior? That fellow cultivator is impressive, but he can't be your younger brother, right? Maybe you've mistaken someone or misunderstood. I heard Yihong Ling say. That fellow cultivator is indeed extraordinary, but he probably doesn't come from a big sect or have a powerful background. Why do you say that? Nian Chaoxi asked curiously. Yihong Ling replied without hesitation. It's simple. That cultivator doesn't even have a decent weapon. This made Nian Chaoxi feel like he was struck by lightning and froze in place. From the moment I saw that cultivator, his weapon has always been a broken wooden stick he picked up by the roadside. If he had a background from a sect, even a small third-rate sect, they would at least give him a common weapon or a magic tool, right? Senior has many treasures, and if that cultivator really is your younger brother, his weapon wouldn't be so bad. Why would he use a broken stick? So, I think, what you are thinking in your heart and who I am talking about are not the same person, Yihong Ling said confidently. She believed there must be a misunderstanding. The person who saved her that day, Guushio, was indeed impressive and made her look at him differently. But it couldn't be the kind of powerful person's younger brother. How could a sister have so many treasures, yet her brother be so poor that he doesn't even have a proper weapon? Her certainty made Nian Chaoxi's face look a bit unnatural. He hesitated and explained. His weapon was damaged unexpectedly, and he didn't have time to repair or replace it. His weapon is broken? Yihong Ling shook her head and smiled. That can only be a coincidence. It definitely isn't the person you mentioned. Why not? Look at the spirit stones, Yihong Ling answered. That fellow cultivator, although only at the third level of chi refining, has a calm and steady aura, clearly a talented person. Someone like that, in any sect, would be given a lot of resources for cultivation. But this person has no special skills, no storage magic tools, and even not many spirit stones. Not many was an understatement. Yihong Ling thought of Guushio's greedy behavior, how he extorted her spirit stones, then immediately used her own for cultivation. It was obvious he was completely broke. If he really were a genius from a sect, why would he need to extort her few spirit stones? He wouldn't care at all, but it was okay when she didn't say this. But once she did, Nian Chaoxi's face became even more awkward. What could she say? Should she say that Guushio is in the sect, and his monthly allowance is even less than that of a servant? Or that, as her younger brother, he doesn't even have a spirit stone or a storage magic tool? He had some conflicts at home, and when he left, he didn't have time to take anything with him. Nian Chaoxi could only stammer and answer again. She was already ashamed to talk about this with outsiders, let alone reveal that she came from the Qingxian Holy Land. Such things definitely shouldn't be spread. But Yihong Ling shook her head again. That's impossible, senior. You must have mistaken him. Why do you say that? Nian Chaoxi was a little scared. She had been to that cave, and what Yihong Ling said matched her investigation perfectly. Plus, Yihong Ling still had some of Guushio's aura on her. It was obvious she wasn't mistaken. But still, if the weapons or magic tools are missing, it's because they are broken and the spirit stones or storage magic tools weren't taken when leaving. But there's one thing that is absolutely impossible, Yihong Ling said firmly. Nian Chaoxi felt a bit helpless, but also curious. What is it? Very simple. It's about cultivation techniques, Yihong Ling explained. That fellow cultivates in a way that makes the spiritual energy around him seem like a worship ceremony, which is quite impressive. But all of that depends on his talent for cultivation. In fact, I observed him carefully, and his cultivation method is quite ordinary. Of course, when I say ordinary, I mean compared to you, senior. His cultivation technique probably doesn't go beyond the low-grade mysterious level. For a regular cultivator, this technique would be excellent. But for someone as powerful as you, senior, and your brother, this simply isn't possible. Yihong Ling spoke confidently, which was also why she thought Nian Chaoxi had mistaken him. After all, low-grade mysterious techniques aren't bad. For most casual cultivators and ordinary third-rate sects, they are considered top-tier techniques. But compared to whom? The fairy senior in front of her, with many magic tools and even a valuable silk dress, clearly possessed a high status. Such a person cultivating with such a technique, not to mention the heaven-grade technique, but at least it should reach the earth-grade standard. As the younger brother of such a powerful senior, and possessing excellent talent himself, why would he refuse to practice his sister's good technique and instead choose a low-level technique? Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Who would believe such a thing? If it were true, how malicious would that sister be? So, at this moment, Yihong Ling was almost certain. The benefactor and fellow cultivator who saved her, and the senior before her, could absolutely not be the same person. But, while Yihong Ling was thinking this, she didn't get a response from Nian Chaoxi for a long time. She couldn't help but feel curious. Senior, why are you not speaking? Senior, why are you silent? Yihong Ling's question was like a sharp sword piercing through her heart. The angle was so sharp, the strike so fierce. It was almost a deadly. At least, to Nian Chaoxi, it felt that way. She was thrown into chaos, and faced with Yihong Ling's question, she could only stammer, Aye. But after a long pause, Nian Chaoxi completely didn't know how to answer. She even struggled to maintain her noble image, tears falling down her face. Not only because she didn't know how to explain, but also because she knew why Guushio's technique was so ordinary. 500 years ago, the Qingxian Holy Land was called Qingxian Sect, and at that time, it was just an ordinary third-rate sect. The highest level technique in the sect was called Qingxian Secret, a spiritual grade technique. Back then, Guushio relied on that spiritual grade technique to become an invincible genius of his generation. Later, he even entered a forbidden land to participate in a blessing contest. And after Guushio entered the forbidden land, Qingxian sect suddenly began to be blessed with endless good fortune. The once third-rate sect rapidly rose in power. They even became a holy land. Although it was just an average holy sect with no deep foundation or accumulation, under the blessing of good fortune, many things improved. Whether it was the magic weapons and weapons given to disciples before, this is a cultivation method given to disciples. Among them, the cultivation method is very lucky, as it is a top-grade technique. Although not everyone can learn it, at least all the direct disciples have switched to this method. As for the method from 500 years ago, it became the training technique for the lowest inner disciples. 3 years ago, when Guushio returned from the forbidden area, he was badly injured, with internal injuries and wounds, and even the sect leader believed he would never be able to cultivate again in this life. The sect's top-grade technique was naturally not given to Guushio to learn. Or rather, it's not about learning. The entire sect, including everyone, didn't even want to look at Guushio, because everyone thought the same way. Guushio was useless now. What was there to see? What if Guushio shared this technique outside in the future? What then? When I heard this, Nian Chaoxi just thought that her master and sisters might be a bit extreme. But thinking back, after everyone in the sect saw Guushio again, it seemed not just indifference or distance, but they were cautious. And after thinking more, in these 3 years, no one truly considered Guushio as one of their own. Otherwise, why would the master say Guushio couldn't cultivate in this life? And why could Guushio only use the most ordinary low-grade technique after restarting his cultivation? These thoughts made Nian Chaoxi fall silent when asked by Yihong Ling. She couldn't explain. She also couldn't clarify. It's not like they treat the hero of the sect, the holy land of Ching Xian, as an outsider after his return, right? That's the truth. But it's also a truth they can't reveal to others. Even now, Nian Chaoxi suddenly thought of a question she had never considered. All along, she had been trying to bring Guushio back to the sect, hoping everything could return to how it was before, hoping everything could go back to the past. But is that really the right choice? Or even if Guushio truly returns with her, can he really go back to how things were 500 years ago? When she was overwhelmed with tears and could hardly hold herself together. Meanwhile, at Yinsha City, in the listening rain's small courtyard, Guushio stopped practicing and stepped out of his room. A young maid, dressed in a jade-green dress and looking clever, immediately came forward. "Fairy Foam, the food is ready. Little he has served your meal. Thank you. I can serve myself." Guushio thanked her, then took the bowl and chopsticks to serve himself. He turned and asked, "Have you eaten?" Little he quickly shook her head. "You haven't eaten yet, Fairy Foam." How could Little he dare? Before she finished, Guushio shook his head. "You don't need to wait for me in the future. If you're hungry, just eat first. Come, let's eat together." He handed her a bowl of rice. To Guushio, this was just a simple gesture, but it made Little he freeze in place. Unbelievable. This Fairy Foam. Is he asking her to eat at the same table? And even serving food to a little maid like her? Fairy Foam, no, absolutely not. Little he is a servant girl. It's not right for you to serve food yourself, and I have no right to sit at the same table with you. Little he exclaimed in shock, hurriedly speaking. Guushio shook his head again. I already said, I only asked you to help with laundry, cooking, and tidying the yard. There's no master-servant relationship. You don't need to be so formal. Seeing Little he so frightened, Guushio understood. His words were useless, so he simply stopped arguing and ate quietly. 2 days after entering the city, Guushio has now settled down completely. He lives in this listening rain small courtyard, which he bought for 800 spirit stones from Womba Tower at a low price. Actually, it was more like a gift. Yinsha City enforces a curfew, and land is extremely valuable. Spending 800 spirit stones to buy a quiet, elegant small courtyard is almost impossible. As for the maid named Little he, she was a common girl given by Womba Tower. Her father was a cultivator at the 8th level of chi refining, but was killed by enemies, leaving her an orphan. She could only sell herself to Womba Tower as a servant. Guushio didn't refuse. Although he was a cultivator, he hadn't yet reached the golden core stage to avoid eating. He was busy with cultivation every day, so he needed someone to help with laundry and cooking. While they were eating, there was suddenly a knocking at the door, accompanied by a loud, arrogant shout. Open the door? Open quickly. This month's tribute is due. Listen up. From now on, the South City area is under our Qingyu gang's control. Come out and pay your tribute, or if you cause trouble here, it won't be our responsibility. These shouts made Xiao He, who was about to open the door, freeze in fear. He was so scared he couldn't move. Cloud Sky City is known as a city of wandering cultivators. Many dream of living here peacefully. For most, just arriving here feels like a chance to live easily and comfortably. But the truth is, even young men grow old in the martial world. Even ordinary sects have secret fights, and Cloud Sky City, with many wandering cultivators, is no different. There are no big sects here, but many gangs. Many wandering cultivators who come to Cloud Sky City hope for a better life, but they quickly learn a hard lesson. This place is full of conflicts. Every year, new gangs form, and others are destroyed. Ordinary cultivators can only survive in the cracks. Bang, bang, bang. I know someone is inside. Open the door quickly, or I'll fight you. Otherwise, it's against our Qingyu gang. Seeing the door stay shut for a long time, the people outside grew impatient and started knocking harder, as if they wanted to break the door down. Xiaohe's face turned pale with fear. He looked at Guushio for help. Guushio, who was holding a bowl, simply said, "Don't be afraid." But Xiaohe swallowed nervously. about to say something, when a loud, commanding voice came from outside. "Who are you, small fry? How dare you provoke our Senior Feng? Senior Feng is a guest of the Quanxing gang. If you cause trouble again, I'll deal with you." However, the Qingyu gang clearly didn't take the Quanxing gang seriously. They immediately retorted, but as they cursed, their words turned into screams of pain. "I only heard a cold snort. Friend Feng is a guest of Wan Baolo. Ordinary people should not bother or offend him. Anyone who does will be considered an enemy of Wan Baolo." At this, the noise outside the door quieted down again. Xiao had been nervously listening at the door until the crisis seemed to pass. She finally relaxed and turned around, only to see Guushio had just finished eating. He put down his bowl and got up to leave. Xiao hurried forward to tidy up, but she noticed that many of the dishes Guushio ate were only half finished, with leftovers. It was obvious who those leftovers were for. Suddenly, Xiao looked up at Guushio's back, feeling a bit grateful. But thinking about what had just happened outside, her gratitude was replaced by shock. She came to serve Guushio as a maid because Wan Baolo sent her. But from the beginning, Wan Baolo only told her to serve well and never explained who this immortal was. They didn't tell her she needed to do anything special. This made Xiao think she was just a maid for an ordinary guest of Wan Baolo. Although this immortal was a bit unusual, she didn't think much of it. But now, it seemed this immortal's identity was even more powerful than she imagined. At least, Wan Baolo had its own people protecting him, preventing any trouble from outsiders. That kind of protection was not something ordinary people could have. Xiao was surprised, but Guushio didn't know or care. At this moment, he had returned to his practice room. After activating the barrier, he prepared to cultivate again. However, before he could start, a sharp pain from his spiritual soul suddenly struck, making Guushio's face turn pale instantly. His spiritual injury had flared up again. Fortunately, this wasn't the first time his injury had recurred. Guushio sat cross-legged, gritting his teeth and holding on. It wasn't until the sky darkened completely that the pain finally subsided. Guushio was now soaked in sweat, his white hair scattered, looking a bit disheveled. But he didn't mind or complain. He simply washed up, changed into clean clothes, and sat cross-legged again to continue cultivating. The spiritual injury had to be dealt with, and the reason he came to Yinsha City was to find a way to heal it. But before that opportunity appeared, he needs to keep improving himself. One night passed quietly. The next morning, Guushio left his room and met Su Rume, who had come to visit. Since arriving at Yinsha City 2 days ago, Su manager has been very busy. Although she arranged everything well for Guushio, she hadn't visited him at the Listening Rain residence until now. This time, she took a rare break and came to see him immediately. She didn't come empty-handed. On the contrary, "Friend Feng, I heard you recently asked Xing to help gather cultivation manuals. Coincidentally, my Wanbao Tower has many such manuals, so I brought some to give to you. They aren't very high level, but they might be useful to you. By the way, Listening Rain residence is quite elegant, but it hasn't been maintained for a long time. I brought some spiritual plants and Taihu stones to place in the yard. Besides making it more beautiful, they can also help gather spiritual energy. Also, Friend Feng has been working cultivation, but perseverance and spiritual stones alone aren't enough. I happen to bring some talismans that can help gather spiritual energy, so I'm giving them to you as well." Su Rume is indeed good at managing. From the first time Guushio saw her, this manager of Wanbao Tower, who doesn't have much of a golden core strength, has always been polite to him. The gifts she gave this time weren't very expensive, but they clearly showed her thoughtfulness. Manuals, garden scenery, and talismans for cultivation. These things were precisely what Guushio needed. Guushio repeatedly thanked her and also said again that if Wanbao Tower needed any help, he was always willing to assist. Haha, speaking of needing help, there is indeed one thing. Oh, it's like this. Our Wanbao Tower has 2 arrays that often have small problems. Since you're skilled in formations, if you have free time, I hope you can help us take a look. Understanding social relationships is an art. Gifting without expecting anything in return doesn't easily deepen the relationship. Sometimes, it can even create pressure or suspicion. Mutual help and forming a habit of benefiting each other are important. That's how lasting relationships are built. Su Rume understood this point, and Guushio also understood that the so-called array problem was just a small matter. He did not refuse and said, "In that case, shall we go now?" "Now? Yes, then. Thank you, fellow Feng." Immediately, Guushio and Su Rumei left the courtyard together and boarded Su Rumei's carriage. Before getting on, Guushio noticed that many spiritual senses were scanning him. However, as these senses approached, Su Rumei snorted coldly and stopped the onlookers from spying. This was a message to those watching around. Feng Bugwai. He was a guest of Wanbao Tower and someone Su Rumei valued greatly. On the way to Wanbao Tower, Guushio picked up a spirit-gathering talisman given by Su Rumei and examined it carefully. Su Rumei asked curiously, "Senior Feng, do you understand talismans?" "I know a little," Guushio replied. This made Su Rumei quite surprised. "Wow, who exactly is this Feng Bugwai?" "He is a cultivator, skilled in array formations, capable of defeating enemies beyond his level, and even knows some senior Yuan baby cultivators. And now, he even understands the way of talismans." Although array symbols and talismans are related, they are actually quite different in essence. Knowing array formations does not necessarily mean knowing talismans. Fellow Feng's wide range of knowledge is truly impressive, Su Rumei said sincerely. To avoid making Guushio feel like she was probing into his past, she added, "By the way, our Wanbao Tower has many talisman masters in Yinsha City, including some 5th-rank talisman masters. If you have any questions about talismans, I can help introduce you." This was a sincere offer. She was basically saying that if Guushio wanted to learn about talismans, she could help him find a teacher. It wasn't that she looked down on Guushio. Rather, on the way here, Guushio hadn't used a single talisman at all. He didn't seem like a talisman master at all. He said he knew a little, and Su Rumei thought he probably only knew the basics. Maybe he had just started learning. Since Guushio has the heavenly book talismans and has fully understood them, he doesn't need to ask a 5th-rank talisman master to teach him. After a brief mention, he asked, "Manager Su, does Wanbao Tower buy talismans?" "Of course we do," Su Rumei replied with a smile. Honestly, Yinsha City is a city of scattered cultivators, and there are many of them. The demand for talismans is high. Selling talismans is one of our main businesses at Wanbao Tower. So, besides having many talisman masters on our team, we also buy talismans from outside. The amount we purchase is quite large, and many scattered cultivator talisman masters cooperate with us. "Are you interested in this, fellow Feng?" "Yes, I am interested," Guushio nodded. He then asked about which types of talismans are most in demand and the prices for buying them. Every powerful cultivator accumulates a huge amount of resources. Guushio's slow cultivation speed is partly because his energy C in his Dantian is too vast, and partly because his cultivation method is not high level. But the most important reason right now is that his resources are not enough. Previously, he took resources from Yihong Ling, fought enemies and scavenged on the way, and later, Mu Xingsheng and others offered resources voluntarily, plus the resources lost from a Wanbao box at Wanbao Tower. It seems he has accumulated quite a lot of resources. For an ordinary Qi refining cultivator, that would be enough to advance to foundation establishment easily. But for Guushio, it's not really much. His energy C in his Dantian is many times larger than an ordinary person's, so he needs a vast amount of resources. Therefore, to keep his cultivation speed fast, he must solve the problem of spirit stones quickly. Su Rumei didn't know all this, but she saw that Guushio was interested in cooperation. She smiled and said, "If fellow Feng can draw talismans, that would be great. I'll tell my people later. If the talismans you draw are good, we will buy them without hesitation, and the price will be fair. The price doesn't need special treatment." Guushio shook his head, a bit worried. "It's just that?" "Just what?" "Just that the talismans I draw might be quite a lot." "A lot?" Su Rumei was surprised, then smiled and said, "Don't think you're the only wind friend here. Even if you bring dozens or hundreds of talisman masters to write talismans day and night, it's uncertain whether we at Wanbao Tower can sell enough of them." Su Rumei spoke confidently. She truly had this confidence because Wanbao Tower was a large business, covering hundreds of cities, and talismans are a market that consumes a lot. She was confident she could handle any amount. No matter how many talismans there were, she could easily take them all. But at this moment, Su Rumei didn't realize. Sometimes, words can be too full of confidence. In the next 2 hours, Guushio and Su Rumei checked several formations at Wanbao Tower. They were all minor issues. Even a casual apprentice who understood formations could fix them. However, Su Rumei's real purpose wasn't just fixing the formations. She brought Guushio to Wanbao Tower, mainly to show him around, demonstrate the tower's strength, and let the shopkeeper and other managers of Wanbao Tower in Yinsha City get to know Guushio. Whether it was the shopkeeper or the manager, they were all clearly pre-warned by Su Rumei. What these people truly thought about Su Rumei's hospitality didn't matter. At least, under her introduction, everyone appeared polite on the surface. And at this moment, Guushio realized. Although Su Rumei was called a manager, her actual position was the chief manager of the Tianqi mountain range, overseeing 10 large cities in the Tianqi mountain range. Her status was extremely high. Even the shopkeeper of Yinsha City was a level above her. This discovery surprised Guushio. Wanbao Tower was a major force, but there were only 9 chief managers in total, mostly high-level nascent Soul Realm experts. Su Rumei was able to secure her position with her golden core cultivation. This showed her capability. But thinking carefully about Su Rumei's performance, her becoming the chief manager was well-deserved. Since the formations are repaired, I won't bother you any longer, Guushio said first, after finishing his introductions and repairs. He declined Su Rumei's offer to see him off, and didn't leave Wanbao Tower immediately. Instead, he went to find the miscellaneous affairs manager of Wanbao Tower to purchase some materials. Su Rumei did not follow. She just sat with the shopkeeper and drank tea. Shopkeeper Jean, what do you think of Feng Bugue? Miss Su, someone you trust must have their own special qualities. Really? Well, Shopkeeper Jean chuckled awkwardly and honestly replied, to be honest, I have poor eyesight. Besides Feng Dao Yu's elegant aura, I haven't seen anything else special. If you haven't seen it, then that's good. Su Rumei was not upset. Instead, she smiled slightly, feeling very pleased. Feng Bugue was truly a hidden gem. To her, the more unnoticed he was, the better. The less attention he drew, the more it benefited her. This made Shopkeeper Jean a bit curious. Miss Su, why are you so confident in Feng Bugue? Not just confident. Then, I should say, I am not only confident but also plan to recommend him to the owner as an 8th rank official. What? What? Shopkeeper Jean was shocked, his face full of surprise. The Wanbao Tower mainly follows a merchant's way and has established official ranks. Most of these officials are people the tower has recruited. But officials are also ranked. According to Wanbao Tower's rules, different officials have different treatments, and even the cooperation level varies. The officials are ranked from 1st to 9th. There are only about 30 8th rank officials in Wanbao Tower. To be promoted to 8th rank, one must at least reach the nascent soul stage. If based on the 6 paths techniques, one would need to reach at least the 6th level of Talisman Mastery. Shopkeeper Jean knew Miss Su valued Feng Bugue, but he never expected that her first words would be so shocking. Even if Feng Bugue was extraordinary, he was still just a Qi refining stage 8 cultivator. Promoting him directly to 8th rank was a bit too hasty. However, Su Rumei shook her head. Actually, if possible, I hope the owner will list Feng Bugue as a 9th rank official and give him the highest treatment in Wanbao Tower. Hiss. Is she crazy? Shopkeeper Jean gasped, feeling Su Rumei's words were too outrageous. However, before the two could start talking, a fat middle-aged man hurriedly rushed in. Shopkeeper, please notify the nearby cities to prepare some materials. We are currently short of supplies. Cheng Fusho, you're also in charge of miscellaneous affairs. What are you so anxious about? The shopkeeper, Jean, said with some displeasure. The man responsible for the miscellaneous matters at Wanbao Tower replied quickly, we are missing many things, spirit talisman paper, cinnabar, and red sand. All of these are missing, huh? Jean was confused. Aren't these all materials for making talismans? We should have plenty of them. Why are they not enough? They're not enough? Cheng Fusho shook his head. That Wind Friend just ordered 8,000 sets of materials at once. Wind Friend? 8,000 sets of talisman materials ordered at once. Is he crazy? Jean looked puzzled, and Su Rumei beside him also looked stunned. She knew that Guushio was interested in making talismans and planned to sell them at Wanbao Tower. But she didn't expect him to order so many at once. Normal talisman makers, even very skilled ones, work day and night and can produce about 50 or so talismans a day. That's considered quite good. 8,000 talismans. Even if he worked non-stop every day, it would take half a year or even a year to finish. Who would buy that many? The miscellaneous affairs manager didn't seem to notice their reactions and hurriedly said, "Shopkeeper Jean, we need to get the materials delivered quickly. Recently, there have been many gang fights, and the demand for talismans is very high. Our materials are running low." 8,000? That's not possible. Our Yinsha city has abundant resources. We can't even gather 8,000 sets of materials? Jean asked, confused. But the manager sighed and said, "We can gather them. But that wind friend not only wants 8,000 sets of materials. He just ordered an additional 50,000 sets. We really can't produce that many right now." What? Meanwhile, Su Rume and others were confused and helpless. On the other side, Guushio, who had the 8,000 sets of materials, left Wanbao Tower. He looked very energetic now. He was walking quickly toward his listening rain residence. Today all the spiritual stones have been used up. These are 8,000 sets of talisman-making materials. Guushio plans to do something big. At the same time, he also wants to see how much he has learned from the heavenly book talisman scripture. At the Emo Peak in the Ching, Xian Holy Land, under the watchful eyes of many disciples practicing talisman making, Qin Moi Ran held her 7 treasures glass pen, looking very focused and serious. She was writing talismans. She once failed to summon divine power and couldn't advance to the 7th rank of Talisman Master, but she is definitely a solid 6th rank Talisman Master. This is clear from her speed in making talismans. With a flick of her wrist, she kept carving the patterns of heaven and earth, each precise and flawless. In just a short time, 3 talismans floated up and landed beside her. She made 3 talismans at once. Seeing this speed, the disciples' eyes lit up. Wow, so powerful. Teacher is so strong. I think I'll never catch up with her in making talismans. Senior Sister Qin is using the power of heaven and earth to carve on the tiny talisman paper. Her control is far beyond what ordinary 6th-rank talisman masters can do. The most impressive thing is her stability. Senior Sister Qin has been making talismans for 3 days straight without stopping or making mistakes. Just this alone makes us look up to her. The disciples kept exclaiming in awe, gasping in amazement. There's no doubt. Qin Moi's skills in talisman making are truly solid. She has been working non-stop for 3 days, never making a mistake, and in just 3 days, she has created nearly 500 talismans on her own. This ability is truly astonishing and admirable. Good for nothings. Just as everyone was marveling, a cold snort suddenly sounded. The crowd turned to look and saw a beautiful woman with a sweet face and adorable appearance, like a girl from a neighbor's home. However, when they saw this stunning woman, the disciples of Emo Peak immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, 7th uncle. Greetings, Elder Lu." This woman was none other than Guushio's 7th senior sister, Lu Qingyao. Many disciples knew this. Don't be fooled by how innocent, sweet, and cute this 7th uncle looks. In reality, she acts entirely based on her mood. When she's happy, she can give you great opportunities. But when she's in a bad mood, she might find a reason to punish you harshly. Right now, with her cold and stern expression, anyone with eyes can see that she is in a bad mood today. Naturally, no one dares to offend or argue with her. Sure enough, when Lu Qingyao arrived just now, she immediately started scolding, "You bunch of useless people. How dare you praise my 5th sister's skill in making talismans? Shouldn't you be reflecting on yourselves? Why does my 5th sister have to work so hard, making talismans for 3 days straight?" Her words made Mo Shufeng and the other disciples lower their heads in shame. They felt very guilty. Qin Moshuan worked so making talismans, but it was clear they had held her back. It's strange, really. Recently, their success rate in making talismans had dropped sharply. Usually, they succeeded about 70 to 80% of the time, but lately, it was only about 20 to 30%. Only a few talented disciples still managed to succeed easily. Most others faced this problem. Talismans that they used to craft effortlessly now felt difficult, no matter how hard they tried. Their success rate dropped, and the power of the talismans they made also weakened. It was truly strange. The Qingxian Holy Land was a proper sacred sect. Their daily consumption of talismans was huge, and they often sold some to earn money for the sect. But recently, Not only were they unable to sell excess talismans, but even their own supply was running low. This made them feel very guilty, deeply guilty. Some disciples even started to wonder if the recent punishment of the young Uncle Long Yinjian was a sign that the Qingxian Holy Land had truly been abandoned by the heavens. Otherwise, how could such strange things happen? You're just not skilled enough or not working hard enough. If you had tried harder, this wouldn't happen. In my opinion, Fifth Sister has been too kind to you. If not, how could you be so lazy? Lu Qingyao scolded this group of disciples harshly. No one argued on the scene, and everyone dared not even breathe heavily. They felt wronged inside but also doubted whether it was truly because they were not working hard enough. Qingyao. Fortunately, just as Lu Qingyao's words became more unpleasant, Qin Moran stopped creating symbols and walked over, helping to ease the tension for the disciples who were too ashamed to lift their heads. Senior Sister, why do you look so pale? I'm fine, maybe a little tired. Senior Sister, you're the leader of the peak. How can you do everything yourself? These disciples should be responsible for their own tasks. Don't worry, I will handle it, Qin Moran said, then looked back at the group of disciples. All right, everyone disperse. Uncle Lu's words may sound harsh, but they are true. Go back and reflect well, practice more diligently. The disciples, feeling relieved, quickly dispersed. They were afraid of staying late and being scolded again by Qingyao. Senior Sister, I think you're too soft. These disciples are like this. If it were me, I would definitely punish them harshly, Lu Qingyao said. Qin Moran smiled. Enough, enough. As the wise say, a teacher who doesn't discipline is lazy. If anyone needs punishment, I, as the master, should be the first to be taught a lesson. No way. I heard that you haven't rested these past 3 days because of the sect's symbols. If it weren't for them, how could it be like this? Qin Moran's expression darkened slightly. It's not their fault. I just wanted some quiet time. Quiet time? Lu Qingyao was confused. Senior Sister, are you worried about the dragon roar sword of the young disciple? Well, kind of, Qin Moran replied casually. Actually, she was worried about Guushio. The scene she saw at the reincarnation realm of the heavenly machine was like a nail hammered into her heart. Whenever she had free time, she would think about it immediately. It made her restless. Senior Sister, don't worry. The master has prepared many materials now. It won't be long before he reforges the young disciple's sword. And this time, the resources used are even better than those for the Dragon Roar sword. It will definitely be more powerful. Senior Sister, the beast pin on the Zhua Peak has been built for the young disciple. I plan to give him a few spiritual beasts and teach him how to tame them. Senior Sister, what? I feel like you're thinking about something else, don't you? Lu Qingyao found Qin Moi's distracted expression strange. Qin Moi pursed her lips, but finally couldn't help saying, I was wondering where Guushio is now. Guushio? Lu Qingyao paused, then frowned. Senior Sister, how can you think about that deadbeat? Is it because that day, the Grand Sister's fate will mirror made you think all those messy things? Qin Moi hesitated a bit. It's just, Senior Sister, don't forget, Guushio was the one who cut off your path back then. He's the main culprit. Don't talk about how much suffering he's gone through. That's his own fault. Otherwise, you would have already found the way to the great Dao. Lu Qingyao said angrily. Qin Moi wasn't convinced by this explanation. Instead, she pursed her lips and took a deep breath. Little sister, if I tell you that, actually, before I forcibly summoned the divine, Guushio once told me. He had another way to help me, to stop me from forcing it. He had another way to help me, to stop me from forcing it. So, then Qin Moi's voice grew softer and softer. Lu Qingyao didn't hear clearly and asked curiously, Senior Sister, what did you say? I said. Qin Moi looked hesitant, but her eyes finally showed determination. She took a deep breath and was about to speak. I said, back then, before I forcibly summoned the divine, Guushio once. Before she finished, Qin Moi suddenly froze. Because at that moment, she sensed the rapid fluctuation of the universe's divine rhythm, followed by countless invisible divine energies flowing between heaven and earth. Suddenly, they began to appear one after another. This caused her to swallow the rest of her words and stare in disbelief at what was happening before her eyes. She had seen this scene before. The 10,000 rhyme worship? It's the 10,000 rhyme worship again. Why is the 10,000 rhyme worship appearing once more? What's going on? A series of exclamations rang out. Countless disciples from the ink book Peak rushed out of their rooms in panic. They were all shocked by this scene. There was once a worship ceremony for Wan Yun, but during that time, many low-level talisman masters did not notice what was happening, because they lacked the strength to sense it. Only those with advanced cultivation and a deeper understanding of the Dao's aura could perceive it. But this time, even ordinary talisman masters noticed. This scene was so shocking to them that everyone was stunned. All of them fell into fear. I can't draw talismans anymore. I have lost my faint connection to the Dao's aura of heaven and earth. The Dao's aura seems to be waiting for someone to call it, but no matter how I try, I can't summon it. I can't draw any talismans. What is going on? Has the world changed? Or is some terrifying being coming into the world? Why is this happening? Could it be true that the heavenly treasure sword of the young master was cursed? Has our Qing Xian holy land really been abandoned by the heavens? Countless talisman masters of Qing Xian holy land felt an unprecedented fear at this moment. Their greatest strength was their ability to communicate with the Dao's aura and use it to create talismans. With the power of the Dao's aura, they could become true talisman masters. But, right now, they couldn't draw any talismans at all, because the Dao's aura was ignoring their calls. Completely abandoned. Even Qing Emo Ran looked shocked. She was also trying to draw talismans. But, the Qing Lei talisman, she couldn't create. The Fire Dragon talisman, she couldn't create. The Divine Movement talisman, she couldn't create. After trying dozens of different talismans, Qing Emo Ran was terrified to realize that not only the ordinary talisman masters, but even she, a 6th-ranked talisman master, couldn't produce a single talisman. Her previous guess was correct. The Wan Yun worship ceremony really could make talisman masters unable to draw even the smallest talisman. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. We must find out the truth. If some treasure has appeared, our Qing Xian holy land must obtain it. If this matter was caused by humans, then this person must be persuaded quickly, or eliminate them. While the holy land of Qing Xian was filled with fear, many other symbol masters outside also noticed the shocking scene of the 10,000 rhyme worship ceremony. This scene was so overwhelming that all symbol masters found it hard to stay calm. However, compared to the Qing Xian holy land, where not even a single talisman could be written, some symbol masters felt something different during the 10,000 rhyme worship. They believed that during this worship, writing talismans would become more difficult, but each attempt would bring new insights. They saw this as a special chance from heaven and earth, a blessing from the heavens. Some thought that this was the arrival of a supreme symbol master or the start of a new era for talisman mastery. Otherwise, why would there be such a grand scene? They predicted that in the future, the art of talisman making would flourish again, and their group of symbol masters would return to the peak of the 6 realms. People say that everyone's joys and sorrows are different. While the symbol masters in Qing Xian Holy Land were terrified, many others were filled with joy. This event was beyond words and difficult to describe. But it had a unique charm of its own. As for Guushio, it seemed like none of this mattered to him. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged in his room with his eyes closed. He was making symbols. Actually, he wasn't really writing symbols. Since he returned, he hadn't made any moves, just sitting quietly. Others might think he wasn't interested in making symbols and was simply practicing cultivation. But in reality, anyone who looked around Guushio would see something very magical happening. A series of special spiritual paper for carving symbols floated in front of him, and the divine aura from the 10,000 rhyme worship was falling onto these spiritual papers. What was even more astonishing was, these celestial and earthly energies seem to realize that what they are doing is somewhat foolish. They cannot truly turn into talismans and start drifting around again. They roll in the nearby cinnabar and then settle back onto the talisman paper. If a master of talisman making saw this scene, they would probably be so shocked that their jaw would drop. Or maybe, they would cry loudly. After all, everyone is a talisman master. When they try to draw a talisman, they must carefully soothe the energies of heaven and earth, politely ask for their mercy, and hope that these energies will favor them so they can imprint and carve on the paper. It's almost like begging and pleading. But what about Guushio? Wow, he's not really making a talisman at all. It's clearly the energies of heaven and earth actively asking Guushio to record them. In fact, they look so afraid that Guushio won't want to write them down. They are all eager and actively offering themselves. Guushio doesn't even need to move, not even a brush. They rush forward to help create the talismans themselves. What kind of situation is this? Compared to that, the difference is just too big. Fortunately, no one notices this scene for now, or Guushio might become a public enemy. But whether or not this scene happens, one thing is certain. Guushio's speed in making talismans is incredibly fast. Qin Mashuan can craft 3 talismans at the same time, which already makes many talisman masters look up in awe. They praise his extraordinary talent. But what about Guushio? 30? No, 300. That dense mass of 300 talismans, all starting to be carved in bulk without Guushio even touching them. And more importantly, this is not even Guushio's limit. The reason he's only working on 300 at a time is simply because he doesn't want others to see what's happening. It's just, this room can only hold so many talismans being carved at once. The energies of heaven and earth are a kind of natural law. They spread throughout the world, hidden beyond the 3 realms. In theory, these energies are inexhaustible and endless. However, these heavenly and earthly spiritual patterns cannot be used directly. They must be made into talismans using special materials, and only then can they be used in actual combat. Because there are many types of these patterns, the effects of the talismans also vary. If we classify them, they can be roughly divided into 3 types: support, attack, and special. Support talismans include speed-boosting symbols, concealment symbols to hide one's aura, and spirit-attracting symbols to gather spiritual energy, all of which help cultivators. Attack talismans are offensive symbols that do not require manipulating spiritual energy from heaven and earth, such as lightning-attracting symbols or fire dragon symbols. The special category is more complex. This category cannot be further subdivided, but it includes very rare talismans, such as those that increase the success rate of spirit treasure recognition, accelerate spiritual plant growth, or even battlefield symbols that inspire warriors' courage and prevent fear. Besides these categories, talismans are also divided into strict ranks from 1st to 9th level. Each level represents a significant leap in power. Similarly, the materials needed to craft talismans of each level, even within each category, differ greatly and require high skill from the talisman maker. The most important requirement is spiritual awareness. Ordinary talisman makers can usually craft up to 3rd level talismans, but beyond that, strong spiritual awareness is necessary. For 6th level and above, a dedicated divine attraction pattern is also required. This is a very complex system. Every time a level is increased, the talisman's power becomes stronger, which is undeniable. However, this does not mean that high-level talismans are always the most popular. In fact, low-level talismans have always been the most favored. Because higher-level talismans require more precious materials and higher skill from the maker. Although powerful, they are not affordable for most people. For most cultivators, affordable and effective low-level talismans are often better. Of course, it might also be because they are poor. Guushio's goal is to earn spirit stones and resources, so he isn't busy making high-level talismans. He even ignores 2nd and 3rd level talismans altogether. This is a batch of 1st level talismans. These are the easiest talismans to make because they are not expensive. Even casual cultivators with limited funds can afford them. The most important thing is that they take the least amount of time to produce. With the help of the divine book talisman and the worship of 10,000 resonances, Guushio acts like a strict overseer. A large number of 1st level talismans are quickly made. 300 talismans make up one batch. It only takes 1 hour to complete. 80,000 talismans. They are all finished. Even more astonishing is that after making 80,000 talismans, Guushio only feels a little tired. Although higher-level talismans, above the 3rd level, require very high spiritual awareness, it doesn't mean that lower-level talismans don't consume spiritual power. Making 80,000 talismans would be a huge drain even for a master like Qin Moran, and she would need a lot of time too. However, Guushio doesn't feel proud of his fast work. Instead, he frowns and asks himself, "Is my talisman making so loud?" It is only now that he realizes. He has actually triggered the worship of 10,000 resonances. The first time he triggered this worship, Guushio was understanding the divine book talisman. The second time, he was fully focused on making talismans. He never noticed that such a big commotion was happening outside. Retreat. Without hesitation, Guushio calls out sharply. In an instant, the celestial aura that was showing the worship of 10,000 resonances disappears completely. For some reason, Guushio even feels that these lively celestial energies seem reluctant to leave. Rumor has it that those recognized by the celestial energies can, in theory, receive the worship of 10,000 resonances. The divine book talisman is powerful, but it shouldn't be able to trigger such worship. Why is this happening? Guushio mutters to himself, feeling confused. But overthinking won't help. More importantly, Guushio is now focused on something else. Let me see how effective the talisman I made is. He picks up a spirit-gathering talisman, used during closed-door cultivation. Its purpose is to gather spiritual energy quickly, making training more effective. Its effect is similar to a spirit-gathering array. However, using this symbol consumes less energy than the spirit-gathering array, and its effects are not much weaker. The main point is that this symbol can be combined with the spirit-gathering array to enhance the effect. Guushio didn't hesitate and immediately activated the spirit-gathering talisman in his hand. Suddenly, this first-level spirit-gathering talisman ignited and burned in the air. Immediately after, a large amount of spiritual energy surged toward Guushio. It even seemed to form a faint vortex of spiritual energy in front of him, quickly absorbing the spiritual energy that was already enhanced by the spirit-gathering array. Guushio's eyes twitched at this scene, flowing like a whirlpool, spiritual energy forming a spiral. Shouldn't this be an effect only a second-level spirit-gathering talisman can produce? He took out another spirit-gathering talisman and examined it carefully for a while. He was very sure. This was definitely a first-level spirit-gathering talisman. From the materials to the symbol's pattern, it was completely a first-level talisman. If there was anything unusual, it was only the symbol's design on the paper, which was very lively and elegant, naturally formed. After all, these symbols were not hand-drawn by Guushio himself, but were autonomously copied by the harmony of heaven and earth, which ordinary people could not fully replicate. I've heard that when talisman masters make symbols, they also enter a state similar to enlightenment. In this state, they might cross boundaries or even summon divine power. The symbols they create then can surpass their current level. Such symbols are called Dao symbols. Are my symbols then perfect Dao symbols? Guushio tried 2 more symbols. As expected, all the symbols he made reached the level of Dao symbols. In fact, they were even more powerful than ordinary Dao symbols. Perfect Dao symbols. This is no joke. This discovery made Guushio's eyes shine brightly. He made symbols. His goal was always to earn spirit stones and cultivation resources. His speed in making symbols was already better than all other talisman masters. Now, each one was comparable to a perfect Dao symbol. What is this called? It's called quality and quantity. However, amidst his joy, Guushio couldn't help but furrow his brow. His way of making symbols was so strong that, as long as he had enough materials, he could ensure each symbol was perfect in quality and quantity. But the scene of Guan Yun's worship was too magnificent. Guushio almost knew without thinking that this activity would surely attract many talisman masters' attention. If he suddenly took out a large batch of perfect talismans at this time, it might actually draw more eyes. This was not what Guushio wanted. He was a lone cultivator, aware of the need to stay low-key. Previously, he showed his value appropriately in front of Su Rume to ensure mutual benefit. But if his value became too shocking, it might backfire. However, with so many talismans, he couldn't just keep them all and not sell them to stay hidden. If I really can't, I'll sell them in batches, he thought. If that doesn't work, then I'll wait until I find a chance in Yinsha City and leave quickly. After some thought, Guushio made his decision. His reputation as a worshipper of Guan Yun was too loud, and he didn't want that label. But he also couldn't sell talismans openly, which would make life difficult. So, he decided to sell, but keep a low profile and avoid linking himself to Guan Yun's worship. There's no point in overthinking. I should just look forward to what this green bamboo rod will bring me this time, he thought, shaking his head and calming his mind. He took out the green bamboo rod. It had been 10 days since he last caught the 7 Stars Pendant with it. Compared to earning spirit stones by selling talismans, the rod's ability to catch the heaven's treasures was clearly more important. He stroked the spiritual thread on the bamboo rod, then threw the line without hesitation. Almost immediately after he cast, the line sank. So fast, Guushio was confused. Last time, catching the Seven-Star Pendant was very quick, but this time seemed even faster. More importantly, he could feel that the thing on the other end of the spiritual thread seemed eager to be caught. Unconsciously, a guess formed in Guushio's mind. This time, could it be another opportunity from Jiangsun? With this thought, Guushio pulled the line upward. When he saw what was on the end, his face suddenly showed shock. At this moment, a very unique mask appeared on Guushio's bamboo pole. It was made of white, jade-like material, shaped like a fierce demon or a Buddhist warrior, with shimmering light flowing across it. It looked like a dream or an illusion, real yet unreal. Guushio held it in his hand, and immediately felt that it was as thin as a cicada's wing, light as nothing. A divine aura seemed to flow within it, filled with zen-like peace. Is this a three-body mask? Could it really be Jiangsun's chance? Guushio looked slightly surprised, feeling a bit amazed. He recognized this mask. It was the same one he saw in that eternal dream, the same one. Jiangsun's chance. This mask is called the three-body mask. It has Zen qualities related to Buddhism, and its origin is connected to the Buddhist way. Most importantly, it has a special power. The Buddhist three bodies. In Buddhism, the three bodies are a concept. They believe that a Buddha has three forms: the Dharma body, the reward body, and the transformation body. Buddhist scriptures say, the pure Dharma body is your true nature. The perfect reward body is your wisdom. Thousands of billions of transformation bodies are your actions. This floating mask has the power of these three bodies. Just like now, when Guushio put on this floating mask, his appearance and aura instantly changed. He became taller, his white hair remained, but his face and temperament changed greatly. His features shifted, making him look like a surreal, perfect figure, almost too unreal to be real. Most importantly, the supreme Dao bones and innate Dao aura on his body were fully displayed, surrounded by endless Dao energy. Just one look was enough to feel its brilliance. At this moment, he seemed born for the Dao. Every gesture carried spiritual energy and Dao charm. It was as if raising a hand could cast a spell. Guushio gently gathered his spiritual power and tried it. He found that the already smooth spiritual energy became even more flowing, and even simple moves became stronger than before. This is the power of the Dharma body. Encompass the void in the heart. Measure the world of sands. Then, Guushio's appearance changed again. From a perfect, flawless look, he became ordinary. His height shrank a little, his white hair turned into black silk, and he looked completely unremarkable. It was like a speck of dust in the grand road. Not eye-catching, not special. Even the supreme bones and innate holy aura, which normally need to be hidden carefully, now seemed to disappear completely, as if they had vanished. This is the transformation. After a moment, Guushio revealed his true self. He looked like he was wearing a mask, and everything seemed unchanged. But his aura of cultivation had completely vanished, as if he were an ordinary person. Even someone with great power couldn't detect it. This is one of the three bodies. The rebirth body. The rebirth body is the body that accepts karma, the true self of the world. But the true self is not really me. Until Guushio took off his mask and everything returned to normal, he was himself again. But the look in his eyes at the three masks in front of him was full of surprise. These three masks looked similar to fake face charms or face-changing treasures, but they were actually very different. Because charms and treasures are just for changing appearance. But the three masks are different. They are the true three bodies of Buddhism. All three are fake, yet all three are real. They can't be seen through or exposed because they are the true self. No matter what secret realm or great master, no one can see through them. This Buddhist treasure is very powerful. But Guushio couldn't help but frown, feeling that something was not quite right. Not only because this item belonged to Jiangsun in that long dream, which was his chance. More importantly, I was just worried about how to sell these charms quietly, without attracting attention to me as a wandering cultivator. And now I suddenly get these three masks. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Guushio muttered to himself, feeling confused. The more he understood about the way of the Tao, the less he believed in coincidences. Everything has a reason. Coincidence is just fate coming together. This idea is the same for both Buddhism and Taoism. And now, where does this fate come from? Shaking his head, unable to understand, Guushio decided not to think too much. He took out a spirit-gathering talisman, used it, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and continued practicing. Fate arises and ends. Flowers bloom and fall, returning to dust. Instead of being easily disturbed by praise or blame, I prefer to remain calm and watch the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard. Instead of worrying about going or staying, I like to look at the clouds drifting across the sky. Practicing cultivation is the true foundation. While Guushio continued his hard training, elsewhere, in an ancient temple within the Tianqi mountain range, a group of disciples from the Qingxian Holy Land, skilled in array formations, were working hard to break the temple's protective barrier. Around the ancient temple, countless nameless bodies were scattered everywhere. A few people, badly injured, looked at the array masters from the Qingxian Holy Land with feelings of resentment and hatred in their eyes. But they hid their emotions well, afraid of provoking deadly trouble. 2 days ago, someone approached this ancient temple. At first, they thought it was just an abandoned old shrine, but upon getting closer, they discovered that the temple was shining with Buddha light, and the barrier was extremely fierce. Many people speculated that there was a great opportunity inside. Unfortunately, the first group of explorers tried everything they could, but they couldn't even break the formation outside the temple. After thinking for a long time, they had to send for help, but they never expected that asking for help would be the start of a nightmare. Someone leaked the news about the hidden opportunity in the Tianqi mountain range. Within half a day, the news spread everywhere, and many cultivators gathered here. Initially, after some tense negotiations, everyone agreed to work together to unlock the barrier and see what was inside. Then they would decide who would get the treasure. But unexpectedly, the Qingxian Holy Land arrived. The mighty Holy Land's intervention meant that those people had no chance. Some discontented individuals wanted to reason with them, but in the end, they became nothing but white bones in front of this treasure. Everyone looked at the young man in blue with fear in their eyes. This person was Jiang Sun, the Qingxian Holy Son. His cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage, but his strength was extraordinary. Even at the peak of foundation establishment, he was like a common chicken or dog in front of him. Even early golden core cultivators could fight him. He was a true genius. What was even more terrifying was, this time, he was accompanied by a great Ascension Supreme from the Qingxian Holy Land. It was simply bullying others. Jiang Sun looked humble and said to Xuelan, "Thank you, Master, for bringing me here. If it weren't for you stepping in, I might not have been able to get this opportunity. You are a disciple of the Master. The Master must protect you. If an enemy of the same level tries to fight, the Master won't interfere. But if someone tries to bully the weaker, the Master won't stand by and watch the disciple be mistreated." Xuelan smiled slightly, as if she had written the words, "Protect my own," on her face. Jiang Sun was very grateful and kept thanking her. A few injured cultivators nearby sighed in their hearts, but could only accept their bad luck. After all, their opponent had a powerful background, and their master's protection was strong. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the ancient temple nearby, along with the surprised shouts of some disciples from Qingxian sacred land. It turned out that the temple's protective barrier had turned against itself, even damaging those at the golden core stage. Fortunately, Xuelan was there. She flipped her palm, and several Qingxian sacred land disciples immediately received her protection. Though injured, they were alive. Sect leader, inside this ancient temple, there are dangerous formations and very powerful Buddhist energies. Our disciples cannot break the barrier with their current skills. This is clearly a Buddhist barrier, but it's strangely strong. We can't unlock it. We might need Uncle Fourth or Uncle Fifth to come and help. Even if they break it, it might be useless. The temple's defenses are very strong, possibly with karmic Buddhist power. Only a Grand Level Supreme might be able to break it. We hope the sect leader can help. A few surviving disciples from Qingxian sacred land spoke up. Xuelan frowned. She didn't expect that this ancient temple, which had existed for many years, could be so powerful. But since she was here, she wouldn't just watch silently. She looked at the temple with a serious expression, then snapped her fingers. Boom. With a mighty strike of her hand, a powerful attack from her grand-level cultivation clashed with the terrifying Buddhist light inside the temple, instantly erupting in a dazzling flash. It was so bright that it was hard to look at directly. When everyone's vision cleared, they saw that the terrifying barrier of the temple had disappeared. Xuelan, who had made the move, was now standing with her right hand behind her back, her fingers hidden in her sleeve. She looked calm and relaxed. This caused the injured cultivators to gasp in surprise, realizing that a grand-level supreme was indeed incredibly powerful. At the same time, they understood that even if this opportunity was given to them, they wouldn't have the strength to break the temple's barrier. A barrier that only a supreme could break. There must be something extraordinary inside. The Buddhist sect rarely appears in the eastern wilderness, and no one knows when this ancient temple was built. But to hide it so deeply and protect it with such a terrifying barrier, whatever is inside must be truly remarkable. Unfortunately, this opportunity isn't meant for us. The cultivators sighed helplessly, accepting their fate. In the cultivation world, strength rules all. Now that even a supreme of the greatest sentient stage had taken action, this chance clearly had nothing to do with them. Being able to stay alive was already a great blessing. While others felt regret, the people from the Azure Profound Holy Land were filled with excitement. The barrier around the ancient temple had been broken, and they no longer hesitated. They rushed inside, eager to see what treasures were hidden within. Jiang Sun's face burned with anticipation. He believed this opportunity was destined for him. Although he had lost a heavenly grade sword recently, if he could obtain what was inside, it would still be worth it. But, just as his smile began to spread, a group of disciples who had entered the temple came out looking gloomy. Ugh, there's nothing inside except a monk's body and a few old Buddhist scriptures. Nothing valuable at all. Jiang Sun's smile froze instantly. What? What? Just a body and a few scriptures? The disciples' words left everyone outside the temple stunned. How could that be possible? The temple was hidden so well, its barrier incredibly strong, even infused with Buddhist power. With so many layers of protection, shouldn't it have been guarding a priceless treasure? Nothing at all. Even Xuelan frowned slightly. Did you search carefully? Reporting to the sect master, we searched every corner, one disciple replied. The temple is small, and there isn't even a single Buddha statue inside. Apart from a few scriptures and the monk's body, there's nothing else. Those scriptures were ordinary and ancient. When I touched them, they crumbled to dust. Several disciples spoke in turn, their expressions calm and honest, clearly not lying. The more calm and confident they appeared, the more Jiang Sun sitting nearby couldn't stay still. That's impossible. There's definitely something inside. Huh? Everyone was confused. But Jiang Sun was already the first to step forward and rush inside. Xuelan frowned slightly, but still followed Jiang Sun, taking a step forward. In an instant, she appeared inside the ancient temple. Looking around, it was just as the disciples had said earlier. The temple looked decent from the outside, but inside it was empty. Even the statues that should have been there were gone, replaced by a sitting, closed-eyed, bald monk corpse. This person was probably quite powerful in life. Now, their vitality had long been gone, but the body was still intact. Besides the corpse, there were some broken pieces nearby, clearly the remnants of what the disciples from Qingxian Sacred Land had seen earlier. That's impossible. The guidance can't be wrong. There must be a treasure inside. What's going on? Where's the problem? Jiang Sun was whispering softly nearby, constantly searching inside the temple, even rummaging through the monk's corpse. His eyes showed some resentment. But Xuelan only felt heartache watching this scene. Since the day her beloved disciple's sword was destroyed, he had been feeling down. When she was asked to come out and help, she agreed without hesitation. She thought there would be a chance here. But now it seemed, it's all that bald donkey's fault, making my disciple so sad. Xuelan suddenly turned her head, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at the monk's corpse. She raised her right hand and struck it with a palm. This time, her strength was quite strong. Because earlier, when she broke into this place, a strange power had attached itself to her. It was weak, so she temporarily suppressed it. She was worried that the monk's corpse might be strange, so she didn't hold back. However, to Guan Xuelan's surprise, the expected resistance of power didn't happen. Under her palm, the monk's corpse turned to ashes as if it were made of paper. Did that bald monk put all his strength into defending against external enemies at the ancient temple? Has his physical power already been exhausted? Guan Xuelan quickly guessed the answer, but then she wondered, could that bald monk be crazy, wasting so much effort just to guard the air? As she thought, her fingers suddenly ached faintly. That strange power once again wrapped around her, making her eyes flash with cold light. She no longer hesitated. Using her great strength, she destroyed all that strange power. However, just as that power was completely wiped out, a tall temple in the western desert suddenly shook violently. Then, a voice that could shake the soul sounded. The three bodies have appeared in the eastern wilderness, and the karma has already entangled that person. Use your divine form to go and retrieve the treasure. As the words fell, a statue of a Buddha in the temple, which had been quietly closed-eyed, slowly opened its eyes. Then, it stepped down from the lotus platform, walking out of the temple step by step. It headed eastward. A Buddha light shone around him. Everyone who saw him knelt down on the ground. A revered figure has appeared. He came to subdue demons and eliminate evil, and so on. Meanwhile, Guan Xuelan was unaware of the commotion in the western desert. She also didn't expect that a Buddha statue in the western desert was heading straight for her. At this moment, Guan Xuelan had just returned to the Xian Holy Land with her beloved disciple. She was in a terrible mood because she had returned empty-handed. Especially seeing her disciple looking lost and dejected, her mood grew even more irritable. But despite her frustration, Guan Xuelan still spoke to comfort him. Jiang Sun, don't be discouraged. Your second senior sister has already started forging a new weapon for you. This time, she used more rare treasures. I believe it will be finished soon and will surpass the dragon roaring sword from last time. Thank you, Master, for your care. Jiang Sun quickly bowed, still looking a bit gloomy. But he asked, but what if next time there's that thunder again? Don't worry. This time, I will set up a great formation and personally protect you. If that thunder dares to come again, I will break its lightning cloud apart. With such words from a master at the Great Ascension stage, Jiang Sun finally relaxed a little. Thinking about how I just lost my composure earlier, I quickly expressed my gratitude and then volunteered. Master, I have heard that recently our sect is severely lacking low-level talismans. Even Fifth Sister has been making them non-stop for days. I plan to go to Emo Peak to help Fifth Sister so we can solve the urgent problem at Qingshan Sacred Land. I hope Master will approve. Your main task should be to keep practicing. Guushio hesitated. Master, cultivation can be done anytime, but compared to my own progress, the sect is the most important. These words were spoken sincerely. Guushio smiled and said, all right, since you have already reached the great completion stage, you don't need to work hard to break through now. Maybe going to Emo Peak will help you advance faster. You also have a strong talent for talismans, so with your help, I can rest assured. Thank you, Master, I will not fail you. Go ahead. Soon, Jiang Sun flew away on his flying sword. Watching his figure, Guushio couldn't help but nod. This young disciple of hers is not only talented and skilled in the 6 arts, but also kind-hearted and obedient. Then, Guushio suddenly thought of Heman Yun, who was always silent and even threatened her with a spiritual token from the sect. She suddenly felt that the wasteful disciple was gone, which was actually a good thing. No more eyesore. Just as she was thinking about this, Guushio suddenly frowned, then moved swiftly and appeared in a dark, gloomy valley. This is the Wan Kue Valley of Qingshan Sacred Land, and also Guushio's 6th disciple, Heman Yun's residence. This is a disciple who always gave Guushio headaches. Heman Yun has been silent since she was young, disliked talking, and preferred to be close to various puppets. Over the past few years, she rarely went out, and even her master could only see her occasionally. Guushio had long since gotten used to this. But unexpectedly, over the past year, her 6th disciple had developed some bad tendencies. Just like now, Heman Yun was probably refining puppets earlier, but suddenly, her spiritual soul shot out rapidly, heading straight for the broken soul stone used to erase the puppet's own soul. If she really hit it, it wouldn't just be serious injury, but soul destruction. Quickly, Guushio made a move, using her supreme power to stop He Mingyun. But unexpectedly, He Mingyun seemed to have made up her mind this time. Her soul was blocked by Guushio, yet she still struggled desperately. Even more, her soul suddenly looked at Guushio with intense hatred and anger. "Let me go? Let me go! Guushio, you wicked woman, you deserve to die. No, it's us. We all deserve to die. We all deserve to die?" He Mingyun's words carried deep resentment. She looked like a demon escaping from. Her gaze at Guushio no longer respectful or polite. Instead, it was full of hatred and murderous intent. Even Guushio, a supreme master, felt a bit nervous when facing her intense gaze. But soon, Guushio shook off these thoughts and shouted angrily, "Rebel disciple, wake up." This angry shout made He Mingyun's vengeful soul freeze in place. In the next moment, her soul broke free and quickly retreated into her body. Guushio didn't dare to delay. She took out a soul-stabilizing talisman and pressed it on He Mingyun. The next second, He Mingyun opened her eyes blankly. She looked as if she had just seen Guushio, was startled, and immediately stood up. "Master, I was distracted just now. I didn't realize you arrived. I didn't greet you properly. Please forgive me, Master." At this moment, He Mingyun looked timid, her head bowed, staring at her toes. She looked like a scared child afraid of being scolded by an elder, completely different from her terrifying soul just now. Seeing her like this, Guushio couldn't help but sigh. "Master?" He Mingyun looked confused, then suddenly widened her eyes in shock and asked nervously, "Could it be? I just..." "Again, yes, you entered a state of obsession again." Guushio nodded, her brow furrowed. He Mingyun had once fallen into obsession. She was a genius skilled in puppet making, creating very powerful puppets. She had helped solve the shortage of people in their sect. But despite her talent, she suddenly fell into obsession a year ago. At that time, she seemed to be trying the technique of controlling a soul puppet, but her soul suddenly suffered damage. She then ran to the entrance of the sect's mountain gate. She loudly cursed the sect as a group of ungrateful people. She also cursed the Qingxian Holy Land as a bunch of despicable people, wishing them all bad luck and an unhappy end. Afterward, she scolded each of her sect siblings one by one. First, she cursed her master, Guushio, calling her a very evil woman, so rotten and malicious. Next, she insulted the senior sister, calling her a cowardly waste who only thinks about escaping problems. Then, she cursed the second senior sister, calling her someone who was sold but unaware, stupid and wicked, a fool. As for the third senior sister, she called her a hypocrite with a kind appearance but a poisonous heart, claiming to be a saint. The fourth senior sister was also not spared. She was called arrogant and overconfident, thinking she was invincible, but actually a useless bad woman. As for the fifth senior sister, Qin, He Mingyun didn't curse her but only said one thing. If the ancient sages knew Qin read their books, they would be so ashamed they might as well end their lives on the spot. This remark caused Qin to break down emotionally at the time. But the most tragic were the youngest sister, Lu Qingyao, and the younger brother, Jiang Sun. They had tried to persuade He Mingyun at that moment. However, He Mingyun, upon seeing them, did not hesitate. She immediately summoned a divine puppet and chased after them to attack. She nearly shattered Lu Qingyao and Jiang Sun into pieces. As for herself, she didn't curse anyone but ran to the entrance of Zha Peak. She attempted self-harm. If Guushio hadn't discovered and intervened in time, the current Qingxian Holy Land's One Puppet Valley might have lost He Mingyun entirely. This incident caused chaos throughout the entire Qingxian Holy Land. It was only after Guushio issued a strict order forbidding all disciples from mentioning it that the situation was contained. But just because no one mentioned it didn't mean it didn't happen. Later, Guushio and the third senior sister, Su Wanqing, investigated He Mingyun and found that her soul was severely damaged. Half of it was greatly injured. And if that damaged half were to take control, she would descend into madness. She might even have tendencies toward self-destruction. Soul and consciousness are not the same. Such damage cannot be reversed. In the end, Guushio used her great cultivation to act. She forcibly split He Mingyun's soul into two parts. The more chaotic part needs to be kept in check with a soul-calming talisman every day and night, so he Mingyun can stay normal. Disciples know they were wrong. At this moment, seeing Guan Xuelan nod, he Mingyun was startled and immediately knelt on the ground, looking timid. Disciples, did not mean to offend Master, right? What do you think? Guan Xuelan asked. Well, he Mingyun swallowed hard, feeling more guilty. Disciples wanted to improve the puppet path today, but her soul was damaged and hard to continue, so she risked tearing the soul-calming talisman. Disciples are guilty. Please punish me, Master. Seeing this very timid sixth disciple, Guan Xuelan felt angry inside but could only sigh helplessly. Enough, enough. Your injury, I also cannot heal. What use is there in blaming you? He Mingyun had always been shy, hiding many things in her heart. She didn't dare to speak loudly. Among her fellow disciples and sisters, she was the least noticeable and lacked shining points. In the past, she was like a background character, a speck of dust in the sky, not eye-catching at all. But ultimately, she was her own disciple, and her soul damage was caused by her pursuit of the puppet path. Such things really make people feel helpless. Remember this. No matter when or where, do not rashly reveal the soul-calming talisman. Doing so will lead you to destruction. Yes, Master. The soul puppet is dangerous and unpredictable. Just focus on studying your flesh puppet. As long as it is strong enough, even without soul power, it can break all laws. Yes, Master. Her hesitant attitude made Guan Xuelan frown. After thinking for a moment, she said, By the way, I remember you forged some tracking puppets a few days ago. Yes. He Mingyun looked curious. Master, are you looking for someone? Looking for Guushio. Huh? He Mingyun was surprised. She never expected her master to want to find Guushio. After all, recently, her master didn't even allow others to mention that name, making it a taboo in the sect. You see, Guan Xuelan coldly said, your senior sister hasn't returned for so long. She must be looking for Guushio. I think if we find Guushio and bring him back to the sect, your senior sister will come back too. Is there a problem? Master, didn't you say not to look for Guushio anymore? He has already signed the sect abandoning spiritual contract and is considered someone who has left the sect. What should we do if we bring him back? Is that even a question? Guan Xuelan frowned. What I want is just for your senior sister to return. As for Guushio, wait until your senior sister comes back, then just kick him out of the sect. He Mingyun bit her lip and finally nodded without saying anything. Guan Xuelan didn't stay long, just emphasized once more that she must not reveal the soul restraint talisman, then quickly left. No choice. Guan Xuelan hated her disciple the most, Guushio, and the disciple she disliked the most was He Mingyun. He Mingyun had been introverted since childhood, disliked living people, and preferred tinkering with various puppets and corpses. The Valley of 10,000 Puppets looked like a ghostly underworld, with all kinds of puppet bodies scattered everywhere. It was very gloomy. Even Guan Xuelan, as a great cultivator, felt uncomfortable after staying there for a long time. Seeing her master leave, He Mingyun, who had been anxious and uneasy, finally let out a breath. She didn't like dealing with people, or rather, she didn't like dealing with living people. Although she was close to her sisters, she didn't refuse to talk to them. But when facing Master Guan Xuelan, she always felt too nervous to speak. How did I end up becoming possessed again? What is really going on? He Mingyun sighed worriedly, but then she suddenly felt pain in her arm. She rolled up her sleeve and saw 3 large characters carved into her jade-like arm. Unknowingly, someone had carved the words, White-Eyed Wolf. Guushio was sitting by the window in a restaurant in the city, enjoying delicious food while listening to the conversations around him. Did you hear? Yesterday's Wanyan worship. Of course I heard. Rumor has it that the Talisman Masters went crazy. Many knelt on the ground crying and shouting, praising the arrival of the Talisman Dao Supreme. The art of talismans is about to return to the peak of the 6 paths. You all say that the Wanyan worship ceremony is unusual. Could it be that the Supreme Master of Talismanism has truly descended? Who can say for sure? But I heard that some people have noticed that during the Wanyan worship, the directions of the heaven and earth energy are all pointing toward our cloud sky city. What? Could it be that the Supreme Master of Talismanism is appearing in our cloud sky city? It's unclear. Only those skilled in talisman magic can see the heaven and earth energy. Very few can see it clearly. Who knows if it's real or not? But in the coming days, Cloud Sky City will probably be lively. Hearing these conversations, Guushio couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. When he discovered yesterday that he could trigger the Wan Yun worship, he already thought that this event would become a big deal. Now it seems, as expected, at least in Cloud Sky City, where Guushio is, everyone is talking about it today. Some say it's true, some say it's false, and the stories are quite detailed. Is this friend the one you mentioned, that has a lot of talismans to sell? At this moment, a chubby man dressed in fine clothes, the manager of Wanbao Tower, approached Guushio. Guushio had met him yesterday. He is Cheng Fushou, the manager responsible for miscellaneous affairs at Wanbao Tower. The materials Guushio bought yesterday were from him. However, Cheng Fushou now couldn't connect the ordinary-looking man in front of him with Su Rumei's special attention, Feng Bui Gue, because Guushio was wearing 3 masks. His appearance had changed completely. Seeing Guushio's confident nod, Cheng Fushou asked eagerly, "How many talismans do you mean by a lot?" 7,000. How many? Cheng Fushou had just sat down when he suddenly stood up again, looking at Guushio with a shocked face. Guushio repeated, 7,000 talismans. Really that many? Seeing Cheng Fushou's reaction, Guushio was not surprised. He simply took out hundreds of talismans from his storage ring and placed them on the table. He only brought this many because there was no space for more. Seeing this, Cheng Fushou swallowed nervously. 7,000 talismans may not seem like a lot. Just the daily sales of talismans at Wanbao Tower in Cloud Sky City can reach thousands. Sometimes, 7,000 talismans can be sold out in just a day or two. But the problem is, selling talismans is one thing. Whether they are available to sell is another. After all, making talismans is difficult. Even a first-level talisman takes a lot of time to produce. Wanbao Tower has its own team of talisman makers, but they still can't meet the demand every day, making it hard to keep up with sales. Because of this, Wanbao Tower needs to buy talismans from outside sources for a long time. Most of the people who come to sell talismans are small individual cultivators. They usually have just a few, maybe 10 or 20 talismans. Those with some sense can gather around 100 or so. The main supply actually comes from collaborations with some sects or even holy lands. Wanbao Tower also has its own supply channels. But unfortunately, the largest source, the Qingxian Holy Land, seems to have some problems recently. They can't supply enough talismans, and Wanbao Tower's stock is running low. This is a serious issue. Although low-level talismans don't sell for many spirit stones, having enough supply can boost sales of other items in Wanbao Tower. Recently, because of the shortage of talismans, the number of customers visiting Wanbao Tower has dropped significantly. This is the biggest problem. Recently, Wanbao Tower has been most worried about the supply of talismans. So, when Cheng Fushou heard that someone had a large number of talismans and invited him here, he immediately rushed over without hesitation. He thought it would only be a few hundred talismans at most. But now it seems, his view was too narrow. How about it, Manager Cheng? Can Wanbao Tower handle this? Guushio asked at this moment. Of course we can. Cheng Fushou nodded repeatedly. Not just 7,000 talismans. If you, fellow Daoist, have the ability, even 70,000 are no problem. This is no boast. Every day, Yinsha City consumes a huge amount of low-level talismans. Many businesses like Wanbao Tower's guilds understand this now. Whoever can produce more low-level talismans will be the top in Yinsha City. Although this person looks unremarkable, being able to produce 7,000 talismans means he's definitely not an ordinary person. He might even have access to some special channels. Guushio nodded. In that case, Elder Cheng, what price do you suggest? This. Cheng Fushou looked at Guushio and asked cautiously, according to our Wanbao Tower's fixed prices, 6 spirit stones for one? Usually, a first-level talisman is sold for about 8 to 10 spirit stones, and the buyback price is always around 6 low-grade spirit stones. However, Guushio shook his head directly. No. 7? Cheng Fushou clenched his teeth. Guushio said, I want 10. That's impossible. Cheng Fushou immediately shook his head without hesitation. Our Wanbao Tower sells first-level talismans for only 10 low-grade spirit stones, some even for just 8. At 10, we're just giving them away for free. A first-level talisman and a first-level talisman are different. Guushio shook his head. Our talismans are not ordinary ones. He emphasized the words, hour, making Cheng Fusho more certain of his earlier guess. This person must have some backing. But then, Cheng Fusho shook his head again. A first-level talisman is just a first-level talisman. Unless it's a rare and exceptional Dao talisman, the price wouldn't differ so much. As he spoke, suddenly, Cheng Fusho's eyes widened, because he saw Guushio pick up a talisman and casually flip it in his hand. That talisman Cheng Fusho recognized. It was a first-level spirit-gathering talisman. But the symbols on it were unusually intricate, and faintly, there seemed to be some special fluctuations. Is this a Dao talisman? Cheng Fusho was surprised, but then he shook his head again. Dao talismans are indeed more valuable, but they are rare and hard to find. You don't have all Dao talismans. He stopped mid-sentence, because he saw Guushio flipping through hundreds of talismans one by one, and between each flip, every talisman carried those special fluctuations. Are they all Dao talismans? Cheng Fusho's face turned pale with shock, and even his gaze at the person in front of him became a little fearful. How could he do that? Dao talismans are extremely rare. Most talisman masters can produce them, but the chances are very low. But, right now, the person in front of him was taking out so many talismans, and they were all Dao talismans. How is that possible? Unable to resist, Cheng Fusho thought about the astonishing worship ceremony that surprised all the rune masters yesterday. This situation, it's hard not to think of it. I am not selling ordinary talismans, but perfect ones. 10 low-grade spiritual stones, and your Womba tower won't lose out, Guushio said. This is the truth. According to market prices, a common first-level talisman usually costs about 8 to 10 spiritual stones retail. But if it's a talisman, the retail price can reach 15 spiritual stones. Womba Tower charges 10 spiritual stones, and selling one talisman earns at least 5 spiritual stones. Guushio sells so cheaply partly because he appreciates the special treatment from Su Rume at Womba Tower, and he wants to return the favor. But more importantly, these first-level talismans are very easy for Guushio to make. As long as he has enough materials, he can produce as many as he wants. Instead of trying to hoard rare items, it's better to sell in large quantities at small profits to quickly earn resources. Moreover, even with small profits, it's not too bad. The cost of materials for each talisman is only about 2 spiritual stones, so Guushio makes a net profit of 8 spiritual stones per talisman. 7,000 talismans would net him 56,000 spiritual stones. It might not seem like much, but once sales pick up, selling 70,000, 700,000, or even 7 million talismans, it's really not difficult. Clearly, with this price, Cheng Fusho had no hesitation and immediately nodded. Fellow Daoist, we want all these talismans. However many you have, we will take them all. When he said this, Cheng Fusho's voice trembled with excitement. Recently, Womba Tower has been short on talismans. These 7,000 talismans can help ease the urgent need. Not to mention, all these 7,000 talismans are talismans. This is not just about solving an urgent problem. It's a great opportunity for Womba Tower to make a big profit. One person wants to buy, another wants to sell. The rest is simple. Cheng Fusho checked each talisman carefully, and during the process, he was curious about Guushio's background. But Guushio quickly dismissed his questions with a few words. Cheng Fusho was quite sensible. Seeing that Guushio didn't want to talk much, he wisely didn't ask further and didn't mention the heated discussion about Wan Yun's pilgrimage yesterday. After settling the payment, Cheng Fusho told Guushio that if he could get those talismans, he could come to him anytime. His Womba Tower would take everything. Guushio didn't give a clear answer, but asked Cheng Fusho to prepare more talisman materials to carry with him. If fate allowed, he would find him again. Then, he left the restaurant first. As expected, just after stepping out, Guushio sensed 2 people following him from afar. Clearly, they were from Womba Tower, trying to find out about him. If it had been before, Guushio might have felt a bit troubled. But now, with 3 masks. In just a moment, Guushio changed his appearance and walked past the 2 followers, using a different form. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the 3 masks were. Actually, he had known about the ancient temple in the Tianqi mountain range from a long dream. But he never coveted it because he knew he couldn't break into it now. He also knew that the 3 masks were treasures of the Western Desert Buddhist sect. Stealing them without causing karma with the Buddhist sect was impossible. This was a chance Guushio knew about but couldn't obtain. Surprisingly, he managed to quietly acquire the masks using a bamboo pole, without any involvement with Buddhist karma. Later, he found a quiet place, restored his original face, and slowly headed towards Womba Tower. He had earned quite a bit of spirit stones, so he should prepare some cultivation resources for himself. Besides that, Guushio planned to gather information at Womba Tower. When he arrived, he noticed Ching Fusho had already reported what happened earlier to Surume. Since Ching Fusho was special, no one stopped him, and he listened nearby. I have tried multiple times to question that person, but he kept his mouth shut. The only thing I know is that he must be part of a powerful group with many members. Otherwise, he couldn't have created so many talismans. Although I don't know if the worship of Wan Yun is related to that group, it seems likely. At least, they probably know some secrets we don't. Looking at Ching Fusho's confident analysis, Guushio agreed very much. After greeting Surume, he prepared to leave and didn't continue eavesdropping. However, Surume suddenly asked, "Friend Feng, how are the talismans you made yesterday? My talent in talisman crafting is limited." "I think I need to take my time," Guushio replied with a regretful shake of his head. Surume looked a bit doubtful but didn't suspect him. She comforted Guushio, saying that his skills are specialized, and if he needs anything, he can come to Womba Tower. She even suggested that if Guushio is interested in talisman crafting, he could visit Womba Tower for guidance. She arranged for someone to explain things to Guushio. Guushio simply nodded in thanks. Then he headed straight back to his listening rain residence. He focused on practicing his cultivation. Over the next 2 days, Guushio dedicated himself to training. During this time, he also heard some news. Because the object of Wan Yun's worship was suspected to be in Yinsha City, this news attracted some attention. Although only a few people said this. But for most sects and forces, they prefer to believe it rather than doubt it. At least, they need to investigate. In just 2 days, many unfamiliar faces started to arrive in Yinsha City. With their arrival, the city experienced its biggest change. The security worsened. Almost every day, there were disputes, fights, and even murders in the streets. It is said that even the city lord of Yinsha City was alarmed and personally stepped in once to suppress a group of malicious outsiders. This news spread widely. When Xiao told Guushio about it, she described it vividly, saying that the powerful city lord only needed a slap to kill a group of experts. She also told Guushio that many people still refuse to give up and continue to stay in the city, hoping to find the truth about Wan Yun's worship. Guushio was not at all worried about this. After all, they were looking for the supreme worshipper of Wan Yun. And what does that have to do with me, Feng Bugui? While Guushio was observing the wind and studying hard, Wan Bao Lu was starting to worry. Especially Ching Fusho, who ran to that restaurant every few days, hoping that the mysterious forces would come again and bring him a batch of talismans. There was no choice. Guushio's talismans were simply too powerful. At first, when he sold them, some independent cultivators thought the prices were high. But after the first person tried Guushio's talismans and was amazed, many others rushed to buy them. It caused quite a stir that day. In just 2 hours, Guushio sold all 7,000 talismans. This made Ching Fusho very excited. Every day, he hoped to see that person again and order more talismans. But unfortunately, for 5 days in a row, he found nothing. One day, feeling down, he returned to Wan Bao Lu and saw Surume. Still no news? No, Mistress Su. What's going on? Did those people leave? I don't know, Ching Fusho sighed. But I think there are too many people exploring the news in Yinsha City, and the other side doesn't want to be found. Surume frowned, understanding the situation. Based on Wan Bao Lu's analysis over the past days, she was almost certain that secretive person was definitely connected to the supreme worship of Wan Yun. Now that the attention was so high, it was normal for them not to want to show themselves. However, news from the main tower says that the Qing Xian Holy Land has recently improved their talisman-making speed, but for now, they can only supply themselves. Other guilds have also heard about this and are now interfering with our cooperation with other sects. Our situation is very bad. If our talismans can't meet the demand. Next, Wan Bao Lu might not only lose its main selling point of talismans, but could also be affected overall, impacting the entire organization. This was bad news. No one expected that the previously powerful Qing Xian Holy Land would perform so poorly this time, which was a big to Wan Bao Lu, their partner. Su Rumei's face turned pale with anger. After a moment of thought, she said, "People in the shadows can wait patiently, but we cannot. They don't want to show themselves, so now we have no choice but to go all out." Go all out? Everyone in Wanbao Tower was confused, but Su Rumei continued, "Arrange for someone to send a message." "What message?" everyone asked curiously. "Just say that our Wanbao Tower has discovered a secret method to improve a level of the Dao Talisman cultivation. From now on, our Dao items and talismans will greatly increase." What? Hearing this, everyone looked confused. Wanbao Tower is a business alliance. Now, with all the heroes gathering in Yinsha City, sending out this message isn't just about attracting attention. It might also cause suspicion. What is Su Rumei planning? "Madam Su, you're really clever. This shows our determination. Using this way to send a message, Wanbao Tower will keep secrets and won't betray allies." The next day, Guushio immediately understood Su Rumei's plan after hearing the news. Honestly, Su Rumei is very brave. At least for now, Wanbao Tower seems trustworthy. Since they are so brave, Guushio decided not to hesitate. Early that morning, he left and went to find Cheng Fushou, who was still wandering around the restaurant as usual. But this time, Guushio changed his face again. As expected, when Guushio revealed he was part of that mysterious force, Cheng Fushou was surprised but also started to speculate more. This must be a force that can attract the worship of Wan Yun. Sure enough, there were many people. Cheng Fushou brought news to Guushio. Wanbao Tower increased the price of each talisman from 10 spiritual stones to 13. Guushio did not refuse. His dantian and energy sea were so large that he was like a gold-eating beast, naturally not minding more spiritual stones. However, this time, Guushio didn't say much to Cheng Fushou. He just handed over 800 prepared talismans and then took back a large amount of talisman materials Cheng Fushou had been carrying. Cheng Fushou repeatedly invited Guushio to visit Wanbao Tower for a detailed talk, but Guushio refused. Trust is built step by step. He used 3 masks to approach Wanbao Tower, mainly to see how they felt about the worship of Wan Yun. At least for now, he still planned to observe more. But it seemed Wanbao Tower was sincere. They not only increased the price for purchasing talismans, but also did not follow him when Guushio left the tavern this time. However, as Guushio was walking back and thinking about how to avoid triggering Wan Yun's worship of talismans and how to fully open his sales channels, a familiar call suddenly came from behind him. "Junior brother." This voice was very familiar, making Guushio frown instinctively. He turned around and saw 2 familiar figures standing not far behind him. At this moment, behind Guushio were 2 women. One was dressed in red and black armor, looking brave and heroic, like a female general who could match any man. The other was in white clothes and white hair, with features as beautiful as a painting. The only regret was in her eyes. They were not strangers. It was Yihong Ling and Nian Chaoxi, who had just arrived at Yinsha City. In the past few days, Nian Chaoxi had been traveling with Yihong Ling. Although Yihong Ling insisted that the junior brother Nian Chaoxi mentioned was not the same person as the benefactor she met before, the effect was minimal. Nian Chaoxi had been silent and withdrawn, like a walking corpse without a soul. Yihong Ling didn't understand what had happened, but she could see that Nian Chaoxi was clearly not in a good state. In the end, she could only carefully bring him into Yinsha City. Hearing the call of junior brother, Yihong Ling only casually glanced ahead. Then she hesitated and softly advised, "Senior, don't call him anymore. If your junior brother sees you, he will come looking for you right away." Since entering the city, Nian Chaoxi had called junior brother more than once. At first, Yihong Ling thought he really saw her junior brother, but she later realized it was just a dazed, murmuring call. It seemed he was trying to use this way to call back his junior brother. Seeing this scene, Yihong Ling sighed deeply. Next to him, Nian Chaoxi, faced with Yihong Ling's persuasion, let out a bitter laugh and said, "He won't come back. He won't see me." Yihong Ling was confused and didn't understand why. She could only try to comfort him by saying, "How could that be? Senior, you care so much about him. If he knew, he would be moved. Why wouldn't he want to see you? Let's find a place to stay first. I also need to contact my sect," she suggested. Seeing that Nian Chaoxi didn't respond, Yihong Ling felt helpless and decided to continue moving forward with him. Neither Yihong Ling nor the distracted Nian Chaoxi noticed that a middle-aged cultivator, wearing a crane cloak and holding a feather fan, brushed past them. From the beginning to the end, he was just an ordinary passerby. But in fact, he was Guushio. Watching Nian Chaoxi, who was gradually walking away and occasionally calling out, "Junior brother," and Yihong Ling, who was accompanying him, Guushio frowned slightly. However, it was only a slight frown. After a moment, Guushio shook off his thoughts and leisurely returned to his listening to rain residence. Meeting the Qingxian Holy Land was not surprising. As a grand holy land with many disciples, it was normal to encounter them occasionally in the eastern wilderness. Nothing unusual about it. As for the call of "Junior brother" from Nian Chaoxi, Guushio paid no attention. Not to mention that Nian Chaoxi might be calling out to Zhang's son, even if he was really calling him. So what? For Guushio, the Qingxian Holy Land and him had long since severed all ties. If he spent time pondering these things, he might as well focus on how to make talismans without causing too much disturbance. That was the biggest problem right now. After all, if every time he made a talisman, it would attract the worship of 10,000 resonances, then if he was discovered, it would be an inevitable outcome. That was not what Guushio wanted to see. The 500 years of battles in the Forbidden Land and the 3 years of hardship in the Sect had been painful, but they also made Guushio see the true nature of things. Rather than trying to compete with the heavens and become a dazzling genius, it was better to be an unnoticed, ordinary cultivator quietly earning spirit stones and cultivation resources, secretly improving his strength. Back at Listening Rain residence, Guushio threw the packed meal to Xiao He without a word, ignoring how grateful the poor young maid was. He then hurried back into his own room. After activating the isolation magic array, Guushio took out the talisman materials he had just obtained from Chengfusho. He began to try. Wan Yun worships because the harmony of the heaven and earth's aura is too strong for me. They all want to flow into me, so I can draw it out. The harmony can't be eliminated, but maybe I can try to block the distant heaven and earth's aura from reaching me. At least control this harmony within a certain range, Guushio muttered to himself as he slowly performed the heavenly script talisman, trying to communicate with the heaven and earth's aura bit by bit. But after a short attempt, Guushio immediately cut off the connection. He couldn't block it. The heaven and earth's aura is the power of rules. Unless Guushio has a way to change or shield the rules of heaven and earth, he simply cannot hide from the harmony of the heaven and earth's aura. Even reducing the range is impossible. Guushio was not discouraged. He immediately pondered again. If I can't block the heaven and earth's aura from probing, or even reduce its influence, maybe I can try to make the heaven and earth's aura less active and soothe these auras? He acted on his thoughts and tried again. This time, Guushio's eyes brightened. It worked. Through his attempt, the heaven and earth's aura still appeared quickly and still caused Wan Yun worship. But compared to before, when it was rushing wildly, now it was becoming more peaceful. Although the effect seemed small, at least the direction was correct. Next, Guushio continued to try. Making talismans was a good way for him to quickly gather spirit stones and resources, so it was worth spending time on. While Guushio was busy with this, in a certain inn in the city, "Senior, I'm really sorry. I heard that recently there have been frequent Wan Yun worships, and it seems the direction of these worships is towards Yinsha City. This has caused many forces to flood into Yinsha City. There are not enough rooms in the inn, so I can only trouble you to share a room with me," Yihong Ling politely said to Nian Chaoxi, but Nian Chaoxi remained completely silent. He was just sitting by the window, looking out with a vacant, lost expression. Yihong Ling sighed. This senior, who clearly has great cultivation, should be carefree and happy, but after a few days of being with her, Yihong Ling realized she was not truly carefree or comfortable at all. Instead, she seemed to be bound by her own heart, as if trapped by her inner demons. Senior, thinking for a moment, Yihong Ling finally asked curiously, "Can you tell me about your junior brother, my junior brother?" Nian Chaoxi came back to himself. Seeing her expression, Yihong Ling couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that only when talking about the junior brother she mentioned did this senior show any reaction. "Yes, senior. You're kind-hearted and care so much about your junior brother. He must be a good person too, to be so important to you, right? My junior brother is indeed a good person, but I wouldn't say I am very kind-hearted, Nian Chaoxi said sadly. Yihong Ling was confused. How can that be? You're so upset over your junior brother. If you didn't care deeply, you wouldn't be like this. Care deeply, Nian Chaoxi smiled sadly. I don't deserve that, huh? Yihong Ling didn't understand, but she listened as Nian Chaoxi continued. I used to think that all this had nothing to do with me. But in the past few days, I've thought a lot, and I've realized that I am actually the main cause of all this. I am truly the villain, Nian Chaoxi said softly with a smile. You must have heard that the path of destiny is often unlucky when encountered, right? Yihong Ling fell silent. But in the end, she nodded. The path of destiny is the easiest to be affected by cause and effect, and to be punished by heaven. Many powerful experts who follow this path have all met unfortunate ends. Not only that, many practitioners of the path of destiny are often cursed with bad luck, and before they meet their end, they may even harm those around them. At least, so far, no one who practices the path of destiny has ever been heard to enjoy a peaceful old age. Suddenly, Yihong Ling seemed to remember something and looked at Nian Chaoxi in surprise. But Nian Chaoxi nodded and said, I am a destiny master, this. Yihong Ling was stunned and almost instinctively wanted to stay away. It's natural, even beyond her control. Fortunately, Nian Chaoxi didn't mind and continued speaking. The biggest taboo for a destiny master is revealing the secrets of fate. Once the secrets are exposed, it will bring cause and effect. But if a true destiny master can keep their mouth shut, it won't have much impact on those around them. However, very few destiny masters can do this. Yihong Ling nodded, understanding this principle. As long as they don't reveal the secrets of fate, heaven's punishment won't fall randomly, and they won't recklessly involve those nearby. But everyone understands the principle, yet few can truly do it. Here's a simple example. A destiny master knows that moving forward will bring disaster, and someone close to them is about to go ahead, who can strictly follow the rules and watch their loved ones fall into danger. Have you always been well-loved by your sect? Nian Chaoxi suddenly asked. Yihong Ling found it strange, but nodded. She was a talented disciple cultivated carefully by the Heavenly Strategy Palace, and indeed received a lot of care from her senior brothers and uncles. Although the tests of the Heavenly Strategy Palace were very strict and she faced many dangers, but honestly, she had always been the most favored little sister in the Heavenly Strategy Palace. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, I am the eldest sister of a great sect, respected and loved by many. My junior sisters and brothers all see me as a role model and look up to me. But when I entered the path of the heavenly secrets, that respect and admiration gradually turned into isolation and distance. At that time, I was only 10 years old. This. Yihong Ling paused, stunned. Although she hadn't experienced all of this herself, she couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the young Nian Chaoxi in front of her. For a 10-year-old child, from being loved and respected as the senior sister, to suddenly becoming someone no one cares about and avoids, it's easy to imagine how harsh that must have been. Back then, everyone in the sect deliberately kept their distance from me. Over time, I became someone no one wanted to get close to. But in truth, I wasn't someone who liked being alone. On the contrary, I enjoyed the enthusiasm of my junior sisters and brothers, and I liked the care from my master. I was afraid of being isolated, afraid of the wary looks from others, afraid of becoming the most lonely person in the sect. But all of this, I couldn't change it, and I wouldn't be able to. Because once I stepped into the path of the heavenly secrets, it was destined. This was my fate. Hearing this, Yihong Ling pursed her lips, wanting to comfort him several times, but in the end, she held back her words. Because what Nian Chaoxi said was true. The path of the heavenly secrets is considered ominous. This is the most widespread saying, and it's like a mountain of prejudice that cannot be moved or explained, and it cannot be changed. Fortunately, I have a good junior brother, Nian Chaoxi smiled and said, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, my junior brother is loved by everyone in the sect. He's a clever and sensible boy, but the one thing he refuses to do is listen to my advice or my master's warnings. He actively seeks me out and becomes my close friend. When he was young, whenever he had free time, he liked to come to my cold pavilion, talk about his dreams, and share funny stories he had encountered. Even more, he often took the initiative to help me and changed the way my junior sisters and master saw me, breaking their isolation. Even as he grew older and learned more truths, he never changed. He often went out to train, but after each trip, he would bring me small gifts and lie with me on the star platform, just like when we were children. While stargazing with me, he would tell me about his adventures, the enemies he faced, the friends he made, and the funny things he experienced. When Nian Chaoxi said these words, his eyes were full of gentleness. Even Yihong Ling listened with surprise. "Senior, your junior brother is really a good person." "Yes, he is very good. He truly is," Nian Chaoxi smiled. "Those were the happiest times of my life." And then, Nian Chaoxi's face darkened. "Then I let him down." "What happened?" "My junior brother went to a dangerous place, and he stayed there for many years, even outliving many people." This. Yihong Ling's smile faded. She faintly guessed what Nian Chaoxi had experienced. Sure enough, with my junior brother's departure, the closest person in my sect disappeared. Because of his leaving, the junior sisters who had started to trust me again, because of him, also began to drift away from me once more. Even though I tried hard to prove myself and contribute to the sect afterward, but I could never move that heavy mountain, never change the fate of the Sky Fortune Master. Yihong Ling immediately frowned. "How can it be like that? You're their senior sister, their fellow disciple." Nian Chaoxi only smiled in response. His smile was complicated. "After that, your junior brother must have returned, right?" Yihong Ling couldn't help but ask. "He did return, then? But after he came back, he became someone else." "Ah." Yihong Ling was stunned, a bit confused. "Even after returning, he was not as good as me," Nian Chaoxi said bitterly. "He had some issues, and for certain reasons, he became another version of myself, or rather, he became someone less welcome than I am." "What?" Yihong Ling was surprised and found it hard to believe. After all, according to Nian Chaoxi, the junior brother she mentioned should be someone well-known and admired. Why would he be rejected and isolated? But what happened next? Yihong Ling was even more interested in what followed. "Senior, your junior brother has returned, but he isn't liked by others. Surely, you two could support each other and walk your path together? That would be the best outcome. Siblings supporting each other, helping each other, and finding their way. This is the happy ending in many stories. But I let him down," Nian Chaoxi said sadly. Yihong Ling didn't understand. But she heard Nian Chaoxi say with a bleak tone, "After my junior brother returned, he faced many problems, many injustices, and a lot of bullying. For a long time, I used my closed-door cultivation as an excuse to ignore these issues, even pretending they didn't exist. But although I practice the way of destiny, stay away from others, and remain alone, I am someone who longs for warmth. How could I truly be unaware of everything?" What? Yihong Ling suddenly widened her eyes in shock, looking at the person in front of her. But she heard Nian Chaoxi say with a sad tone, "I'm sorry, junior brother. It's my fault. I betrayed you. It's also me. I'm just an ostrich hiding in the shadows, burying my head in the sand. Whenever problems arose, I pretended I knew nothing. Seeing injustice, I hoped conflicts wouldn't worsen, and I remained silent. And even, I hoped more than once that my junior brother would endure more. Think of the bigger picture. But what really happened?" Tears welled up in Nian Chaoxi's eyes as he said, The real villain. After a full day of continuous effort, he finally found a way to solve the problem of Wan Yun's worship. Just like now, he slightly raised his hand, and several blank talismans floated up. Then, Guushio waved his hand gently, and the natural energy of heaven and earth immediately appeared. It started helping Guushio make talismans on its own, just like before. But there was a difference. This time, Wan Yun's worship did not rush toward Guushio as it did before. However, this does not mean that the energy of heaven and earth no longer favored Guushio. On the contrary, it seemed as if the energy had been persuaded by him, transforming from an unruly child into a well-trained army. They still favored Guushio, but no longer acted without restraint. Instead, they came orderly and organized, all directed toward Guushio. The change didn't look big, but it made Guushio no longer worry that this strange phenomenon of heaven and earth energy would attract unwanted attention. Now that the biggest problem is solved, I can focus fully on making talismans. The opportunity in Yinsha City still has some time left. During this period, I will gather enough resources. I still need a lot of spiritual stones. Since he was sure that the energy of heaven and earth wouldn't reveal his presence anymore, Guushio finally stopped hesitating. He began making talismans. This time, he had more materials, enough for 50,000 talismans. Such a large amount of materials was definitely not small for any sect or force that makes talismans. But for Guushio, it was just enough to try. He wanted to see how many talismans he could make at once. Last time, because he was only in his room, he could make at most 300 talismans at the same time. But that was clearly not his limit. Guushio wanted to see what his maximum was. This time, he expanded the talisman-making area to cover the entire backyard. He specially set up a shielding array to enclose the whole backyard. Then, he began his experiment. As he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, blank talismans were imprinted with perfect runes of energy. Soon, the number grew, 10, then 100. In no time, he was making 300 talismans at once, and it quickly surpassed 400. The number kept increasing. 500, 600 scrolls. Finally, when Guushio's symbol-making reached 1,000 scrolls, the growth stopped. Actually, he could have continued. But because exceeding this number will require more mental energy. Right now, I can't handle such a drain. Otherwise, my symbol-making speed would be even faster, Guushio muttered to himself, his eyes shining brightly. He was simultaneously making 1,000 talismans. This speed was already enough to satisfy him. Not to mention, in the future, he might even increase this speed again. The future looks promising. At the same time, as Guushio began making 1,000 talismans, the disciples of various major forces gathered in Yinsha City. They all frowned at the same time. In the past few days, everyone had been trying to uncover the truth behind the Wan Yun worship. Many guessed it was a great chance related to talisman magic. But when they came to Yinsha City, they found no results. Yesterday, although the Wan Yun worship appeared often, each time it was about to fully show itself, it suddenly stopped. This was very frustrating. They endured this for a whole day. Finally, the Wan Yun worship appeared again. But this time, the heaven and earth aura that appeared did not lead to worship. Many talisman masters felt like they were being played. At least, the two talisman masters standing in front of Wanbao Tower, looking up at the sky, couldn't help but frown. Why did it suddenly change? We tracked all the way to Yinsha City, but now there's no news. It's so annoying. What should we do next? How do we explain this when we go back? We can only tell the truth. If not, we might stay in Yinsha City for a couple more days. I heard that the young master is now helping at Emo Peak. Maybe the problem with making talismans has been solved. With the young master helping, there shouldn't be any problem. Not only is he talented, but his gift for talisman magic is as good as the Peak Masters. Looks like we don't need to worry. These two came from Xian Sacred Land. They were the disciples sent by their sect to investigate the strange phenomena when the Wan Yun worship first appeared. While the two were discussing, the shopkeeper from Wanbao Tower, Jin Zhonggui, suddenly brightened his eyes. "Friend Zhou, friend Lu, your sect's young master uncle has started making talismans. Does this mean that soon the production of talismans will stabilize again?" "Of course. With our young master uncle taking action, how could there be any problem?" said a confident talisman master from Xian Sacred Land, surnamed Zhou. Jin Zhonggui became even more excited. "Then our talismans, don't even think about it." "Huh, we must prioritize our own people. Others will have to wait. For now, it's impossible for Wanbao Tower to get any talismans. But, two friends, we at Wanbao Tower have no talismans to sell now. We just want to buy a batch, not too many, to help us get through this time. Not having talismans to sell is none of our business." No, Jin Zhonggui was a bit angry. But considering their identities, he forced himself to hold back his anger and stammered. "Two friends, our Wanbao Tower has always had a good partnership with your Xian Sacred Land. Whether it's the buying price or resource allocation, we've always been fair. Even Elder Qin from your sect once said that he would ensure a certain amount of talisman supply each month. Now, could your sect kindly give us a batch of talismans to help us stabilize the situation? Just a small amount, like 10,000 talismans, to ease our urgent need. What do you think?" Unfortunately, The two talisman masters from Qingxian Sacred Land only sneered in response. No matter how Jin Zhonggui tried to persuade them, their attitude was surprisingly consistent. If you want talismans, just wait. And how long to wait? They didn't know. They wanted Qingxian Sacred Land to stop internal replenishment of talismans and instead share some with them? Dream on. They had to realize they were just a trading guild, while Qingxian Sacred Land was a holy place. Hearing this, Jin Zhonggui clenched his teeth in frustration but could do nothing. In the end, he could only serve these two well, even giving each of them 1,000 spirit stones as a traveling fee before they left. There was no other way. These were people from Qingxian Sacred Land. Womba Tower was a large business, but it couldn't compete with a sacred place like Qingxian Sacred Land, especially since they still relied on Qingshuan's talismans. This situation led to many problems. Even though I hated these two people very much, I couldn't show any of my feelings, which made Master Jin feel very frustrated inside. When we returned to Womba Tower, we saw that Su Rume was also facing big issues. Manager Jin, our talismans are all sold out. We can't produce any more. Our talisman masters have recently left Womba Tower and joined Lingbao Pavilion. This has greatly affected our talisman making. From the start, Lingbao Pavilion planned this carefully. They took advantage of the worship event at Wanyun to strike suddenly, catching us off guard. They not only suppress our business and poach our talisman masters, but some of the sects we cooperate with also announced they will work with Lingbao Pavilion. We have been set up. If we don't get more talismans soon, Womba Tower will lose many customers, creating a vicious cycle, and our business will decline rapidly. These bad news kept coming one after another, making Manager Jin frown deeply. Su Rume, sitting at the main seat, also had a serious look on her face. The situation was indeed very bad. As an old rival of Womba Tower, Lingbao Pavilion suddenly attacking was clearly a well-planned move. If we can't find a way to turn things around, the entire Womba Tower might not be affected immediately, but at least the branch in Yinsha City would suffer greatly. Su Rume asked, Manager Jin, what did the two talisman masters from Qingxian Holy Land say? Are they willing to support us with some talismans? No. Manager Jin sighed and honestly told what the two talisman masters from Qingxian Holy Land had said. Everyone immediately frowned. How could Qingxian Holy Land be so ungrateful? We send them so many materials for free every year. When we are in trouble, they can't support us. This is too much. Our situation is so critical now. Even if they are powerless as allies, they shouldn't say such heartless words. Qingxian Holy Land is too arrogant. Even other holy lands wouldn't act like this. A sect that rose from a third-rate holy land to a holy land in just 500 years has a very shallow view. As everyone spoke more and more harshly, Su Rume frowned and immediately scolded them. She also felt angry at the attitude of the Qingxian Holy Land, but such feelings are better kept in her heart. If she spoke openly, it would cause great trouble for Wan Baolo. Moreover, the current problem cannot be solved just by criticizing the Qingxian Holy Land. They must rely on themselves. Cheng Fushou, do you have any news about that mysterious force? Su Rume asked. Cheng Fushou, standing nearby, immediately smiled bitterly. I met with them yesterday, but I only got 800 talismans. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed. 800 talismans. That's too few. Even if all of them are Taoist charms, it's not enough. Earlier, Su Rume took a risk and publicly claimed that Wan Baolo had a special method to increase the chance of making Taoist charms, just to make friends with this force and show goodwill. The other side quickly contacted Cheng Fushou, clearly accepting Wan Baolo's kindness. But if this force can only provide 800 or 1,000 talismans at most, then all their efforts are wasted. After going around in circles, the crisis at Wan Baolo still hasn't been solved. Everyone, go back first. Let's raise the price for buying talismans and try to contact those talisman makers and allies who were taken away by Lingbao Zhai. Maybe we can negotiate something. As for the Qingxian Holy Land, I've already contacted the main building. The deputy head has sent word that they will go to Qingxian Holy Land in the next few days to discuss the talisman matter. Please be patient. In the end, Su Rume could only wave her hand to dismiss her subordinates. But after everyone left, Su Rume took out 2 cultivation manuals and headed straight out of Wan Baolo, going directly to Ting Yujiu. At a time like this, You still think about finding that Fengbu Gui? The shadow asked curiously. The matter of the talismans is beyond my control. If I keep worrying about it, it means I can't grasp the present. Su Rumei shook her head. Then I can only try to seize the future. Besides, I have a feeling that Fengbu Gui is hiding something deep. I plan to find him and ask how I should solve my current situation. Maybe he has some ideas. What can an ordinary cultivator in the Qi refining stage do? The shadow frowned, wanting to argue, but thinking of Fengbu Gui's strange abilities, it ultimately said nothing. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Listening Rain residence. However, they missed their target. The response from Xiaohe was, Xiaohe has met Steward Su. Unfortunately, the two of you came at a bad time. Wind Immortal Master just left. Just left? Su Rumei asked curiously. Did Wind Immortal Master say where he was going? He didn't say. This. Su Rumei frowned, then saw Shadow ask, Does Wind Immortal Master often go out? That. Xiaohe hesitated and shook her head without speaking. Shadow grew impatient. I'm asking you a question. Xiaohe knelt down and said, Please forgive me, Immortal. Xiaohe is Wind Immortal Master's maid. Without his permission, I cannot speak about my master. Huh? Shadow was annoyed. Just as she was about to teach this mortal maid a lesson, Su Rumei stopped her and instead praised Xiaohe. You did very well. When dealing with Wind Immortal Master, you should act like that. After speaking, Su Rumei smiled and left with Shadow. Shadow still looked a bit upset. That girl probably forgot she used to be part of our Wanbao Tower. It's only been a few days, and she dares to oppose us over Wind Bugwai. I think she's just a white-eyed wolf that can't be tamed. I actually think it's quite good, Su Rumei said. Shadow was displeased. What's good about it? Xiaohe has only been serving Wind Bugwai for a few days, yet she can do this much for him. Don't you think that shows something? What does it show? It shows that Wind Bugwai treats those around him well. He must be a person who values loyalty and feelings, Su Rumei explained. Isn't such a person exactly the one worth winning over? Shadow pondered for a moment, then couldn't help but curl her lips. That's why I don't want to be an official in charge. I just want to be a fighter who only fights without thinking. Playing mind games with you people who are full of tricks makes me tired. All right, don't be angry, Su Rumei said with a smile. Shadow asked, I'm not angry. But now that Wind Bugwai isn't here, where do you plan to find him? Don't worry. I'll use the fortune source divination technique to check. Wind Bugwai's fortune is so deep that I should be able to see something. Su Rumei said, silently reciting a spell, then brought her together and gently wiped her eyes. In an instant, a flash of green light appeared in her eyes. This skill, called the Luxor's Gaze, is not the main point. What matters most is that Su Rumei has extraordinary eyes. They are rare in the world. At this moment, she looked up at the sky, then swept her gaze around her surroundings. But, after a moment, Su Rumei suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, then quickly dispelled the Luxor's Gaze. Her face was filled with shock. What's wrong? Did you find Fengbu Gui? The shadow asked curiously. I didn't have time to look, Su Rumei said seriously. I saw something even more shocking. What is it? The shadow asked, puzzled. Su Rumei said, I just saw that in the east part of the city, someone is performing a ritual to give up their luck. Give up their luck? What does that mean? The shadow was surprised and a bit confused. Su Rumei explained, the idea of luck sources is something many people don't believe in. But in fact, everyone in this world has their own luck source. Some can even see it from birth. However, each person's luck source varies in strength. Those without luck sources often die young at birth. Even if they survive, their lives are full of hardships and bad luck. The shadow pursed his lips. He was skeptical about this, but still curious. So what exactly is this giving up luck ritual? Is it like giving your luck source to someone else? Yes, Su Rumei nodded. Luck sources are determined by heaven. Most people are born with a fixed luck source, but it can change over time. Among these beliefs, there is a special spell called the giving up luck technique. People who perform this spell, if they have strong willpower and determination, can give all their luck sources to someone they trust. Can it really be like that? Once given, it's gone. Why call it giving up? The shadow asked, puzzled. Su Rumei paused for a moment before saying, I mentioned earlier that most people's luck sources are fixed from birth. Using the giving up luck spell means giving all your luck sources to someone else. and the person who gives up their luck naturally will no longer have any luck to protect them. Babies without good fortune will die young. And if a cultivator loses their good fortune, they might not die immediately, but they will face many hardships and dangers throughout their life, possibly losing their life or their cultivation. Tell me, isn't that a form of self-destruction? The shadow's eyes widened in shock as it looked toward the east of the city, feeling a bit frightened. If what Rume said is true, then the person who performed the ritual to give up their good fortune must have made a very strong decision. After all, what they sent out was their own good fortune. Ordinary people might not believe in the power of good fortune, but those who can perform such magic must understand it well. They probably understand it very deeply. Such a person must know what good fortune does and what losing it means. This is knowing that stepping forward might bring danger, but still choosing to do so. A moment later, inside a guest house on the east side of Yinsha City. Senior, what's wrong with you? When the door opened and Yihong Ling saw Nian Chaoxi come out, she immediately asked with concern. Since this morning, Nian Chaoxi suddenly said she would retreat and locked herself in her room, seemingly practicing some kind of magic. Yihong Ling didn't know what she was doing, but she had a strange feeling that something was wrong because she could see the light in Nian Chaoxi's eyes. It was the same as when her fellow disciples faced death bravely for her. She worried that this senior might be in trouble. But Nian Chaoxi suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Actually, I'm very happy now." Happy? Yihong Ling was confused. This senior had been crying earlier, then acting like a walking corpse, and yesterday she was overwhelmed with guilt and regret. How could she suddenly be happy now? I found the answer I wanted. What answer? That my junior brother is still alive, Nian Chaoxi said with bright eyes. This. Yihong Ling was confused. She didn't understand that Nian Chaoxi had just successfully performed the ritual to give up her good fortune, and through that magic, she confirmed some exciting news. Guushio, he is still alive. Although I don't know why my fortune-telling failed, I can still send blessings, which means Guushio is definitely still alive. Yihong Ling happily thought. Senior, are you going to find your junior brother again? No, said Nian Chaoxi, shaking his head. If I go to see him, I will only cause him trouble. What? Yihong Ling was surprised. Nian Chaoxi didn't answer. But senior, you miss your junior brother so much. Don't you want to see him one more time? I do, then you. Seeing him and not seeing him is the same. True feelings are better than indifference. This. Yihong Ling was a bit confused, but saw Nian Chaoxi look out the window at the drifting clouds. My junior brother once told me 500 years ago, if you miss him, just look up at the sky. He might be the clouds in the sky, the stars at night, or the wind that blows past. And I have a feeling, a connection in my heart, maybe. I have already seen him. Yihong Ling became more confused, but Nian Chaoxi had already turned and left the inn, heading toward the city gate. Yihong Ling hurried to catch up. Senior, where are you going? Back to the sect. Back to the sect. Yes, Nian Chaoxi nodded. I'm dying soon. I want to do some things I wanted to do before, things I was afraid to do or couldn't do. For some reason, Yihong Ling suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Senior, if you go, isn't it like trying to catch the moon in the water, a pointless effort? This time, Nian Chaoxi didn't stop. He only whispered softly, at least. I have done it. In a restaurant inside Yinsha City, Guushio, wearing 3 masks, suddenly looked toward the city gate as if sensing something. Just then, a figure with white hair, Nian Chaoxi, stepped out of the city and looked back toward the city. He only saw a bustling crowd. She only saw the city within the protective barrier, cold and silent. In the next moment, both of them withdrew their gazes at the same time.